Chapter 161 Interception. July 30th. Early morning. Levi is preparing to leave Feihua City and return to Maple Leaf City. The Mage Exchange meeting is also coming to an end. Before leaving, he was also going to buy a few spell models. I found that the spell models at the Mage Exchange meeting were much more expensive. Expensive is just expensive in Li Wei's eyes. It's not really more expensive. In the Mage Tower, a spell model is divided into learning stages. Pay in installments. The price is naturally cheaper. What is traded at the Mage Exchange meeting are complete magic books, which record permanent spell models. The price is naturally higher. After buying it back, you can study it as many times as you like. But for Levi, it was completely unnecessary. He only needs to learn it once to memorize the spell model. For Levi, the spell model in the Mage Tower is undoubtedly more cost-effective. Seeing this, Li Wei gave up on buying spell models. Embark on the return journey. He did not take a carriage, but a shadow attendant, which was more comfortable and faster than a carriage. After Li Wei left Feihua City for some distance, summon shadow attendant. Levi flies like a somersault cloud. Flying low, Weeks and his companions prepare to leave Feihua City. He was unwilling to accept it, and actually missed the big fish of the armored man. When he reached the city gate, he suddenly stopped. Weeks looked around in disbelief. He actually sensed the aura left by the wind spirit. The armored man didn't leave? He didn't find the trace wind spirit. Weeks was shocked, and quickly sensed the location of wind spirit. It was discovered that Feng Ling had left Feihua City, and was moving away quickly. "Weeks, why don't you leave?" Mila said. Weeks reacted and quickly walked towards the master and whispered, "I sense the location of the trace wind spirit on the armored man." "Huh?" Milas looked surprised. "A few days ago, he left without saying anything?" he asked doubtfully. Weeks shook his head and said, "We might have been deceived that time. This time, I really sense the location of the wind spirit." Milas thought for a moment and said to the others, "You go back first. Weeks and I still have things to do." The two separated from the team, and under the guidance of Weeks, headed in the direction Levi left. Levi walked for a while, and heard someone approaching quickly from behind. So he subconsciously glanced back. I saw two figures approaching quickly on the wind track. He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously became alert. When the two got closer, he saw Weeks' face clearly. "Oops! Apparition!" Levi quickly covered up his true face. Whoops! Two figures intercepted Levi one after another. Levi was forced to stop, and the shadow attendant quietly lurked into the shadows. Milas looked at the young man in front of him with a look of surprise. "You are the armor?" Weeks stared at Levi and saw Kai's true face for the first time. But he was very convinced that the person in front of him was Kai. "That's right. It's him. He has the breath of the wind spirit." When Levi heard this, he immediately understood that Weeks had done something to him. Only in this way can you find your traces. Levi lowered his voice to cover up his real voice. "You have found the wrong person. I am not the person you know. And I am not some kind of armor." Weeks sneered. "Stop pretending. Isn't it? We will know when the time comes. Please be honest and come with us, so as not to suffer any physical pain. I'm really not the person you're looking for." Levi continued to explain. "Stop talking nonsense. Take him away first and then talk," Wick said fiercely. Second level wind spell. Bound by the wind. A gust of wind wrapped around Levi's body, and the huge binding force made Levi's body straighten up, and his arms were tightly pressed against his sides, unable to move. The body also floats driven by the wind. The toes are slightly off the ground. Levi's eyes narrowed. Almost instantly, a small fireball flew towards Mulhouse. Weeks is irrelevant. His strength cannot threaten Levi. The only person who was a threat was Mulhouse. He is a third-level wind mage. Milas chuckled, not caring about Levi's small fireball technique. "What level of mage? He also uses zero-level spells like small fireballs." Wait until the small fireball falls on him. Bang! The huge power shook Milas' body. The wind shield on his body kept vibrating, and the airflow was turbulent. After a while, it returned to normal. Milas looked surprised. What kind of small fireball technique is so powerful? He suddenly thought of Levi's super fireball that killed the lava giant. I had a bad feeling in my heart for no reason. Hoo ho ho! Contrary to Milas' expectation, the first small fireball was not the end, but the beginning. Levi poured out small fireballs continuously and hit Millhouse. The power of each small fireball is comparable to the first level fireball technique. The continuous bombardment of small fireballs is no less than casting a second-level fire spell in a chain of fireballs. The shield on Milas's body was withstanding the bombardment equivalent to a series of fireballs. The key is that Levi's fireballs are many and fast. One after another. It's overwhelming. Bang, bang, bang. Mulhouse was directly blown away. Even people can't see clearly. Weeks reacted quickly. Damn it! You still dare to resist? Future Eye! A thread formed by the wind crossed Liwei's body. Click. 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 The wind and the invisible armor kept colliding and intertwining. Two forces confront each other. Bang! In the end, the result was that the wind knife collapsed, and the invisible armor was intact. Weeks was furious, and tried to cast a more powerful spell. Levi opened his bow left and right, and bombarded the two people with a series of small fireballs. Thanks to the powerful control power of a third-level mage. By controlling zero-level spells, Levi is able to dual-cast spells, fighting each other from left to right. It's as simple as controlling the left and right hands. Bang, bang, bang. After just one bombing, Weeks couldn't stand it anymore. The wind shield on his body dissipated quickly, and was about to explode in the blink of an eye. Weeks quickly tore open a scroll. Strike Storm! A horizontal tornado rushed toward Levi. Devour any small fireballs in its path. The strong wind caused the small fireball to lose control, deflect and fly in all directions. Bang! Levi was knocked out by the storm. The invisible armor on his body was broken into 2 layers. Milas took the opportunity to cast the prepared third-level spell. Thousand Rend Storm! Hoo ho ho! Levi was locked by the third-level spell. And countless wind blades emerged from the surroundings. Whoosh! Countless wind blades hit Levi with concentrated fire. In an instant, he endured hundreds, or even thousands of slashes. Click! 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 The invisible armor on his body was shattered layer by layer. Wait until the Qian Refeng Blade spell ends. There are only 6 layers of armor left on Levi's body. After breaking through the second level, the number of stacks of invisible armor reaches 15. More layers require further deduction of the invisible armor spell. Milas used a third-level spell to break Levi's 7 layers of invisibility armor. Amazing power. The main reason is that Levi took a lot of damage. Hurt slam. Levi's figure fell. Milas looked shocked when he saw that Levi was intact. This is impossible! Chapter 162 Counterattack and Harvest. Levi fell from midair. Milas and Weeks looked shocked when they saw that he was unharmed. This is impossible! A black shadow appeared silently behind Weeks. Shadow claws! Click! Weeks' body flashed with blue light, and the defensive magic items on his body shattered. He looked horrified. What happened? Weeks quickly turned his head to look. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped his head. The shadow attendant showed its true form and penetrated into Weeks' body through his nose, mouth, and ears. Milas looked horrified when he saw what happened to Weeks. Damn it! You're a black cultist! Call! A dazzling fireball fell from the sky. Milas subconsciously thought of the fireball that killed the lava giant. He didn't dare to withstand such a terrifying attack. All the third-level advanced lava giants were killed. How could he survive? Even if he gambled on all the defensive magic items, he couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Milas tore open a scroll, his body shining with silver light. Space teleportation scroll. Call. Milas disappeared. The dazzling fireball fell slowly, as light as a balloon, without any power. Milas appeared 100 meters away. When he saw that the fireball was fake, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! Suddenly, he felt an astonishing wave of magic coming from him. Milas looked up with a look of horror. A fireball like the blazing sun fell from the sky. It turns out that super fireballs really exist. It has always existed in the sky, relying on the covering brilliance of the sun. Levi used the illusion technique to create a fake super fireball to defraud Mulhouse's trump card. Now, there is no teleportation scroll in Mulhouse. Wind Spirit Protection! Mulus yelled, as if begging for the protection of the real wind spirit. Boom! Super fireballs fall. The explosion produced a dazzling light that even dimmed the sun in the sky. A mushroom cloud slowly rose. A terrifying wave of air swept around. Weeks, who was fighting for control of his body with Shadow Attendant, was blown away and hit the ground hard. Almost fainted. Levi squinted and stared at the center of the explosion. He hoped that Milas could survive. Otherwise, even the loot will be blown to pieces. Call. Wind blew across the crater created by the explosion. The dust cleared, revealing the scene inside. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Mulhouse survived, but was seriously injured. He had turned into charcoal and lay motionless on the ground. But Levi could sense that he was still alive. Milas's mental strength has been very weak. No matter how weak he is, it means that Mulhouse is still alive. Levi shook his hand in the air. The mana formed a huge blue mage's hand and pulled Milas out of the explosion pit. Bang! Milas was thrown to the ground and breathed his last. Bang! Weeks was also thrown to the ground and had been dealt with by Shadow Warrior. Shadow Attendant, clean up the battlefield. Levi glanced at the deep pit created by the explosion. Thinking about it, perhaps you should learn an earth spell. Otherwise, if you leave an explosion crater after every battle, wouldn't it be easy to expose your identity? Use earth spells appropriately to change the scene. It's best to hide it. Shadow Attendant searched out all valuable things from both of them. Li Wei burned the two corpses cleanly. Destroy corpses and destroy traces. Milas had a space ring, but Weeks didn't. He carried everything in his small bag. After passing through the debris without looking, Levi found the most valuable thing between the two of them. The Mula space ring contains 3 magic books. They are all wind magic books. The first level wind spell, wind cutting technique. The second level wind spell attacks the storm. The third level wind spell Qianren storm. Levi smiled. Although it was a wind spell, it was still a big gain. At least there's no harm in learning a few more spells. If I had learned a few more spells, I wouldn't have been so embarrassed when facing lava snakes and fire elemental elves. The interplay between elemental attributes is still very important. There was nothing valuable about Weeks. However, he had something in his hands that made Levi feel unexpectedly happy. Levi got a blueprint for making magic props. I don't know where Weeks got it from. The production diagram of the magic prop of the Origin Heart Necklace. The required materials are 300 grams of mithril, an elemental crystal with abundant magic power, and 50 grams of Origin gold. The function of the Origin Heart Necklace is to store mana and quickly restore the mana consumed by the mage when needed. This is of great value to Levi. Moreover, he has a treasure in his hand that is more suitable for making the Origin Heart Necklace than the elemental crystal. After putting away his things, Levi quickly moved away from the crime scene. Ding 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 ding. Put the last gold coin into the space ring. The number of gold coins in Li Wei's hands reached 297. The two of them didn't have much money, so they probably spent it on buying magic materials. There are a bunch of magic materials in Mila's space ring, and he doesn't know what he is going to do to prepare so many things. In the evening, Levi returned to Maple Leaf City. Shadow Attendant hid himself, and Levi walked towards the city wall. As he walked, he stretched and moved his body. After maintaining the same posture for a whole day, he felt some back pain. Crackling. As he stretched, his muscles and bones trembled. It's much more comfortable. Tap tap tap. A horse came towards me, and the beauty on the horse was even more handsome. Levi, I haven't seen you for so many days. Where have you been? Reina saw Levi and greeted him with a smile. Li Wei smiled and responded. I went to Feihua City to attend the mage exchange meeting. Reina said, I heard that you have become an official mage, and your cultivation speed is really fast. Li Wei smiled slightly and thought to himself, if you knew that I had become a second-level mage, wouldn't you be scared to death? Well, I made a breakthrough not long ago, Levi said. Reina nodded and said, you are now the youngest official mage in the history of Maple Leaf City. You have a bright future. I hope that one day we can fight side by side. Levi smiled and said, there will definitely be a chance. I still have something to do, so I'll take the first step. See you. Goodbye. Reina waved her hand and rode away on her horse. Levi looked at Reina's retreating back, feeling a little strange in his heart. It's almost night now. Why is Reina going out of town at this time? At night, the monsters will become more ferocious. Many nocturnal monsters that are not seen during the day also appear outside the city. It gets a lot more dangerous outside the city. Even professionals rarely choose to go out of the city at night. Levi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Walked towards the Mage Tower. Returning to the Mage Tower, Levi did not return to the room. Go straight to the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. I originally planned to go to the library to see what 2nd and 3rd level spells were suitable for me in the Mage Tower. As soon as they arrived on the 3rd floor, Toresta's voice came to my ears. Come up. Levi was stunned and walked towards the golden door. Chapter 163 New Spells. Mage Tower. 6th floor. A floor dedicated to Torres Tower. No one can reach this level unless summoned by him. Even if you fly directly up from the outside, you will find that you can only reach the 5th floor of the Mage Tower at most. The 6th and 7th floors seem not to exist at all. This involves the principle of space. Levi walked along the red carpet toward Toresta. He still had the posture of sitting cross-legged in the middle of the tower. Compared to last time, it seemed like it had never moved. Keep your back to Levi. Levi looked at Toresta and suddenly became extremely curious about his true appearance. What does he look like? All this time, the Toresta he saw was fake. Toresta didn't look back, turned his back to Levi and said, "You did a good job. It was indeed beyond my expectations. As for the Mage Association, I have helped you apply for a place to study in the Elemental Tower in the name of Armor Dot." Levi asked doubtfully, "Element Tower?" Toresta said, "There are 5 top mage towers in the world, namely the Element Tower, Phantom Tower, Summoning Tower, Space Tower, and Alchemy Tower. They represent the ultimate that each branch of mages can achieve. The Element Tower controls the power of elements. The Illusion Tower studies the mysteries of illusions and souls. The Summoning Tower focuses on contracts and summons. The Space Tower inherits mysterious space spells and principles. And the Alchemy Tower serves as an alchemist, a magician, an array master, and an enchanter. A gathering place for countless top masters such as teachers. I have studied at Phantom Tower in the past and benefited a lot. Transfiguration was also inspired and created at that time." Li Wei asked a little strangely, "Don't you want me to inherit your inheritance? Then I shouldn't be sent to the Phantom Tower. Why are you sending me to the Elemental Tower?" "For Levi, it is definitely better to go to the Elemental Tower than to the Phantom Tower. After all, fire spells are his core ability. Transfiguration is nothing more than a support ability. According to Toresta's opinion, he should prefer to go to the Phantom Tower." Toresta said, "Yes. At first, I wanted you to go to Phantom Tower to further your studies, hoping that you could inherit my mantle. Later, after seeing your true strength, I changed my mind. Rather than becoming a spiritual mage, you are more suitable to become a powerful fire mage. As your teacher, I cannot delay your future because of my own selfishness." Levi's heart was touched. Toresta added, "On the other hand, after you go to the Elemental Tower, it is not impossible to go to the Phantom Tower to further your studies. The 5 top mages exchange students every year, and outstanding students can go to other mage towers to learn more profound knowledge. If you go to the Elemental Tower and become an outstanding student, you will have the opportunity to go to the Phantom Tower to be an exchange apprentice. When the time comes, you will also have the opportunity to learn the knowledge of Phantom Tower. On the other hand, you may not have a chance to leave the Phantom Tower." Levi understood. He did not give up on himself to inherit the mantle. It must be said that Toresta thought a lot about Levi. She takes good care of him in every aspect. Levi nodded and said, "I understand. When will we go? How long will we go?" Toresta said, "I will notify you of the specific time. As for how long you will go, it depends on your study progress. The normal graduation time is 10 years. With your talent, you should make rapid progress as a fire mage. You can graduate in 6 or 7 years at most." Levi was a little surprised. "So long? What are the graduation standards?" Toresta said, "Not long ago, there is no limit to the knowledge of magic. Even if you spend your whole life, you can only get a glimpse of it. 10 years is just a matter of learning the magic knowledge under the Archmage. The graduation standard is to reach the threshold of the Archmage, and you are expected to become an Archmage in the next 10 years. After becoming the Archmage, you can choose to stay in the Elemental Tower to continue your studies. Within 100 years, you may have the opportunity to become a legendary mage." Toresta stopped explaining. He asked, "How are you doing with your apparition?" Levi cast his apparition spell to create a notebook. Imitate the practice notes that Toresta gave him. The notes created by Toresta are just like the real ones. The notes created by Levi have only appearance and no content. After opening it, it was blank inside. Paper thickness varies. Toresta nodded and said, "The progress is not bad. You have been practicing the transformation technique for less than 2 months, and you have already achieved this level. Not bad." Li Wei said modestly, "It's all teachers who teach well." Toresta laughed and said nothing. After a moment, he said, "After using the fairy spring water, you broke through to the 2nd level?" Levi was not surprised. Toresta is a spiritual mage with extremely strong perception. The gap in strength between the two was there, so it was normal for him to find that he had broken through. "A lucky break," Levi said. Toresta sighed. Your talent really makes people jealous. 16-year-old second-level mage. Toresta said slowly. Throughout the history of magicians, there are only a handful of talented magicians like you. As long as they don't die young, most of them can become world-famous legendary mage. Toresta's expectations for Levi are not low. Regardless of that era, legendary mages were very rare. Legendary mage is also synonymous with power. Even the weakest legendary mage is still a strong man who can easily defeat the dragon. The top legendary mage can even be proud of the gods. Leave from the 6th floor. Levi returned to the 3rd floor library. His identity is known only to Toresta. When others saw Levi, they still regarded him as Maple Leaf City's genius mage. Many people would greet Levi when they saw him. Hey, Levi, do you want to read a book too? On the one hand, it is his identity as a genius mage. On the other hand, it has been spread that his master is the master of the tower. Even if they don't flatly weigh, no one is willing to offend him. Levi, do you want to learn magic? Al saw Levi walking towards him and asked. He was holding a magic book in his hand and seemed to be learning new spells. Levi nodded and said, Well, I'm here to see if there are any spells that suit me. He glanced at the place where the magic books of 2nd-level spells and 3rd-level spells were placed. Al reminded, The 1st-level spell is over here. Levi smiled and said, Thank you, Master Al, for the reminder. He picked up the First Order magic book and pretended to read it for a while. Put it down and pick up another one. Al learned almost enough and left. Levi looked around for no one and took the opportunity to grab 2 magic books. The 2nd-level fire spell, Bursting Fireball. The 3rd-level fire spell, Explosive Flame Technique. Learning a 2nd-level spell consumes 100 contributions. Learning a 3rd-level spell consumes 200 contributions. The more advanced the spell, the more complex the spell model is, and the more difficult it is to learn. Under normal circumstances, 2nd-level and 3rd-level spells need to be learned at least 7 or 8 times before they can be mastered. A few people need it more than 10 times. And even more cannot master it. And Levi. Only once. Chapter 164 Annual Consumption. A Noble Family. Explosive Fireball, Level 2 Entry, 0/1000. Explosive Flame Technique, Level 3 Entry, 0/1000. Learning 2 fire spells consumed all of Liwei's savings. He only has 4 gold coins left on hand now. Liwei had already considered choosing these 2 spells. Explosive Fireball is more explosive and has higher physical damage. Levi hopes to integrate the characteristics of the Explosive Fireball technique to make the Charged Fireball have more powerful explosive power. In this way, even if you encounter an enemy with high fire resistance, you can rely on the power of the explosion to kill the opponent. Explosive Flame technique favors magic damage, giving full play to the flame power of the fire element. Levi also hopes to integrate the Explosive Fire technique to make the Charged Fireball more powerful. The explosion must be powerful, and the flame must be powerful. It seems contradictory. In fact, there is no contradiction. Levi had already had an idea. Explosive power is a range attack, and fire power is a focused attack. Simply put, the center of the explosion will generate extremely high temperatures, causing a large amount of fire damage to targets in a small area. The power of the explosion will cause a large amount of physical damage to enemies in a large area. This is a solution. If it cannot be achieved, then Levi will choose the second method. There are 2 branches of derivation. One branch is inclined to explosion power, and the other branch is inclined to fire damage. The second method is easier to implement than the first method. However, some of the power is lost. The most urgent task is to master the 2 spells to a minor level. After reaching the junior level, you can basically understand the spell model structure. There is still a long way to go before we fully understand it. It is completely sufficient to use it as material to deduce the fireball technique. As the fireball technique is deduced, the proficiency of the 2 spells will become higher and higher, until the 2 spell models are completely understood. Fireball Levi does just that. In addition to this matter, Levi also had a new idea. The fusion deduction of fireball, object control and invisible armor. Explosive acceleration. Levi was attacked by a lava snake in the secret realm of the island, and almost died in the snake's mouth. At the critical moment, he used the reverse thrust of the small fireball technique to suddenly accelerate and escape disaster. In the future, he also successfully reproduced the self-destruction and acceleration of small fireballs many times. Levi now wants to fuse it all together to deduce true explosive acceleration capabilities. Object control, invisible armor, and fireball are indispensable. Only with the ability to control objects can Levi fly. With the invisible armor, Levi can withstand the power of explosive acceleration. Fireball is the source of burst acceleration. After the fusion of the three, it may be possible to deduce a brand new spell. Levi is looking forward to it very much. This matter is very important. Flight speed has always been his weakness. Now that he finally found a way to speed up, Levi naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. The flight speed determines the escape speed. As long as you can bear it, the faster the better. Levi returned to the room. At night, he began to try to fuse the three spells and deduce a new spell. It was more difficult than he thought. Even if he had the control power of a third-level mage, he could not fuse the three spells together. The construction of the three spells is completely different. Helpless, Levi had no choice but to continue gaining experience and upgrade three spells. I hope there will be new breakthroughs after the three spells reach the first level of perfection. August 1st. Jimmy sent Levi his royalties for July. A total of 15 gold coins and 36 silver coins. Compared with previous months, manuscript fees have increased significantly. However, Levi doesn't like it now. He still had materials worth thousands of gold coins in his pocket that he had not sold. Fortunately, novels are a slow process. Although the money is not much every month, it is better than lasting. Writing novels doesn't take much time on his part either. As mental strength improves, the mind becomes more intelligent. It became much easier for Levi to conceive of the plot. Now, I can write a manuscript of 40,000 to 50,000 words in about 2 days. It doesn't take much time, Jimmy said. Mr. Levi, when will the manuscript for next month be written? Levi said. In a few days. Okay, then I won't interrupt. Levi went to the third floor to receive this month's benefits. 5 contribution points. He glanced at the magic butler, shook his head, and returned to the room. A second-level mage contributes 20 points per month. In the past, Levi might have been greedy. Now that I have a lot of money, I don't want to expose my strength just because of these 20 contribution points. As soon as Levi returned to the room, the magic badge vibrated. He picked it up and saw that the contribution points on the magic badge changed from 5 to 20. Levi was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he looked up at the ceiling. Teacher? Torresta's voice reached his ears. You deserve it. Not a penny less. Don't worry. You are still a first-level mage, Levi said sincerely. Thank you. Teacher. He is now a first-level mage on the surface, but enjoys the benefits of a second-level mage. Levi looked at the numbers on the magic badge inside. It's still fun to be a mage. Writing novels and racking your brains can earn you just a little bit, but it's not as much as the monthly benefits from Mage Tower. He shook his head. Despite this, the novel must continue to be written. After all, this is a long-term income. Over time, there is a lot of money. In August, Levi stayed in the Mage Tower to practice and gain experience. At the same time, he also processed the things on his hands little by little and converted them into money. Then, money is converted into strength. A bottle of intermediate potion costing 20 gold coins. Levi could use it without batting an eye. After becoming a second-level mage, a bottle of intermediate potion only lasted for 10 days. 1 moonlight is the magic potion needed for cultivation, which costs 60 gold coins. That's 720 gold coins a year. The consumption is astonishing. The average small noble family in Maple Leaf City only earns 200 to 300 gold coins a year. Converted into RMB, that's an annual income of 2 to 3 million. The annual income of larger noble families is only about 500 gold coins. The top nobles in Maple Leaf City, such as the Golden Shield family and the Leinster family, can earn 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins a year, but they don't dare to support a mage to practice like this. A big family and a big business also have big expenses. The money that actually falls into everyone's hands is actually not much. Levi's annual training expenditure was more than the annual income of most noble families in Maple Leaf City. There was nothing he could do. He used to the rapid cultivation brought about by using magic potions. If he were to go back and practice slowly, he would be anxious to death, especially after becoming a second-level mage. The progress of training makes people anxious. Without magic potions, if you practice hard for a day, you can only increase your proficiency by 7 or 8 points. Using intermediate potions can increase proficiency by about 30 points a day. Only then can we hope to reach the second level of perfection within 1 year. Otherwise, it will take at least 3 or 4 years to reach the peak of the second level. Levi still used the fairy spring to improve his training qualifications. Without using the fairy spring or magic potion, it is normal for it to take 7 or 8 years of practice to reach the second level peak. Al has been a second level mage for more than 10 years. So far, it has not broken through the third level. It takes more than 10 or 20 years to achieve one level. However, in the eyes of most mages in the Mage Tower, this is normal. Levi is the outlier. He's too fast. Chapter 165, Making My Own Money. August 8th. Levi exited the dream. Crystal Meditation, Level 2, 312/10,000. Fireball Technique, First Level Master, 9456/10,000. Basic Alchemy, First Level, 0/10,000. These days, Levi has been practicing the Fireball Technique and practicing Elementary Alchemy, hoping that the Fireball Technique can reach the perfection level as soon as possible. On the other hand, it is also preparation for refining Mithril. By now, Levi felt that he was almost ready. The elemental furnace has been able to run smoothly and successfully refine metals. In the past few days, Levi has been trying to refine ordinary iron ore. After trying, it has been successful. Today, Levi also plans to start refining mithril ore. For safety reasons, he applied for an alchemy laboratory in the Mage Tower to prevent an accident from blowing up your room. Magic Butler. Please go to Alchemy Laboratory number 6. The usage fee of the Alchemy Laboratory is 3 contributions/day. Levi paid 3 contribution points and came to Alchemy Laboratory number 6. Check that there are no surveillance eyes in the room. He began to use the fire method to extract mithril ore. Use the fireball technique to create an elemental furnace with a diameter of half a meter. The temperature inside the elemental furnace can reach thousands of degrees. Levi took out the smallest piece of mithril ore and put it into the elemental furnace. Poof! In an instant, a flame burst out from the mithril ore. After a while, the flame went out. The ore is broken and crushed bit by bit. Levi used high temperatures to quench mithril ore, and at the same time used fire refining to remove impurities produced after the ore was burned. 3 hours later, there was black powder all over the room. These are all impurities produced during the quenching process. Some are soil, rocks, sand and gravel, and some are other metallic minerals and debris. After 3 hours of smelting, only the liquid silver metal the size of a marble remained from the fist-sized mithril ore. This is the mithril initially extracted from mithril ore. The purity is very low. Further processing is required to obtain usable 999 purity mithril. If it can reach 9,999 purity, the value of mithril will double. Li Wei saw that the removal of ordinary impurities was almost the same. Then start the second step. The fire refining method has different methods for the second step of refining according to the characteristics of different substances. Levi checked the alchemy information recommended in elementary alchemy. Know the methods and principles of refining mithril, taking advantage of the extremely high affinity of mithril magic elements. A large amount of fire elements are poured into mithril. Mithril can withstand large amounts of fire elemental infusion. Deep impurities will be further destroyed by large amounts of fire elements. Before Levi refined mithril, he stopped to rest for a while and meditated to restore his mana. 3 hours of continuous smelting had consumed 7 or 88% of his mana. This is just a fist-sized mithril ore. The remaining 3 pieces of mithril ore are larger than this one and take longer to smelt. There is a long way to go. Half an hour later, Levi's mana was fully restored. He began to refine mithril. As he poured the fire element into the mithril emitted a strange silver glow. As more and more fire elements are poured into it, the temperature of the mithril is getting higher and higher, and it has begun to melt. Some black impurities gradually began to precipitate on the surface. Levi used his mental power to separate impurities. After refining for more than 20 times, the mithril metal finally showed its natural texture. Faint lines that resembled magic lines appeared on the mithril. This means that mithril has reached 999 purity. Mithril is an exotic metal. It can be fused with most metals, and can enhance the properties of other metals after fusion. In the simple state, the combination of mithril microscopic particles is very special, which will produce faint magic lines on the surface. The higher the purity, the clearer the magic lines will be. Revealing magic lines means that the purity has reached 999. It can already be used to create magic equipment. If you want to create higher magic equipment, you must naturally use mithril with higher purity. Levi continued to try to purify mithril. hoping to obtain 9,999 pure mithril. Unfortunately, after refining it more than 20 times, the magic lines have not become deeper. There are fewer and fewer impurities that can be refined. With his current method, mithril cannot be purified to 9,999 purity. Better purification methods must be used. This is just the most basic elementary alchemy way to purify mithril ore. More advanced purification methods are in the hands of alchemists and belong to unique secrets. Levi couldn't find one for free in the library. After 8 hours, Levi got a piece of mithril metal, which was only the size of a fingernail. Using a scale in the alchemy laboratory, the piece of mithril metal weighed 45.56 grams. This small piece of mithril is worth 341.7 gold coins. This is the charm of mithril. The most important thing is that unlike other items, mithril is afraid of not being sold. No matter how much mithril is, the market will always be able to absorb it. And it is an absolute hard currency. No mage would refuse mithril, and would only regret that he had no money, and could not afford it. Levi smiled and took a long breath. It's not easy. If we hadn't tried to refine 9,999 purity mithril, we would have wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, the refining can be completed in about 6 hours. In the next few days, Levi stayed in the alchemy laboratory, purifying mithril ore day and night. It took 4 days and 4 nights without sleep. Finally, all 4 mithril ores in hand were refined. After the refining was completed, he laid down directly in the alchemy laboratory and fell asleep. This is the first time he has not entered a dreamland after receiving the great sleepwalking heavenly surgery. Slept peacefully, until the magic butler repeatedly reminded him that the use time of the alchemy laboratory was over. After Levi woke up, before leaving the alchemy laboratory, weigh all mithril metals. Total 442.76 grams. Worth more than 3,000 gold coins. Levi left satisfied. Ha ha! Walking on the road, he was smiling. When he met Guzay, he saw that Li Wei was in such a good mood and asked curiously, "What happened? You are so happy." Levi smiled and replied, "Good thing. Made a lot of money." Guz was a little surprised. "You have been staying in the Mage Tower these days? Whose money are you making?" "Make my own money," Levi said. Guzay shook his head, somewhat confused as to what he meant. Levi had calculated before that if the purified mithril metal weighed more than 400 grams, spending money to learn elementary alchemy will not make you lose, but make money. Now, there is no doubt that he has made money. What you save is what you earn. If these mithril ores are used for others to help purify, you have to pay 10% of mithril as a reward. That's worth more than 300 gold coins. Li Wei only spent 300 gold coins to purchase elementary alchemy. I also earned dozens of more gold coins. Levi was naturally very happy. Having refined the mithril, he also began to think about creating the origin heart necklace. 300 grams of mithril are required to create the origin heart necklace. The mithril in his hand is enough. And there is more. Now, the question is who to help build it. Chapter 166 Goodbye Crystal Flower. Who can I ask to help build it? Levi buried his head in thought. With his 4-legged cat's rudimentary alchemy skills, there is definitely no hope of making magic equipment on his own at this stage. What's more, the Origin Heart Necklace is not an ordinary magic equipment. He has never made even the lowest level of magic equipment. By the time he reached that level of elementary alchemy, the day lily would be cold. When it's time to ask for help, you still have to ask for help. Refining mithril is because you have the ability to do it. If the process of refining mithril is too complicated and difficult, even if Li Wei is no longer willing to give up 10% of mithril as reward, he still has to use it to ask others for help. If you don't understand, just ask. Levi went directly to Toresta. Toresta must know. Teacher, I want to build a high-level magic equipment. Who do you think I should ask for help? Levi asked. Toresta said, Didn't Troska come to Maple Leaf City? You can go find him. Troska? When Li Wei heard this, he was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, I remembered who it was. I have also met each other. It was the blacksmith master he met at the Mage Exchange meeting. Is he very powerful? Levi asked. Toresta laughed and said, He is the #1 forging master among the humans in the north. Even the dwarf craftsmen admire his craftsmanship. Levi understood. He nodded quickly and said, Thank you, teacher. Troska and I are not familiar with each other. If you want to ask him to forge equipment, you can ask Evelyn for help. A paper crane flew out from in front of Toresta and landed on Levi's shoulder. It will help you find Evelyn. Levi left the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. Martin and Comas are chatting. He saw Levi coming down. A hint of envy flashed through his eyes. In so many years, Levi is still the first person who can enter and exit the 6th floor of the Mage Tower at will. Even if he wants to go to the 6th floor, he must first say hello to Torresta and wait for Torresta's consent. Master Leeway, why do you want to see the Tower Master? If it's a small matter, you can come to me and don't bother the Tower Master. Martin greeted Levi and took the initiative to show his kindness. Leeway responded with a smile. I have something to ask the teacher about in terms of cultivation. Thank you, Master Martin. I will definitely ask you for advice when I have the opportunity in the future. Martin smiled and said, although my attainments in magic are far inferior to those of the Tower Master, the Tower Master is a spiritual mage and may not be very good at the elemental system. If there is anything you don't understand when practicing elemental spells, you can come to me to discuss it with us. Definitely next time. Master Martin. Master Comas. I'll leave first if I have something else to do, Levi said. The two nodded. And Martin said, then you go and do your work first. After Levi left, Comas looked at Martin and asked, is he the Tower Master's new disciple? Martin was a little surprised. You haven't seen him? Comas said. It's the first time I've met. Then how does he know you? Oh, by the way, he has attended a mage exchange meeting before, Martin said. When Comas heard this, he showed his original expression. That may be because he saw me at the mage exchange meeting before. At the mage exchange meeting, he had been staying with a group of 3rd-level mages to discuss spells and exchange practice experiences. Naturally, I have never come into contact with Levi. If it weren't for Leeway being a disciple of Torresta, to a 3rd-level mage, a 1st-level mage is not even noticeable. No need to pay much attention. Leeway left the Mage Tower, and Qianjia took him towards the city. He looked strange. Evelyn also came to Maple Leaf City? He looked around and found that there seemed to be a lot more people in Maple Leaf City, since he had not been out for half a month. What's going on? What happened? Why are there so many people? Levi felt a little strange. Following the paper crane, Leeway came to a small courtyard in the west of the city. Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? 2 female swordsmen stopped Leeway at the entrance of the small courtyard. Levi saw the Feihua City logo on the 2 of them and said, my name is Levi, and I'm here to visit Mrs. Rose. The female swordsmen heard this and looked at each other. One person said, I'll go talk to the commander. The swordswoman turned and entered the courtyard. After a while, a swordsman wearing armor came out. I am Mrs. Rose's flying flower sword attendant Sakura. Please come with me. Sakura led Levi towards the yard. Levi saw Evelyn in the yard, wearing a purple mink coat. There were only 3 people left in the yard. Sakura stood aside and stared at Levi to prevent him from causing harm to Mrs. Rose. A paper crane stood on Evelyn's finger. 1,000 paper cranes had already entered the courtyard ahead of Leeway. Leeway Gang wanted to speak. Evelyn said, I know your reason for coming. Levi said, then please ask Mrs. Rose for help. Evelyn said, it's easy for me to help you. You can help me find the crystal flower hidden in the Mage Tower. Levi showed surprise, and soon he realized it. He asked, what is the crystal flower? Seeing Levi's reaction, Evelyn gave him a meaningful look. She turned her right hand over, and a pink crystal flower appeared in her palm. This is the crystal flower. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly. Exactly the same as the 2 crystal flowers he got. He thought for a moment and asked, what business does Mrs. Rose have in Maple Leaf City? Evelyn said, some time ago, Ellis told me that crystal flowers appeared in Maple Leaf City. Ellis? Levi showed doubts. Evelyn said, he is also a descendant of 100 Flowers. She continued, after my investigation, I found that the crystal flower is now in the Mage Tower. My status prevents me from entering the Mage Tower to find crystal flowers. So I need your help. You help me find the crystal flower, and I will introduce you to Traska. Leeway felt extremely weird. The crystal flower is in his hand. He still wants to find it. Levi thought for a moment and asked, why are you looking for crystal flowers? Evelyn said, the city lord has been missing for a long time, and there is no news about the other 200 Flowers family members. The crystal flowers in Maple Leaf City are probably related to the city lord and 2 other people. Leeway understood that she just wanted to take the opportunity to find the old city lord and her companions. There is no intention to harm the crystal flower holder. Levi looked at Evelyn. thought for a long time, and made a decision. Torresta knew Evelyn. So Evelyn also knew that she was Torresta's disciple. At least, there is no need to worry about life safety. Li Wei showed his cards, took out a crystal flower, and said, "The crystal flower is in my hand." Evelyn looked surprised, but not too surprised. When she saw Levi's unusual reaction, she already had a vague suspicion. The reason why I explained so much to Li Wei was to tell him that taking out the crystal flower would not hurt him. Another crystal flower appeared in Li Wei's left hand. Look at the two crystal flowers in his hands. This time, Evelyn was really shocked. Even though she was prepared, she didn't expect that the two crystal flowers belonging to the other two people were in Li Wei's hands. What happened to them? Evelyn couldn't help but ask. Chapter 167, Revealing Identity. What happened to them? Faced with Evelyn's question, Levi could not answer, although he knew what Evelyn meant by asking. But he didn't know the answer. Levi said honestly, "These two crystal flowers were sent to me by others." Evelyn quickly asked, "Who sent it to you?" Levi shook his head and said, "I don't know. The sender did not write his name, and there was no return address." Hearing this, Evelyn said, "Can you show me the letter?" Levi thought for a moment, then took out 2 letters from the space ring and handed them to her. There's no important information anyway. After owning 2 space rings, the storage space is large enough. Levi likes to put everything into the space ring and carry it with him. This also makes it easier to run away at any time. After Evelyn read the letter, her eyebrows narrowed, and she waved it casually. A large amount of pollen fell in the air, and the pollen fell on the letter paper. A few words appeared on the paper. "Poison Dragon Cave." Levi read it out. He was a little surprised, but he didn't expect there was news hidden in the letter. Call. A gust of wind blew by. The pollen on the letter paper was blown away, and the writing disappeared. Very magical. Both letters contained the same information. Evelyn returned the letter to Levi. Li Wei put it away and asked, "Where is the Poison Dragon Cave?" "It's a very dangerous place," Evelyn said. "I'm also a little curious. Why does a letter point to the Poison Dragon Cave? Even the Archmage may be in danger if he goes to that kind of place. No matter what, I have to go to the Poison Dragon Cave. This is the only clue to find the City Lord." Levi asked, "When will you leave?" Evelyn glanced at him, calmed down, and said, "There is no rush for now. Going to the Poison Dragon Cave requires careful preparation. Otherwise it will be easy to go without returning. I'll take you to Troska first." Levi smiled and said, "That's good." Evelyn looked at Sakura and said, "You stay here." "Yes." Sakura nodded in response. Evelyn looked at Levi and asked, "Can you fly?" Levi replied without thinking, "No." Evelyn reached out and pointed, and a vine stretched out from behind and wrapped around Levi's waist. The next second, she flew into the sky with Levi. Levi looked at her and asked in surprise, "What kind of spell are you doing?" Evelyn said, "This is not a spell. It is an ability gained after becoming a descendant of 100 Flowers." Levi thought of the legend Lana told him. He asked in surprise, "Can you really obtain the power of the flower god?" Evelyn looked at him in surprise and said, "It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's hard to tell. The so-called flower god is not the kind of god that people know. She's special." Levi nodded, indicating that he understood, although I don't quite understand it. Anyway, he knew one thing. That is, the god of flowers was not a real god. A real god would not be so cold. There are countless believers building temples to worship them all. It doesn't look like Feihua City. When the city lord changed, even the god of flowers no longer recognized him. Kira also wants to get the power of the flower god. Unfortunately, he failed to get the secret from the former city lord. Soon, Evelyn brought Levi to the Professionals Association. "Master Troska here?" Levi was a little disappointed. He thought Troska was hiding somewhere. It turned out that he was staying at the Professionals Association. So did Evelyn need help in finding this? The two of them landed at the door of the Professionals Association. Seeing this, the people around him dispersed and made way for them. It's not just ordinary people who can fly. Even among professionals, he is definitely a strong one. Evelyn led Levi towards the Professionals Association and directly towards the backyard. "Sorry, entry is not allowed here." The guard stopped the 2 men. Evelyn pulled out a card and showed it to the guard. The guard took one look, quickly stepped away, and opened the door for the 2 of them. "Please come in." Only then did Levi know the reason why Torresta asked him to come to Evelyn. He looked at the card in Evelyn's hand curiously. Seeing this, Evelyn gave him a look and explained. This is a gold membership card issued by the Professionals Association. It is held only by a small number of people who have made significant contributions to the Professional Association. Oh, I've heard of it. Levi remembered. That seems to be the case. The Professionals Association issues membership cards to extraordinary professionals who have made outstanding contributions. Membership card holders can enjoy many benefits in the Professional Association. From low to high, Black membership card, Silver membership card, Gold membership card, Platinum membership card, Diamond membership card, and Star membership card. The more advanced the membership card, the higher the treatment you will enjoy in the Professional Association. Brad worked in Maple Leaf City for 7 or 8 years and completed hundreds of commission tasks. I just got a Black Iron membership card. There are very few people in Maple Leaf City who have obtained a Silver membership card. Li Wei didn't take over many tasks entrusted by the Professionals Association, so it was naturally impossible to get a membership card. The two walked into the backyard. This is Levi's first time here. He looked surprised when he saw the scene in the backyard. This is no less than a small town. The threshold for coming here is someone with a membership card. At least it's a Black Iron membership card. Evelyn can bring Levi in only if she holds a Gold membership card. The Gold membership card can only bring one person in. Evelyn seemed familiar with this place. She took Levi to the blacksmith shop, where Willie was enchanting his magical armor. Sensing someone coming, he said without raising his head. Sorry, we're closed today, Evelyn said calmly. I'm looking for Troska. When Willie heard this, he quickly looked up. Aunt, why are you here? Levi looked surprised. What? Did you call her aunt? Willie looked at Levi and was in a daze for a moment. Remembering who he was, he pointed at Levi in shock. You are not. Ahem. Levi coughed and interrupted him. We'll talk later. I'm coming to see your father today. Evelyn glanced at Levi and Willie and saw that there was a secret between them. But no further inquiries were made. Levi, on the other hand, was very surprised by the relationship between Evelyn and Troska. Are you Troska's sister? Levi asked in surprise. Troska walked out, looked at Evelyn and shouted, Sister, why are you here? Levi's jaw dropped. He looked back and forth between Troska and Evelyn. Everyone is going to be stupid. No. Are you her brother? Levi was extremely shocked. Troska looks much older than Evelyn, and is actually Evelyn's younger brother. Evelyn said. He asked you to help him build equipment. Troska looked at Levi. His eyes moved slightly, thinking of something. He smiled and said, Of course you can. But the forging cost must not be small. Excuse me. What do you want to build? Li Wei took out the manufacturing diagram of the Origin Heart necklace and said, Is it okay to build this? Troska picked up the manufacturing diagram and looked at it for a while. He looked up at Levi and said, Okay. What about using this? Li Wei took out the fire spirit bead. Troska and Evelyn's eyes narrowed, and they all looked at him in shock. Who are you? Willie's eyes showed that it was indeed the case. Chapter 168 The Huge Improvement in the State of Perfection. Troska and Evelyn both looked at Levi in shock. When Levi saw Willie, he knew that there was no way to hide his identity. After much thought, he decided to show his cards directly. Anyway, Toresta has his back. Levi nodded and said, Well, I am Kai. Willie smiled and said, I knew it was you. Troska looked at him in surprise, patted his head and said, You didn't say such an important thing earlier. Willie covered his head and said with a wry smile, I just know that he is an armored man, but I don't know him. Evelyn put away her shocked look and looked at Levi with a smile. No wonder he followed you to Feihua City. She thought for a while and said to Troska, His name is Levi, and he is a disciple of Toresta. Hearing this, Troska's eyes trembled. He nodded and said, I understand. Levi said, Please help me keep this secret. Evelyn smiled. Don't worry. We are all our own people here. Troska lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at Levi and said, I can help you make the Origin Heart necklace for free, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. I was hoping you could help me with something. Levi was a little surprised and asked, What's the matter? If it's something simple, he'll help. He knew how costly it would be to ask Troska to take action. It cost several hundred gold coins to build a first-level magical armor. It is undoubtedly much more difficult to use fire spirit beads to create a source heart necklace. It is normal for the forging cost to be in the thousands. I want you to help me embody a person, Troska said. Evelyn sighed after hearing this. People cannot be resurrected. Why are you still thinking about this? Troska looked at her and said, I know. But I miss her so much. Levi seemed to understand something when he heard the conversation between the two. I may not be able to do what you ask, he said. Troska said, It doesn't matter. I can wait until you can do it. If you can help me ask your master to take action, I will be very grateful. He didn't expect Levi to do it either. From the beginning, he wanted to ask Toresta for help. Levi nodded and said, Then I'll try my best. He didn't really want to bother Toresta with this. After all, this is his own business. Helping Troska materialize his dead lover is difficult to do with Levi's current abilities. However, he had other ideas. For example, the great sleepwalking technique. Troska simply wanted to see her lover again. The same goes for helping him realize his wish in his dream. Troska accepted the fire spirit bead, observed it for a moment, and then said, If you want to use the fire spirit bead to replace the elemental crystal core, the mithril used must reach at least 400 grams. Otherwise, it will not be able to carry too much magical power. After hearing this, Li Wei handed him all the mithril in his hand. This is all my mithril. You use it first. If it's not enough, I'll think of a way. Troska waited and said, It should be enough. As for other materials, I will find a way to get them together. Levi said. Troska said, I have other materials here, and will sell them to you at cost price. I'll get it in about 3 days, and then I'll pay the material fee. Levi nodded quickly and said, Thank you, Master. Troska reminded, Don't forget what you promised me. Okay, I will try my best, Levi said. Troska seemed to be in a bad mood after mentioning her lost lover. Willie takes his place and sends Levi and Evelyn out the door. Auntie, walk slowly. Evelyn glanced at him and said, Okay, go back. Whaley turned and left. Levi and Evelyn were walking on the road. Evelyn said softly, I didn't expect that person to be you. It's really surprising. She glanced at Levi and said, Toresta chose you as his disciple. I thought you were good at spiritual spells, but I didn't expect you to be an elemental mage. Evelyn had a vague guess in her mind. She asked, Have your elements awakened? Levi thought for a moment, nodded and said, Yes. This cannot be concealed at all. Anyone who knows that he is an armored man can guess that he has extraordinary characteristics on the elemental side. Evelyn raised the corners of her mouth and smiled slightly. It seems that he has really found an incredible disciple. Reaching the end of the street, Levi said, Thank you, Mrs. Rose, for your help. Evelyn said, It's nothing. We are just trading. You also brought what I wanted. Evelyn was not talking about crystal flowers. She did not take away the crystal flower in Levi's hand. After seeing it, she left the crystal flower in Levi's hand and did not take it away. In her opinion, since the city lord handed the crystal flowers to Li Wei, the 2 crystal flowers belong to him. The crystal flower is more than just a symbol. Behind it lies the power belonging to the flower god. However, Levi has not touched it yet. Levi and Evelyn said goodbye and returned to the mage tower. At night, Li Wei practiced in his dream. Fireball, first level perfection, 0/10,000. Cultivate the fireball technique to the first level of perfection. For a moment, there seemed to be a big explosion in Levi's mind. A lot of knowledge came to mind. In a daze, he seemed to have a glimpse of the true meaning of magic. It took a long time for Levi to come back to his senses. He looked strange. Could this be a one-touch Baidu? After practicing the fireball technique to perfection, a large amount of information related to first-level fire spells flooded into Levi's mind. There is also spell information that does not belong to the fireball spell. He has mastered almost all first-level fire spells. Within the scope of first-level fire spells, he can cast them at will, create them at will, and transform them at will. Levi raised his hand and slapped it with his palm. A fire shock wave flew out. This is a first-level fire spell, Fire Blast. With a wave of his hand, the ground ignited into flames. This is the first-level fire spell, Burning Fire. Levi opened his mouth and exhaled. Call! A flame burst out. This is the first-level fire spell, Fire Breathing. He had never learned these spells before. However, when he practiced the fireball technique to perfection, his mind naturally deduced the spell model of the related spell. It's just instinct. There is quite a sense of ease and ease at your fingertips. After Levi thought for a moment, he probably understood the reason. When I deduced the fireball technique, I had exhausted all my knowledge of first-level fire spells. It's just that this knowledge has not been connected together before. When the fireball technique is perfected, the knowledge in the mind will naturally connect. It's like learning a lot of formulas, but not knowing how to use them at first. Until one day, I suddenly realized it. Understand how to use these formulas to solve problems. The process of deduction is the process of practicing the questions and becoming familiar with the formulas over and over again. Finally, even if you encounter a question you have never seen before, you can easily use formulas to answer the question. Chapter 169. The explosion range is greater than the attack range. Fireball, first level perfection, 0/10,000. Levi looked at the handwriting that appeared in front of him. Thoughtful. Once the spell is cultivated to the perfect level, it will become infinite later. It means that the spell has reached its limit and cannot be improved further. The deduction is different. The magic of deduction never ends. The perfect continuation of the first level spell is the second level spell. If you have experience in practicing second level fire spells, you can quickly jump through this step of deduction. It's like deducing the original 0 level to the first level. Leeway integrated his first level fireball training experience and transformed the 0 level small fireball into a first level fireball in one night. With a foundation, it will be much easier to deduce the next stage of spells. Levi was also prepared. Explosive Fireball, Level 2 Mastery, 1687/2000. Some time ago, he spent some time doing Liver Burst Fireball. As long as you master the Exploding Fireball spell to a minor level, you can gain some insights into the principles of the spell. At that time, you can use this part of your understanding to quickly advance the Fireball technique to the second level. If you directly deduce it, the time required is no less than creating a new second level spell. Levi calmed down and started the Liver Bursting Fireball technique. The night passed. Explosive Fireball, Level 2 Mastery, 1945/2000. During the day, Levi spent some time meditating and practicing his magic. He never stopped for a moment in cultivating his magic power. Even when he was smelting mithril metal, he still found time to complete his daily mana training. After all, mana is the cornerstone of the mage. If there is no magic power, everything is a castle in the air. At noon, the Bursting Fireball technique is upgraded. Explosive Fireball, second level minor, 0/4000. Many of the construction principles of the Explosive Fireball spell model came to mind in Levi's mind. Everything that I couldn't figure out before is now understandable. It's another thing to see and understand. Only when he reaches the Deshang level can Levi master the spell model. After practicing to the perfection level, he even understands this spell better than the creator of the spell model. However, his focus is not on the Explosive Fireball technique. Therefore, after practicing the Explosive Fireball technique to a minor level, Levi did not continue to practice it. Integrate his cultivation insights into the Fireball technique and quickly deduce the spell model structure of the second level Fireball technique. It took Levi an afternoon to complete the basic structure of the second level Fireball spell model. Compared with the first level Fireball technique, the second level Fireball technique is several times more powerful. The explosion range, flight speed, attack distance, and stability have also been greatly improved. Levi has advanced the first level Fireball technique to perfection. The spell model only has 36 mana circuits. The preliminary derivation of the second level Fireball spell's mana circuits reaches 54. There seem to be only 18 more spell circuits. But the difficulty of casting spells has increased exponentially. The 36 first level spells with mana circuits are also very exaggerated. The mana circuits of most first level spells are within 20. There are only 42 mana circuits for the Bursting Fireball technique. At night, Levi tested the power of the second level Fireball technique in his dream. No charge. The fireball condensed by normal casting is the size of a wash basin. Appears orange-red. In the past, only fireballs that had been initially charged and compressed would appear orange-red. Levi threw the fireball. The fireball flew into the air, drew an arc, and landed more than 200 meters away. Boom! There was a loud bang. And a few seconds later, a strong wind swept past, making Levi's clothes rustle. When the dust dispersed, a large crater with a diameter of 20 meters appeared on the ground. Levi smiled. Thinking back to that time, Master L used the fire snake technique to blast out a pit several meters in diameter. He was shocked. Now, when he casually fires the fireball technique, its power far exceeds that of the fire snake technique. In terms of pure power, the second level fireball spell is already comparable to the third level spell. After all, Levi's extraordinary characteristics of the fire elemental body have the effect of +1 to the power of fire spells. Second level fire spells can exert the power of third level fire spells in his hands. Even an entry level third level fire spell is far more powerful than a second level fire spell. The cost of the second level fireball spell is 3 times that of the first level fireball spell. With Levi's current mana, he can release it up to 4 times. But it is much stronger than before the breakthrough. In the past, he had to exhaust all his mana to condense such a powerful fireball. What's more, this is still a second level fireball technique without any charge. Levi tried to build up his strength. The fireball expanded rapidly in front of him, and its diameter exceeded 3 meters in the blink of an eye. The flames burned blazingly, emitting extremely hot light. Just looking at the fireball, Levi felt a little frightened. This fireball contained 3 times his own mana. Levi tried to compress the fireball, but in the end, he could only compress it to 1 meter. The color of the fireball changes from orange to yellow. Yellow fireball. At first glance, it reminds people of the sun in the sky. Levi shoots yellow fireballs. After the charged fireball flew more than 100 meters, it exploded in midair with a bang. The accumulated power is excessive and controllability decreases. Attack range is slightly reduced. After the yellow fireball exploded, the yellow flame ball spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the diameter exceeded 50 meters. The flames consume all objects within 50 meters. Looking from a distance, it looks like a small yellow sun appears on the ground. After a while, the fire dissipated. An extremely powerful shock wave spread out. Hoo ho ho! All the sediment on the ground was blown away, like a sandstorm erupting. Standing more than 100 meters away, Levi could still feel the huge impact. Unprepared, I ate a mouthful of sand. The shock wave lasts for several seconds. When the dust settled, Levi saw a huge explosion circle on the ground. The spread range of the shock wave exceeds 100 meters. All the soil within 100 meters was lifted up. Dozens of meters from the center of the explosion were scorched black. The fireball exploded in midair, but did not create much of a crater on the ground. But because of the explosion in the air, the attack range of the explosion shock wave is also much larger. Under normal circumstances, the explosion shock wave should not reach 100 meters. This is probably comparable to a 4th level spell, Levi muttered. Alan casts the 4th level spell Sandstorm Tornado, and the attack range is larger than this. But that's because his Sandstorm Tornado is a continuous 4th level spell. Single target damage may not be that powerful. Levi frowned and thought. The explosion range is so large, indicating that the power is somewhat spread, and the damage may not be enough to deal with a single enemy. He hoped that the power of the fireball technique could be more concentrated, even if it means sacrificing some attack range. Mainly, the attack range of charged fireball is now too large. It makes him, a spellcaster, feel a bit hard to bear. After all, the attack distance of the charged fireball book is only over 100 meters. If the range were wider, he would have been hit. This is not impossible. Nowadays, the second level fireball technique has just been deduced and taken shape. After subsequent improvements, it will be more powerful, and the explosion range will be larger. Fireball, second level minor, 12/10,000. Chapter 170 The Ultimate Magic Equipment. It had been 3 days since I saw Troska. Li Wei ended his morning practice. He took a look at the training results. Crystal Meditation, second level, for 22/10,000. Fireball, second level minor, 124/10,000. Invisible Armor, first level master, 8456/10,000. Object Control, first level minor, 7555/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, first level, 1560/10,000. Transfiguration, first level, 3000/10,000. Basic Alchemy, first level, 1750/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, first level mastery, 60/2000. Ice Arrow, level 0, for 20/8000. Rock Breathing Technique Mastery, 866/2000. Explosive Flame Technique, level 3, 18/1000. The progress of cultivation is in an orderly manner. The Fireball Technique has been deduced to the second level. Levi began to deduce the Invisible Armor spell and Object Control spell. After the Fireball Technique reaches perfection, he determined that he would only need to deduce the remaining 2 spells to the perfect level. You can combine 3 spells to deduce a brand new flying spell. a flight spell unique to him. When the time comes, he can fight whenever he wants and run away whenever he wants. The rocket accelerates, and no one can catch up. Before that, he had to go to Torresta to get the Origin Heart Necklace. Levi came to the Professionals Association. Without Evelyn leading him, he was stopped by guards. After passing the message, Willie came out. He took Troska's platinum membership card before bringing Levi in. Levi glanced at the membership card in Willie's hand and said in surprise, "Is this yours?" Willie shook his head and said, "No, this is my father's. He has helped many extraordinary professionals in the Professionals Association build equipment. Many Professional Association branch presidents begged my father to build equipment in order to make it easier to see my father." The Professionals Association gave him a platinum membership card. Levi was a little strange. The president of the Professionals Association asked your father to build equipment. Why would he go to the Mage Exchange meeting to set up a stall? Willie glanced at him and said, "How can making equipment be as simple as you think? The equipment that those big shots want to forge is not ordinary. Even my father can't say that it can be 100% forged. What kind of equipment are they building at the stall? They are just small items built casually to make a little money." He shook his head and said, "Last time, if I hadn't gone to the Young Mage Exchange competition, my father might not have gone." To put it bluntly, Troska accompanied him last time. It's not like I took the initiative to set up a stall at all. Levi nodded to express his understanding. He also understood some of Troska's ideas. It only took 3 days to help create the Origin Heart Necklace. The equipment those big men want to build is definitely not simple either. Even if Troska had the ability, he would not help build it easily. It takes a lot of hard work. Unless the client can come up with something that makes him excited. It's certainly not money. Troska was initially willing to help Levi make the Origin Heart Necklace because Evelyn recommended it. It's hard for him to say no. Later, I heard that Li Wei was a disciple of Torresta. Only if you ask for help from him will he take the initiative to waive the building fee. Otherwise, even if you spend thousands of gold coins, you may not be able to persuade him. Come to Troska's exclusive blacksmith shop. Whaley took him into the blacksmith shop. Troska was sitting inside. When he saw Levi coming, he stood up with a haggard look on his face. Li Wei asked in surprise, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Troska smiled bitterly. The forging process is more difficult than imagined. It is a bit difficult to replace elemental crystal cores with fire spirit beads. But fortunately it was successful. This is undoubtedly a top-notch magical equipment. Troska lifted a red cloth, and there was a necklace on the table. Source Heart Necklace. The fire spirit bead is embedded in the mithril necklace. The necklace is covered with extremely fine magic patterns, and each magic pattern is designed to guide the power within the fire spirit orb. Troska said, "The mithril you gave is not enough. This necklace consumes a total of 500 grams of mithril. In addition, 150 grams of source gold, 3 portions of glazed fire liquid, 7 primary magic crystals, and 5 magic pattern microcarving alchemy arrays were consumed." Li Wei's scalp felt numb when he heard it, and he quickly asked, "Master, just tell me how much it costs." Troska said, "The cost of the materials is 1,200 gold coins in total." Levi felt a little helpless in his heart. He also understood that if he went to buy these materials, he would not be able to buy them without 2,000 gold coins. Troska was given to him very cheaply. Levi took out 500 gold coins and gave them to Troska. This was the money he got in exchange for disposing of some of the materials in the space ring. It was also all the gold coins he had on him. "Master, I will give you 500 gold coins first, and I will give you the remaining 700 gold coins after a while. Or, I can bring some materials as payment." Levi's heart moved and he said. Troska nodded and said, "Okay." Levi took out the lava core left behind after the lava giant died. The lava core is the same as the magic core of Warcraft and the elemental crystal core of Elemental Elves. It's just that its versatility is not as good as magic core and elemental crystal core. The value is even higher for those who need it. Troska glanced at it and guessed he would take it out. He said, "The lava core of a 3rd-level advanced lava giant is worth 350 gold coins." Levi nodded and took out all the unnecessary magic materials from his pocket. At this time, I am no longer afraid of being exposed. After clearing out most of the ring, I finally paid off the debt. Levi breathed a sigh of relief and took out the Origin necklace. I originally thought that a necklace that took so much material to create would be very heavy. After picking it up, I found that it was surprisingly light. Troska said, considering that too many materials were used and the necklace was too heavy. I engraved additional light feather runes on it to reduce the weight. Levi nodded. Thank you, Master. Troska looked at Levi and asked, when will you complete what you promised me? Levi said, I want to know one thing. Do you want to see her again? Or do you want to keep her by your side? Troska was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Levi said, if you want to see her again, I can find a way for you to go back to the past. Reunite with her. And see the real her in your memory. If you want to keep her by your side, then I can only manifest a doll that looks like her. Troska lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then understood. He raised his head and looked at Levi and said, can you really let me see her? It depends on how much you miss her. Levi said. Troska asked, psychic spells? Levi smiled and said, it can be said that you can also understand it as my extraordinary characteristic ability. He tried to disguise the great sleepwalking spell as a supernatural attribute. I want to see the real her, Troska said firmly. No problem. Come to the Mage Tower tomorrow night. Levi said. Can't you do it today? Troska asked eagerly. Levi looked at him and said, your current condition is a bit bad. And I also need time to prepare. Troska nodded. Okay. In fact, Levi was busy testing the effect of the Origin Heart Necklace today and had no time to help him fall asleep. Chapter 171 Fireball Gatling. Levi returns to the Mage Tower. Troska told him before leaving. The Origin Heart Necklace inlaid with Fire Spirit beads is a third-level top-grade magic equipment. If you use elemental crystals to create it, you can only create magic equipment of good or excellent quality. As for the equipment level, it is related to the level of the elemental crystal. Magic equipment levels range from level 1 to level 9. The quality of equipment is from low to high, ordinary, average, good, excellent, fine, and top quality. Levi's invisibility cloak grade is first level good. It's pretty good equipment. As for the advanced magic equipment that mages often talk about, it refers to magic equipment of level 4 or above. The 4th level magic equipment has a qualitative change compared to the 3rd level magic equipment. According to Troska, the mana recovery speed of the top grade Origin Heart Necklace is 2 times that of fine grade, 4 times that of excellent grade, and 8 times that of good grade. Using a good quality Origin Heart Necklace, it took Levi 80 minutes to regain full mana. It only takes 10 minutes to use the top quality Origin Heart Necklace. The top quality Origin Heart Necklace also has a special function that automatically restores energy. The Origin Necklace will automatically absorb the magic elements in the air and recharge it fully. This is a special ability that other levels of Origin Heart Necklaces do not possess. This is also related to the Fire Ling Zhu. This saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, after using the Origin Heart Necklace, Levi would take the initiative to charge it. Much more convenient. The best magic equipment. Truly worthy of the name. Levi found the Magic Housekeeper and applied for a large-scale magic training ground. He didn't want to blow up the magic training ground in the Mage Tower. Magic Butler. Large-scale spell training field. The usage fee is 5 contribution/day. After deducting 5 contribution points, Levi only has 3 contribution points left. This month's welfare contribution is almost spent, but it's still good value for money. Levi entered the golden door and was transported into an independent space. In this space, he can cast any spell at will without worrying about causing damage to the Mage Tower. Unless, his spell can destroy space. Levi casts the 2nd level Fireball technique. Try it first. He hasn't used it in real life yet. The power of the 2nd level Fireball technique was too great, and he only dared to test its power in the dream world. But it was a dream after all. Boom! The power of the 2nd level Fireball technique is astonishing. The power of the explosion did not spread, and the shockwave did not affect Levi. The formation within the training space absorbed all damage. Levi smiled when he saw this. This way you can experiment with confidence. He first absorbed the power in the Origin Heart Necklace to recover the consumed mana. The mana regeneration process went very smoothly. In 3 minutes, Levi's mana was fully restored. Even if his mana is exhausted, with the Origin Heart Necklace in hand, he can regain his full mana in just 12 minutes. If it is just a high-quality Yuan-Chi necklace, this time will be doubled. Practicality is greatly reduced. After the Fire Spirit bead was made into the Origin Heart Necklace, Levi felt that it was much easier to absorb the power in the Fire Spirit bead. The magic pattern on the Mithril necklace automatically converts the energy in the fire orb into mana. Levi doesn't need to transform it anymore. He can just absorb it directly. He attempts to cast a charged fireball. After half of the mana is consumed, while absorbing the energy of the Origin Heart Necklace to restore his mana, he slowly accumulated energy to increase the power of the fireball, control the charging speed, and maintain the balance of input and output. 50 minutes later, Levi created a charged fireball with 3 times the mana in reality. He looked at the fireball in front of him and didn't dare to throw it. It's over. What to do with this fireball? If allowed to explode, the power can fill the entire training space. The terrifying power of a 4th level spell is comparable to that even 15 layers of invisible armor may not be able to block it. What's more, in a small space, the power of the explosion will increase exponentially. Levi was busy testing the Origin Heart Necklace and forgot about it. Helpless, he had no choice but to separate the power in the fireball bit by bit, split it into smaller fireballs, and release the power. After splitting several times, something suddenly moved in his heart. Not as good as... He controlled the fireball carefully. After a while, small fireballs flew out of the fireball. Hoo ho ho! The rate of fire is accelerated. 5 shots in a row. Become a fireball gatling. Duh. With 3 times the mana, Levi shot for several minutes before exhausting the power within the fireball. The number of small fireballs shot was as many as 400 to 500. The rate of fire is nearly 100 small fireballs per minute. For mages in this world, this rate of fire is already astonishing. Levi alone can suppress the firepower output of a mage teaching group. When he normally performs a series of small fireballs, he is not so fast. The main reason why it can be so fast is that it can fire from a single tube to 5 bursts. The rate of fire is naturally increased. Levi felt the remaining energy in the Yuan-Shin necklace. Little change in energy was found. The energy contained in the fire spirit bead is simply terrifying. If an elemental crystal is used as the core of the Origin Heart Necklace, it will probably run out of energy after being used a few times at most. Levi felt grateful for the decision he had made earlier. If the Fire Spirit Pearl is not used to make the Origin Heart Necklace, it can be retained as a training resource. Absorbing the energy in the Fire Spirit beads for cultivation will make your cultivation faster. However, magic potions can replace the Fire Spirit Orbs. There is no need to keep the Fire Spirit Pearl. The Source Heart Necklace is more important. Early the next morning. Invisible Armor Technique, 1st level perfection, 0/10,000. The Invisible Armor spell has reached perfection. The number of stacked layers reaches 18. Levi's defense further improved. The ability to control invisible armor has also been greatly improved. Some of the possibilities that Livy had imagined can also be tried to deduce. He has already realized the preliminary rocket acceleration ability in his dream. However, if you want to integrate it with the object control technique, you still need to practice the object control technique to a perfect level. In the afternoon, Troska found Levi. Levi has already decorated the room. Draw the curtains and light a candle in the dim room, plus surrounding decorations of unknown meaning. It looks quite presentable. At least, you have to pretend to be something like it. Troska was still a little nervous and said, "Can you really let me see Mina?" Levi asked him to lie down on the recliner and said, "Don't worry. It will definitely work. Lie down first. Relax, and I'll hypnotize you." Hearing this, Troska laid down peacefully on the chair. Levi lit a stick of incense and placed it on the table next to Troska. Smelling the faint fragrance of the incense, Troska felt sleepy. "Relax and don't resist." After hearing Levi's words, Troska relaxed her body and gradually fell asleep. Wait for Troska to fall asleep and make a steady sound. Levi quickly put out the incense. Open the window to disperse the smoke in the room. "If I had the sleep spell, I wouldn't have to go to such trouble." Levi looked at Shadow Attendant and said, "Protect me." After saying that, he sat on the chair and fell asleep. Use the great sleepwalking technique to sneak into the dream world. Levi walks out of the safe house and sees Troska's dream bubble. Chapter 172 Predictive Dream. Levi finds Troska's dream bubble. Enter it carefully. The stronger the person, the easier it is to detect abnormalities in dreams. Although Troska is only a blacksmith, he is still a 5th level transcendent. It is not a combat profession, but it does not lack the acumen of a transcendent. There was chaos in the dream bubble. Troska's dream has not yet begun. The dream bubble has just taken shape and may burst at any time. Levi captures fleeting images within dream bubbles. After collecting enough information, Troska's dream was improved bit by bit. It was a bit difficult, but fortunately, he had tried it before. It's quite easy to do. It's just a little more complicated. Gradually, The chaotic dream became brighter. A garden appeared in a dream. Troska's figure slowly emerged and gradually solidified. He looked at the familiar scenes around him, and more thoughts came to his mind. The number of dream messages Levi received increased dramatically. The garden is also being improved bit by bit, until Levi finally saw the Mina that Troska missed in her heart. He created the image of Mina. Troska felt something, turned around, and saw Mina standing in the garden, and was shocked. Immediately afterwards, the entire dream bubble was out of control, and quickly and automatically perfected. Levi stopped what he was doing and watched Troska's autonomous subconscious supplement and complete the dream. As Troska's subconscious perfects the dream, he goes back to that day many years ago. Mina, who was originally just a shadow, has become the beautiful woman in her memory. At this point, the structure of the dream is no longer under Levi's control. Everything is controlled by Troska's subconscious. Levi acts as a guide to help Troska go back to the past in the dream and see the lost beauty. With a sudden movement of his mind, he used the great sleepwalking technique to wake up Troska, who was half asleep. Troska was alerted and regained consciousness. He looked at Mina in front of him. His eyes filled with tears. Mina said in a panic, "Troska, why are you crying?" "Mina, long time no see." Troska hugged Mina tightly. Mina's face was red and shy. "Troska, let me go." "No, I will never let you go again." Mina struggled for a moment, then wrapped her arms around Troska and hugged him tightly. The two felt each other's heartbeat. Levi retreated quietly. Leave the rest of the time to Troska. Everything in the dream is formed based on Troska's subconscious. The Mina in the dream is also the Mina in Troska's subconscious impression. All reactions stem from his subconscious knowledge. Troska and Mina kept talking from early morning to dusk, and from dusk until late at night. There seemed to be endless things to say between the two. Late into the night, Troska kept apologizing to Mina. Levi also learned the story of Mina and Troska from the conversation between the two. Troska was an outstanding and talented blacksmith in his youth. He and Mina fell in love for several years. Later, Troska went out to study in search of higher forging skills. "Make an appointment with Mina to be together when we get back." But when Troska went away to study for several years, he returned to his hometown after becoming famous, but got bad news. About a year after he left, Mina died accidentally when she was attacked by a monster when she went out. For a time, Troska felt extremely regretful. He kept thinking that if he had kept Mina, he would not have died. This became a knot in his heart. Even after 20 or 30 years, Troska still cannot untie the knot. Although he knew Willie's mother and was married to her. However, every night, I still think of Mina, whom I love deeply. Troska desperately hopes that one day she can go back in time and change this tragedy. Mina listened to Troska's apology, hugged his head, and wiped the tears from his eyes. She said gently, "It's okay. I have never hated you. If I die, I will still love you before I die." As Mina said, when she was discovered by the villagers, she was already seriously injured and dying. But she still missed Troska. Before she died, she was still mumbling Troska's name. It is precisely because of this that Troska has been unable to get out of her heart for decades. Troska looked at Mina and burst into laughter. "Mina, you are still so gentle. How I wish you could always stay with me and keep walking with me." Levi learns about what happened between Troska and Mina. Seeing that the dream bubble had stabilized, he left the dream, not wanting to disturb the passionate couple. Now, Levi's mental power range has reached 20 meters. The viewing area is greatly improved. He could see more dream bubbles. Standing on the long river of dreams, he observed the dream bubbles rising and falling in the long river of dreams. Suddenly, a bubble attracted his attention. "Is this the City Lord's mansion?" A bubble reflected the scene of the Maple Leaf City Lord's mansion. Levi's heart moved slightly. Use the great sleepwalking technique to sneak into it. I don't know whose dream bubble this is. The only thing that is certain is that the other party must be very familiar with the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, the City Lord's mansion in the dream would not be so real. Levi appeared in the corner of the City Lord's mansion, hiding in the darkness. There are patrolling guards everywhere in the City Lord's palace. It is also an important portal with extraordinary professionals as the City Lord's bodyguards. They all exist like puppets and background boards in dreams. However, if the dream owner's vigilance is triggered, these background boards will immediately turn into real combat power, can cause damage to dream invaders. Bang! The door suddenly opened, and a messenger on horseback ran quickly towards the city lord's palace holding a letter. As he ran, he shouted, "Good news! Good news! The city lord has become a marquis." The sound echoed throughout the city lord's palace. Along the way, all the guards and bodyguards did not respond. Only the messenger ran all the way into the depths of the city lord's palace and delivered the letter to the city lord. Levi heard Oates' laughter coming from the depths of the city lord's palace. "Ha ha ha! This is really great news! Come here! Reward him with 300 gold coins. You came to bring me such good news, and I will make you my Zwohuki from now on. I hope you can always bring me good news. Thank you, city lord, for the gift." When Levi heard this, he almost understood. He was speechless. The owner of the dream is the messenger. What is it about him that makes him so reserved in his dreams? How dare you only dream of being rewarded with 300 gold coins and becoming Zwohuchi? Are you dreaming? Just be bold. He became rich overnight and became the richest man in the country. If you don't even dare to dream, then when will you dare to dream? Chapter 173. The storm is coming. Levi opened the curtains and opened the windows for ventilation. The sunlight from the window came in and fell on Troska. The morning sunshine is particularly soft, just like the tenderness of the girl in Troska's heart. Troska seemed to still be recalling the dream. He didn't realize it was a dream. He thought he was hypnotized by Levi and returned to the past. Troska stood up and looked at Levi. Levi looked back at him. Their eyes meeting each other. Troska said sincerely, "Thank you." He's figured it out. In the past night in reality, he and Mina spent a day loving each other in their dreams. Confess to Mina and get Mina's persuasion. Troska decided to leave her regrets in the past and not carry them into tomorrow. As Mina said at the end, "Even if I'm not with you, you must live a good life." Mina once said this to him when he left his hometown to study. This time, Mina said it to him again before she passed away. Levi nodded and said, "Master, walk slowly. Send Troska out of the mage tower." Levi turned and returned. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure quickly moving away from the city. He was stunned for a moment, feeling a little impressed but also feeling unfamiliar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered, "This is the messenger I saw in the dream bubble last night." "You are in such a hurry to run. Are you?" Levi had some vague guesses in his mind. Often dreams reflect realistic desires. The greater the expectations in reality, the stronger the desires in dreams. He looked up at the sky and counted the time. 2 months have passed since Oates defeated the Orc Kingdom army and returned victorious. No matter how slow the imperial court of the human empire is, the results should come out by this time. So, Oates became a marquis? Levi walked slowly. Thinking slowly, he suddenly felt like a storm was coming. Thinking of the increasing number of outsiders in Maple Leaf City recently, Levi felt that this was a high possibility. Those people may have come to Maple Leaf City because they heard the news in advance. As for why they came to Maple Leaf City at this moment, there must be something important that cannot be missed when Oates announces the founding of the country. Otherwise, it would be a normal choice for a normal person to stay away from the place of right and wrong at this time. It's impossible for everyone to see the danger and move forward. If there is such a person, then there must be a treasure hidden in the danger. What will happen to the founding of the world? Li Wei went to the library to look for relevant information. I see. After searching for relevant information, he finally knew the reason why everyone gathered here. Divine right of kings. Although the human empire is huge, it is still generally under the control of the gods. Population is belief. Behind every kingdom, there is the shadow of the gods. If Oates wants to build a country, he must attach himself to a certain god. On the occasion of the founding of the country, an extremely grand ceremony to worship the gods will be held. Pray for blessings from the gods. As the host of the ritual, the king will undoubtedly receive blessings from the gods. Those who participate in the ritual of worshiping gods will also be blessed if they are favored by the gods. Become a favored one by God. Gain power from the gods. Oates became a marquis and was given the opportunity to build a nation under the laws of the human empire. However, only when he receives the blessing of the gods can the country be officially founded. The Maziel Kingdom is bound to find ways to destroy the Maple Leaf City's god sacrifice ceremony. This is the last chance. After the ceremony of sacrificing the god started, the Maziel Kingdom did not dare to continue the attack no matter how much it resisted. After all, offending Oates and offending the gods are two different concepts. When the sacrificial ceremony is over, it means that Oates becomes the leader of a country. At that time, It will be a war between the two kingdoms. In a short period of time, the Maciel kingdom had no chance to attack Oats again. After performing a ritual to worship the gods, Otzi will receive the attention of the gods. The period of concern lasts from months to years. This period of time is Oats' safe period. It is equivalent to the novice protection period of Jangwo. Plenty of time for Oats to develop. Therefore, stopping the ritual of sacrificing gods is the last chance of the Maciel kingdom. They will definitely try to find ways to stop it. And they will use all means. Levi sighed. It seems that Maple Leaf City is going to be in chaos. Sacrifice ceremony? Levi thought in his mind. The sacrificial ceremony that Oats is going to hold is a grand ceremony that involves the whole city. Those who worship are also righteous gods. The familiar name reminded Levi of the black cultists of the Ubius cult. The rituals of the black cultists are much simpler. Maple Leaf City not only has to face the suppression and destruction of the Maciel kingdom, you must also always be wary of evil cultists. After many evil believers learn that rituals to worship gods may be held, they will find ways to participate in them. Their goal is not to obtain blessings from the gods. Rather, they are evil gods who want to use rituals to communicate their beliefs. Cultists of evil gods secretly use rituals to communicate with evil gods. And it is not unheard of for evil gods to descend. Before the gods respond, no one knows which god the ritual is communicating with. Often by the time people discover that the person communicating is the evil god and not the righteous god, it is already too late. The power of the evil god has come to the world. By that time, the best result would be to pay a huge price to prevent the evil god from coming completely. The worst outcome is that the evil god comes and then slaughters the city and leaves. From then on he wandered in the world. After Li Wei knew these things, there was some hesitation in my heart. Do you want to leave Maple Leaf City first? After some time, Maple Leaf City will definitely become very dangerous. It's the fight between two countries again. And it's the evil cultists again. Neither party is easy to mess with. After thinking about it, Levi found that staying here would be the safest. At least he stayed in the Mage Tower. And he was covered by the Torres Tower. What's more, Torresta has already helped him apply for the opportunity to go to the Elemental Tower. Maybe he would have already gone to the Elemental Tower before the god sacrifice ceremony even started. The ceremony of worshipping gods also requires a long time to set up. It does not mean that it can be held if it is held. Just setting up the ceremony venue takes up to a month. This is still a smooth situation. Levi shook his head. I don't think about it that much. The more I think about it, the more irritated I become. We'll wait until things get to that point. At worst, we'll see that the situation is not good and we'll just leave. Now, he has the confidence to leave directly. When the new flying spell is deduced, he will be more confident. Think of the huge crisis that may arise in the future. Levi was even more eager to get faster and better flying spells. After helping Troska relieve her heart knot, Levi stayed in the Mage Tower day and night, blasting away spells. 5 days later, news came from the City Lord's palace. The Lord of Oats was officially canonized by the Empire and became a marquis. At the same time, the founding of the country was announced, and the country was named Beixian. The news that Oats wanted to establish the Beixian kingdom spread like wildfire. When the king of the Maciel kingdom heard this, he smashed his favorite wine glass in front of all the ministers. Otzi doesn't take us seriously enough. He must be stopped. Declaration of war. War must be declared. Chapter 174 The First Death. Boom. The army of the Maciel kingdom marched towards Maple Leaf City. The momentum is huge, and there is no hidden meaning at all. This is a conspiracy. The kingdom of Maciel forced Oats to give up the founding of the country. Otherwise, we will destroy Maple Leaf City with an army of 100,000 people. Oats is also already ready to face the war. When the Makir kingdom led its army to come, Aoun had already led tens of thousands of troops to garrison in Howling Fortress. Howling Fortress is the only way between the Maciel kingdom and Maple Leaf City. Apart from this road, there was no road suitable for large armies. Oats has been planning to build a country for a long time, and has already gained control of the Howling Fortress. After Orn's army arrived at Howling Fortress, they settled directly, relying on the Howling Wind Fortress. Orn was able to firmly keep out the 100,000 strong army of the Maciel kingdom. Upon seeing this, the Maciel kingdom had no choice but to find a way to send professionals to bypass the Howling Fortress and sneak into Maple Leaf City to wreak havoc, prevent the ceremony of worshipping gods from taking place. After Oats declared the founding of the country, Maple Leaf City began to be turbulent. All attention in the former kingdom of Makir was focused here. At this time, Li Wei ignored the changes in the outside world, still working hard to blast the liver spell. August 23rd. Dream World. Object Control, First Level Perfection, 0/10,000. It's finally complete. A lot of knowledge related to object control emerged in Levi's mind. Well, this is how slinging works. Everything is ready. After digesting the new insights in his mind, Levi naturally knew how to deduce a new flying spell. The object control technique is responsible for flying and levitating. The fireball technique is responsible for acceleration. And the invisible armor is responsible for withstanding the recoil of the explosion. With the invisible armor as the core, flight capabilities and acceleration capabilities are added to the invisible armor. Li Wei brainstormed and quickly found a feasible solution. The invisible armor also began to change its shape under his deduction. Well, is this even possible? Levi found an unexpected bonus. He originally wanted to transform the form of the invisible armor into a form similar to a jet port, focusing on explosive power. I unexpectedly discovered that the invisible armor can be assembled into a complete set by itself. In short, it is to condense a set of invisible armor that originally covered the whole body into a hand guard or leg guard. After compression, the defensive power of the single-layer invisible armor is greatly improved. The overall flexibility is greatly improved. Levi spent a little time shaping the 18 layers of invisible armor on his body into accessories. 18 accessories make up a complete, full coverage invisible armor. Suddenly I felt lighter and more flexible. When attacked, you can also control only part of the invisible armor to be exposed. And your stealth is also improved. Most importantly, the 18 accessories are interconnected and can spread damage. Invisible armor is essentially an energy shield. Theoretically, the energy is enough to withstand all attacks. The creators shaped the invisible armor into a full coverage armor, solving the problem that energy shields can only withstand one direction. Levi dismantled the 18 layers of invisible armor and put them back together. It is still a complete invisible armor. The energy limit of this invisible armor has reached 18 times the original level. The defense power is naturally 18 times higher than before. The defense power is not weakened just because it is divided into kits. This is the advantage of energy shields. Originally, the overlay would have a thickness limit. Now, theoretically infinite stacking is possible. All it takes is Levi compressing the kit into smaller and smaller pieces. Of the 18 fittings, Levi used 5 fittings to create jets ready to provide acceleration. Hands, feet and behind. Levi integrated object control into the invisible armor. The two spell models merged with each other and became extremely complex. Soon, he created a completely new spell model. The invisible armor turned blue, and he slowly floated up. Then, there is the adjustment and distribution of the floating power brought by the object control technique. Distribute most of the power to your back and feet, leaving 20% of the power in your hands. 10% of the strength is distributed throughout the body, leaving a certain amount of flexibility in the air. Otherwise, all the power is distributed at the jet port, and the flight speed will be much faster. But flexibility is bound to be significantly reduced. Anyway, the power distribution can be changed at any time, and Levi didn't spend much thought on this aspect. The most critical step has arrived. He wants to integrate the explosive power of Fireball into the new spell model that has been formed. Levi only hopes to get the explosive power brought by the Fireball technique. No need for Fireball's indiscriminate explosion damage. After a long period of debugging and deduction, Li Weikai finally controlled the power of the Fireball technique. Just like the self-destruction Fireball technique back then, he keeps his explosive power within a restrained range. Minimize damage to yourself. Get maximum acceleration. With a thought in Levi's mind, the safe house expanded infinitely. He slowly flew into the sky. A faint spark slowly floated out from the jet behind it. Momentum is building. After deducing, Levi found that the flame jet spell was more suitable for fusion than the Fireball spell. However, in order to enhance the acceleration ability, Levi retains part of the power of the Fireball explosion. Normally, the flame jet accelerates. In an emergency, direct explosion recoil and super acceleration. Sizzle. Call. Flame shot out from behind Levi, and his speed continued to increase. The speed is getting faster and faster. In a few seconds, it exceeded the speed limit of the previous object control technique. The speed is still increasing, and there seems to be no upper limit. After Levi became familiar with acceleration, he broke out decisively. Bang! Call! A powerful recoil force erupted from behind. A wave of air suddenly exploded around him. Levi flew dozens of meters away in an instant. and he felt his heartbeat accelerate violently. The invisible armor becomes streamlined to reduce air resistance as much as possible. When accelerating, Levi could clearly feel that his body was about to be unable to bear it. The invisible armor is as stable as a mountain. Explosive acceleration has not yet reached its limit. His body couldn't bear it first. Hoo ho ho! The wind howled all around. The scene below flashed by. Leeway couldn't even tell how fast he was going now. The speed was too fast, and he found that the direction became difficult to control. Bang! A ball of flame exploded in the air. And after Levi rolled dozens of times, he fell towards the ground. Vomit! Levi felt like his brains had been shaken evenly. Getting closer to the ground. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground. And Levi lay in the pit, turning into a puddle of flesh. The extremely strong invisible armor is looming. It was almost exploded by the huge impact. Levi is dead. After a long time, Levi's consciousness gradually recovered. He saw the bodies in the pit. I was extremely surprised. How is this going? No. That's my body. So what am I now? He looked down, trying to see clearly. Cannot see. Suddenly, Levi felt the malice and danger coming from outside. Looking up, I saw boundless fog covering my vision. Countless black shadows surged in the mist, baring their fangs and greeted him. Levi stirred and his consciousness returned to his body. Everything is back to normal. Chapter 175 Fire Escape. Levi stood in the dreamland with doubts on his face. What happened just now? I am dead? Levi died once. In the dream, he was beaten to pieces and his body was torn apart. But his consciousness did not dissipate. After being traumatized, consciousness takes a while to recover. After regaining consciousness, he entered a strange state. Looking back now, I should have become one with the dream just now. No longer a part of the dream, but the whole dream. The scene he saw was also a scene outside of dreams. The dream bubble is shrouded in fog. There were countless nightmares with green faces and fangs hidden in the mist, peering into his dreams. These nightmares want to corrode Levi's dream, but they dare not come in. Just dare to wander around. In his self-dream, Levi has absolute control. Different from ordinary people who are dreaming and don't know themselves. Levi is a sleepwalker who can control the power of dreams. Nightmares dare not invade the sleepwalker's dreams. Just now, Levi clearly sensed the malice of those nightmares. If his consciousness hadn't returned to his body, those nightmares might have pounced upon him. What exactly is going on? Levi was confused. After dying once, the door to a new world opens. There are more and more secrets in dreams. Why can consciousness be integrated with dreams? Why does the nightmare covet the dream state in that state? Although there are many things I don't understand. But Levi understood at least one thing. In the self-dream, as long as you don't play too much, your self-awareness will be wiped out. Even death is not really death. But when it comes to death, dreams can become very dangerous. Dreams may be invaded by nightmares that covet them. After Levi's consciousness returned to his body, he felt the nightmare outside the dream bubble retreat. This made Levi realize something. A safe house is only safe if you have your own consciousness. Maybe we should go to the Yushin Club, Levi thought. The Yushin Club might have relevant information. He hasn't been to the Yushin Club in 2 months. Tanya should no longer doubt her identity. Levi didn't want the sleepwalker's identity to be revealed. In reality, it is enough that he is a genius mage. Levi decided to visit the Yushin Club in a few days. He studied the accident. The main cause of accidents is flying too fast. He failed to control the steering force. Then, after spinning dozens of times in midair, his brains were evenly thrown away and he lost consciousness. As a result, the spell went out of control, and the power of the jet behind it exploded out of control. Eventually, it fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of meat paste. It's too awful. Levi still felt nauseous when he thought about it. Dizziness hits the brain. Give him the illusion of dizziness. After a while, he recovered from his delusion. Speed limit. Must speed limit. The speed was too fast, and he couldn't bear it. In reality, there is no way to resurrect someone who is smashed into a pulp. Levi created a target with a distance of 1 kilometer on the ground, and then began to test the speed. After more than 10 tests, after falling to death 8 times, Levi found a controllable speed critical point. 110 meters per second. Any faster, and he wouldn't be able to control it. If something happens, death is certain. At this speed, if some problems arise, he still has the opportunity to adjust. Levi felt that his body was still holding him back. If the body is stronger, the reaction speed will be faster. It's faster and more controllable. Of course, when encountering a crisis and escaping, the sooner the better. Levi tried to accelerate to the limit. The fastest speed was 300 meters/second. Further up, the air resistance is too great. When Levi was flying at the fastest speed, he felt that the surrounding air turned into mist. It's only a little bit away from breaking the speed of sound. A self-destruction acceleration can exceed the speed of sound. However, his body couldn't bear it. Rock breathing technique mastery 912/2000. Levi glanced at the writing on the ground. I feel it is very necessary to pay attention to the knight's breathing technique. A normal mage wouldn't fly like him. For mages, flying is only a convenient option for traveling within short distances. To travel long distances, mages rely more on space teleportation arrays or space teleportation spells. Escape also relies on space transfer scrolls. It's fast and without any burden. There are no physical requirements. Much more reliable than flying. If you can't train your fighting spirit, your physique will never be as good as that of an extraordinary person. Levi's heart moved slightly. Can I use magic potions to improve my health? The most famous magic potion, Dragon Blood Potion, can greatly increase the user's physical strength. The flying speed of the dragon can easily exceed the speed of sound. Their bodies must be under tremendous pressure. Rumor has it that the Dragon Blood Potion can allow the user to gain the body and strength of a dragon. Even if it's just part of it, it's easy to withstand the stress of flying. Unfortunately, Dragon Blood Potions are extremely rare. The entire human empire may not be able to find more than 5 fingers. The Dragon Clan retreated, and the secret recipe for the Dragon Blood Potion was lost. The remaining Dragon Blood Potions are all left behind hundreds of years ago. For hundreds of years, every time news of Dragon Blood Potion spread, it represented the rise of a strong man. There are countless similar things. Behind every extremely rare treasure, there is a fascinating legend. Now Levi could only hope that Upanshar breathing technique would be of some use. What's the name of the new spell? Levi thought for a moment and smiled. It's called Fire Release. The explosion is accelerated and accompanied by a large amount of flame jets. Named after Fire Release, it is also true to its name. Fire Escape, second level minor achievement, 154/10,000. The Fire Escape spell appears to be a standalone spell. In fact, all progress in the game depends on the fireball, object control, and invisible armor spells. It is too difficult to deduce Fire Escape alone. Splitting the deduction is actually much easier. In the early morning, Levi had breakfast in the canteen of the Master Tower. After completing the deduction of the Fire Escape spell, he felt much more relaxed. After being busy for so long, he also wanted to relax. Hughes came over, placed the food in front of him, and sat down. Maple Leaf City has become more and more chaotic recently. Several trainee mages from the Mage Tower have disappeared, and no one has been found yet. After Guzet finished speaking, he took a bite of the food. Levi was a little surprised. They even dare to touch the people in the Mage Tower? Guzet shook his head and said, Nowhere is safe now. There are also many outsiders in the Mage Tower. No one knows whether they really want to join the Mage Tower or if they have ulterior motives. Levi nodded, and he found that the number of people in the Mage Tower had increased a lot recently. He took a bite of the chicken leg and asked, How many people are there in the Mage Tower now? Hughes thought for a moment and replied, There are about 43 trainee mages, 21 first-level mages, 8 second-level mages, and the third-level mages are still the same as Martin and Comas. Levi was surprised. So many people? Most of them have come in the past 2 months. In order to develop the Mage Tower, all comers are welcome. At least, the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower has now become the strongest Mage Tower in the Maziel Kingdom. Chapter 176 Foolish People Are Blessed. Levi learned from Guzet that Maple Leaf City has become increasingly chaotic recently. That also gave up the idea of leaving the Mage Tower. He walked around the Mage Tower, taking a walk to relax. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Lilith, what are you doing here? The figure trembled and froze in place. He slowly turned around, lowered his head, and said with a sad look on his face, Sorry. I really didn't mean to break in. I was here as soon as I woke up. I didn't steal this dress either. When Li Wei saw this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he understood. Lilia? After hearing this, Lilia looked up at Levi and found that he was an acquaintance. Why is it you? Levi raised his eyebrows, looked around, and dragged her to a corner. What's going on with you? Levi asked, staring into Lilia's eyes. Lilia's eyes widened, and the two of them stared at each other. No one would blink first. Levi had no choice but to move his eyes away and blinked his dry eyes hard several times. Speak and answer my questions. He looked at Lilia again. Lilia lowered her head, played with her fingers and said, I don't know either. I woke up right here. Levi frowned and asked, Don't you have any memory? Lilia shook her head and said, I don't know. I just felt like I slept. And this sleep seemed to be very long. Levi understood. Lilith really went back. Lilia's personality is back. There is no exchange of memories between the two personalities. Levi said, Okay. You remember your new identity now. Your name is Lilith. And you are a mage in the Mage Tower. The situation in Maple Leaf City is currently in intense turmoil. Levi didn't want Lilia to cause trouble and asked her to stay in the Mage Tower. Otherwise, if Lilia exposes his killing of the rock monster, who knows how much trouble it will cause. The magic core of the rock monster has been dealt with, and the matter has come to an end. However, Alan is always thinking about his identity as a mysterious fire mage. At this time, a mysterious fire mage with strength reaching level 3 or even higher suddenly appeared. There is no guarantee that someone will not misunderstand what is going on. He also didn't want to reveal his strength in public. Lilia waved her hands quickly and said, No, I'm not a mage. It's too dangerous for me to leave here. I heard that mages like to capture people for research and turn them into various animals. I don't want to become a guinea pig. When Li Wei heard this, he couldn't laugh or cry. Where did you hear that? Lilia said. This is how the adults warn the children in the homeless streets. Children don't believe the things that people use to scare children. You actually believe it? Levi was really speechless. He could see that Lilia had the heart of a child and was as timid as a mouse. Li Wei thought of this and said, In this case, I will give you a commission. After hearing this, Lilia quickly looked up at Levi, with a look of expectation in her eyes. She didn't remember much about other things, but she remembered the boss's generous spending very clearly. That was the first gold coin in her life. Unfortunately, it fell off. Levi said, Now you start pretending to be Lilith. Collect 5 contributions from the Mage Tower every month, and then give the contribution to me, and I will give you 5 gold coins as a commission reward. 5 gold coins a month? Lilia's eyes widened in disbelief. Levi nodded. Yes. Do you want to do it? Lilith lowered her head and moved her fingers uneasily. Levi was afraid that her fingers would get knotted. He said, Don't worry. I will help you hide your identity. In addition, if you accept the commission, you can eat for free in the Mage Tower cafeteria every day. Really? Lilia raised her head and stared at Levi. Really? Levi twitched the corner of his mouth. What's this? Are you thinking about food? Levi complained in his heart. Lilia hesitated again and again, and plucked up the courage to say, Okay. In order to stabilize Lilia, Levi said, Take out the magic badge. Magic badge? Levi took out his magic badge and showed it to her. Lilia rummaged around her body and found a similar magic badge in her pocket. She looked confused. Why do I have this on me? See, it says Lilith on it. This is your identity tag. As long as you hold this, no one will doubt you, Levi said. Lilia nodded stupidly. Compared with the aloof Lilith, it is easier to deal with the big fool Lilia. Levi smiled inwardly. He picked up the magic badge and took a look, showing surprise. Why so many contributions? Lilith's magic badge contributes up to 120 points. I don't know what she did. It's not a waste to save so much contribution. Levi's heart moved slightly. It just so happened that he was short of money recently, and he didn't even have the money to buy potions. Looking at Lilia, who looked silly and cute, Levi couldn't bear to defraud people of their money. On the other hand, he was also afraid that Lilith would settle the score with him when she came back. Levi took the magic badge and said to Lilia, Did you see the numbers on it? Lilia nodded repeatedly. I saw it, Levi said. This is your money. 1 contribution is equal to 1 gold coin. Lilia looked shocked. This much money? She picked up the magic badge, shook it, and put it to her ear to listen, showing a bitter face. But there's no money in it. Levi, this is not a wallet. You can exchange the numbers above for gold coins with me. Do you understand? Levi told her. Lilia nodded in understanding. She didn't understand why Levi wanted to exchange gold coins for numbers. Lilia hesitated for a moment. handed the magic badge to Levi, and said, "Then I'll exchange it for a gold coin." Levi nodded and scratched away some of his contribution on the magic badge. He took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Lilia. Lilia looked happy when she saw that numbers could really be exchanged for money. Extremely happy. Almost jumped up on the spot. Levi said, "See, as long as you stay here honestly, you can get 5 gold coins every month." Lilia nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Well?" She collected the precious gold coins. "Gulu." Lilia looked up at Levi and asked, "Where do you think you can eat for free?" Levi twitched the corners of his mouth and returned the magic badge to her. "Let's go. I'll take you there." It's strange to say that they are obviously the same person. Levi prefers to get along with Lilia, and he feels more intimate with her. Lilith always gave him a feeling of rejection. This may be because fools are blessed. Looking at Lilia, he suddenly remembered something. Levi asked, "By the way, do you know Lion?" Lilia stopped and looked confused. "Who is it?" "A big bald head." Oh, I know him. I used to help him deliver things. He gave me a silver coin every time." Lilia was quite impressed with her employer. After all, those are the parents who feed and clothe themselves. Chapter 177 Midnight Attack. "Don't run around if you have nothing to do. It's very dangerous in the city now, and this is the safest place. Okay, go back as soon as you're done eating." Levi sent Lilia back. He also returned to the room. Add the rock breathing technique to your daily practice. Levi's proficiency in the conscious liver removal breathing method is not slow. August 28th. Late at night, Levi was deducing spells in the dream world. Suddenly, I felt the dream surrounding me change. He instinctively became wary. Stopped practicing. Walked to the door. And opened it. I found a fog shrouded outside the door. Under normal circumstances, he can see the scene within 20 meters outside the door. But tonight, something seemed a little unusual. The gray mist is mixed with black air. A few wisps of black air floated towards Levi, trying to get into the room. Resisted by the power of the safe house. The black energy cannot penetrate. Levi stared at the black air floating in front of his eyes. "What the hell is this? Why did something like this suddenly appear in the dream? What's going on outside?" He instinctively felt that black energy was not a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like a parasite, wandering around trying to get into his dream bubble. To be cautious, Levi did not leave the dream bubble. He chose to exit the dream to avoid being corroded by the black energy. Late at night, Levi woke up from his sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw fog shrouded outside the window. "No! This is still a dream!" Levi turned to look around and walked to the window. The fog surged outside the window, and the darkness inside squirmed, seeming to want to get closer. Levi closed the window. "I was dragged into the first level of Dreamland. Who is the enemy? What method is this?" Levi didn't know anything. He continued to try to use the great sleepwalking technique to escape from the dream. "But every time I wake up, I still stay in the dream. The passage back to reality is blocked." Ubis? This power to manipulate dreams subconsciously reminded Levi of the ability of the black cultists. Although they do not walk in dreams, they have the ability to control dreams. Dreamland is a forbidden area for black cultists, and they are particularly good at using forbidden areas to deal with enemies. Levi suddenly felt chilled all over. He turned around and saw that a thick black air had penetrated halfway through the wall. "Damn it! Why did you get in?" Levi subconsciously threw a fireball at him. Bang! The fireball exploded, and the black shadow was like something that did not belong to this dimension, and was not affected in any way. Levi looked intently. Think for a moment. Bang! Levi self-destructed on the spot, and his consciousness spread to the entire dream. The dream is him, and he is the dream. At this moment, Levi had absolute control over the dream. He saw the black air entering the dream bubble. The black air is like a parasite, corroding the protective layer of the dream bubble, trying to get in and parasitize the dream bubble, affecting the consciousness of the dream owner. With a thought in Li Wei's mind, the power of the entire dream strongly repelled the black energy. After a moment of stalemate, the black energy was squeezed out of the dream bubble. The corroded protective layer also recovers quickly. Malice attacks all around. Levi saw several nightmares flying towards him. There is no black energy in nightmare. With a thought in Li Wei's mind, the dreamland opened, and several nightmares rushed into the dreamland. The nightmare is planning to wreak havoc on the dream. Levi's figure slowly condensed. Shadow attendant emerged and rushed towards the nightmare. Shadow claw. Poof! tear apart a nightmare in an instant. A mere first-order nightmare is not worth mentioning at all. Levi raised his hand to mobilize the power of the dream. And the dream turned into a furnace, trapping the nightmare in it and burning it to ashes. Killed 2 first-level nightmares and 1 second-level nightmare in an instant. Levi was not very happy. Shadow Attendant happily swallowed 3 nightmare cores. It seems that it is not. Okay. Not to go out and find the source of the black energy. You can't continue to be a coward when others hit you at the door. Through the incarnation of dreams, Levi understands something. Black energy can only corrode dreams, but cannot affect sleepwalkers. Knowing this, Levi could go out with peace of mind. The dream bubble will become safer after he leaves. Dream bubbles will only exist if someone observes them. Without anyone observing, the dream bubble is nothingness. Levi is the only observer of his own dream bubble. Opening the door, Levi walked out of the safe house. Looking back, the door was still in place. Turning around and looking forward, the door behind him disappeared. Levi walks in the fog and explores the changes in dreams. The fog at this time is still different from the fog in dreams. The fog of dreams is the true unknown, beyond the boundaries of spiritual power. There is boundless darkness and nothingness. What is not observed is a place that does not exist. There is quite a sense that the world I have seen is the real world. The fog now is just a fog that simply confuses sight. It's like a fog in reality. There are completely different differences between the two. Huh? Here. Levi saw the black energy and walked forward quickly. I saw several streaks of black energy eroding a dream bubble. The dream bubble has been dyed black for a quarter. What the hell is this? Levi cautiously entered the blackened dream bubble. I found many strange scenes appearing in my dream. Something that seemed normal a second ago. The next second it turned into a pile of grotesque objects that could not be described in words. The orderly dream is becoming disordered. A disordered dream is bound to collapse. However, under the influence of black energy, this disordered dream did not break, but evolved in a more chaotic direction. If you think of dreams as a reflection of the human soul, then the drastic changes in the dream at this moment mean that the mind of the dream owner is undergoing unprecedented drastic changes. The mind is becoming twisted. Levi suddenly realized the effect of black energy. Black air corrodes the soul and changes people's consciousness. It's like brainwashing. Through dreams, one's mind and cognition can be changed unknowingly. Oops. If this continues, everyone in the Mage Tower will become cultists of the evil god. Teacher Furuzawa. Levi quickly left the dreamland. Unexpectedly, the changed dream world around him refused to let him leave. The dream transformed into a monster. Levi is in the monster's body. The monster attacks him. Various twisted limbs whip towards Levi. 1 second it was a tentacle. The next second it turned into a vine whip. When it fell on Levi, it turned into a poisonous snake again, opened its bloody mouth, and showed its poisonous fangs towards him. She stabbed her fangs into his body fiercely, intending to poison him to death. Click! The fangs are broken. Levi cast the disillusionment spell. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a giant more than 20 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The poisonous snake was also broken by his enlarged body. The true power of apparition can only be exerted in dreams. Levi's guess was correct. Toresta created the illusion according to the rules of dream creation, losing the constraints of real rules. The power of transfiguration in the dream world is increased several times, even dozens of times. Chapter 178, If you don't have a brain, you won't be afraid of mental attacks. Poof! Li Wei held a sword transformed into flames and split the heaven and earth. Twisted dreams shattered. Flying out of the dream bubble, Levi quickly returned to his original state. The dream bubble that was supposed to disappear after being shattered now looked like a deformed tumor, living firmly in the dream world, refusing to leave. Sizzle! The black dream bubble is trying to repair. Levi took one look, then turned and left. He walked quickly through the fog, looking for Guze's dream bubble. Damn! It's too late! Levi saw that Guze's dream bubble was dyed black. He couldn't clear these black and twisted dreams. Levi didn't want Guze to be brainwashed by the evil cultists. The only way is to find the source of the black energy. As long as the source of the black energy is solved, the black energy will no longer be able to corrode the dream. Levi looked up and saw black air drifting from the front. He quickly moved towards the source of the black energy. After passing through several eroded dream bubbles, he finally saw the source of the black energy. A completely blackened dream bubble. This was no longer a dream bubble. Levi felt that the black dream in front of him had become a living thing. Just by looking at it, He felt like he was about to be swallowed up. The front is like a black hole. As long as you get close, you will sink into it and never recover. Levi charged up and threw a super fireball from a distance. The fireball hit the black dream and disappeared. Not a sound was heard. The super fireball with earth-shattering power cannot stop the black dream. Under attack, black dream surged, and a large number of tentacles appeared on the surface. A huge eye emerged from the dreamland. The black and red pupils stared at Levi. A strong sense of dizziness and attraction came. Levi walked involuntarily towards the black dreamland. By the time he reacted, he had already walked to the black dream. Dozens of tentacles swung at him, trying to catch him and corrode him into the black dream. Levi cast the disillusionment spell. The flame transformed into a big sword in his hand, and his mental power acted as a sharp blade to cut off the approaching tentacles. He is a mage after all, not a warrior. Attacked from all sides. Unable to resist, he was forced into a black dream. In an instant, a strong feeling of nausea came over me. Levi felt like he was being swallowed into a pile of greasy and oily organs. Burst! The fireball exploded, and the fire dispersed the darkness and illuminated the surrounding area. Levi saw a mage tower appearing in front of him. The mage tower in Maple Leaf City. The mage tower, which once symbolized knowledge and power, has now become a devil's cave. Countless black energy emerged from it. It looked like a huge pillar of flesh that was constantly spitting out black air. The ground also turned into a soft meat carpet, and the meat carpet was covered with meat strands, like tiny tentacles. The strands of flesh kept spreading in the direction of Levi, wrapping around him, trying to pull him into this carpet of flesh. Is this the source? Levi looked to the left. On the left side, a large piece of meat carpet was charred and black. That's the damage caused by the super fireball explosion. The black dream is not as easy to neutralize Levi's attack as it appears from the outside. The attack did some damage to black dream, but compared to this huge dream, these injuries are insignificant. Levi understood that he could not destroy the entire dream with his own power. He doesn't need to destroy the dream. He just needs to deal with the owner of the dream. When the owner of the dream dies, the dream will naturally dissipate. Originally, Levi was a little worried. I am worried that the owner of the dream is conscious and has absolute control over the dream. In this case, he would not be able to defeat the opponent in his dream. But now it seems that the other party's consciousness is not sober. Otherwise, the first time he enters the dreamland, he will be attacked fiercely. That's right. Under the erosion of black energy, it is impossible for human beings to maintain normal sanity. Since you can't stay conscious, you can't stay awake and control your dreams. Although the opponent will have some advantages in his dream, he is not invincible. Flame armor! The product of the fusion of fireball and invisible armor. The armor on Levi's body was burning the nearby flesh. The shreds of meat were burnt and gave off an unpleasant smell. The origin heart necklace made of fire spirit pearl shone brightly on the chest. This is the trump card that allows Levi to dare to fight in the opponent's dreamland. The power of the Dream Lord in his own dream is almost unlimited. Levi possesses the fire spirit pearl necklace, which is equivalent to possessing pseudo-infinite mana in a short period of time. Barely able to compete, you won't be exhausted and dragged to death by the other party. Levi walked towards the mage tower that twisted into a pillar of meat and a chimney. The current mage tower is like a huge black sea cucumber, with holes all over its body. When the body shrinks and shrinks, black energy continuously spurts out from the holes. Bang! The fireball blasted open the door of the mage tower, and Levi saw the scene inside. In the hall of the mage tower, a group of people in black robes surrounded the center, and the surrounding ground was covered with various strange symbols. The group showed no reaction to Levi's arrival. Only the man in the center raised his head and looked at him. Levi couldn't see his face clearly, and there was a surge of black energy under his black hood. The man in black robe stood up, his voice as harsh as nails scratching glass. Someone can actually make it this far. The man in black robe looked at Li Wei, raised his hand, and rushed toward Li Wei with a surge of black energy. Fire blast! A ball of fire burst out. The flames collided with the black gas, causing a violent explosion. Bang! Levi took advantage of the explosion and rolled out a charged fireball with his right hand. Call! The fireball was thrown out and disappeared under the cover of flames. Levi's flames were ultimately no match for the opponent's black mist. The overwhelming black fog slapped down like a huge wave. The power is astonishing. Levi did not dare to let the black mist touch him. Strike storm! A gust of wind erupted in front of him. sweeping the black mist, blowing the black mist into pieces. Strike Storm is Week's signature spell. Levi also learned. Bang! The hidden charged fireball flew to the side of the black-robed man and exploded violently. The flames of the explosion drowned all the figures in black robes in the hall. Suddenly, the dazzling flame stopped like a stuck picture. Blinks a few times. Black screen. The fire disappeared, and Levi's vision was submerged in darkness. Damn it! Vision deprivation! Levi understood the opponent's moves in an instant. Depriving the enemy of vision is very easy for the Lord of Dreams to do. Levi was shocked and realized the seriousness of the problem. The other party does not seem to have lost control of the dream. Thinking of this, Levi did not hesitate. Fire escape! Flame jet. Levi retreated and shot out of the mage tower without hesitation. He wants to leave the dreamland. Otherwise, there is no chance of winning. However, no matter how much I fly, I can't leave the dreamland. The dreamland is infinitely expanding. Seeing this, Levi had no choice but to take out his trump card. Elementalization! Call! Levi's head became elementalized and turned into a burning fireball. Vision deprivation. Failure. After losing your brain, you become immune to mental attacks. Chapter 179. Self-destruction and killing the enemy. Levi stood in midair. There was a blazing fireball on his shoulder. Master the ability to become semi-elemental. It was naturally impossible for Levi to waste it on elementalizing his right arm alone. By turning key points into elements, you can greatly reduce your own weaknesses. Elementalizing the head is far more difficult than elementalizing the right arm. If you are not careful, you will be killed directly by a headshot. Knowing that death in the dream world would not really lead to death, he dared to try to elementalize his head. For this reason, he paid the price of hundreds of headshots before he successfully mastered the technique of elementalizing the head. After becoming elemental, Levi lost his vision, smell, taste, and hearing, but he gained a perspective unique to the elemental elves. Levi is immune to the effects of dreams on him. He does not simply lose his brain, and is not afraid of mental attacks. It's more because the elemental vision is not affected by dreams. Levi looked up and saw a black shadow approaching quickly. The black shadow was covered in black gas, and the black gas was like burning black flames, rising more than 3 meters into the sky. Under the elemental vision, Levi couldn't even see the black shadow's face clearly. He could see the strength of the shadow. The black flames more than 3 meters high are the power of the black shadow. Levi's body was burning with red flames more than 2 meters high. His level is lower than that of the man in black robe. When a charged fireball appeared in his hand, the flames burning on his body suddenly shot up into the sky, turning into a raging flame 5 to 6 meters high in the blink of an eye. The blazing air waves seemed to burn everything around them. Levi threw the fireball, and his arrogance suddenly dropped sharply, making him shorter than usual. Call! The fireball flew towards the man in black robe. The man in black robe also knows that the power of the charged fireball is too powerful and cannot be resisted forcefully. He mobilizes the power of dreams. The dream wants to extinguish the flame. The fireball's light dimmed and then went out. Levi stretched out his right hand and cast the disillusionment technique. The flames began to burn from the palm to both sides, and eventually transformed into a flaming sword. Ordinary spells can no longer deal with the man in black robe. This is a battle in the dream world. Then we must use the power of the dream world. Levi slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword energy flew away. The flaming sword energy became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a wave of fire that burned the entire world. Waves of fire swept through the dream. The man in black robe looked indifferent, raised his hand and pressed it, mobilizing the power of the dream to extinguish the fire wave. For a moment, his expression changed slightly. This power actually comes from the same source as dreams. When he used the power of dreams to modify his dreams, he felt a resistance. The other party is also using the power of dreams. However, the man in black robe was not worried. He is the master of dreams, and in this dream, his power is endless. If Levi wants to deal with him through this method, it is impossible to defeat him. It was nothing more than a stalemate with each other. In the end, Levi's power was exhausted, and he was killed in his dream. The man in black robe had a thought. A billowing black mist appeared in the dream. The black mist and the fire waves collided, fighting against each other, refusing to give in, each wanting to overwhelm the other. Levi continues to absorb the power from the fire spirit pearl necklace. But I also feel a little powerless. Depletion is faster than recovery. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be no chance of winning at all. Li Wei's eyes focused on the man in black robes in the black mist. Use apparition to simulate a charged fireball. The power of the transformation fireball is increased dozens of times. Only works on dream creations. The power within the fireball technique is not the element, but the power of dreams. Call. The fire wave has insufficient stamina. After struggling for a while, he was extinguished and drowned by the boundless black mist. Levi was also submerged in the black mist and disappeared. The man in black robe felt something being melted by the black mist. He chuckled, feeling that Levi was overestimating his abilities. How dare you enter his dream and challenge him directly? It's simply courting death. I don't even know the most basic common sense about dreams. The man in black robe turned around and prepared to go back. Suddenly, a black mist surged around him. A figure rushed out of the black mist. Levi was wrapped in black mist and threw the super fireball in front of the man in black robe, not giving him the slightest chance to react. Bang! Explode! The super fireball exploded, and the terrifying power instantly swallowed up Levi and the black-robed man. The bodies of the two were directly lost in the dream. Boom! A mushroom cloud of flames rose hundreds of meters. The explosion radius reaches 500 meters. Even the mage tower shaped like a meat pillar was affected. A layer of black light emerged from the mage tower, resisting the terrifying power of the explosion. The light enveloped the entire dream. After a long time, the light dissipated and the figure disappeared. Levi and the man in black seemed to have died together. At this time, a figure emerged from the ground. It was Levi. Levi felt the Shadow Warrior return to his body and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shadow Warrior was not killed. However, the damage caused by this explosion to Shadow Warrior was not small. It takes a while to regain strength. Just now, Levi deliberately let himself be swallowed up by the carpet of flesh. Use the disguise to disguise the Shadow Warrior, allowing it to blend into the black mist and become part of the black mist. For Nightmare, this is not difficult to do. These black cultists use the power of the fog of dreams. Nightmares are born in the fog of dreams. The initial posture is an amorphous mist of a dream. Shadow Attendant successfully approached the man in black robe. Levi got Shadow Attendant's signal and decisively detonated the super fireball. The Shadow Attendant and the black-robed man were blown to pieces together. Not even the corpses were left. Levi succeeded. The man in black robe is dead. The dream world is about to collapse. Even if the man in black robe was not completely dead, his body was blown to pieces, and it would take a long time for his consciousness to regroup. Now, the entire dreamland is in a state of ownerlessness. Levi raised the flaming sword and thrust it into the meat carpet. The flames created by the illusion technique burned the entire dream world. Burn! Destroy! Ah! When the meat blanket was burned, there were wailing and screaming sounds. The sound was extremely shrill. It was as if someone was really burned to death by the flames. Levi ignored the phantom voice coming to his ears. This is a twisted dream. Everything is false. The flames have burned to the mage tower, and the mage tower turned into a huge torch, burning brightly. After the dreamland lost its owner, no one could control its power. Levi easily took away control. He gave the dream an order. Burn everything in the dream until the dream collapses into nothingness. Levi looked at the burning mage tower with worry in his eyes. I hope Mr. Furuzawa is okay. Suddenly, all the burning flames were extinguished. Levi looked up suddenly. A huge black-red single eye hung high in the air, staring at him. He had seen this eyeball outside the dreamland. This is the autonomous consciousness born from the distortion of dreams. A living dream bubble. The dream bubble is about to be destroyed, and the man in black robe's consciousness is scattered and unable to condense into form. The autonomous consciousness in the dream emerged and began to save itself. After absorbing the scattered consciousness of the man in black robe, the autonomous consciousness of the dream becomes more real and powerful. Gradually take control of the power of your dreams. Able to control everything in the dream like Levi and the man in black robe. Li Wei secretly thought something was wrong. Dealing with the autonomous consciousness of dreams is equivalent to dealing with the entire dream. The dream must be destroyed in order to kill the opponent. Much more difficult to deal with than the man in black robe. Chapter 180 Dreamweaver's Dimensionality Reduction Strike. Levi looked up and stared at the huge one eye in midair. Uneasy. Dreams give birth to autonomous consciousness. The dream consciousness is observing Levi. What Levi did inadvertently helped to perfect the newly born autonomous consciousness of dreams. After absorbing the scattered consciousness of the black-robed man, the dream consciousness gradually became complete. Levi felt extremely troubled. To deal with the man in black robe, As long as he destroys his body, he can temporarily lose control of the dream. He can take the opportunity to seize control of the dream and cause the dream bubble to self-destruct. But dream bubbles give birth to autonomous consciousness. Levi couldn't grab control. You must use your own power to destroy the entire dream bubble. Only then can the source of black energy be destroyed. With Li Wei's current strength, he simply cannot do this. The two are not of the same magnitude at all. Levi's only way to destroy the dream bubble is to use the power of the dream bubble to self-destruct. This trick cannot be used now. There was nothing he could do. Are we just going to have to watch their minds being eroded by evil cultists? Li Wei was unwilling to accept it. A name suddenly appeared in his mind. Toresta. If you are really a sleepwalker, why haven't you taken action yet? Levi was confused. If Toresta was also a sleepwalker, with his strength, he would definitely be able to detect the shocking changes taking place in the Mage Tower. He is able to create transfiguration, bring dream creations to reality. His power in the dream realm cannot be underestimated. It is more than enough to deal with a black cultist, who is not much stronger than Levi. But, why haven't Toresta taken action yet? If there is no other way, this is the only way to do it. Levi had one last solution in mind. If you can't beat him, you can only hide. Take Guze, Lada and the others to hide in the dream bubble of the Yushin Club. Considering that Guz and Lada are not sleepwalkers, he rashly took them out of the dream bubble and headed to the Wandering Gods Club. It might cause them to be completely lost in the dream and unable to return to reality. Eventually, he becomes a lost soul. Before reaching the last step, Levi didn't want to use this method. There was no way he could return to reality now. Otherwise, the better way is to wake up everyone who is sleeping. But these methods are all bad strategies. The best option is to clear away all the black energy in the dream and solve the source of the black energy. Levi almost did it. The one-eyed man in midair seemed to have observed enough. The dream consciousness began to attack Levi. Li Wei was facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, the eyes of the dream consciousness in midair trembled violently and turned in one direction. Levi looked along the direction of his eyes. A little white light appeared in the dark dream. Immediately afterwards, white light penetrated the entire dream, flooding Levi's consciousness. In an instant, Levi lost consciousness. My mind went blank. When he came back to his senses, everything around him had changed. The twisted black dream disappeared. He stood in the square in front of the Mage Tower, and everything returned to normal. The dream is falling apart. The Mage Tower shattered and dissipated little by little. The black energy that pollutes the soul disappears. What just happened? Levi was filled with doubts. All he remembered was seeing a white light. Then, it's all over. Leaving the collapsing dream bubble, Levi found himself back on the long river of dreams. He looked down. The dreamy river beneath my feet seemed to be polluted, taking on the form of black turbid water. However, under the influence of a mysterious force, the black murky water is shrinking and eventually disappearing. The river water in the dreamland returned to normal. The dream bubble has also returned to normal. The sound of treading water came. Levi turned to look. A figure came into view. He looked surprised. Li Wei's mind moved, and he cast a transformation technique, and a black iron mask covered his face. Hide identity. After Levi discovered Tanya, Tanya discovered Levi. Tanya looked at him in surprise. Is that you? Levi asked in confusion. What? Tanya said. Yushin will ask us to look for abnormal fluctuations in dreams. They say there is something wrong with some dreams. Did you do it? Tanya asked. Levi shook his head and said, No, I'm late. He pointed at the black air that was almost completely gone. This is the source of the anomaly. Tanya glanced at it with a solemn expression. Black cultist? It seems that there are black cultists holding an evil god sacrificial ceremony in Maple Leaf City. Tanya thought in her mind. Seeing her reaction, Levi knew that Tanya should have a better understanding of this matter. He asked, How do these polluted dreams recover on their own? Tanya shook her head and said, No, it was the Dreamweaver from the Yushin Society who took action. Dreamweaver? Levi heard the name of Dreamweaver again. Dreamweaver can actually rewrite dreams directly. This ability is simply incredible. Dream consciousness has completely controlled the power of dreams. It should have been invincible in the dream bubble it was in. However, he encountered the dimensionality reduction attack from the Dreamweaver. It's like the player is already invincible in the game, but encounters the GM and switches back with one click. Not an opponent on the same level at all. The crisis in the Mage Tower has come to an end. Tanya took out a soul crystal, collected a wisp of black energy, and prepared to take it back to hand in the mission. If nothing happens, I'm leaving. Goodbye. The two of them didn't have much interaction, and they didn't talk about much. Tanya returns to the Yushin Club with the mission items. Levi waited for her to leave and returned to the safe house. This time, he used the great sleepwalking technique, successfully escaped from the dream world and returned to reality. As soon as Levi opened his eyes, he heard the sound of fighting coming from outside. He quickly walked to the window. Several men in black robes are being besieged and hunted by magic puppets. There were already many corpses of men in black robes lying around. Even without Dreamweaver taking action, the magic puppets in the Mage Tower can kill all the black cultists. It's unclear whether everyone can be rescued. At least, for now, the impact of this crisis on the Mage Tower is not as great as Levi imagined. Buzz! The magic badge vibrates. The voice of the magic butler came from inside. The Mage Tower was attacked by black cultists, and some mages were affected. In order to ensure the safety of the Mage Tower, all mages are requested to gather on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for a spiritual test. The Mage Tower will help the affected people return to normal. So please don't worry. Li Wei watched the men in black robes die and escape. The magic puppet is cleaning the battlefield, and it will hit anyone who is not dead yet. No mercy is required for the black cult. There is no need to arrest. Immediate beheading. Ordinary black cultists can't find any useful information. They are just ordinary people who have been brainwashed and given evil supernatural powers. Not even an extraordinary professional. Levi went out to find Guse. Boom. 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 Teacher Guse, are you okay? Levi asked, knocking on the door. After a while, the door opened, and Guse walked out with a haggard look on his face. He looked at Levi with a strange expression. I seem to have remembered something. Chapter 181 Citywide Manhunt. Levi sat in Guse's room. He gave Levi a cup of tea. Levi took a sip, looked at Guse and asked, Teacher, what did you say you remembered? Guse looked at the night sky outside the window and said slowly, I remembered what happened that night. I thought I saw the snow bear that attacked my parents being killed by a mage. His back looks a lot like yours. Levi's hand holding the cup froze. He thought quickly. After a moment, I seem to understand something. Levi once visited Guse's dream and helped him kill a nightmare that had been parasitic in the dream for more than 10 years. I have seen Guse's nightmare. In the dream, he broke the ending of Guse's tragedy. This adds nothing to reality. The past will not be changed. However, now Furusawa seems to regard what he saw in the dream as a memory of the past. This may be related to the erosion of black air. Levi put down the cup and said, It was just a dream. Guse nodded and said, Yes, that's really just a dream. How I wish this was true. He sighed. Seeing Guse, he was a little disheartened. Levi said, Sister Yu is still alive. Teacher, you can't give up yet. Guse looked up at him and suddenly laughed. Oh, you have to tell me then. I won't give up. One day I will find him. Guse stood up, walked to the window, and said, I have decided that when Base's caravan comes to Maple Leaf City, I will follow him back to his hometown. I'm going to find my sister. Base is the merchant who once rescued Guse. Levi walked to him and looked at the night sky outside the window, with stars twinkling in the sky. Then I wish you a happy journey. Teacher, remember to tell me when you leave. Guse nodded and said, Yes. Today, Maple Leaf City is in troubled times, with all kinds of troubles happening one after another. Just like tonight, some black cultists dared to openly attack the Mage Tower. If you have the chance, you'd better leave here for a while and come back after everything settles down. Guse also felt the crisis. What he encountered tonight made him feel a sense of powerlessness. Was drawn into the vortex of this fight. Even as a first-level official mage, it is difficult to survive alone in the muddy water. Guse wanted to leave. Levi nodded and said, I understand. The next morning, everyone in the Mage Tower was called to the 3rd floor for a psychic test. Check to see if you are affected by the evil rituals of the Black Cult. Many affected people were identified. 11 people were slightly affected. Furusawa among them. 5 people have been greatly affected and have developed mental abnormalities and need to receive spiritual treatment. One person's mind was twisted and he became a follower of the evil god. When everyone found him, he had already drawn an evil ritual circle in his room to offer sacrifices to the evil god. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, I don't know what disaster it would have caused. Martin looked at the crowd and said, "This time the black cultists openly provoked the mage tower, and we must give a strong counterattack. Otherwise, they will think that we are soft persimmons who can be manipulated by others. In the next few days, the Professionals Association and the City Lord's Palace will fully cooperate with the mage tower to search for the black cultists in the city. Everyone suspends the work at hand and goes all out to hunt down the black cultists. They must pay a heavy price." Levi stood in the crowd and looked at Martin, who was speaking above. He whispered to Guse next to him, "Teacher, why do you think the black cultists attacked the mage tower? What's their purpose?" Guse said, "I heard that the City Lord's mansion handed over part of the array layout for the god sacrifice ceremony to the mage tower. They probably wanted to corrupt the array mages in the mage tower and use them to secretly change the god sacrifice ceremony into an evil sacrificial ceremony. This is too much fanfare. They can completely corrupt the array mage secretly. There is no need to launch such a large-scale attack on the mage tower." Levi felt a little unreasonable. Yu shook his head and said, "No one knows what the black cultists think. Their brains are not normal to begin with." At the end of the meeting, Martin assigned tasks to everyone. This time, the mage tower is very determined to eliminate the black cultists. Almost all mages were sent out to search for the black cultists. The mage tower provides excellent rewards to encourage everyone. Dealing with an ordinary black cultist rewards 3 to 5 contributions. Killing an elite black cultist will reward you with 10 to 30 contributions. Finding the whereabouts of the black cultists in Maple Leaf City will give you a contribution ranging from 1 to 10. Find the leader of the black cult and be rewarded with 30 contributions. Kill the leader of the black cult and be rewarded with 100 contribution. This time, the mage tower showed unprecedented determination to everyone in Maple Leaf City. It is also a way to warn others. If you choose to use the mage tower as your enemy, you will have to pay the highest price. Li Wei was assigned to the south of the city to search for the whereabouts of the black cultists. The clue given to him by the mage tower was that there was a gang of black cultists hidden in the south of the city, which often used money to lure ordinary people into joining the gang. Levi's mission is to find this black cult gang. It's best to follow the clues and dig out the leader of the black cult behind them. "Master Mage, they are here. This group of people actually found someone to buy live livestock and never brought them out after bringing them in. I seriously suspect that they are performing evil rituals." The rich rewards of the mage tower are not only for mages, but also for the general public and professionals in Maple Leaf City. I saw reports of black cultists, which confirmed that the information was reliable. At least you can get 1 gold coin. In an instant, the mage tower received a large number of reports from suspected black cultists. Levi nodded and said, "You go farther away. I'll go in and take a look. Then Master Mage, be careful. I'm leaving first. I'll wait for you over there." The man hurriedly ran away, hiding in an alley not far away and peeking. He also expected Li Wei to take him back to receive his reward. Levi released his mental power and walked through the door to see the scene inside. The yard is extremely clean. There is nothing. Cleanliness is the biggest problem, according to the clues provided by the man. Several live animals went in every day, but did not come out. Then, there must be at least the figure of an animal in the yard. "Shadow Attendant, go in and take a look." Shadow Attendant emerged from the shadow at Levi's feet and slipped in through the crack in the door. Levi used the illusion technique to create eyes and ears on the Shadow Warrior. He could see and hear everything Shadow Attendant saw and heard. Crossing the courtyard, Shadow Attendant got into the room. There was no one in the room. "Go to the room on the far right." Levi saw the footprints on the ground all heading to the right. Shadow Attendant got in, but there was still no one. "But I found a hole hidden under the bed." Shadow Attendant was about to get in. There was a sound coming from inside. "It's become more and more strict recently. Just give me a little more time, and I'll find a way to help you get it. There's no time. It must be done within today. Otherwise." Chapter 182, Good for Nothing's Counterattack. After hearing the conversation between the two, Shadow Waiter quickly hid. The planks at the entrance were opened. 2 people emerged from the cave. The man was dressed in ordinary clothes and had a reserved look. He looked like an ordinary citizen of Maple Leaf City, although the other person was wearing ordinary clothes. The arrogance on his face was clearly visible. Levi took one look and knew that this person was definitely a member of the nobility. This look can be seen on the faces of many nobles. Why would a nobleman appear at a place like this? Levi was confused. So far, no evidence has been found that the 2 men were black cultists. The man hiding far away felt a little anxious, when he saw Levi standing motionless at the door. He looked around, feeling a little hesitant, thinking of the money he was about to get. He couldn't hesitate and walked to Levi quickly. "Master Mage, why don't you go in? There's someone outside." The nobles in the room instantly became alert. "Quick, go out and take a look." Shia. The door opened. Ordinary people poked their heads out and took a look, but saw no one. "Sir, there is no one outside. Prepare to move. This place has been exposed," the noble said without hesitation. "How can this be transferred? Don't worry so much. You are responsible for bringing back today's things and leave the rest to me." "Okay. Let's go. Don't come back again. See you at the same place." The noble sent his men away and returned to the room. I wandered around the entrance of the cave several times before making up my mind. At this time, Shadow Attendant had already taken advantage of the two people to leave and got into the cave. Levi saw the scene in the cave through the Shadow Attendant. "Oh, I caught a big fish." The ground was hollowed out, and countless livestock carcasses lay inside, their blood drained and their bodies dry. The floors, walls, and ceilings are all covered with strange symbols painted in blood. Obviously, this is definitely not an ordinary evil god cultist. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to hold such a big ceremony. The nobleman returned to his cave. He took something out of his clothes and crushed it. On the ground, a man who was walking on the road about to buy livestock suddenly felt a pain in his heart. His vision went dark, and he fell to the ground. "Ah!" People around screamed. "What's wrong with you? Wake up!" Levi had been following the man, and when he saw him falling to the ground, he quickly got closer to check. "The Master Mage is here! Everyone, get out of the way!" The man following him shouted loudly. After everyone heard this, they also retreated and made way. The man's face showed a proud look. "It feels so good to pull off a tiger's skin." Levi checked the body and confirmed that the man was dead. The noble used extraordinary power to kill the man in order to silence him. But he won't know that there is an eye next to him staring at him. The noble looked at the ritual circle in front of him. "What a pity! It almost succeeded." The noble man took out a knife and cut open his palm. Blood dripped into the important blood spring of the ritual circle. Tick-tock. The ritual circle slowly lit up with red light. The entire cave was illuminated by red light. A group of black shadows looked particularly dazzling among them. The aristocratic man stared at the Shadow Attendant with an ugly expression, not expecting that there was something else here. He took a deep breath and punched his chest hard. Boom! My heart shook violently. The red light around him was like bees that had found a home, all swarming into his body. The nobleman pulled up the sword from the ground that was used to slaughter livestock. There was a scarlet light in his eyes. A sword struck at the Shadow Warrior. "Go to H.L." Bang! The door was blasted open by Levi's small fireball. Shadow Attendant grabbed the injured nobleman and walked out of the room. Levi looked at him, a little speechless, seeing that the evil ritual array was so big. I thought he was some big shot. Unexpectedly, he was just an ordinary nobleman who wanted to gain extraordinary power. However, he will definitely not be able to take off the hat of an evil god cultist. "Where did you get the blood sacrifice ritual?" Levi asked. The nobleman was dejected. He didn't expect that after gaining power. He couldn't even defeat the mage's servants. As soon as they met, the sword was broken by Shadow Warrior, and he was also seriously injured. If it weren't for the strange power within his body, he would be able to survive. With his current injuries, a normal person would have died. Shadow Warrior didn't know that the other party was so weak. Directly used the Shadow Claw, cut off the iron sword and almost cut the man into 4 pieces. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Otherwise Levi would only see a corpse. The noble said nothing, and Levi asked the Shadow Attendant to take him to a room. Shadow Attendant stood guard at the door. Levi lit a stick of incense and placed it next to the nobleman. After a while, the nobleman fell into a deep sleep. The great sleepwalking technique. Entering the dream bubble of an aristocratic man, Levi consciously guided the evolution of his dream. Help him remember the original situation. With a little guidance, the man's subconscious began to recall the causes and consequences of the blood sacrifice ceremony. Once, he was a disliked member of the minor aristocracy. Unable to become an extraordinary professional, he was bullied by other family members, commonly known as wastewood. Later, he met a man. The other party claimed to be able to help him obtain extraordinary power. The ability to kill his men was the first supernatural power he gained. Take away someone else's heart, and allow them to function normally without the heart. and he holds other people's hearts and has the ability to kill them at any time. He used this method to force many people to do things for him. Gradually, the nobles around him no longer dared to look down on him. Men also want to gain more power. So he found the person who gave him extraordinary power. The other party handed him a blood sacrifice ceremony. As long as you complete the blood sacrifice, you can get more powerful power. The man was once hesitant, and he also knew that the blood sacrifice ritual was an evil ritual. Once used, you will be regarded as a cultist of the evil god. But out of the desire for power, and the desire to change one's own destiny, he knew it was wrong. But he still chose this path. There are 200,000 to 300,000 people in Maple Leaf City, and there are only 2,000 to 3,000 real extraordinary professionals. Cream of the crop. Although it is not as good as the probability of picking 1 out of 10,000 by a mage. But it can also be seen that it is not so easy to become an extraordinary professional. There are many descendants of nobles who cannot become extraordinary professionals. Lena's uncle Monas also became the vice president of the Spark Literary Club because he was unable to become an extraordinary professional. Otherwise, as a member of the Golden Shield family, who would want to be the vice president of a literary club? Literary clubs are not very profitable. Before Li Wei's arrival, the literary club could earn less than 20 gold coins a year. For the average person, that's a lot. For a noble, let alone a member of one of the top noble families in Maple Leaf City, the money is nothing. Some people choose to accept their fate as ordinary people. Some people are unwilling to accept their fate and eventually go astray. Levi exited the dream. He saw who was giving the man the blood ritual. Li Wei was also very surprised when he saw the other party's true face. He knew the man. Chapter 183 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Lyle. The person who handed over the blood sacrifice ceremony to the noble man turned out to be Lyle. Li Wei was also very surprised. Lyle is Alan's apprentice. Levi once fought with him and saved his life. Levi couldn't help but think deeply. Did Alan know that Lyle had obtained the blood ritual and spread it around? This question is very critical. The problem seems to be getting serious. Lyle, why are you doing this? In the dim room, a red light lit up, illuminating Lyle's indifferent face. Levi, I will definitely be stronger than you. He had just received the power of a sacrifice from one of his men. Feel the growing power within your body. A smile appeared on Lyle's cold face, looking a little scary. Ha ha. Genius? I will let everyone know who is the real genius. Levi took the nobleman back to the mage tower. After the guide was rewarded with a gold coin, he left happily. Thank you, Master Mage. Thank you, Master Mage. Levi looked at Lotta, who was now responsible for examining the evil cultists brought back. What will you do with this person? Levi asked. Rhoda said, depending on the situation. He may be imprisoned in a dungeon, or he may be directly executed. You don't have to have mercy on the evil believers. They have done more evil things than you think. Levi nodded. I know. He had seen in his dreams what men had done with extraordinary power. Once bullied by others, after gaining strength, they will naturally bully them back, bullying him back even harder. The evil deeds involved cannot be explained to outsiders. I am leaving, Levi said, turning around and preparing to leave. Lotta quickly stopped him. Where are you going? I have a few more messages here. Do you want them? Levi shook his head and said, No, I have clues. The magic badge vibrates, and 15 contribution points are added to it. There are indeed many rewards for catching people. This earns money much faster than usual tasks. As soon as Li Wei walked out of the mage tower, he saw Lilia looking sad outside. Why are you here? Levi asked. Lilia saw him and ran over quickly. Master Martin asked me to sneak into the city lord's mansion to find the evil cultists. This is too dangerous. I don't know how to fight. What if I encounter an evil cultist? Lilia looked troubled. Levi gave her an idea. Just state your purpose and go to the city lord's mansion to sit there for a day. When you come back in the evening, say you didn't find it. Lilia looked at Levi. Her eyes widened and asked, Is this okay? Go ahead. You can definitely do it. The city lord's mansion will entertain you with delicious food and drinks, Levi said deliberately. Lilia hesitated for a moment, nodded vigorously and said, Yes. Okay. I'll go. After turning around and walking a few steps, she looked back at Levi. His hands fumbled in his pockets for a moment. In the end, I still came up empty-handed. What? Levi asked, looking at her. Lilia shook her head and said, It's okay. I'm leaving. She just wanted to exchange gold coins with Li Wei. The gold coin she got last time disappeared again. Lilia hesitated again and again, fearing that she would lose it again. I don't dare to ask Li Wei for gold coins anymore. Levi turned and walked towards the Mage Association. Although Alan is the chief instructor of the mage teaching group of the City Lord's Mansion. However, the group of people he brought from Gia City did not join the mage teaching group. This group of people all live in the Mage Association. Lyle should be there too. Levi plans to go and have a look. Suddenly, there was a dazzling golden light on the ground. Turn around and look. There was a shining gold coin lying on the ground. Shadow Attendant picked up the gold coins and handed them to Li Wei. Li Wei pointed the gold coin at the sun and looked at it for a moment to make sure it was genuine. Good luck. A good start. Hey. Putting away the gold coins, Levi walked towards the Mage Association. Hello. I'm looking for Master Lyle. Is he here? Who are you? The waiter asked. My name is Levi. The waiter heard this and looked at him with wide eyes. Very surprised. She had also heard of Levi's name. Seeing this, she quickly said, Master Li Wei, please wait a moment. I will contact Master Lyle. Well, trouble. Levi nodded. Master Li Wei, please sit down first. The waiter poured him a cup of hot tea and entertained him warmly. Levi was sitting in the reception room of the Mage Association. The waiter went to find Lyle. After Levi finished drinking a cup of hot tea, the waiter came back. Sorry, Master Lyle is not here right now. He went out in the morning. Levi stood up. If he comes back, please let me know. No trouble. No trouble. Master Li Wei, walk slowly. The waiter sent Levi to the door of the Mage Association. Watching Levi's back go away, I felt a little excited. I didn't expect Master Li Wei to be so young. He looks younger than me. Levi walked on the street and saw professionals coming and going around him. Where's Lyle? Hey, by the way, why not test Master Alan's tone first? Li Wei turned around and walked in the direction of the City Lord's Mansion. When I walked to the door of the City Lord's Mansion, I happened to meet Lilia wandering at the door. Levi was surprised. Why are you still here? After hearing this, Lilia turned to look at him and ran over quickly. I'm so scared. What if they find out that I'm fake? What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid. What's fake? You are the real thing. Lilith. Okay. You come in with me. It just so happened that Li Wei didn't know what name he used to enter the City Lord's Mansion. Stop. What are you doing? The guards of the City Lord's Mansion stopped the two of them. Levi showed his magic badge and said, Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. Official Mage Levi. Please cooperate with the City Lord's Palace in investigating the Black Cultist attack. Go away. Go away. If you want to investigate, go somewhere else. Why are you here at the City Lord's Mansion? The guard's attitude was not friendly. Levi looked at Lilia, who was stunned for a moment to react. She took out the assistance decree given by the City Lord's Palace. The Lord of Oz has ordered us to fully cooperate with the Mage Tower to find the Black Cultists. Do you want to disobey the Lord's order? Levi said, looking at the two of them. One person wanted to say something, but the person next to him quickly stopped him. He smiled apologetically and said, Two masters, please come in. Since it is the City Lord's order, we will naturally cooperate fully. Please come in. Please come in. Levi and Lilia walked into the City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is very large, and if there is no one to guide you, you may get lost. Fortunately, after the two entered the door, they quickly met the steward of the City Lord's Mansion. When the steward saw the two of them, he quickly said, Are the two mages here to investigate? Levi said, She is here to investigate. I am here to find Master Alan. May I ask your excellency? When the steward heard this, he glanced at Li Wei and asked carefully, My name is Levi. Levi said. Unknowingly, his name became popular in Maple Leaf City. When the steward heard this, he quickly said, It turns out to be Master Li Wei. Master Alan happens to be in the City Lord's Palace. Please come with me. He glanced at the maid next to him and said, Take this mage to the guest room. Yes, Master Mage. Please come with me. Chapter 184 Chance Encounter. The steward took Li Wei to the mage teaching group. He stood at the door and extended his hand to invite Levi to come in. Master Levi, Lord Alan is inside. Just go in. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. If there is anything else, Master Li Wei can come to me at any time. If there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. The steward turned and left. Li Wei walked into the compound of the master teaching group. Entering the door is a wide square, where many mage apprentices are practicing spells. If a ring mage wants to use a spell, he must first learn the spell, and then engrave it in the spell slot. Levi saw many mage apprentices failing to cast spells, and couldn't help but think of the time when he learned the small fireball technique. I felt quite emotional. Phecia, who was teaching the mage apprentices, saw someone coming in, and subconsciously turned her head to take a look. When he found out it was Levi, his face showed surprise. Practice on your own first, and ask me if you don't understand anything. After saying that, Phecia walked towards Levi. She smiled and said low. Master Li Wei, I'm a rare visitor. Why are you here? Levi smiled and said, Phecia, I'm here to see Archmage Alan. Phecia teased. I thought you were here to find me and make me happy for nothing. Levi smiled and said nothing. He knew Phecia was just joking. Phecia pointed to a door not far away and said, The chief mentor of Alan is inside. Just go over and say, That's it. Levi nodded. Thanks. After crossing the playground, Levi walked into an independent courtyard. Before I saw Alan, I heard the sound first. Lyle, what are you doing? Alan's tone sounded a little angry. Teacher, don't worry. I will take care of it myself. I'm leaving. Teacher, you don't have to worry about me. Lyle, it's not too late to turn back now. It's too late. I can never surpass him in normal practice. After Lyle finished speaking, he walked outside. I bumped into Levi at the door. The two stopped and looked at each other. Tit for tat against Maimong. Different colors flashed in the eyes of the two people, and they had different thoughts. Lyle suddenly smiled and said, Master Li Wei, long time no see. Levi smiled and said, Lyle, do you have time later? I have something to ask you. Lyle looked surprised. Oh, what's the matter? Some personal matters, Levi said. Lyle said regretfully, That's a pity. What a coincidence. I have to leave Maple Leaf City today for something, and I may not be back soon. Levi was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, That is indeed a pity. Then I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, Master Li Wei, for your kindness. The two passed each other. The two shadows overlapped, and the shadow moved imperceptibly. No one found it. Lyle took a few steps and looked back at Levi's back. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Hee. Alan stood in the room, turned to look at Levi, and said with some surprise, Levi, why are you here? Levi said, I have something to ask Archmage Alan. Oh, what's the matter? Come on. Sit down first and then talk. Alan invited Levi into the room to sit down and chat. Levi discussed a few issues with Alan about spell cultivation. The topic changed to Lyle. Master Alan, Lyle is planning to leave Maple Leaf City recently. Do you know what he is going to do? Alan was a little surprised and asked subconsciously. Why do you ask this? Levi said. I originally wanted to ask him for help with something, but he said he didn't have time. Oh, if you have anything, I can help you, Alan said. Levi shook his head and said, It's a small matter. There's no need to trouble Master Alan. He said he was leaving for a while and wouldn't be able to come back in a short time. Is he going somewhere? Levi continued to ask. Alan said, Isn't Maple Leaf City a little chaotic recently? I asked him to go back to Gia City to avoid it. Levi's expression changed and he asked, Do you know what Lyle is doing recently? I've heard some not-so-good rumors. Alan looked surprised and asked, What rumors? It's just that Lyle is very close to some nobles and helps them do some things that are not visible to the public, Levi said casually. Alan shook his head and said, It must be a rumor. Lyle has been staying in the Mage Association and concentrating on training. He has no time to hang out with the nobles. After he was defeated by you last time, he worked hard and became a first-level ring mage. During this period, he probably didn't have time to go out and was practicing all the time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken through the first level so quickly. Levi smiled and said, Congratulations then. After chatting for a few words, Levi stood up and left. There's no need to send Master Alan away. I'm leaving. Walk slowly and come often when you have time. Levi took 2 steps, reached the door, and suddenly stopped. He looked back at Alan and asked, Does Master Alan have any news about the evil cultists? The Mage Tower was attacked by evil cultists last night. Today, a high reward is being offered for information about the evil cultists. The entire city is searching for black cultists. Alan glanced at Levi and said, I haven't heard of it yet. If I know about it, I will definitely tell you. Thank you so much, Master Alan. Alan looked at Levi's retreating back with deep eyes. Levi walked on the road. When he entered, he heard the argument between Alan and Lyle. At that time, he suspected that Alan knew about Lyle's use of blood rituals. Now it seems that Alan may know, but not much. He thought Lyle was just using the blood sacrifice ritual to improve his strength. At least one thing is certain. Alan was not in league with Lyle. This is also in Levi's prediction. Alan just broke through the 4th level some time ago and became an archmage. Bright future. There is no need to be involved in evil rituals such as blood sacrifice rituals. Li Wei left the city lord's mansion. He raised his head and looked in one direction. That is the direction where Shadow Attendant is. The Shadow Attendant followed Lyle's shadow. Levi hurried towards the direction of Shadow Attendant. Lilia was sitting in the guest room of the city lord's mansion, eating snacks and drinking tea. Absent-mindedly, Levi, when will you come and take me away? She felt very uncomfortable sitting here. I always feel like the servants around me are staring at me. She subconsciously touched the cat ears hidden in the hat. It shouldn't be discovered. Right. Lilith transforms back into Lilia, and her cat ears reappear. She was panicking now, for fear of being discovered to be an orc. I can't sit still even if I eat or drink. Levi had long forgotten about Lilia. He traced the location of Shadow Warrior and found Lyle. Lyle didn't leave Maple Leaf City. He came to a small estate. Levi stood outside the wall and looked inside. Which noble's manor is this? He looks like a small nobleman. There wasn't even a guard at the door. Seeing this, Levi directly put on his invisibility cloak and entered invisibly. Chapter 185. Catch them all in one fell swoop. Levi walked in the small manor. Although the manor is small, it is well equipped inside. Garden, small pool, lawn, small square. Everything you need. Lyle sat on a big mahogany chair, and in front of him stood the owner of the manor, a down-and-out nobleman. Master Lyle, I really tried my best this month. There were people checking everywhere. I was almost discovered last time. Fortunately, I knew the patrolling guard captain, so I covered it up after doing some planning. The noble showed a low attitude in front of Lyle. Lyle didn't even look at him and said, Give you 2 more days to bring me at least 3 living people. I don't care what method you use. The ceremony must be completed this month. You don't want to lose control of the power in your body. Right? When the noble heard this, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will definitely find a way. Levi stood outside the door and narrowed his eyes when he heard the conversation between the two. It seems that this is not the first time that Lyle has used human sacrifice. Levi was in no hurry to take action. There's no point in taking action now. Only when the stolen goods are collected can the evidence of Lyle's crime be established. Lyle stayed in the manor for a while, then got up and left. Li Wei followed him all the way, and became more and more frightened as he got further behind. Lyle has actually controlled so many nobles to do things for him. This is a big event. Levi thought for a moment, then turned and returned to the Mage Tower. He found Guz. Guz will leave Maple Leaf City soon. Before he leaves, give him a big gift. At least it would allow him to not have to worry about training resources for a period of time after leaving Maple Leaf City. Teacher Guz, I have made a big discovery here. Come with me. Remember to bring a photo crystal. After a while, Guz found Levi with the photo crystal. He asked a little strangely, What are you talking about? Levi said, I found a clue about the evil cultists involving 3 noble families. Guz was surprised. Why don't you report such a big thing to your superiors? Levi said, There are many people with mixed eyes. If the Mage Tower has their eyes, the news will be leaked. There is no evidence yet to convict them. They will hold an evil ritual in the next 2 days at the latest. After taking a photo crystal to record their evidence, we can take action. Hearing this, Guz nodded. Then I'll do as you say. What are you going to do now? Follow them first to see how many people are involved. Teacher Guz, go follow Fight of the Jolsman family. Levi took out a portrait transformed by the apparition technique and showed it to Guz. Let him remember the goal. Guz took one look and said, I know this person. Don't worry. I'll keep it with you. The two went their separate ways, with Levi continuing to follow Lyle. Finn is one of the more powerful nobles under Lyle. The other 2 noble families are down-and-out nobles. I took refuge in Lyle in order to survive. Finn is different. He wants to gain strength and lead his family further. The Jolsmans and Lyle have more of a partnership. Feet also has many subordinates. and they must find ways to find them, then catch them all in one fell swoop. Levi followed Lyle and had no time to follow fight, so he asked Guzay to follow him. August 30th. Lyle, who Levi had been following for 2 days, finally made some movement. He walked towards the outside of the city. At the same time, Leeway also received news from Guzay. The Jolsman family, led by Fit, transported some unknown goods towards the outside of the city. Feet and the city gate guards have taken care of things. The goods were released directly without strict inspection. 2 other noble families also took action. There are also some independent people who are developing in Lyle, and they are also rushing out of the city. Levi followed Lyle all the way to a cave outside the city. It's actually here. Levi was a little surprised. The cave is just outside the Dark Valley. Tens of thousands of orcs are imprisoned in the Dark Valley. More than 10,000 orcs have been transformed into various slaves. But there are still a large number of orcs staying in the Dark Valley. As soon as Levi entered the valley, he smelled a faint smell of blood. You can smell the blood here. I'm afraid it's probably a river of blood inside. Levi twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling something was not good. After thinking for a while, his phantom body emerged, hiding in the mountains and forests outside, preparing to meet up with Hughes, who was coming. Levi followed Lyle's footsteps into the cave. Walking into the depths of the cave, the ground was covered with corpses. There are animals, humans, and orcs. The corpses were all dried up, and the blood was drained. Levi hid behind a rock and quietly watched Lyle arrange the sacrificial ceremony. A photo crystal was placed in the corner, silently recording the scene in front of him. After a while, others arrived with sacrifices. Mage Lyle. Lyle didn't say anything and just glanced. The man dragged the sacrifice over, threw it on the ground, and slit the throat of the sacrifice. Let the blood flow. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the wound continued to bleed, eventually draining every drop of blood from the sacrifice's body. More and more sacrifices were brought. Lyle's people basically gathered here. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, just in time to catch them all. Bring the last batch of sacrifices. There were more than 30 orcs, and the one who brought the orcs over was an officer stationed in the Dark Valley. Levi was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Lyle had been corrupted into Maple Leaf City's army. Outside the cave, Levi's phantom has stopped Guzay. Hughes looked at Levi and didn't recognize that he was fake. He said anxiously, "They have already gone in. Why don't they go in?" Levi said, "Don't worry. Wait a while." In the cave, Levi was also waiting for the opportunity. He sympathizes with those chosen to be sacrificed. However, taking action hastily will only put yourself in danger. There are too many enemies. They must be caught in one fell swoop and killed with one blow. Otherwise, he and Guzay alone would not be able to deal with so many people. Leeway closed his eyes and did not look at the scenes of those people dying tragically. A red light lit up in the cave, and the sacrificial ceremony began. Everyone knelt down and worshipped in the ritual circle, with their foreheads touching the ground. Lyle sat in the middle of the blood river and presided over the sacrificial ceremony. As the sacrificial ceremony progressed, everyone could feel a force being injected into their bodies. That feeling is intoxicating and fascinating. Compared with day after day, day by day, day by day, the strength is slowly improved. This feeling of rapidly increasing strength is irresistible. Once you start, you can never go back. Lyle gets the most power as the host of the ceremony. His figure was drowned in blood. Suddenly, a strong magical wave appeared in the cave. Lyle's expression changed. The ceremony is already halfway through and cannot be interrupted. The only thing he could do was speed up the ritual. In critical moments, he did not care about grabbing power and gave more power to others. Some people couldn't bear it and screamed, "Ah!" unable to withstand the force. His body split apart and his blood was instantly drained by the ritual circle, turning him into a mummy. Levi looked at these people indifferently. Throwing the super fireball in his hand, he accelerated towards the outside without looking back. Chapter 186 Rampage. After Levi threw the super fireball, he escaped from the cave as quickly as possible. Boom! Super fireball explodes in the cave. In the narrow space, the power of the explosion becomes even more terrifying. In an instant, the mummies on the ground were reduced to ashes. The extremely violent flames vented their remaining power towards the only exit. Bang! A huge force came from behind Levi. He gritted his teeth and continued to accelerate. Call! The flames rushed out of the cave, and Levi followed the flames and flew out of the cave. flying towards the sky. Yu saw a large amount of flame suddenly erupting from the cave, and stood up suddenly, showing a shocked look. What happened? Why did it suddenly explode? Li Wei took advantage of the cover of the flames, and was not discovered by Gu Zhe. Yu kept staring at the cave, and did not see Levi flying into the sky. Levi found an opportunity to exchange with the phantom body, and returned to Gu Zhe. Boom! Mountain peaks shook. Boulders collapsed. Soil slipped. And caves collapsed. Yu looked at the covered cave in front of him with a look of silence. He didn't know what to do. Before the fight started with the enemy was killed inexplicably. Even if they were not killed by the explosion, they were buried under the mountain and crushed to death. Yu said distressedly. What should we do? We haven't obtained their evidence yet. Levi said. I have the evidence. He handed the photo crystal with part of its content cut out to Furusawa. Only the scene of the final blood sacrifice ceremony is left in it, and the process of the massacre has been deleted. These are enough evidence to prove those people's crimes. Yu stared at him with a puzzled face and asked, Where did you get the evidence? Levi said. Do you remember my magic servant? Remember. I asked the magic servant to sneak in first and put an image crystal. Yu suddenly realized. But there were still things he couldn't figure out. Aren't you always by my side? When did you get the photo crystal? Li Weigang wanted to explain, but his expression changed. Teacher, it seems that the matter is not over yet. Gu Zhe immediately became alert. Levi cast a spell, and put 2 layers of invisible armor on Yu's. The two stared nervously at the collapsed cave. Bang! The rock was blown away by a huge force, and a figure covered in blood came out. Levi recognized the other person as Lyle at a glance. Lyle! Levi called out his name. Hearing this, Gu Zhe was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Lyle heard the sound and looked at Levi with a look of surprise. He stared at Levi. It turns out you are the one doing the trick. Lyle laughed angrily and said, Ha ha ha! You come just in time. Don't leave once you're here. Stay here. In the explosion just now, everyone except him died. He bore all the power of the sacrificial ceremony alone. And the power in his body had gone crazy and was beyond control. Even if he goes back, he won't survive long. When he happened to meet Levi, Lyle didn't even think about it. All he could think about was dragging Levi to die with him. He used the sacrificial ritual not just to catch up with Levi, surpass him, and defeat him. Now, he died because of Li Wei. And he also wanted Li Wei to die with him. Lyle raised his hand and grabbed Levi. The blood on his body turned into a giant hand and grabbed at Levi. Levi raised his hand and shot a fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the bloody hand and exploded it into pieces. In less than 3 seconds, the bloody hand condensed into shape again and swatted down towards Levi. Levi's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a solemn expression. Lyle's strength is a bit scary. His fireball spell is as powerful as a second-level spell. None of this can destroy the bloody hand. It can be seen that at this moment, Lyle's strength is likely to reach the level of a third-level professional. Teacher, you restrain him and I'll attack. Levi ran towards the other side and distanced himself from Hughes. Don't try to escape. The bloody hand quickly stretched out and grabbed Li Wei. Frost freeze! Click, click, click. The bloody hands were stained with a layer of white frost, and the frost quickly spread towards Lyle, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye. Lyle slowed down a lot. Levi turned around and threw a few small fireballs. Hoo ho ho! A series of fireballs. Bang bang bang. The small fireball hit the frozen bloody hand and exploded it bit by bit. Levi rubbed his hands together, and a charged fireball appeared in his palm. He threw fireballs into the sky. The fireball flew into the sky and disappeared. Hoo ho ho! Levi kept bombarding Lyle with a series of fireballs. The blood around Lyle turned into a barrier to resist the attack. He was constantly being pressed and beaten, which was very annoying. Damn it! Go to H.L. Lyle roared angrily, and his body glowed with blood. It turned into a bloody monster over 3 meters tall. His hand quickly stretched out and grabbed both Levi and Gu Zhe in the blink of an eye. Click, click, click. The huge force crushed the invisible armor on the 2 men. In just a moment, the invisible armor shattered. Call! A fireball fell from the sky. Lyle felt something dazzling above his head and looked up. A bright fireball fell. At first glance, he thought it was the sun. I found that the sun was growing rapidly, and then I realized that it was something else. Bang! Boom! The charged fireball hit Lyle right on top of his head. The explosion produced a fireball more than 20 meters in diameter. The bloody hands holding Li Wei and Guze also shattered and turned into a pool of blood when they fell to the ground. Guze looked around, and he glanced at Levi suspiciously. Seeing that Levi, like himself, had just been rescued, the doubt in his heart disappeared. Someone is helping them. Guze thought so in his heart. Levi stared into the center of the explosion. He quietly rubbed the fireball with one hand behind his back. If Lyle is not dead, he will take another one. Call. A breeze blew. The flames dissipated and the smoke cleared, revealing what was inside. Lyle returned to his human form, lying on the ground with his eyes closed and his body still steaming. There were also traces of being burned by the flames. Looks dead? Guze was about to step forward, but Levi reminded, "Don't go there. Use magic." Hearing this, Guze stopped. Ice cone technique. Several ice picks hit Lyle's body. The ice pick was inserted into Lyle's body. After more than 10 seconds, the ice pick was dyed red. Seeing this, Guze breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He is dead." Levi nodded and used the object control technique. A huge boulder shook on the mountain peak and rolled down the mountain. Boom! The boulder fell down in the direction of Lyle without any hesitation. Lyle opened his eyes suddenly, and his figure turned into a blood shadow and disappeared from the place. Bang! The boulder fell to the ground. A blood shadow flew toward Levi. Guze exclaimed, "Levi!" He hurriedly cast the spell, but the speed of the blood shadow was too fast. It's too late. This was Lyle's last strength. He wants to pull Levi to die together. Lyle didn't expect that he was so unlucky. If it hadn't been for the huge boulder falling from the mountain that was about to hit him, he would definitely be able to endure it until Levi and Guze got close, and then kill them both in one fell swoop. Now, he was forced to choose one person to kill. Lyle threw himself in front of Levi, bleeding from all his orifices, looking like a devil. He showed a ferocious smile. "Let's die together." Levi silently took out his left hand, which was placed behind his back. A fireball hit Lyle's face. Lyle's smile suddenly froze. Bang! The flames engulfed the two figures. Chapter 187 Generous Rewards. Bang! The flames engulfed the figures of Levi and Lyle. Guze stopped in his tracks, showing nervousness and eyes full of worry. The firelight dissipated. One figure is standing, and the other is lying down. Guze's heart tightened, seeing clearly that the person standing was Levi. He let out a long sigh of relief. It almost scared him to death when he saw Lyle rushing towards Levi. Guze was extremely anxious. At that moment, he even hoped that Lyle would attack him. Fortunately, nothing happened to Levi. Freeze! Guze cast a spell to freeze Lyle into ice to prevent him from committing suicide again. Levi smiled and said, "Teacher, it's okay. He is completely dead this time." Guze looked at Levi and asked with concern, "Are you okay? I was scared to death just now." Levi shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Look, no one is alive yet. Shadow Attendant, drag out all the bodies." Shadow Attendant ran towards the cave. Levi knelt down and looked at Lyle. Even though his face was blown apart, you can still see Lyle's unwillingness. He also didn't understand why he couldn't kill Levi even though he had such powerful power. Levi looked obviously weak. Until his death, he never figured out where the fireballs falling from the sky came from. Guze glanced at the huge explosion crater and said thankfully, "Fortunately, there are people helping us. Otherwise the two of us might not be able to defeat him." Levi smiled and said nothing. After a while, Shadow Attendant took out all the corpses. Totally dead, the bodies were reduced to charcoal. Fortunately, there is a photo crystal record. Otherwise, I would not be able to claim the credit. Gwiddy gang. There was a sound of horse hooves. Levi and Guze turned to look. The soldiers stationed in the dark valley rushed over. There was such a big movement happening here, and they couldn't just sit back and watch. After discovering the two people, the leader of the team was stunned for a moment. Later, when he saw the corpses lying on the ground, his expression immediately changed. "Who are you?" the commander asked loudly. Levi showed his magic badge and said, "Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. The official Mage Li Wei is hunting down the evil cultists." He pointed to the corpses on the ground and said, "These are evil believers. Fart. That's my brother. Did you step on the horse and kill my brother?" The commander saw the officer's body on the ground and cursed loudly. Levi showed the photo crystal. The commander looked at it and fell silent. He quickly said, "He is actually a cultist of the evil god. Fortunately, I still regard him as my brother. I didn't expect that he would hide so deeply. Master Mage, please rest assured. We will definitely cooperate with you to arrest the evil cultists, Levi said. Please notify Maple Leaf City and ask them to send someone to transport the body back. Oh, there are still a lot of corpses inside. You can clean them out. The people who disappeared in Maple Leaf City during this period may all be inside. The commander glanced at the cave and twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to do such a thing. What does the missing people in Maple Leaf City have to do with him? That's the responsibility of the Maple Leaf City Police. However, Haikal had already boasted about it before, and he was too embarrassed to refuse. He quickly ordered his men to help clean up the corpses in the cave. Not many corpses were cleared out. The mummies were basically destroyed in the explosion. However, some objects were found that could prove the victim's identity. The commander looked at a broken jade pendant with an ugly expression. That was the jade pendant he gave to his little lover. It seemed that something unexpected had happened to his little lover. The commander's face darkened. Damn! What a hacking unlucky guy! Li Wei and Guze waited for a while. And then people sent by Maple Leaf City arrived and took the corpse back to Maple Leaf City for identification. The two of them also followed the convoy back to the city. When Li Wei saw the commander following him all the way, he said kindly, "You don't need to follow. It's already safe with them here," the commander said with a dark face. "I'll go home and take a look." He was still unwilling to give in and wanted to go back to see if his little lover was really dead. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, Levi saw Alan's figure. Alan looked at the corpse on the carriage and searched for a long time before finding Lyle. He sighed. "Well?" Levi walked up to him and asked, "Do you know everything?" Alan didn't look at him. Although Lyle did something wrong, Levi was the murderer of his apprentice. As a teacher, Alan has very complicated feelings for Levi. He knew Levi did the right thing. But this is not what he wants to see, Alan said without turning his head. "I saw that his strength improved too quickly, and I guessed what side schemes he might be using. But I didn't expect that he would go astray and do such a thing." Levi was silent for a moment and said, "There is one more question. Who gave Lyle the blood sacrifice ceremony?" Alan finally turned to look at him. His eyes flickered and he asked, "Do you think there is someone behind Lyle?" Levi nodded and said, "Yes. According to the information I know, Lyle should have obtained the blood sacrifice ceremony recently." He had seen the deal between Lyle and the noble loser from his dream. At that time, Lyle had just obtained the blood sacrifice ritual. The noble loser was one of his chosen test subjects. Test whether the blood ritual actually works. After confirming the effectiveness of the blood sacrifice ritual, Lyle took the initiative to recruit others to help. Alan thought for a moment, looked down at Lyle, and said, "I will definitely find that person." I don't know whether he said it to Lyle or Levi. Lyle's body was taken away by Alan. The other corpses were sent to the Mage Tower for inspection. And the photo crystals were used to completely confirm the behavior of these people as evil cultists. All relevant personnel involved were also arrested by the City Lord's mansion. Not only did the Joelsman family fail to rise, but it fell completely because of this incident. When the evil cultists were involved, even the noble title was deprived. Martin looked at Levi and Guze and said, "What a pity. What you found is not a black cultist, but a blood cultist. But it's still a huge contribution. After discussion with the top management of the Mage Tower, it has been decided to give you 2 500 contributions each as a reward." Levi and Guze both smiled. If you just count the heads, the contribution is actually less than 500. Only more than 300. But considering the huge impact and implications of this matter, the Mage Tower gave additional rewards. Anyway, the City Lord's Palace will also reimburse some. After all, this matter also involves nobles and the army. Martin looked at Levi and smiled. "The contribution you made is enough for you to use for a while. This period is not peaceful, so you can stay in the Mage Tower and practice peacefully." He was also afraid that Levi would be in danger outside. When Levi was assigned a task before, he had no reason to refuse. After all, he couldn't stop Levi from making contributions. Now, he can use this reason. Levi nodded. "Well, thank you, Master Martin, for your concern." The two walked out of the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. Hughes took out the magic badge and said, "I have not made much contribution to this matter. You got the information. My contribution of 300 is enough." Levi quickly held his hand. "Teacher, this is the result of our joint efforts. What's more, after you leave the Mage Tower, there are still many places where you need to spend money." Chapter 188 New Crisis. Hughes looked at Li Wei and saw that Li Wei insisted. He let go of his hand and said helplessly, "In the end, I still have to rely on you to take care of me. I am really incompetent as a teacher." Yu smiled bitterly. Levi smiled and said, "Teacher, if I ask you for help from now on, don't refuse." "Ha! When have I ever refused you?" The two of them laughed and walked away. After walking for a while, Yu said, "When I leave, you come with me to see Ba. Basta is from Middle-earth and comes to the north to do business." Levi looked surprised. Middle-earth is the most prosperous and richest place in the human empire. It is no exaggeration to say that a brick thrown in that place could hit 4 or 5 nobles. Base is able to carry out business from the middle of the country to the north, and his status is definitely extraordinary. Li Wei also understood what Gu's meant. He wanted to introduce himself to Base. It's not that Guze hadn't thought about this before. It's just that he didn't know how to speak. The relationship between Gu's and Base can be said to be familiar or strange. Buzz saved his life, and every once in a while when Buzz came to Maple Leaf City, the two of them would meet. Apart from that, there is no more intersection. After this incident, Guze decided that even if he owed a huge favor, he would give Levi a push. What's more, Li Wei is a young and accomplished genius mage. Base wouldn't refuse to meet such a potential player. Either. Guze feels that there is still great hope. If you have the chance, you must go to Middle-earth. It is much more prosperous than the north, Guze said to Levi. Levi nodded and said with a smile, "Teacher, you are still young. There will be plenty of time in the future. And there will definitely be opportunities in the future." A wide mountain range separates the north from Middle-earth. This mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles, is extremely steep, and towers into the clouds. It is known as the Great Wall of Ice and Snow. The ice and snow in the north are blocked to the north by this mountain range and cannot go south into Middle-earth. This makes Middle-earth like spring all year round, and the scenery is beautiful. Excellent climate conditions and fertile land. Middle-earth has been the center of human activity since ancient times. Once upon a time, humans, orcs, elves, dwarves, and dragons all lived in Middle-earth. Later, several world wars broke out, and Middle-earth changed hands several times. Ultimately, the current world structure was established. The Empire of Man occupies the vast and fertile continent of Middle-earth. The orcs live in the lonely, poor, remote and desolate frozen continent in the north. The elves retreated into the prehistoric forest and became isolated from the world. The dragon clan retreated to Dragon Island overseas, and there has been no news for hundreds of years. It is not easy to get to the middle continent from the north. Oz waited 2 months for the knighthood of the human empire in Middle-earth. This also has something to do with the long distance between the north and Middle-earth. Conferring a title is not just a sentence. There are also noble badges of honor symbolizing the title, exclusive Imperial Knight uniforms corresponding to the title, and fiefdom deeds awarded by the Empire. Various accompanying items have to be sent from the human empire in Middle-earth to the remote Maple Leaf City. This all takes time. Levi returned to the room. Receiving a contribution of 500 yuan gave him a lot of money. At least you don't have to worry about recent training resources. The previous effort to create the Origin Heart necklace almost cost him all his money, and Li Wei had no more gold coins left in his pocket. Although the cost of the Yuanxin necklace is expensive, it is well worth the money. Levi has no regrets. August 31st. Tomorrow is another publishing day. Levi was looking forward to it. Oops. I seem to have forgotten to write this month's manuscript. Li Wei wrote a manuscript overnight. The next day, September 1st. Early in the morning, Jimmy found Levi. He looked at Li Wei resentfully. Master Li Wei, you haven't given me the manuscript from last month. I came to see you several times, and you always said you would do it next time. If you don't give me the manuscript, it will be discontinued next month. Levi was a little embarrassed, and he quickly gave Jimmy the manuscript he had written overnight. Sorry, I was too busy last month. This is a newly written manuscript. There may be some typos. Jimmy, please correct it. Jimmy got the manuscript and smiled happily. Okay, Master Levi. He took out a money bag and handed it to Li Wei and said, This is the royalties for August. A total of 18 gold coins. Levi accepted the money bag and said, Thank you for your hard work. Jimmy said, In October, the traveling merchant team of the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce will come back, and there may be a large amount of royalties by then. Levi smiled and said, I'm also looking forward to it. Oh, by the way, do the president and director Gus have time? I'll treat you to a meal. Jimmy was a little surprised. He quickly said, "There has been some chaos in Maple Leaf City recently. The president and the others did not go out and stayed in the city. Everyone has different ways of dealing with chaos. Some people are so light that their first reaction is to avoid dangerous areas. If someone relies on the family, they will naturally live and die with the family and rely on the family's strength to withstand disasters. Obviously, whether it is Merson, Monas, or Gus, they are the latter. The three of them have considerable support from noble families. It is unrealistic to want to leave. Instead, it would be safer to stay in Maple Leaf City and rely on the family. Levi and Hughes are the former." After listening to Jimmy's words, Levi said directly, "That's just right. Help me invite the two presidents and Director Gus, and we will have dinner at Laifu Gourmet Restaurant in the evening. You come too." Jimmy nodded and said, "Okay, I will tell the president and director." After watching Jimmy leave, Levi returned to the room and put the money bag into the space ring. Naturally, he wasn't just looking for Merson and Monas to have a meal. Leeway wanted to inquire about the rituals of worshipping gods. It's not that he wants blessings from the gods. I just want to avoid the most dangerous time period. Another thing is to understand the current turbulent events in Maple Leaf City. Both of them are well-informed people and know many things that the people at the bottom are unaware of. In the evening, Levi, Merson, Monas, Gus, and Jimmy had dinner at the Leaf Gourmet Restaurant. Merson raised his glass and said, "Thank you, Master Levi, for the invitation." Others also raised their glasses to invite him. Levi smiled and said, "Don't be too polite. Without Xingho Literary Society, I wouldn't be where I am today. Master Li Wei is so humble. Come, come, let's all drink." After 3 drinks, everyone opened their hearts. Merson and Monas had a lively chat, complaining about the nonsense of the nobles. Levi and Jimmy looked curious and excited. It is human nature to gossip. "Oh, by the way, when does the city lord plan to hold the ceremony to worship the gods? I want to be prepared and grab the jackpot." Merson looked slightly drunk and said, "I'm not sure. It will probably take another month or 2. The sacrificial altar hasn't been built yet. But it's already being built." Mona said, "Don't talk about this. It's boring to talk about this. I recently heard some exciting news." Everyone turned to look at him. Monas looked at everyone and said mysteriously, "I heard that a great mage came to Maple Leaf City to seek revenge." Jimmy looked surprised. "Who dares to offend the Archmage? Do you really want to risk your life?" Monas laughed and said, "Don't tell me. This person is not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offended the Archmage. He killed his disciples and disciples." Chapter 189 Storm Mage. "Do you know who he is?" Monas looked at the wine glass in his hand and asked everyone. Gus took a sip of wine and said, "I've heard about this too. This person is not easy to mess with. Forget it if it's an ordinary Archmage. I heard that the person who came to Maple Leaf City to seek revenge this time is the vice president of the Mage Association of Tundra City." Li Wei took a sip of his drink and asked, "Then do you know the names of his dead apprentices and disciples?" Mona said, "One seems to be a 3rd-level mage named me. And there is a 1st-level mage. I can't remember. Mulhouse and Weeks." Gus said. Li Wei remained calm, secretly surprised. He thought that by destroying the body and removing all traces, the matter would be over. Unexpectedly, Mulhouse also has a master who is the vice president of the Mage Association. Levi was also a little confused. He crushed the corpse into ashes. How did the other party find Maple Leaf City? How did he know that the murderer was in Maple Leaf City? Levi was secretly wary. Although I didn't get any detailed information about the ceremony, I got a more important piece of news. If it weren't for this chat with Merson and others, Levi would not even know that the enemy had arrived at the door. After dinner, Levi refused to let Jimmy send him back. "Jimmy, send President Merson back. He is much drunker than me. Don't worry. I am a mage. No one dares to do anything to me in Maple Leaf City. Okay. No need to send it off. Goodbye." Levi rushed back to the mage tower. He found Hughes and asked him something. "Teacher, if you don't have any clues and only have one location where the incident occurred, and you want to find the murderer, can you find it?" Hearing this, Hughes stopped what he was doing. He thought for a moment and said, "If you want to find it, it's not impossible. Even if there are no clues, there is still a way to find the murderer. For example, dividers and minor prophecies will be easier if there are items left by the deceased or the murderer. That being said, finding a fortune teller is inherently difficult. The Minor Prophecy is a spell that even the Archmage has trouble mastering. The easiest way is actually to leave it to the detective profession. There is a saying that if you don't want others to know something, detectives are always good at finding the murderer from clues. What? Who do you want to find? Guze looked at Levi and asked. Levi shook his head and said, No, I just encountered something today and wanted to ask. Nothing else. Teacher, I'll go back first. Levi returned to the room. Thoughtful. It seems that just destroying the body and removing traces cannot completely cover up the evidence of his own crime. Whether it is the fortune-telling skills of fortune tellers or the destiny guidance of minor prophecies. All very unreasonable. It's troublesome. I don't know if he knows I'm here or if he already knows my identity. This is critical. If the other party doesn't know that the murderer is Levi, he can still find a way to fool the matter. If the other party already knew that the murderer was Levi, he would have no choice but to confront him head-on. With his current methods, he wanted to kill an Archmage. It can only be said that it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. He can unleash the power of a 4th level spell. But this does not mean that he is comparable to a 4th level mage. Levi just had a glimmer of hope that he could kill the other party. I won't go out during this period, but I must collect information. It's best to find out who this Archmage is. Monas and Gus said that he was the vice president of the Mages Association of Tundra City. This message is too general. Levi needs to know more detailed information so that he can formulate targeted tactical strategies. In the next few days, Li Wei stayed in the Mage Tower to practice meditation without leaving the house. While he was busy practicing spells and improving his strength, he was not idle. Send Shadow Attendant and Phantom to collect information outside. Control the Phantom body and walk outside for a day. Levi suddenly understood why Toresta always liked to travel the world with his Phantom body. It is indeed much more convenient to use Phantom body. It would be even better if the Phantom body could inherit its own strength. On the first day, there was no gain. For 3 days, there was no news. On the 4th day, Wunshin heard some gossip outside. The Archmage did not go to the Mages Association, because he came here to seek revenge this time. It was naturally impossible for him to confront Maple Leaf City's Mages Association calmly. Anyone who can kill his disciple must be above a 3rd level mage. It is impossible for the Mage Association to let him kill a mage of this level. At that time, the two sides will inevitably conflict. He simply did not go to see the people from the Mage Association. Levi finally knew the other party's name. Storm Mage Tyr. The other party is still a titled mage. The Archmage who can obtain the title is not an ordinary person. Levi felt increasingly troubled. After several days of investigation, Levi finally found Tyr's residence. He lives on the Leinster family estate. The Leinster family respected him extremely, and tried their best to help him find the murderer in Maple Leaf City. Levi also learned about Tyr from the Leinster family. The Leinster family even offered a reward. As long as someone can help find the murderer, he will be given a generous reward of 1,000 gold coins. Li Wei looked at it, and wanted to tie him up and send him over. There are some bold people who use false information to fool the Leinster family. The result is that there are a few more hanged men at the door of the Leinster family. Tyr seems to have some way of telling the truth from fiction. After inquiring about the news, Levi almost understood the situation. The good news is that Till doesn't know yet that he is the murderer. The bad news is that Tyr seems to be able to pinpoint the killer's location. At present, the scope has been narrowed down to Maple Leaf City. No one knows whether Tyr will narrow the scope of suspicion directly to the Mage Tower next time. There is not much time left for Levi. What to do? Levi was also a little troubled. He glanced at the space ring in his hand that belonged to Milas. Is it because of this? He carefully used his mental power to explore more than a dozen times, but found nothing unusual. If Tyr was using destiny spells, it would be useless for him to throw away the space ring. Sooner or later he will be found. Levi looked up to the top of the tower. He lowered his head and shook his head. There is no need to go to this point until the last minute. If Toresta takes action, there is a high probability that he can be saved. But everything he did was revealed. The strength he had been hiding was also exposed. Levi racked his brains to find a way to break the situation. There is no doubt about Tyr's strength. Title Mage. It was impossible for Levi to win in a head-on fight. And even a sneak attack might not be able to kill him. The power of the 4th level Archmage is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. There seems to be only one level difference between the 4th level and the 3rd level. But it's a huge difference. A 4th level Archmage can easily crush a 3rd level mage. After thinking for a long time, Levi thought of a possible way to open up the situation. Chapter 190, the third level sleepwalking spell. 8 times the flow of time. Levi made a bold decision. He was going to visit Tyr's dreamland. Apart from that, he didn't know how to find any hope of breaking the situation. Sneaking into an archmage's dream is much more dangerous than sneaking into someone else's dream. Even if the other party is not a great mage who is good at spiritual spells. Levi was fully prepared for what he was going to do next. In the next few days, Levi frantically hunted nightmares in his dreams to increase the level of the great sleepwalking heavenly technique. Now that Maple Leaf City is in turmoil, there is a faint tendency to form a large-scale fusion nightmare. Levi easily found dreams with nightmares. No matter what happens, he can still fish for law enforcement. Directly open your own dream bubble. Attract the nightmare to enter, and then kill it in one fell swoop. 2 days ago, Levi was still looking for nightmares everywhere. On the 3rd day, Levi accidentally saw a nightmare vortex. Then I remembered what was happening at Howling Fortress. He enters a nightmare vortex. Appeared on the wall of a black fortress. Hoo ho ho! Bang bang bang! Boom! 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 Killing cries, whistling, wailing, and explosions continued to reach my ears. Li Wei turned around and saw soldiers wearing 2 different types of armor fighting bloody battles on the city wall. Looking down, there is also a battlefield below. The inside and outside of the fortress had already become a mess, turning into a huge meat grinder. Nightmares turn into human soldiers and go around killing people. Their figures are constantly changing between the 2 camps, and their only purpose is to create more nightmare power. Some nightmares like to backstab their teammates, and they like the nightmare power that creates resentment when their teammates die after their betrayal. Some nightmares like to crush their enemies aggressively and absorb the power of nightmares that arouses the despair of human death. Levi likes the nightmare core left behind after the nightmare dies. In reality, more than 100,000 soldiers gathered inside the Howling Wind Fortress, including the logistics personnel. The number exceeded 200,000, reaching the 300,000 mark. There are more people than Hansha City. The fusion dream of Howling Wind Fortress is also much larger than the fusion dream of Hansha City, and it is still growing and has not yet reached its limit. Shadow Attendant, bring back the core of the nightmare. Levi roams the battlefield hunting nightmares. A small fireball spell can instantly kill a first-level dream. A single fireball can take away the second-level nightmare. One move of charged fireball can kill the third-level nightmare. Levi becomes a nightmare to nightmares on the battlefield. Bang! A huge figure appeared on the battlefield. Li Wei looked from a distance with a solemn expression and did not get closer. As he expected, such a huge nightmare dream would inevitably give birth to a 4th-level nightmare. The 4th-level nightmare is particularly powerful. Invincible. Levi has not provoked such a powerful monster for the time being. After hunting for a whole night in the Howling Wind Fortress, the Great Sleepwalking Heavenly Technique was finally upgraded. Great Sleepwalking Technique, Level 2, 0/10,000. Levi's expression moved slightly, and he felt something different around him. Does this feel like entering the 3rd level of Dreamland? Bang! The dream beneath his feet was shattered, and Levi fell. Shadow Attendant quickly returned and got into his body. After a long time, Levi fell. The waves spread beneath your feet. He looked around with a look of surprise. This is still a long river of dreams. No 3rd layer of dreams? Levi looked up and was stunned for a moment. The stars that were once out of reach had become closer. He could even see palace buildings in the stars. Is there anyone up there? Levi was a little surprised. He tried to fly towards the stars, unable to get close. Even the 2nd-level Great Sleepwalking spell can't let him get close to the stars. This is indeed the 3rd level of Dreamland. Li Wei used the Great Sleepwalking technique to feel like his soul was out of his body. Returning to the 2nd level of Dreamland, the long river of dreams in my eyes has undergone earth-shaking changes. The fog of dreams disappeared. He could clearly see all the scenes in the 2nd layer of dreams. The dream bubble also changes. It is no longer a fleeting bubble in the long river of dreams. Countless dream bubbles were arranged neatly, and Levi could clearly see the scene inside at a glance. Suddenly, a dream bubble slowly burst. After a while, a dream bubble resurfaced, replacing the broken dream bubble. Levi knew that the bursting speed of dream bubbles had not slowed down. It's just that he is in the 3rd level of Dream World, and the flow of time is much faster than that of the 2nd level Dream World. Faster than the 1st level of the Dream World where the dream bubble is located. Therefore, in his eyes, the bursting of dream bubbles became slower. After testing, Levi knew that the time flow rate in the 3rd layer of dreams was 4 times that of reality. Levi looked down and saw several lost souls wandering in the second level of dreams. He entered the second level of dream world. Find the lost souls and kill them one by one. After possessing the map hanger, the lost soul loses his vision advantage in front of Levi. Levi got a total of 8 soul crystals. Soul crystals are paired with magic potions to achieve better training results. That's about it for today. Go back first. Levi exits the dream world. Returning to reality, he suddenly felt like he was in another world. After a while, Levi came back to his senses. To be on the safe side, level up the Great Sleepwalking Heavenly Technique to the 3rd level. And then go find Tyr. September 15th. Levi has been fighting in the nightmare of Howling Fortress for several days. I don't know how many nightmares I killed. The higher the level of the Great Dream, the less experience the nightmare can provide, forcing Levi to try his best to hunt down nightmares above level 3. He also tried his best to kill a level 4 nightmare. In other words, nightmare is weak and easily pushed down. If it were a normal 4th level monster, it would be much more difficult to kill. The shadow attendant has also benefited from the glory these days, eating and drinking enough, and his level has reached the peak of the 2nd level. Levi crushed a 3rd level nightmare core. A stream of light flew into his body. This is the last one. Great Sleepwalking Technique, level 3, 0/10,000. The familiar feeling of falling came. The dream beneath Levi's feet collapsed, and he continued to sink. Shadow attendant had already returned to his body first. What does the 4th dream world look like? Suddenly, Levi's heart tightened, and he felt a sense of danger. He looked up and saw a huge blurry figure passing outside the falling passage. Levi was shocked. What is this? Tread. Levi landed, and the water beneath his feet rippled, and the ripples spread. He returned to the dreamland again. The red sunset shines on the long river of dreams, reflecting the blood-red surroundings. Levi looked up and saw a huge, boundless red star appearing at the end of the dream river. Half submerged in the dream river, he walked toward the stars. This is the closest he has ever been to the stars in the dreamland. However, no matter how he walked, the distance between him and the red star did not shorten. He looked up and saw that there were 107 stars left in the sky. Getting closer, Li Wei's heart moved. After practicing the dreamy dream magic to the end, will you be able to climb these stars? What are these stars? What was that giant thing you just saw? Levi couldn't figure it out for the moment. On the 4th level of Dreamland, the fog on the long river of dreams is dispersed by the radiance of red stars. He looked down and saw the 3rd layer of dreams. The 3rd level of dreams is full of huge monsters. Levi didn't hit one last time. So lucky. After a little testing, Levi concluded that the time flow rate in the 4th level of dreams is 8 times that of reality. Chapter 191 Dream Within a Dream. September 16th. Night. The 4th level of dreams. Levi sat cross-legged on the long river of dreams, overlooking the bubbles of dreams. Search for Tyr's dream. In the past few days, Li Wei has not been idle while practicing the Great Sleepwalking Technique. I keep in touch with Levi every now and then. Levi wanted to have a good relationship with Tyr and hug Tyr's thigh, so be very interested in who Tyr is looking for. Every day I was running around looking for clues. Levi pretended to meet Levi and accidentally revealed some clues. For example, a mysterious fire mage appeared outside Maple Leaf City some time ago. Another example is the location of the explosion crater left behind after the death of the rock monster. As a result, Levi was also very interested in Levi. I spent the whole day inquiring about new information from him, hoping to find the murderer. As for whether the murderer might be Levi, he had never thought about it. As we all know, Levi just became a 1st level official mage some time ago, perfectly clearing him of suspicion. With the help of Levi asked him to replace the soothing incense in Tyr's room with a special incense mixed with sleeping ingredients. On the surface, it looks like the soothing incense, and it also has the same calming effect. However, after burning, people will fall asleep unconsciously. In a dreamlike state, Levi would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Before that, 4 pillars of the special incense in Tyr's room had burned out. The house is filled with aroma. The Linster family was also willing to light soothing incense in the room where Tyr lived around the clock. For the Archmage, the effect of ancient incense is extremely limited. More like a decoration. Better than nothing. They don't care about the money anyway. It is also a status symbol. Levi practiced the fireball technique while waiting. Deduced the 2nd level fireball technique. Fireball, 2nd level minor, 9213/10,000. Seize the time to improve your strength. After waiting for a long time, Levi finally saw Tyr's dream bubble. Tyr's dream bubbles are looming, yet far away. He was in a dreamlike state. You can wake up at any time. Although the special instance can make Tyr fall asleep unintentionally, it is difficult for him to completely relax his vigilance and fall into a dream. Levi used the great sleepwalking technique to bring Tyr's dream from the first level of Dreamland to the fourth level of Dreamland. With each layer of dreams he passed through, Tyr's dream bubbles became clearer and more solid. Arriving at the fourth level of Dreamland, Tyr's dream bubble was fully formed. The dream bubble was as big as a fist and floated in front of Levi. Levi sat down and used the great sleepwalking technique. The new ability of the third level great sleepwalking heavenly technique is wandering in the sky. Fugue and dream. Compared with entering the dream in person, the advantage of traveling in a dream is that it is more hidden. The price is not being able to interfere with dreams. Levi could only watch, not interfere. Interfering with Tyr's dream was too dangerous. And Levi just wanted to see his dream and get some key information. In the fugue state, Levi felt like he was seeing the dream from God's perspective. Tyr noticed something and woke up. He quickly saw through the first layer of dreams. In the second level of Dreamland, Tyr sat in the room and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the surrounding scene with a trace of doubt. He hasn't had a dream for a long time. After becoming an archmage, meditation has replaced sleep. Tyr closed his eyes and prepared to continue his meditation practice. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Li Wei's expression changed. As expected of a great mage, with such keen perception. Before Tyr noticed the flaw in the dream, Levi took the initiative to tear apart the second layer of dreams, causing Tyr to fall into the third layer of dreams. In the blink of an eye, Tyr appeared near the large explosion crater where Milas and Weeks died. Tyr stood at the edge of the pit in a daze, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He received the signal of Mulhouse's death and followed the direction to find this place. Tyr remembered that he was here to find Milas and Weeks. It was obvious that they were dead. Tyr wants to find the killer. He has now assumed the role in memory. The power of dreams brought his memory back to the time when he discovered the death scene of Mulhouse and Weeks. Tyr noticed nothing unusual. Levi also saw how Tyr locked the direction of the murderer. He found a rare professional fortune teller and asked the fortune teller to help find the murderer. "Ken, please." Tyr looked at the fortune teller and said. Levi also learned from this that the fortune teller was called Ken, a wizard from a barbarian tribe in the north. Tyr and Ken knew each other so they could ask him for help. Ken held the items that Tyr gave the mediums Milas and Weeks when they were alive. Start divination. Moments later, Ken tells Tyr that the killer is in the south. Tyr searched all the way and was willing to help with divination 3 times. Finally locked in Maple Leaf City, Tyr wanted to directly ask Ken to help divine the true identity of the murderer. Ken refused. He could do it, but the cost would be too high. Divination is related to fate. If you interfere too much with fate, you will suffer the backlash of fate. Helping Tyr divine the direction of the murderer 3 times already cost Ken a lot of money. Reluctantly, Tyr had no choice but to send Ken back to the barbarian tribe. He came to Maple Leaf City alone to look for the murderer. It's a new arrival, and I'm not familiar with the place. Even if you want to find the murderer, you can't find a way to do it. An unexpected acquaintance with the Leinster family. After the Leinster family learned of Till's identity, they immediately treated him as a guest. Try your best to help him find the murderer. In addition, Tyr also asked the Leinster family to find something. That kind of thing is more important than finding the murderer. Tyr has been searching for years. There has been no result. Levi is about to know what Tyr is looking for. Tyr noticed something unusual. Something changes in the dream. Levi made a prompt decision and cut off the third layer of dreams, allowing Tyr to fall into the last layer of dreams. In the fourth level of Dreamland, Tyr's memory advanced again. The time came 2 years ago. A place that is deeply remembered in Tyr. The contents of the dream are not randomly generated. They all reflect the deepest past in Tyr's heart. He was extremely sad to know that his apprentice was dead. A huge gap in breakthrough failure. 2 years ago, Tyr stood on the top of a mountain cliff. A storm cloud gathering and forming above his head. This day was when he was most energetic. Tyr wants to break through the 4th level and become a 5th level archmage. Levi witnessed Tyr's transformation from being high-spirited and full of ambition to being disappointed, sad and desolate. Something went wrong with Tyr's advancement ritual. For a while, he kept looking for the problem. Levi finally knew what he was looking for. Tyr spent a lot of effort and finally found the problem with the advancement ritual. He also lacks a material that can strengthen his soul. The advancement ceremony was perfect in all aspects, simply because his soul could not withstand the awakening of 5th level extraordinary characteristics. Li Wei subconsciously thought of the soul crystal. Isn't this the treasure that Tyr has been looking for? Soul crystals are not uncommon in the dream world. It is definitely a rare item in the real world. Extremely rare. Chapter 192: How to Break the Situation. Tyr has always wanted to find the soul crystal to break through to the 5th level. Levi thought carefully. I thought this might be an opportunity to break the deadlock. He had exactly what Tyr wanted in his hands. Of course, Tyr would never get the soul crystal in his hand. Levi didn't know how to get the soul crystal from the dream to the real world. However, just because he knows that what Tyr wants is the soul crystal, he can make a big fuss. Till now, Tyr himself doesn't know whether such a thing exists. He only deduced from the theoretical aspect that a soul-strengthening item was needed in order to complete the advanced ritual. Only then can we hope to break through to the 5th level. On the other hand, he is also looking for ways to increase the strength of his soul, as long as the soul strength reaches the standard. Even if it lacks that kind of item, there is still a chance to break through to the 5th level. After thinking for a while, Levi already had an idea in his mind. Before Tyr noticed the abnormality in the dream, Levi sent him out of the dream world. Fortunately, he waited until the great sleepwalking heaven technique reached the 3rd level before looking for Tyr. Otherwise, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Tyr left the dream world and his consciousness returned to reality. He slowly opened his eyes. He thought what happened just now was an unintentional memory. But there was an abnormal feeling left in his heart that made him think something was wrong. Why did I suddenly think of these things? Tyr thought deeply. Finally, I remembered some details. His eyes narrowed, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Dreaming? Is it the Black Cult? Some time ago, the Black Cultists just attacked the Mage Tower. Even if he was attacked by Black Cultists, Tyr was not very surprised. After the sweep of the Mage Tower, the Black Cultists have been silent for half a month. Tyr wondered if he was being targeted by Black Cultists. Ha ha! You are so bold! You actually want to deal with me! Regardless of whether the other party is a Black Cultist or not, Tyr will not sit idly by. If you want to deal with him, you have to pay the price. The next day, Leviathan brought good news to Tyr. Your Majesty the Archmage, I seem to have discovered what you are looking for. Leviathan lowered his head and said cautiously. Tyr was a little surprised and asked, Oh, tell me. He didn't have high hopes. After all, he has been searching for 2 years. Leviathan is just a 1st level mage. How could he find what he needs so easily? After hearing Tyr's words, Leviathan quickly said, What the Archmage needs is called Soul Crystal. He quickly took out a book and showed it to Tyr. The book mentioned that soul crystals can strengthen the soul. After seeing it, Tyr looked surprised. Unexpectedly, Leviathan was actually found. After taking a look, he frowned and said, This book only says that soul crystals have the effect of strengthening the soul. It doesn't say where to get soul crystals. What I want is stuff, not knowledge from books. He also knows some items that can strengthen the soul, but it was so rare that even he didn't dare to ask for it. For example, Dragon Soul Stone and 10,000 Soul Liquid. He had indeed never heard of soul crystals before, so the information provided by Leviathan was barely useful. Leviathan quickly said, I heard from a Black Cultist that they can find soul crystals in dreams. Find the soul crystal in the dream? Tyr's expression moved slightly. Is it a coincidence? He immediately thought of what happened last night. Tyr sneered in his heart, knowing that this was probably a trap for him. But if he could really get the soul crystal, he would be willing to step on it even if it was a trap. The other party also knew that this was a conspiracy. Tyr looked at Leviathan, stared into his eyes, and asked, Where did you get the news? Leviathan's eyes trembled slightly, and he said nervously, I really heard it from the Black Cultists. The Black Cultists say there is a rare profession called Sleepwalker. Sleepwalkers can move in the dream world, and the currency they use is soul crystals. Tyr reached out and patted his shoulder, smiled and said, Very good. You brought me good news. Leviathan gave an ugly smile. It's an honor to be able to help you. Tyr said, I have a request. Can you satisfy it? Leviathan said quickly, You can ask for it, and the Leinster family, and I will find ways to meet your request. Tyr looked at him and smiled in his heart. This guy was still trying to be careful in front of him. This is because he wants to take the credit for himself and not share it with the family. Tyr didn't mind, knowing what he was thinking. Tyre said. Then please help me make arrangements. I want to meet a living black cultist who can at least allow people to enter the dream world. Leviathan heard this and said quickly, No problem. I will find a way to arrange it. Tyr nodded and said, If you do well, I won't treat you badly. Leviathan was excited when he received Tyr's promise. He patted his chest and promised that he would do this well. After leaving Tyr's room, Leviathan went to the city lord's palace and tried every means to meet the deputy leader of the black cult who was imprisoned in the dungeon. Half a month ago, the greatest success of the Mage Tower raid was the capture of the deputy leader of the black cultists in Maple Leaf City. Because of his special status, he was not executed and has been kept in the dungeon in the city lord's palace. Not only was he not subjected to torture, but he was treated like a VIP. Because this man is the brother-in-law of the city lord Oates. Arnold, husband of Deliz's mother. Arnold was also a hereditary viscount of the empire. Theoretically, after Arnold's death, Deliz could inherit his hereditary viscount title. Even if it was to keep the title, Oates wouldn't do anything to him. It is a capital crime for an ordinary noble to have an affair with an evil god cultist. But for those nobles with high enough titles, this is not unforgivable. Before being deprived of his title, he still enjoyed the aristocratic treatment of the empire. Oates naturally did not want Arnold to be deprived of his title. Therefore, the news that Arnold is the deputy leader of the black cult has not spread and is still being kept secret. Levi knew about this. Or Levi told him through some special means. As for how Levi knew, Arnold's arrest had something to do with him. While he was frantically hunting nightmares in the dreamland of Maple Leaf City, he accidentally discovered Arnold's figure in the dreamland of the tortured black cultists. Saw it more than once. So he told Torresta the news. Later, Arnold was arrested. Levi asked the Shadow Warrior to seize the imprisoned black cultist. Pass some news to Leviathan through the mouth of the black cult. Leviathan accidentally obtained information from the black cult. And it was Levi's arrangement. He racked his brains in order to let Tyr get the news that soul crystals could be obtained in the dream world. Oates was a little surprised when he learned that Leviathan wanted to see Arnold. Who told him? Oates summoned Leviathan. He learned that it was not him who wanted to see Arnold, but Tyr. Leviathan moves out of the Leinster family and asks Oates for a favor. For the sake of the Leinster family and Archmage Tyr, Oates reluctantly allowed Tyr to see Arnold. Chapter 193 Conspiracy. Under the guidance of Leviathan, Till and Oates met. The two discussed some things. And finally Till expressed his support for Oates, who sent him to see Arnold with a smile on his face. When he walked to Arnold's cell, the smile on Oates' face disappeared and his expression became serious. Arnold. In a cell that looks like a study. Arnold is reading. Hearing Oates' voice, he slowly raised his head, stood up and saluted and shouted, Your Majesty the City Lord. Arnold turned to look at Tyr again. Seeing his attire, he hesitated for a moment and asked, Archmage Tyr? Oates said calmly, You are quite well informed. The jailers nearby trembled when they heard this. Arnold smiled and said, Before I came in some time ago, I already heard that Archmage Tyr was coming to Maple Leaf City. It's a pity that before I could visit you, I was in jail. I didn't expect that the Archmage would come to a place like this to see me. Oates didn't want to look at him anymore and turned to leave. Master Tyr, the rest is up to you. I have to take one step in advance. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for your help. A polite word or two from Till and Oates. When Oates left, he also took the jailer in the dungeon with him. Give Till and Arnold some alone time. Arnold looked at Till with some doubts in his eyes. I wonder what the Archmage wants to do with me. Tyr got straight to the point and asked, Do you know about soul crystals? Arnold thought for a moment, nodded and said, I know. Tyr said, Do you have one? Soul crystals are a unique product of the dream world and are difficult to see in the real world. Arnold said, In other words, you don't have soul crystals either? Tyr was a little disappointed. Arnold nodded and asked, What do you want the soul crystal for? Tyr said, Increase the strength of the soul. Arnold seemed to understand something when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, he said, If you just want to increase the strength of your soul, I can also help. However, I hope the Archmage can do me a favor. Hearing this, Tyr stared into Arnold's eyes and said, What to do? Arnold said, My daughter wants to become a mage, and I hope you can accept her as your disciple. Her name is Deliz, and she is currently a mage apprentice in the Mage Tower in Maple Leaf City. If you have the chance, please take her out of here. After hearing this, Tyr nodded and said, Okay. Arnold's request was not a difficult one. What's your idea? Tyr asked. Arnold said, although the soul crystal cannot be brought out of the dream world, it can also strengthen the soul after being used in the dream world. I can let you enter the dream world. You can hunt the lost souls, soul eaters, and even sleepwalkers in the dream world to obtain soul crystals. For ordinary people, it is very dangerous to enter the dream world rashly, even if you are an archmage. There are also powerful existences above level 4 among the lost souls and soul eaters. Tyr smiled and said, Danger? I have come to this point and encountered more dangers than you imagine. Don't worry about my safety. Just help me enter the dream world. He knew that he would eventually step into the trap that the man had prepared for him. However, Tyr was not afraid. He even couldn't wait to see that person. Want to know who is the person who has been plotting against me? Arnold nodded, raised his right hand and said, Master, please help me remove the magic shackles. He is not completely free. His hands and feet are bound by magic shackles. The magic shackles block all extraordinary powers. He cannot use the power belonging to the black cult. When Tyr saw this, he was not worried that he would do anything harmful to himself. He tapped lightly in the air. The forbidden shackles fell to the ground, and Arnold was free. Arnold smiled and said, Then, let's ask Master Tyr to prepare. I will serve as your guide to the dream world and take you to the other side of the world. Arnold's eyes glowed with purple-black light. Tyr's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously resisted the invasion of this spiritual power. Relax. No need to resist. As soon as Tyr heard the sound, he realized that he had fallen into a dream. For a moment, he returned to reality. Tyr found that he had connected with the dream world. Arnold gave him the sleepwalker's ability to dream. Tyr came back to his senses and looked at Arnold. Arnold is putting the magic shackles on himself. While wearing it, he said, This power will give you the ability to enter and exit the dream world for a period of time. It lasts about a month. This period of time should be enough for you to increase your soul strength and advance to the 5th level of the Archmage. Tyr looked surprised. He never mentioned to Arnold that he wanted to advance to the 5th level, till suddenly felt that Arnold was unfathomable, thinking of falling into the dream world just now without any warning. A chill suddenly came over Tyr's heart, and he felt like something was wrong. He took a deep look at Arnold, and even began to suspect that Arnold was secretly plotting against him. Arnold didn't know that Tyr had suspected him. After the transaction, the two said nothing more. Tyr left the dungeon. A faint purple-black light flashed in his eyes. Arnold sat behind the desk with a faint smile. The show is about to begin. Where could there be a safer place than here? Tyr returned to the Leinster family and tried to enter the dream world at night. Coming! Li Wei, who had been paying attention to the dream world, was refreshed. He saw Tyr's figure appearing in the dream world. Levi smiled. Sure enough, he went to see Arnold. Ordinary black cultists do not have the ability to enter the dream world. In the entire Maple Leaf City, Arnold may be the only one with this ability now. Levi can only wait for others to dream before pulling them into multiple dreams. Now, Tyr no longer appears in the dream bubble, but directly appears alone in the dream fog. This means that Tyr's identity has changed. He went from being a dreamer to a somnambulist. Levi quietly moved Tyr from the 1st level of Dreamland to the 3rd level of Dreamland. There are a large number of nightmares, and a small number of lost souls in the 1st layer of Dreamland fog. Most of the monsters in the 2nd level of dreams are transformed by soul losers, and are usually at the 2nd or 3rd level of strength. The 3rd level of dreams lives with soul eaters. Soul eaters are usually at level 3 or above. In addition, it is not uncommon for 4th and 5th level soulless souls to be found in the 3rd level dream realm. Originally, when Tyr first became a sleepwalker, he should have started in Novice Village. After he adapts, he will naturally enter the 2nd and 3rd levels of dreams. The key that Arnold gave him left the qualification for a deeper dream. Now, Levi directly pulled him to the 3rd level of Dreamland. Tyr's Dream World Adventure. HL begins. Chapter 194 Tyr's Dream Adventure. Levi travels through the dream world. He kept going back and forth between the 3rd and 4th levels of dreams. Lure the soul losers and soul eaters of level 4 and above to surround Tyr. Bang! Levi was speeding through the air, with a figure chasing after him. The speed is so fast that it's intimidating. If there weren't any obstacles in the sky in the dream world, Levi would have crashed long ago. Almost! Li Wei used the great sleepwalking technique and entered the 4th level of Dreamland. The soul eater, who was in hot pursuit, realized that his prey had disappeared and subconsciously stopped. Suddenly, it found new prey not far away. turn around and rush towards it quickly. Whether it is the Soul Eater or the Lost Soul, the vision in the dream world is wider than that of Tyr. Tyr's field of vision has also become very wide. The surrounding 300 meters are unobstructed. The range of mental power is astonishing. More than 10 times stronger than Levi. But for the Lost Souls and Soul Eaters, this distance is not enough. The Soul Eater chasing Levi was extremely fast. The range of 300 meters only lasts a few seconds. This amount of time is not even enough for ordinary mages to react and cast spells. Tyr spotted his enemy and cast a spell to attack him. The response was very prompt. He is worthy of being a powerful mage who has been titled Thousand Wind Storm. Countless wind blades hit the huge Soul Eater and tore the Soul Eater's body into pieces. The same third-level spell. In the hands of Tyr and in the hands of Mulus, the power is completely different. Milus's Thousand Wind Storm is the target of 1,000 wind blades. Tyr's Thousand Wind Storm is more than 1,000 wind blades. If he doesn't stop, there will be endless wind blades that will continue to tear apart the enemy. Storm Mage's reputation is not in vain. Tyr laughed. That's all. Suddenly, his expression changed. Another figure appeared within the field of vision. The great swordsman, with only his upper body left, quickly approached him. 100 meters away, the great swordsman Lost Soul struck out with his sword, and a sword energy slashed across 100 meters towards Tyr. Wind Wall! Tyr cast a spell to block the sword energy. The great swordsman had already taken the opportunity to get closer and launched attacks one after another. Tyr cast a spell to counter the great sword master's attack. As soon as his mind relaxed a little, the Soul Eater on the other side, who was being strangled by the Qianren Storm's concentrated fire, seemed to be able to escape. Soul Eater is a level 4 monster after all. Although the Qianren Storm is very powerful, it is still unrealistic to kill it in a short time. If the great sword master of the Lost Soul had not appeared, it would have been a matter of time before it was killed by Tyr. Ouch! The Soul Eater was like a violent beast, ignoring the wind blades in the sky and rushing towards Tyr wildly. Bang bang. Tyr was besieged by the Soul Eaters and the great sword masters of the Lost Souls, and was in a desperate situation. Wings of Wind Elf! Call! Tyr flew up, trying to dodge the attacks from both. However, he made a wrong choice. Tyr forgot that this was a dream world. Here, almost all powerful enemies can fly. The great swordsman rose directly into the sky and opened the world with one strike. The surging sword energy split the fog of the dream, as if it was about to split the entire world in half. The Soul Eater opened his mouth wide and bit Tyr in midair, but his body still stayed on the ground. In a critical moment, Tyr had no choice but to use the extraordinary ability Stormbringer. In an instant, extremely violent wind element surged out from Tyr's body. The wind element turned into a storm, tearing apart the sword energy. Tear apart the Soul Eater. Tyr, surrounded by the storm, slowly fell, as if the god in charge of the storm came to the world. When he raised his hand, a raging tornado spewed out. The tornado shreds everything in front of it. The huge body of the Soul Eater disappeared instantly. The great swordsman wields his great sword in an attempt to fend off the forces of nature. Bang! The next second, the figure disappeared. The storm dissipated, and Tyr stared ahead with a solemn expression. The Soul Eater was dying. His body size had shrunk by more than half, and he was much shorter. The great swordsman is like a candle in the wind. His figure is looming and may disappear at any time. The Soul Eater suddenly turned his head and bit the Lost Soul in one bite. After a few crunches, the great swordsman was eaten. The Soul Eater's size suddenly expanded, and he regained half of his strength. Tyr frowned. Damn it! Are all the monsters in the dream world so difficult? Call. The enemies in front of me haven't been solved yet, and new enemies have appeared. A new Soul Eater appeared not far away. Levi's figure disappeared in a flash. There was still some distance from Tyr, and Tyr did not find Levi. He also felt something strange in his heart. The enemy came too fast. But since it was his first time to come to the dream world, Tyr thought that the dream world was so dangerous. You're careless. Arnold is right. The dream world is really dangerous. Tyr had already decided to give up. He felt that he had to go back and prepare before coming to the dream world to hunt for soul crystals. Arnold sneezed in the study and shook his head. Mage Tyr is also a great mage after all. Even if it is his first time entering the dream world, he should not encounter any danger in the first level of the dream world. The first level of dreams may contain powerful nightmares of level 4 or above, but the probability is very small. What's more, Nightmares are only interested in dreams most of the time. Generally do not attack sleepwalkers. A dream bubble and a person are in front of you. Nightmares give priority to dream bubbles. Even if you are unlucky and encounter a 4th level nightmare. Arnold felt that with Tyr's strength, there should be no problem. He would never have imagined that Tyr would appear directly in the 3rd layer of dreams when he entered the dream world for the first time. The initiator of all this was Levi, who was hiding behind the scenes. Li Wei lured 4 monsters above level 4 to besiege Tyr. Tyr went from 1 against 2 to holding on hard to escaping desperately. Everything was seen by Li Wei. It's so tough. It's not even dead. Although killing Tyr in the dream world, you can't really kill him. But if he dies once, his vitality will be severely damaged. It can range from mental trauma to severe mental annihilation. Call. Tyr disappeared into the dream world. He exited the dream. Li Wei secretly thought it was a pity. He is not worried that Tyr will give up until there is no other way. The dream world is Tyr's only way to obtain the soul crystal. Levi thought for a while and decided to give Tyr some bait to hook him. Otherwise, Tyr would have been unable to obtain the soul crystal for a long time and might have given up. Levi plans to give him a taste of something sweet tomorrow. As for today, he was going to receive a big gift from Tyr. The Soul Eater, crippled twice by Tyr, wanders the long river of dreams, waiting for prey that accidentally approaches. Suddenly, Soul Eater felt the scent of his prey. It quickly moves towards its prey. Getting closer and closer, the Soul Eater became more and more excited. It felt that the scent of prey was somewhat familiar. Before it had time to think about it, it felt a terrifying force approaching quickly. Boom! Supercharged fireball hit Soul Eater. The power of the explosion instantly tore the Soul Eater into pieces. Even the soul crystal was blown away. Chapter 195. Rock breathing technique upgraded. Comparable to the physique of a trainee knight. Levi collects the soul crystals left behind by the Soul Eater after his death. Obtain 12 soul crystals. 1 soul crystal can be used for about 5 days. Li Wei now has a total of 19 soul crystals in his hand, which is enough for his cultivation in the next 3 months. Mage Tyr is a really good man. Levi put away the soul crystal and returned to the 4th level of Dreamland. Returning to the safe house, he began to practice tonight. With the 8 times time flow speed increase in the 4th layer of dreams, the time for practicing spells becomes much more abundant. Crystal Meditation, 2nd level, 1678/10,000. Fireball, 2nd level Master, 2456/10,000. Invisible Armor, 2nd level Minor, 4800/10,000. Object Control, 2nd level Minor, 2667/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, level 3, 100/10,000. Transfiguration, 1st level, 6200/10,000. Basic Alchemy, 1st level, 2000/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, 1st level Mastery, 100/2000. Ice Arrow, level 0, 500/8,000. Rock Breathing Technique Mastery, 1821/2000. Explosive Flame Technique, level 3, 56/1000. Fire Escape, 2nd level Minor Achievement, 300/10,000. Futurai, 1st level Entry, 23/1000. Strike Storm, level 2 Entry, 15/1000. Qianren Storm, level 3 Entry, 5/1000. The maximum charge power of the 2nd level Master level Fireball spell reaches 4 times the mana. If the power is further increased, the injured Soul Eater can be killed instantly with 1 blow. This power is enough to kill Soul Eater, but it's not enough to deal with Master Tyr. Levi also needs more powerful means. No matter how much attention is paid to a great mage, it cannot be overemphasized. Levi was practicing the fireball deduction technique while monitoring the dream world. Always keep an eye on Tyr's figure. 1 night passed, and Tyr did not appear in the dream world again. He might really be scared of being beaten. Levi stood up and prepared to exit the dream world. 1 night passed, and the fireball deduction progressed rapidly. Fireball, 2nd level Master, 5478/10,000. 1 day is better than 8. Between continuous deduction and segmented deduction, there is no doubt that it is easier to go all the way to the end. In 2 days at most, the fireball technique can reach the 2nd level of perfection. When the time comes, find a way to break through to the 3rd level. Even if the 3rd level fireball technique does not accumulate power, with the addition of the fire elemental body, its power is comparable to that of a 4th level spell. After accumulating strength, there is no doubt that it can reach a whole new level. Only then can we hope to kill Tyr with one blow. During the day, Levi was in the library on the 3rd floor of the Mage Tower. He was holding a magic book and was about to learn the spells in it. The fireball technique still lacks some means of change. After the progress reaches 5,000, it is obviously difficult to continue the deduction. The 2nd level perfection realm can master the casting principles of all 2nd level fire spells. The subsequent parts have gone beyond the scope of fireball and explosive fireball. For me who have never been exposed to such spells, it is difficult to forcefully deduce them. It would be a lot easier if there was a spell to refer to. In addition to the bursting fireball spell, the 2nd level fire spells, there are also fire wall spells and fire snake spells available in the Mage Tower. Levi chose the fire snake technique. The fire wall technique can be advanced to the 3rd level fire spell fire sea technique. The fire snake technique can be advanced to the 4th level fire spell fire dragon technique. There is no doubt that fire snake technique has greater potential. This means that the fire serpent spell contains more profound knowledge and principles of fire magic. For Levi, who needs to absorb knowledge to deduce the mage, the fire snake technique is also much more useful than the fire wall technique. Not only can it provide experience in 2nd level fire spells, but it can also help in the subsequent deduction of higher level fire spells. At least, if he wanted to learn the fire dragon technique, it would be much easier if he had a foundation in the fire snake technique. In the realm of perfection, mastering the principles of 2nd level fire spells is only 2nd level fire spells. Levi can perform the fire snake technique, but the original fire snake technique contains advanced information about the fire dragon technique, which he cannot deduce. Empty has its shape but no meaning. The artistic conception of a snake transforming into a dragon. This cannot be deduced. Learning the fire snake technique costs 100 contributions. Al came over and saw Levi putting the magic book back on the shelf. He smiled and asked, "Levi, are you here to learn spells again? I see that the magic books you pick up are different every time. Is it possible that you encountered some difficulties in learning the spells? I remember that you are a fire mage, and I am also a fire mage. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I may be able to help you answer them." Levi cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master Al, but I don't have any doubts yet. I'm just taking a look." After Levi left, Al looked at the magic book he put back. His eyes narrowed, showing surprise. "Is this the fire snake technique?" Al was still not sure, so he quickly took it out to check and found that it was really the fire snake technique. He was extremely surprised. Levi has just started learning the fire snake technique? Impossible. He is only a 1st level mage. How long has it been since he became a 1st level mage? Even if he is extremely talented, it is impossible for him to be able to practice 2nd level spells so quickly. Is it really like he said? Just for a look? Al was confused. He didn't know what to believe either. Seeing it with your own eyes, it feels incredible. During the day, Levi meditated to practice his magic power. At the same time, practice the rock breathing technique. Strengthen your body and improve your carrying capacity. After an afternoon of practice, the rock breathing technique has reached the minor level. At the moment of the breakthrough, Levi felt a powerful current rush from the soles of his feet to his forehead. All the cells in his body were trembling, and a lot of sweat poured out of his skin. In the blink of an eye, Levi's clothes were soaked. "Ho ho ho!" Levi gasped for air. His lungs like bellows rapidly inhaling and expelling air. All waste gases in the body are expelled from the body. After a while, the changes in Levi's body gradually stabilized. He felt his whole body became much more relaxed. There is a feeling of ecstasy. He felt powerful all over his body, and every muscle was filled with explosive power. It seems that with just a slight jump, you can fly. Rock breathing technique Xiao Chung 0/4000. The writing in front of Levi's eyes disappeared. He quickly took a bath and washed away the dirt on his body. Asked Shadow Attendant to help wash off the soaked clothes. After taking a shower, Levi walked to the study. He stood by the window and looked outside, and could clearly see the people passing by the gate of the Mage Tower wall. In the past, he could only see unclear figures. Vision is greatly improved. Levi murmured, "If you practice the rock breathing technique to a small degree, you should have developed fighting spirit under normal circumstances and become a trainee knight. If you practice to a great extent, you can hope to become an official knight. If you practice to the point of perfect awakening of extraordinary characteristics, becoming an official knight is a sure thing." He stretched out his right hand and rolled up his sleeve. The muscle texture of the right arm is clear and obvious. Slowly and firmly clench your right hand. The muscles gradually swelled. There were not many muscles. Not exaggerated, but very powerful. Although I have no fighting spirit, my physical fitness is already comparable to that of a training knight. Chapter 196. Tyr arrives. Levi looked at these strong arms and smiled. Now even if he has no magic power, he is no longer a weakling. In addition, he had an unexpected gain. Due to the repulsive nature of extraordinary power, Li Wei was unable to cultivate fighting spirit. Logically speaking, he cannot practice the rock-breathing technique to a minor level. But the training panel forced him to break through. Even so, he still had no fighting spirit. Fighting spirit is the foundation for the physique of professional knights to surpass ordinary people. Levi also has the same foundation. Basic supernatural powers. What supports his powerful body in Li Wei is not the fighting spirit, but the fire element. The rock-breathing technique breaks through and strengthens the body. And the source of extraordinary power drawn is the body of the fire element. This further integrated the fire element with Levi's body. Semi-elementalization just got easier. Levi tried a little, and found that he could elementalize half of his body. This was an unexpected surprise. This is enough to elementalize all key parts of the body. Immune to critical attacks. Facts have also proved that the effect of elementalizing key parts is sometimes better than imagined. There are some particularly insidious abilities that specifically attack vital points. For example, Law gave the down-and-out aristocratic man the ability to lift his heart. He doesn't really take out other people's hearts. It is naturally impossible for a normal person to survive if his or her heart is removed. He simply leaves a force within the person being controlled. This power can kill the opponent's heart at any time. The control object after the power is realized is like a shrunken hard glass ball. If Li Wei is heart-picked by someone one day, and he turns his heart into an element, the enemy's heart-picking will be useless. There's a lot that goes into elementalizing the heart. Though, it is also difficult for Levi to elementalize a single organ. Unlike the brain, the heart also supplies blood. Blood flows in and out of the heart and circulates throughout the body. In other words, after the heart is elementalized, the blood flowing in and out of the heart must also be elementalized. Then the blood flowing out of the heart needs to return to normal blood. This becomes a dynamic process that is far more difficult than simple elementalization. Although the brain is also involved in some blood circulation. However, after the brain becomes elemental, it no longer needs blood to provide oxygen and energy. If the body is not good enough, and the body is not full of elements, it needs blood circulation to supply energy. It's difficult to do, but at least it can be used in critical moments. At the critical moment, even if it means hurting yourself, you must choose to save your life. After all, Levi could still tell clearly which was more serious, death or injury. Levi turned around and walked away from the window. He caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye, stopped in his tracks, and felt a shiver in his heart. He quickly turned around and looked. Tyr actually appeared at the gate of the Mage Tower. He walked into the Mage Tower. In an instant, Levi broke into a cold sweat. What's he doing here? Li Wei also had a guilty conscience, and subconsciously wondered if he had been exposed. After a moment, he calmed down. Seeing Tyr's expression as normal, Levi realized that the other party was not here for him. If he knew that the murderer was in the Mage Tower, he would definitely not have such a relaxed expression. Levi thought for a while, cast his disguising technique, created a phantom body and walked outside. He was going to make contact with Tyr. So far, he has always approached this person from the side. I haven't seen him in person. I haven't greeted him in person. The image of the phantom body is naturally not Levi. Levi randomly transformed into a familiar mage trainee in the Mage Tower. Tyr stood in the hall of the Mage Tower, followed by Levi Dan. Levi Dan looked at him with a flattering look on his face. Why did Archmage Tyr have time to come to the Mage Tower without telling me first, so that I could inform the Mage Tower that you are welcome? Others nearby looked at it, and suddenly felt sick. They didn't want to look at him, although they also want to have a relationship with Turpan and be close to him. But that's not the case. He also said that the Mage Tower would welcome Tyr. Where does this put the Mage Tower? Isn't this self-slavery? Tyr ignored Levitin's words and said, Where is Delis? Let her come to see me. Levitin was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then immediately responded, Okay, I'll ask her to see you right away. He didn't know who Delis was either. But since Tyr said it, then the person must be here. Levitin hurriedly went to find Delis. Levi's phantom stood in the crowd, showing doubts. Why is Tyr looking for Delis? Wait, could it be related to Arnold? Levi remembered something. Arnold seemed to be Deliz's father. Could it be that Tyr wanted to use Deliz to threaten Arnold into doing something for him? However, didn't he enter the dream world through Arnold yesterday? Levi was unaware of the deal between Till and Arnold. After a while, Levi then came to Tyr with Deliz, who looked nervous and worried. Levi then said to Deliz rudely, "Go faster. The Archmage of Tyre is still waiting for you. When you meet Archmage Tyr later, just say what you need to say. Don't ask me to teach you." "Yes, Master Levi Dan. I understand." Deliz was also very nervous. She didn't know what Tyr wanted to do with her. She didn't know that her father was the deputy leader of the Black Cult. Tyr saw Levi and pointing fingers at Deliz, and he shouted softly, "Delith, your father asked me to take care of you." When Levi heard this, he froze on the spot. Dumbfounded. What's happening here? Deliz was a little surprised. She quickly asked, "Archmage Tyre, have you seen my father? I haven't seen him for 7 days. Where is he?" Tyr said, "Don't worry about your father. He is fine now. According to the agreement between me and your father, I will accept you as my disciple. Do you accept it?" Deliz stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a moment. There is a feeling of being knocked unconscious by a big pie falling from the sky. Levitin's eyes widened and his jaw opened in disbelief. His hands were shaking. What did I just do? How dare I educate Master Tyr's disciples? Tyr asked Deliz again. Only then did Deliz react. She quickly saluted and said, "I am willing to become the disciple of Archmage Tyre." Tyr said with a smile, "You also call me Archmage. Teacher." Deliz shouted quickly. Tyr smiled and touched Deliz's head, took out a staff from the space ring, and handed it to her. "This is a meeting gift for you. It has the wind blade technique engraved on it. It can be used 3 times without mana. After you use it, recharge it, and you can use it again. Keep it." Deliz held the staff and showed great excitement. "Is this really for me?" A staff with spells engraved on it is not cheap. Even formal mages may not have it. That is to say, Tyr can send it out casually. Chapter 197 Doubt. Tyr casually gave Deliz a staff, which made everyone onlookers cry. Not only was he given a staff, Tyr also gave Deliz many good things. Triggered defensive magic props. Cultivation experience compiled by himself. Tyr said, "You stay here to practice for now. When I leave Maple Leaf City, I will take you back to Tundra City and teach you how to practice in detail." When Deliz heard that she was leaving Maple Leaf City, she was reluctant to leave. She hesitated and said, "Do you have to leave?" Tyr said, "This is also what your father meant. You don't have to worry. It's not like you won't come back if you leave. When you succeed in cultivation and become an official mage, you can come back anytime you want." After hearing this, Deliz felt much more at ease. She still had many questions in her mind. Why is my father related to the Archmage of Tyr? In her impression, although her father also had some abilities, he was still far from the Archmage level. Tyr knew that Deliz had many questions, but he didn't say anything more to her. After giving her some guidance, he turned around and left. When Tyr left, he glanced at Levidan, who was standing there stupidly. Levidan looked at Deliz with envy and hatred in his heart. He worked so hard that he could even be called a dog licker. He hasn't benefited much from Tyr yet. Deliz easily became Tyr's disciple and got so many treasures. Levidan was very unbalanced. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Tyr said without looking back, "Levidan, please come out." When Levidan heard this, his whole body was excited, and he subconsciously responded, "Okay, Archmage Tyre." He stopped looking at Deliz and hurriedly ran to catch up with Tyr. After walking away, Tyr asked, "Who told you about the soul crystal?" Levidan was shocked, and he quickly said, "I accidentally found it in the library." Tyr laughed. "I've been looking for 2 years, but I haven't found anything like the soul crystal. You said you found it in a few days? Is it really such a coincidence?" Tyr glanced at Levidan from the corner of his eye. Levidan was shocked and quickly lowered his head. Tyr knew that Levidan could not be behind this. Even with his courage, he wouldn't dare. This Levidan is also stupid and doesn't even know he's being taken advantage of. Tyr has no intention of letting go of the mastermind behind the plot against him. Although the other party sent the news of the soul crystal, anyone who wanted to plot against him would never let it go. He is the Archmage, and the other party knows his identity and dares to plot against him. It would be too disrespectful to take him seriously. Storm Mage is more than just his title. It's also his temper. Tyr said calmly, "Think carefully about who told you. Seeing that the matter could not be hidden, Levi then said helplessly, "An official mage in the Mage Tower. I told him about what you wanted, and he showed me the book." Tyr asked, "Who is it?" Levi then thought about it carefully and said, "I don't know his name either. But he must be the official mage in the Mage Tower. I have seen him recently." Tyr said, "I'll give you one night, and bring him to see me tomorrow." Levi then nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I will definitely complete the mission." After saying that, Tyr strode away from the Mage Tower. Levi then sent him out of the door, and when he saw him walking away, he breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped off a cold sweat. If I had known better, I wouldn't have tried to curry favor with him. Now I'm fine. I didn't get any benefits, but instead got into big trouble. After this experience, Levi then also understood that there must be something wrong with the person who told him the soul crystal. If Tyr wants to find him, it's definitely up to him. Levi then stood at the door inside. Levi's phantom turned into a bird and landed on the treetops at the door. Watching Levi then turn around and walk into the Mage Tower. Choo choo choo. A little bird saw Levi on the treetop and flew towards him to show his love. The corners of Levi's mouth twitched, and he kicked away the bird in front of him. Phew! Phew! Fly away! After seeing Tyr returning to the Leinster family, Levi controlled the phantom body and returned to the room. On the way, I saw the unwilling bird coming to pester me. Levi transformed into an eagle and instantly scared away the flying birds. Mom, look at that bird transforming. Come on. Hurry up. This is the Master Mage's place. Don't come close. That bird might be the child turned into a bird by Master Mage. I want to be a bird too. Levi lowered his head and glanced at the mother and daughter passing by in a hurry, then flew into the Mage Tower without looking back. Common people seem to have misunderstandings about mages. However, having more contact with mages is also a kind of protection for civilians. If you are accidentally involved in a battle between professionals, civilians can easily suffer casualties. Not to mention a battle between mages. Levi heard the conversation between Tyr and Levi Dan. Levi understood that Tyr had already suspected the Mage Tower. This is also a matter of time. Levi did not regret taking action early. At least, Tyr couldn't concentrate on dealing with him in a short period of time. He is now thinking about how to get the soul crystal. At night, Levi entered the dream world early, waiting for Tyr to take the bait. After waiting all night, Tyr didn't come either. Instead, it wasted a lot of Levi's energy and distracted him a lot. The fire snake technique has almost reached a minor level, and the fireball technique can continue to be practiced. Fire snake technique, second level minor, 0 out of 4,000. After integrating the training and understanding of the fireball technique into the fireball technique, the controllability of the fireball technique is further enhanced. After the deduction in the second half of the night, the fireball technique initially showed changing characteristics. Levi cast a spell, and a fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball turned into a fire snake under the pull of mental power. Fireball becomes fire snake. Not only that, the charged fireball technique can also be transformed into the charged fire snake technique. Leeway accumulated mana, and the fire snake grew larger and larger. Eventually, the fire snake turned into a giant python more than 10 meters long. Is this considered a fire dragon technique? Levi thought to himself as he looked at the giant python dancing in front of him. According to the description of the fire dragon technique in the book, the giant python in front of me is still far from the real fire dragon technique. After the fire dragon spell is cast, a huge fire dragon head can be created to devour the enemy. The attack range is huge and powerful. The fire snake, which was only a dozen meters long, was in a state of boredom in front of the fire dragon. Call! The fire snake flew and landed on the ground 100 meters away. There was a loud explosion. The ground shook, and the area of 100 meters turned into a sea of fire. Levi shook his head. The power doesn't seem to be weaker than the 4th level spell, but it's too scattered. To deal with strong enemies, Fireball is more useful. To deal with groups of enemies, charging the Fire Snake technique may have unexpected effects. Fireball is suitable for single target attacks, and Fire Snake is suitable for group coverage. Compared with the Fireball technique that explodes all its power at once, the duration of Fire Snake will be longer. Very useful against weak enemies. Chapter 198 Falling into the Secret Realm of Lompa. Waiting all night to achieve nothing. Levi was about to let the Phantom go to see what Tyr was doing. Toresta suddenly sent a message asking him to go to the 6th floor. Teacher, what do you want from me? Levi came to the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. Toresta said, "Last night the Mage Association discovered a new unknown secret realm on Falling Dragon Slope. There is likely to be something related to the Dragon Clan within the secret realm. You can go and have a look." Levi was a little surprised. He thought for a moment and asked, "Then what identity should I use?" Toresta said, "Just use the identity of Kai. The Mage Association knows that Kai is my student, and they will not stop you." Levi nodded. "Okay, I understand." According to Toresta's instructions, Levi left Maple Leaf City and came to Falling Dragon Slope some distance away from Maple Leaf City. There is a large crater on the Falling Dragon Slope, which is rumored to have been caused by the Falling Dragon. Li Wei was also very curious about the Dragon Clan. Toresta asked him to come, and he agreed without much thought. Arriving at Chuelong Slope, the outside of the hillside has been blocked and ordinary people cannot get close. Li Wei turned into an armored man and walked towards Falling Dragon Slope. "Stop! No approaching from the front." The guards at the foot of the hillside stopped Levi. Levi showed the gold commemorative plaque. The guard was shocked when he saw the gold medal in his hand. The guard quickly lowered his head and saluted and shouted, "Master Mage!" Li Wei put away the gold medal and walked into the Falling Dragon Slope. Gold medals are much more useful than magic badges. This thing is the pass to the mage world. Walking into Chuelanpo, Li Wei found that there were already many people here. The secret realm is in the big pit of Chuelanpo, and has been sealed off by the Mage Association using enchantment spells. Outsiders cannot enter. "Get out of the way! Falling Dragon Slope is the territory of the Lanes family. Why do you, the Mages Association, occupy this place?" When Li Wei heard the news, he saw that several nobles from the Leinster family were arguing with people from the Mage Association. Under normal circumstances, the Lanes family would not offend the Mages Association. But when it comes to the ownership of a secret realm, the Lanes family cannot give in. "Stop arguing. This is a temporary secret realm. After the secret realm is opened, it will last for a few days at most before it collapses. The secret realm belongs to the Leinster family. All members of the Mage Association are asked to withdraw." "Ha ha. The Mage Association discovered this place first. And the Lanes family also has a first come, first served rule. About the rules? This is Leinster's territory. Everything on the territory belongs to the Leinster family. These are the rules. Stop arguing." The boss of the Mage Association spoke. "In this way, both the Mage Association and the Leinster family will send people to explore the secret territory. First come, first served. No, this is... Okay, on behalf of the Leinster family, I agree with this suggestion." "Brother, what are you doing? Enough is enough." After discussions between the two parties, the Mage Association and the Leinster family each sent 10 people to explore the secret territory. The Leinster family was also well prepared. After the discussion, a group of powerful extraordinary professionals arrived at Falling Dragon Slope. Some are members of the Leinster family, and the other are extraordinary professionals who belong to the Leinster family. Instead, the Mage Association fell into hesitation. The decision was made on the spur of the moment, and they didn't have a good candidate. The Leinster family is about to go in and explore the secret realm. If someone is called over from Maple Leaf City at short notice, I'm afraid I won't even be able to drink the soup. In desperation, the Mage Association summoned the mages on site and selected 10 stronger ones to enter the secret realm. "Armor? Why are you here?" James, the head of the Mage Association, looked surprised when he saw Levi. Levi got straight to the point. "My teacher called me." James was slightly shocked when he heard this, and he nodded. "Well, then you count as one." When other people saw this, they all showed curiosity. "Who is this person? Why is Master James so nice to him?" "I don't know. This outfit shouldn't be that of a mage." "Right. Looks more like a warrior or a knight." "I remembered. There seems to be a person dressed like this at this year's Young Mage Exchange competition. Could it be that person?" Some people guessed Levi's identity, but were not sure. After all, no one has ever really come into contact with an armored person. It seems that the armored man has never officially appeared. The only time he appeared in front of everyone was on the podium. Other times, I see him through images. The contestants had some contact with Levi, but no one present had reached the finals of the exchange competition. Levi also became famous after the second round. Making a name for yourself is in the finals. Soon, 10 mages from the Mages Association were also selected. 7 first-level mages and 3 second-level mages. According to the agreement between the two parties, extraordinary professionals of the third level and above are not allowed to be sent into the secret territory. On the one hand, it is for the stability of the secret realm. On the other hand, there is no choice. The only third-level mage currently present in the Mage Association is James. He is also responsible for maintaining order at the scene, and it is impossible to enter the secret area. According to the energy fluctuations emitted from the entrance and exit of the secret realm, James also made a preliminary judgment that this secret realm may not be able to accommodate power exceeding the third level. Too much power may cause the secret realm to collapse. The Leinster family is afraid of the power of the third-level mage. Both sides gathered and stood at the entrance to the secret realm. James waved his staff to open the blocking barrier. The moment the barrier opened, a powerful pressure spread. Many people subconsciously took a few steps back, feeling a little scared in their hearts. It seems that there is a cliff thousands of feet in front of me, and I dare not move forward. Levi stood there without retreating. He also felt the pressure, but compared to the mental pressure Torresta caused him, this coercion is like a breeze, not very intense. Leeway also began to believe that a giant dragon had really fallen here. This coercion is typical of Long Wei. James glanced at Levi and said, "You can go in. Be careful. The dragon inside is stronger. What you are facing now is just the residual power of the giant dragon here. If you don't dare to face even this pressure, it is best to give up entering the secret realm." James kindly reminded everyone. The warriors of the Leinster family looked at the frail mage, laughed, and strode towards the secret realm. "Don't come in if you're afraid of death." The second-level mage from the Mage Association followed behind him into the secret realm without saying a word. Li Wei waited until all the second-level mages entered before entering the secret realm. Passed through the entrance to the secret realm. Levi appears in a forest. Standing on the grass, he could feel the power of the dragon constantly emanating from the ground. He looked down. "What's down there?" Chapter 199 Dragon Blood Fruit. Levi sensed that the source of pressure was underground. He was not the first to know. Others who entered the secret realm before him have also noticed this. Someone tried digging into the ground to find what was underneath. Levi took one look and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. The pressure comes from this land. However, this does not mean that there must be some treasure below. Rumor has it that a giant dragon crashed into the hillside, creating a large crater and forming the dragon drop slope. The source of the pressure is probably the dragon's blood spilled on the ground. Dragon blood has been soaked in the soil for hundreds of years. The dragon's blood nourishes the land, causing a large number of lush plants to grow on the ground, raising strange dragon blood creatures. Levi was walking in the forest and saw that many animals in the secret area had scales on their bodies. This is not normal. This means that the creatures in the secret realm are likely to have dragon blood. Even trees have scales? Levi reached out and touched the scales of the trees next to him. Suddenly, the trees started to move. Swish, swish, swish. Levi looked up and saw a huge green snake head sticking out from the canopy of the tree. Staring at Levi. The eyes are golden vertical pupils, giving people a sense of majesty. This is Dragon Eye. Levi took his hand back silently, saying it was not intentional. The python didn't care whether he did it on purpose or not. When he sees a living creature entering his territory, he automatically regards Levi as prey. Hiss! The giant python opened its bloody mouth and spit its saliva. He bit down hard on Levi, trying to swallow him directly. Call! Bang! A fireball exploded in the python's mouth. The giant python screamed. Smoke came out of its mouth, and blood kept dripping from the corner of its mouth. Levi looked surprised. Even the fireball shot into the python's mouth failed to kill it. Doesn't this mean that the giant python in front of me is a third-level monster? Why did I meet such a powerful guy when I first came in? Li Wei secretly thought that he was unlucky. Logically speaking, most powerful monsters stay deep in the secret realm. There is another possibility. Levi didn't want to think about this possibility. Then this secret realm is too terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. The giant python twisted its body, revealing its full appearance. Roar! The giant python roared like thunder, and the strong wind roared, making the leaves rustle. Li Wei held his breath and concentrated. That's too much of a tone. A fireball collided rapidly in the palm of his hand, extending and transforming into a fire snake. The fire snake pounced towards the giant python that was several times larger than itself. Fire snake versus python. Bang, bang, bang. The giant python's tail swept across the surrounding trees in an instant. The fire snake flew into the air, avoiding the sweep. The giant python's attack paused for a moment, and the fire snake took the opportunity to swoop down. Hoo ho ho! The fiery snake wrapped around the giant python several times, and the giant python was so hot that it roared to the sky. Li Wei's eyes condensed, and he controlled the fire snake to fly out suddenly, and got into the giant python's open mouth. The giant python closed its mouth instantly. Sparks emerged from the corners of his mouth. The next second, the giant python showed pain in its eyes. The twisting body suddenly stopped and froze. Bang! The fire snake exploded inside the python. In an instant, the python's body was like a ball being blown up. Hoo ho ho! Heat and smoke poured from the python's front and back. The giant python fell to the ground, dead. When Levi approached, he looked surprised. After enduring such horrific explosion damage, the python's skin has not yet broken. It was just forced open by the force of the explosion and cracked in some places. Levi realized that the python's skin was a treasure. However, after being devastated by the explosion, there were not many intact areas left in Mangpai. Levi asked Shadow Attendant to take off a few pieces of intact bark and prepared to take them back to make mage robes. Hold a piece of bark and observe. This giant python has some dragon blood. This piece of rough skin already has a trace of dragon skin's magic resistance. No wonder it is so tough. The characteristics of dragon skin are toughness and extremely high magic resistance. Mangpai already has a few characteristics and shows amazing defensive power. Unfortunately, the scales are ordinary python scales. If it is a sub-dragon dragon scale with dragon characteristics, it can definitely create high-quality third-level scale armor. The fine scale armor is enough to withstand most attacks of the same level. If Mangpai is made into a high-quality mage robe, it can completely withstand third-level spell attacks. The power of Levi's fireball spell is no less powerful than the third-level spell. Shadow Attendant handed over a magic core as big as a baby's fist. Levi showed satisfaction. You're lucky. I got a third-level magic core. Looking at the giant python's body, he thought for a while and asked the Shadow Warrior to cut off a large piece of meat and put it into the space ring. Go back and taste the sub-dragon monster. Levi raised his head and looked deep into the secret realm. He murmured in a low voice. I hope it's not what I thought. I'd rather have bad luck. Levi walked forward, and Shadow Attendant went first to explore the way. He also released his phantom body. He turned into a bird and flew into the sky. Just after crossing the canopy, it lost lift and fell down. Back under the canopy. It's back to normal. Levi looked surprised. Is this a forbidden area? What exactly is this place? Why does the forbidden air realm appear? Levi felt that things seemed to be a little beyond expectations. I originally thought it was an ordinary secret realm, and I just came here to get some benefits. Now that there is a forbidden area in the secret area, it shows that this place is definitely not ordinary. The forbidden air domain is a 6th level magic circle. Who has arranged such a large-scale magic circle here? Levi was filled with doubts. Teacher, does he know? He wanted to know this more. After all, it was Toresta who called him here. If Toresta didn't know anything, Levi didn't quite believe it. He found a safe place to stop and relied on his phantom and shadow attendants to investigate the secret realm. Levi planned to figure this out first. Dragon blood fruit. The phantom body didn't go far when it heard exclamations. When Levi heard this, without thinking, he controlled his phantom body and walked towards the place where the sound came from. After a while, I saw a huge ancient tree. The ancient trees have scales, and this time, they are not trees disguised as pythons. This is a dragon scale tree. Li Wei looked up and saw 3 red fruits hanging on the dragon scale tree. There are also fine scale patterns on the fruit. This is dragon blood fruit, an extremely precious dragon blood fruit. The first person to discover the dragon blood fruit was a 2nd level mage from the Mage Association. The one who explained was the extraordinary warrior professional of the Leinster family. The 3 members of the Leinster family surrounded the mage, showing evil looks. Normally they wouldn't dare to attack the mage. However, the extremely precious dragon blood fruit is right in front of you. Greed inspires courage. Get out of the way. We don't want to do anything to you. This is what I found. Bang. The mage was attacked by a sneak attack, and the magic shield on his body shook. He looked shocked, and an assassin's figure appeared behind him. It turns out that there are not only 3 of them, but also a 4th person. Do it! Chapter 200, Powerful Crushing. When Li Wei discovered the dragon blood fruit, he set off immediately and rushed to the place where the dragon scale ancient tree was. Shadow Attendant also responded to his call and quickly returned to join him. You must get the dragon blood fruit. Bang. Damn it. Are all mages so perverted? The four of us surrounded him, and we couldn't kill him. Don't worry. His mana is about to run out. I don't want the dragon blood fruit anymore. Let me go. Ha. Let you go, and then bring the others over. Don't think about it. You have to die here. You force me. Tear it apart. The mage tore open a magic scroll, and strong magic waves spread out. The four of them were startled and subconsciously stayed away from him. The next second, with a pop, a cloud of smoke exploded on the spot. When the smoke dissipated, the mage had disappeared. Damn it! We were tricked! Seeing this, the four people turned to look at the dragon blood fruit. Only 3. How to divide them? Whoever gets it will get it. The assassin had already rushed towards the ancient dragon scale tree. Call. A sword energy struck the assassin's back. The assassin reacted extremely sharply and jumped to the left to avoid the sword energy behind him. He glared at his companion. What are you doing? You want to kill me? The warrior who slashed out his sword energy sneered. Don't even think about swallowing the dragon blood fruit. The other two looked at each other and silently distanced themselves. When the assassin saw this, he laughed in anger. Ha. You are all a bunch of brainless guys. You rebelled before you even got the dragon blood fruit. How hacking stupid. I'm so blinded by lard that I would team up with you guys. I can see your true nature clearly today. I won't play with you anymore. The assassin sneaked, and the knight not far away threw out flash powder with his backhand. Glitter breaks stealth. The figure of the assassin emerged. Stop fighting. Get the dragon blood fruit off first, shouted the last one. The four of them calmed down, looked at each other, nodded and said, Okay, let's pick the dragon blood fruit first. I'll pick it. Soldiers volunteered. The other 3 looked at each other with their own thoughts. Good. No one objected. They all watched the warrior walk towards the dragon scale ancient tree. Call! A wave of heat hit. Everyone was startled and turned their heads to look hurriedly. I saw a fire snake more than 10 meters long flying towards me. Scared, several people dispersed, seeing the fire snake charging straight towards the dragon blood fruit. Several people reacted and quickly intercepted it. Various attacks fell on the fire snake, weakening the fire snake's power. Upon seeing this, Li Wei controlled the fire snake to fly towards the 3 people on the ground. The 3 people quickly dispersed. The fire snake rushed directly towards the assassin. The assassin's face turned dark immediately. Why are you chasing me? He used his agility to the limit and dodged the attacks of the fire snakes again and again. Bang! There was an explosion, followed by a scream that ended abruptly. The assassin subconsciously turned his head to look. The fire snake that had been chasing him suddenly appeared on the other side and swallowed the knight directly. In an instant, the knight was burned to a crisp by the flames. The assassin was suddenly startled and felt chills all over. He looked back. There was great confusion in his eyes. Why are there 2 fire snakes? He threw the hidden weapon and hit the fire snake behind him. Unexpectedly, the hidden weapon passed directly through the fire snake and fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust. Fake? Ah! There was another scream, and the assassin understood that he had lost another teammate. He went into the woods without looking back. Get away from here. When the soldier saw his teammate die, he was still on the tree, crawling towards the dragon blood fruit. Don't come here. Otherwise, I won't let you get it even if I destroy the dragon blood fruit. He saw Li Wei walking towards the dragon scale ancient tree step by step. Levi looked up at him. You should probably worry about your own safety first. When the soldier heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his back felt cold, and he felt a pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a branch penetrated his chest, dripping with blood. The ancient dragon scale tree came to life. The branches that killed the warrior quickly devoured his flesh. Gula gula. The sound of animals swallowing food can be heard inside a tree, which is extremely weird. Levi was not surprised. The dragon scale ancient tree is a living creature. Dragon blood fruit is the bait of the ancient dragon scale tree. When encountering an invincible enemy, the ancient dragon scale tree will eat the dragon blood fruit directly and will not leave any good things to the enemy. There is only one way to get the dragon blood fruit. Don't give the dragon scale ancient tree a chance to destroy the dragon blood fruit. Either crush it with absolute strength, or take away the dragon blood fruit when it is not prepared. Bang! The mummy was thrown to the ground by the dragon scale ancient tree. The branches of the ancient dragon scale tree coil around the trunk like snakes, showing his ferocious side to Levi. Swish! Brush! Brush! Countless branches stabbed down at Levi, trying to tear him into pieces. Dragon scale ancient tree hates flames. Levi stood there and allowed the dragon scale ancient tree to attack. Being attacked by the violent storm, he smiled instead. Puff puff! All the attacks passed through Levi's body and fell to the ground. Countless holes were dug into the ground. The dragon scale ancient tree was stunned for a moment. Levi's phantom body shattered and dissipated. Call! A fireball flew towards the ancient dragon scale tree. The fireball turned into a fire snake more than 20 meters long in midair. Sizzle! Fire snakes wrapped themselves around the dragon-scaled ancient tree, burning the tree. The dragon-scale ancient tree was in great pain. Its crown shook violently, and countless leaves fell. Puff puff! The dragon blood fruit also fell down. Seeing that the dragon blood fruit was about to fall to the ground and smash, blue light suddenly appeared on the dragon blood fruit and flew towards the distant woods. The ancient dragon scale tree stretched out its branches to block the dragon blood fruit. Bang! The fire snake exploded, and the fire flooded the ancient dragon scale tree. In an instant, the ancient dragon scale tree turned into a huge torch, burning brightly. Levi caught the dragon blood fruit and put it into the space ring. The ancient dragon scale tree howled in the flames. He turned and left without a second glance. Not long after leaving, two groups of people appeared near the dragon scale ancient tree. One side is the Mages Association, and the other side is the Linster family. They all got the news about the dragon blood fruit. When I hurried over, I only saw the ancient dragon scale tree that had been burnt to charcoal. Damn it! I'm late! Who took the dragon blood fruit? Fire spells. Whose fire spells are so powerful? The only second-level fire mage is in front of him. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to suspect that he had taken away the dragon blood fruit. Could it be the armored man? Isn't he also a fire mage? He once killed a third-level advanced lava giant. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the ancient dragon scale tree. Let's go. Find him. We must get the dragon blood fruit. Levi was walking in the woods. He took a bite of the dragon blood fruit. It tastes a bit unpleasant. The skin of dragon blood fruit is too thick, which is difficult to chew. If his physique hadn't been improved, he probably wouldn't have been able to bite this thing at all. After eating a dragon blood fruit, Levi felt that the blood all over his body became hot. There is a force coming out of the body. Physical fitness increases rapidly. Not only his body. Levi felt a deeper change. He activates semi-elemental transformation. The elemental body changes. Chapter 201 Dragon's Flame. The body of the fire element began to change. Levi felt a force pouring into his elemental body. Compared with the normal flesh and blood body, the elemental body is easier to absorb the power in the dragon blood fruit. Wait until the dust settles. Levi's right hand turned into the shape of a dragon's claw. A flaming dragon claw. Bang! Levi squeezed hard, and the air in his palm was crushed before it could escape. The strength of his right arm became extremely terrifying. With a casual sweep, he broke a big tree. Is this the power of a dragon? Levi looked at his right hand thoughtfully. Not only that, he felt the fire element in his arm also change. It feels like I am stronger. This feeling is very strange. The characteristic is that the flame temperature is extremely high. Levi grabbed a piece of wood, and the wood was not burned, but directly carbonized. Crushed carbonized wood. This is the dragon's fire. It is rumored that dragon breath can easily melt most materials in the world. It seems that it is not a rumor. Now he only has a trace of the dragon's power. But he has such amazing power. It's hard to imagine how powerful a real dragon is. It is even more difficult to imagine how powerful the human empire was at its peak. Levi ate the remaining 2 dragon blood fruits. The fire element in the body has transformed even more obviously. The right arm transforms into a half-body fire dragon. The elementalization fades away, and the body shape returns to normal. Levi felt a powerful force surge inside his body. That's the dragon's flame. Dragon blood fruit and ancient dragon scale trees have appeared. There is probably a giant dragon corpse in this secret area, Levi thought in his mind. He raised his head and looked into the depths of the secret realm, speeding up his pace to go deeper. Shadow Attendant. Explore the way. Shadow Attendant went to explore the way, and Levi adapted to his stronger body as he walked. After eating 3 dragon blood fruits, Levi's body became stronger. already comparable to formal knights and warriors. The only difference between him and real knights and warrior professionals is his extraordinary characteristics. If you don't take into account extraordinary characteristics, Levi's physique and strength are even stronger than ordinary first-level warriors. This is the power of the dragon blood fruit, which allows an ordinary person to directly obtain the power of an extraordinary person. After being eaten by extraordinary people, their strength can be greatly improved. After Levi absorbed the power from 3 dragon blood fruits, mana increased significantly. Although it is not as big as the physical improvement, it can still withstand 2 months of hard training. Crystal Meditation, 2nd level, 3812/10,000. However, the biggest gain is the change in the fire element. The dragon's flame is a super high temperature flame, far higher than the temperature produced by Levi's charged fireball. Call! A dragon-scaled wolf jumped out from the bushes and attacked Levi. Levi had already discovered it. Raising his hand, a fireball hit its face. Bang! The dragon-scaled wolf was blown away. Levi's heart moved, and he mobilized the dragon's flame in his body. A super high temperature fireball flew out and hit the dragon-scaled wolf with strong defense. In an instant, the dragon-scaled wolf screamed. The extremely strong sub-dragon scales were melted, and after more than 10 seconds, only a dark corpse was left on the spot. The dragon-scaled wolf was burned to coke. What a terrifying flame! Levi used the object control technique, and a big blue hand crushed the dragon-scaled wolf that turned into charcoal. A 3rd-level magic core flew into his hand. Another 3rd-level magic core. It seems that all the monsters in this secret realm are affected by the dragon's blood and become extremely powerful. It's still a little weaker than the giant python, Levi thought in his mind. Putting away the magic core, he continued walking deeper into the secret realm. Levi had a feeling that the real good things were deep in the secret realm. What he wanted was there too. He wants to obtain the true dragon flame. Bang! Another sub-dragon monster attacked Levi. A wild boar covered in strong scales was like a tank pushing through trees. Running rampant, Levi flew into the sky, dodging the attack. The trees behind him were shattered. The dragon-scaled wild boar is like a tree crusher, and nothing can stop its progress. Levi looked down, thoughtfully. Is it because I have eaten dragon blood fruit that these monsters want to kill me? Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why so many magical beasts suddenly appeared to attack Levi. After thinking for a moment, Levi seemed to understand something. He looked up into the depths of the secret realm. What's the secret there? He saw it. This secret realm is a huge goo breeding ground. The dragon-blooded monsters in the secret realm fight each other to obtain more powerful and pure dragon blood, thereby becoming stronger. Dragon blood fruit is watered by pure dragon blood. Today, Levi has become the biggest favorite in the secret realm. Trouble abounds. Levi was attacked by various monsters along the way. Later, he no longer fights the monsters. Directly use fire escape to escape. The enemy cannot be killed at all. Finally, Levi reached the deepest part of the secret realm. The place is deserted. A clear dividing line appeared in the densely planted land watered by the dragon's blood. Warcraft also dare not set foot on this desolate land. Levi walked into the middle of nowhere. In an instant, he felt an extremely powerful dragon coming. Just one step away. It seems like there are 2 worlds. Levi's eyes trembled. He seemed to see the dragon's bloody mouth right in front of him. A few sparks flew out from behind the huge mouth, and a hot breath burned the body and mind. It felt like an ordinary person with bare hands and no protection, colliding head-on with a tiger. For a moment, Levi's mind even went blank, and he was completely confused. After a while, he calmed down, taking a deep breath. Levi walked deeper. The deserted land can be seen to the end at a glance. Empty. Nothing. It's like a bald patch appears on top of the forest, which is particularly conspicuous and dazzling. Instinct told Levi that there must be something inside. He's here! Someone spotted Levi's figure. There is no obstruction in the desolate land, and Levi's figure can be seen at a glance. Everyone rushed towards the deserted land. Someone stepped into the deserted land and was frightened to the ground the next second. Don't dare to enter this place again. Except for Levi. No one can withstand the pressure of the dragon and walk into the desolate land. Everyone was watching him from the edge. They are all looking forward to something. Why can't he get in? Someone asked. No one can explain it. Everyone watched silently. It's not just humans. The outsiders. A group of magical beasts even appeared on the edge of the deserted land, quietly looking at Levi, who was struggling to advance inside. It is rare to live in peace. At this moment, they were all looking forward to what Levi would bring out of the deserted land. Levi kept walking, and suddenly, his figure disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. The mage exclaimed, "It's a barrier! There is a hidden barrier there!" Everyone showed surprise. "Isn't this a secret realm that was just discovered? Why is there a magic barrier?" Chapter 202 The Undead Dragon. Levi looked back and saw no one outside. Looking forward again, there is a cave in front. There is already a mountain hidden here. It's hard to imagine who created such a huge magic barrier. Levi thought as he walked. He has almost adapted to Long Way and can think normally. The origin of Falling Dragon Slope is the legend of the falling dragon. Why did the dragon fall? Is the dragon injured? Levi thinks it's very possible. He glanced around. Judging from the current situation, the person who caused the dragon to fall here is likely to be an extremely powerful mage. A long time ago, a mage hunted down a dragon and killed it on Falling Dragon Slope. This caused the dragon to fall onto the hillside, creating a large crater. Later, for some unknown reasons, the mage could only find a way to hide the dragon's body here. He even created a secret realm specifically for this purpose. A forbidden air formation was arranged in the secret territory, and there was also a huge hidden barrier to hide the body of the dragon. These are the causes and consequences of Levi's speculation. Levi looked into the cave. It was obvious what existed inside the cave. A dragon corpse. Levi lit a fireball to light the way forward. He walked alone, affected by the pressure of the dragon clan. Shadow Warrior has been unable to maintain his normal form. Levi brings it back to its core. After walking for a while, my eyes suddenly opened up. A huge cave appeared in front of me. A giant dragon like a hill lay on the ground. The dragon's eyes were closed, and there were large holes on its head and chest. The dragon crystal and heart were taken away. 18 huge obsidian pitons 6 to 7 meters long fixed the dragon's body to the ground. The dragon's blood flows from the place where the heart was dug out, forming a lake on the ground. The dragon didn't know how long it had been dead, but the dragon's blood lake was still steaming. Levi looked at the giant dragon in front of him and felt that it was still alive. "Is this a red dragon?" From the bright red scales on the dragon's body, Levi deduced the dragon's race. No wonder he gained a trace of dragon flame power after eating the dragon blood fruit. Levi tried to pry a scale off the dragon, found that it couldn't be pried at all. With Baoshan right in front of him, Levi could do nothing. He couldn't get even a piece of dragon meat off. He looked at the dragon's blood lake on the ground. It might be the only thing he can take. Levi dug out the container in the space ring to hold the dragon's blood and wanted to take it away. After the container retrieved the dragon's blood, the power of the dragon's blood quickly dissipated and soon turned into a pool of foul-smelling black blood. Levi looked surprised. "How is this going?" "Pour away the black blood." He looked at the ground and found that the entire cave was covered with a large number of magic runes. It is these magical runes that ensure that the dragon's body remains incorruptible for hundreds of years. Dragon blood can also be the same as it was hundreds of years ago. Without the protection of these magic runes, the dragon's blood seems to have gone through hundreds of years, directly corrupting and smelling. The power of dragon blood is locked in magical runes. Click! The container that had just been used to hold the dragon's blood was broken. The power of corrupted dragon blood is equally astonishing. Levi quickly threw away the container in his hand and looked at the dragon blood pool. Understand that nothing here can be taken away, unless he could move the entire cave. This seems to be the original thought of the mage who hid the dragon's body here. This is all to prevent the dragon's body from being stolen by others. Levi looked down at the pool. The only option now is to absorb the power in the dragon's blood on the spot. Fiction came true. In Livy's novel, Dragon Knight, the protagonist bathes in dragon blood and gains great strength. Unexpectedly, he would get such an opportunity one day. The dragon's blood is so hot that it can burn even a piece of wood thrown into it. Levi thought for a moment. His right arm turned into a flame dragon claw and slowly stretched into the dragon's blood. The elemental right arm cannot feel the high temperature of the dragon's blood. Levi felt as comfortable as soaking in hot water. Ah! He suddenly felt something getting into his arm and couldn't help but scream in pain. As soon as he screamed, he felt more things get into his arms. Levi resisted the urge to pull out his arm. This feeling is very uncomfortable, as if there are countless parasites breaking through the skin and burrowing into the body. He knew it wasn't a parasite. All that got in was the remaining power in the dragon's blood. After hundreds of years, even with the protection of magic runes, most of the power in the dragon's blood has also passed away. The lush scene in the secret realm is nourished by the flowing power of dragon blood. But even if there is only one remaining power, it is not something that Levi can easily absorb. If he has not eaten dragon blood fruit before, he can improve his physique and adapt to the strengthening of dragon blood in advance. I'm afraid it's already bursting at the seams now. Even so, he felt like he couldn't control the violent force inside his body. Enough! Levi pulled out his arm, wanting to terminate the process. However, a force came from the dragon blood pool, firmly holding his arm in place. Not only that, the more he struggled, the greater the power in the dragon blood pool became. Bang! Levi was pulled headlong into the dragon's blood pool by a huge force. For a moment, he felt finished. He is still unable to transform into elements all over his body. If he plunges his head into the dragon's blood with a temperature of hundreds of degrees, he will be scalded to death. The next second, he found that the temperature of the dragon's blood pool had become lower. Although it's still hot, at least he won't be scalded to death. But the body is getting more and more violent, and the power that is about to get out of control is imminent. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. At the critical moment, Levi had an idea and quickly used the advanced ritual fire spirit sacrifice. He had no intention of completing the ritual. I just want to use this method to consume the excess power in my body. No ritual materials or ritual formations were prepared. It was impossible for Li Weiguang to complete the advanced ceremony with the ritual decree of the fire spirit sacrifice. The result was beyond his expectation. After the fire spirit ceremony began, the ceremony went on smoothly. Suddenly, the scene in front of Levi changed. Originally, after the fire spirit ceremony began, he would be immersed in the ocean of fire elemental spirits. Levi appeared in a dark space. A flame suddenly lit up, illuminating the space. Levi looked up subconsciously, and a huge burning fire dragon head appeared in front of him. The diameter is at least over 100 meters. The fire dragon head looked down at Levi, his figure reflected in the majestic dragon eyes. Humanity! Levi felt his heart was shaken, and his soul was about to be shattered. It took him a long time to recover. Fire Dragon Head didn't seem to have any intention of targeting him. He also deliberately left time for him to catch his breath. Li Wei looked at the huge dragon head, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Are you the dead dragon?" "I'm not dead yet," Fire Dragon Head said. This time the sound was much quieter. But for Levi, it was still like thunder, making his eardrums hurt. Levi didn't have time to notice that his head hurt from the shock. He looked at the fire dragon head in shock. I was extremely shocked by what it said. Chapter 203 New Extraordinary Characteristics. Levi looked at the fire dragon head in shock. The other person replied, "I'm not dead yet." That is to say, it did not deny that it was a dragon corpse in the secret realm. Levi's brain was a little down, and he couldn't understand what it meant. He had obviously seen the corpse of a dragon that had been dead for hundreds of years. Both the dragon crystal and the dragon heart were poached. All the blood was drained. Then, it said it was not dead yet. Levi calmed down. From the perspective of the soul, it was indeed not dead yet. If he died, he wouldn't be able to see it. Fire Dragon Head saw Li Wei silent. "You're stealing my power!" Levi was a little panicked. "I don't care. I can give this power to you. As a deal, you have to help me get out of here." Levi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up at the fire dragon head and asked, "How can I help?" "No matter what. Agree first and get the benefits first. When he leaves here, it's up to him whether he helps or not." "Find me and take me out." Levi was speechless. "Where are you?" "I don't know either." Levi was speechless. What does this make him say? The fire dragon head said, "I feel that my body is not far away from me. My dragon soul should be near my body. It's not far. At most 100 kilometers. You can look for it." Levi was even more speechless. What is the difference between finding your dragon soul within 100 kilometers and finding a needle in a haystack? Levi thought for a while and asked, "Can you see the outside world?" "Cannot. For hundreds of years, the seal has remained strong. Someone must have been maintaining the seal. That guy must have set up a very tight magic circle in order to seal me. You can look for it. It's almost time. I'll send you back. Otherwise you will be discovered by the Watchers. Remember to come to me." Levi's eyes darkened. He opened his eyes and returned to the dragon's body, sitting cross-legged in the dragon's blood pool. The originally boiling and hot dragon's blood has cooled down. All the power has been absorbed by Levi. The elemental body has already returned to normal. and its appearance looks no different from that of ordinary people. But Levi himself could feel the powerful force in his body. Writing appeared before my eyes. Crystal Meditation, Level 2, 8456/10,000. Dragon Flame, Elementary, Bloodline Awakening. Flame power greatly increased. New extraordinary properties. Levi stretched out his hand, and a flame appeared in his palm. Dragon's Flame. Dragon Flame. Levi stood up and walked out of the dragon blood pool. After losing its power, the dragon blood pool turned into a pool of ordinary blood. He glanced at the red dragon's body and walked outside. He has already obtained all the benefits that can be obtained here. The rest cannot be taken away. There is nothing that Levi can't bear to part with. As for rescuing the dragon soul, Levi doesn't think about it for the time being. According to legend, the 5-colored dragons are symbols of evil. The red dragon was killed. The dragon crystal and dragon heart were taken away, and the dragon soul was imprisoned somewhere. Even the dragon corpse was sealed in the secret realm. The 18 obsidian rock nails nailing the dragon corpse are the seal. The magic runes scattered throughout the cave not only preserve the freshness of the dragon corpse, but also seal it. This shows how seriously the person who killed the red dragon took it seriously. However, after his initial contact with Dragon Soul, Levi had a good impression of it. Doesn't look like an evil dragon. First impressions are unacceptable. Levi planned to find out what happened on Zwalungpo first, then decide whether to go find the Dragon Soul. Dragon Crystal, Dragon Heart, and Dragon Soul are the most valuable things on the dragon. Look! He's out! Everyone looked towards Levi. Levi saw a group of people outside gathered around the edge of the deserted land, and understood that the people who came were evil. He stood outside the attack range of everyone. Without saying a word, just cast the spell. The fire elements gathered around the body, forming a huge fire snake. Blessed by the extraordinary properties of Dragon Flame, the fire snake becomes even more powerful, and its whole body is blazing with flames. It looks a bit like a dragon. Everyone watched helplessly as Levi cast the spell, unable to stop him. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to attack us. If he attacks us first, we will be justified, someone said loudly, trying to calm everyone down. Levi laughed. The fire snake, which was 30 meters long, flew towards the place where the monsters gathered. Seeing this, the monsters dispersed. Everyone was attacked by the monsters, and their formation was shattered instantly. Those who are timid will turn around and run away when they see that the situation is not good. The first person to escape appeared, and the others could no longer hold their ground. They all turned around and ran away. Just kidding. They couldn't stop such a big fire snake from coming down. Why is his fire snake technique so powerful? How could I know? It must be because of his extraordinary characteristics. He used fireball to kill the lava giant. What kind of extraordinary characteristic is this? It's too outrageous. The fiery snake swooped down, leaving a piece of scorched earth wherever it passed. The third-order magic beast is also cooked in just a few seconds. Seeing this, everyone ran faster. When the members of the Leinster family saw this, they looked frightened. With one move of the fire snake technique, Levi forced everyone to defeat them without attacking. Levi walked out of the deserted land and picked up the magic cores left behind after the death of several monsters. After getting the dragon's blood, Levi was not in a hurry to leave the secret realm. There are many good things in the secret area. The earth, which has been nourished by dragon's blood for hundreds of years, has grown many precious treasures of heaven and earth. Now that he is able to run rampant in the secret territory, he naturally wants to pack up and take away all the treasures in the secret territory. Next time, I don't know if there will be a chance to come in. Dragon blood grass. Take it away. Dracaena tree. Cut it down. Dragon scale flower. Pick it away. Levi was like a robber, plundering everything and everywhere. When the members of the Leinster family saw the noise Levi made, they stayed away. Do you think the armored man looks like the same person? Who? The murderer mentioned by the Archmage of Tyr. Several members of the Leinster family looked at each other with understanding expressions. Kate, go back and inform the Archmage of Tyr. Good. They didn't care if the armored man was the murderer or not. Now, they want to kill Levi with the help of Tyr. Get something from Levi. If Tyr kills Levi, the Leinster family may not be able to get what he has. However, if Levi is not killed, the Leinster family will definitely not share the things he has. The benefits Levi received were too great. The Leinster family can no longer sit idly by. Even if these things were destroyed, they were not willing to be taken away by Levi. They want to send a signal out. No one can get what belongs to the Leinster family. This is about the face of the Leinster family. If the Mages Association hadn't been so powerful, the Leinster family wouldn't have agreed to bring the secret realm out for joint exploration. Levi didn't know yet that Tyr was on his way. After scraping 3 feet of the ground to collect the treasures in the secret realm, he was ready to leave the secret realm. The Leinster family blocked his way. Chapter 2:0 For the first confrontation. The Leinster family stopped Levi. The two of them were dressed in aristocratic costumes, and after seeing Levi, they performed aristocratic salutes. Mr. Master, we want to trade with you. The Leinster family is willing to spend money to buy the treasures you get from the secret realm. Levi was a little surprised. Upon hearing that they wanted to trade, Levi's first reaction was to think about what things could be sold. Anyway, it's the same to anyone, and he doesn't need so many dragon blood treasures. The price offered by the Leinster family is right, so selling to them is not impossible. Levi asked, "What do you want?" Men heard this and quickly said, "Dragon blood fruit. The Leinster family is willing to pay 3,000 gold coins to buy a dragon blood fruit." Levi spread his hands and said, "No more." Olap asked anxiously, "Why is it gone?" "I ate. Did you eat all 3 dragon blood fruits?" The two stared at Levi with wide eyes, disbelief on their faces. Levi nodded. The two looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. They suspected that Levi just didn't want to sell the dragon blood fruit, so he deliberately said that he had eaten it. How could a normal person eat 3 dragon blood fruits in one sitting? When the two saw this, they still had some luck in their hearts. Men said, "If you don't have dragon blood fruit, dragon blood treasures such as dragon blood grass and dragon scale flower will also work." Dragon blood grass. How much do you pay? Levi took out a dragon's blood grass and showed it to him. Olap calmed down, looked at the dragon blood grass in his hand, and said, "Let us see the quality. If the quality is good, the price can be higher." Levi handed the dragon blood grass to him, not afraid that he would take it away. Olap took the dragon blood grass and looked at it over and over for a long time. Levi waited impatiently. "Have you finished reading? Is there anything else good to see? The blood streaks on the stems of dragon's blood grass are the year, and 1 blood streak is 10 years. This dragon's blood grass is 120 years old. Don't worry. What if you hurt the dragon's blood grass when picking it? We also need to take a closer look. This is good for both you and me," Men said calmly. Levi looked at the two of them and frowned, feeling something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he realized that the two of them seemed to have been stalling for time. Levi clapped his hands and took back the dragon blood grass. "What are you doing?" Olap looked surprised. Levi glanced at the two of them, walked around them, and walked toward the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Olap wanted to say something else, but Men quickly stopped him. "It's been delayed for so long. It's almost time. Don't be impulsive." Olap calmed down. "Humph. Look how proud he is now. How embarrassed he will be when Master Tyr comes." Levi left and did not hear the conversation between the two. Walking to the exit of the secret realm, people from the Leinster family stood at the door. When they saw Levi coming, they subconsciously blocked the exit. When Levi saw this, he understood what they had planned. "Step aside." A fireball appeared in Levi's hand. If he didn't get out of the way, he would throw it at everyone without hesitation. Seeing this, the members of the Leinster family hesitated for a moment and then retreated. Levi came out of the secret realm. Several people looked at each other and followed Levi out of the secret realm. Right now, the biggest benefits in the secret realm have been taken away by Levi. Naturally, they will not stay in the secret realm. That is to say, the mages who want to study the secret realm are still here. When Levi came out of the secret realm, he was already prepared for the attack. James' eyes moved slightly when he saw Levi walking out of the secret realm. He already knew what happened in the secret realm. However, due to Levi's identity, it was difficult for him to say anything. Just pretend you don't know. Levi glanced around and found that everyone in the Leinster family was staring at him. Hee. Levi strode towards the foot of Zwalumpå Mountain. Ignore everyone's gaze. Wait a moment. The voice came from the crowd of Leinsters. Levi didn't look back and paid no attention at all. At this time, there is no need to compromise with him. Seeing that Levi ignored him, the Leinster family couldn't help but take action. Call out. An arrow flew towards Levi. When the arrow was more than 20 meters away from Levi's body, his mental power captured the movement trajectory of the arrow. Taking a step to the left, the arrow landed at his feet. The archer who shot the arrow was stunned and looked a little surprised. He didn't expect that Levi could dodge this arrow. Others didn't have many ideas. They thought that the sharpshooter simply did not shoot at Levi, but aimed at Levi's feet, threatening him to stop. Levi looked back at the archer. The shadow under his feet twisted and stretched into the distance. Levi stopped. The atmosphere on the court instantly became tense. Call! A strong wind blew in the sky, and a figure fell from the sky. Everyone in the Leinster family looked relaxed. Tyr is coming. Levi looked up. There was no surprise in his eyes. Seeing people like the Leinster family trying to stop him, he had guessed that Tyr would come. Otherwise, with the strength he showed in the secret realm, the Leinster family did not dare to confront him head-on. But they still choose to do it. It means they have someone to rely on. Levi didn't need to think too much to know that this person was relying on Tyr. Tyr saw the armored man on the ground from the air, his eyes as calm as a storm that was brewing. Call! 2 cyan wind elf wings flapped behind Tyr. He fell slowly, the wind blowing dust. All eyes were on him, unblinking. The whole audience is conspicuous and responsible. Tyr stared at Levi and asked calmly, "Did you kill Loomis and Weeks?" Levi said nothing. Tyr didn't want an answer either. The Leinster family had already confessed to him before coming. The armored man has an extremely precious dragon blood fruit in his hand. There is also the biggest treasure in the secret area. That treasure is probably related to the dragon. It has nothing to do with whether the armored man is the murderer or not. Today, he must die. Call! A fireball flew toward Tyr. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. No one expected that Levi would dare to attack Tyr. Tyr smiled. Very good. Then I won't have to worry about it. Bang! The wind wall blocks the fireball. The storm gathers and strangles everything. Levi's whole body suddenly burst into flames, and the flames covered his figure. Thousand Wind Storm! Tyr raised his staff and pointed it in the air. Everyone looked puzzled when they saw him releasing the spell into the air. Searching for enemies in the void? Hoo ho ho! Countless wind blades swept through the air, revealing a figure. Bang bang bang! The wind blade collided with the invisible armor and exploded into blue light. The blue light in the sky reflected Levi's figure. Everyone was surprised to find that Levi had flown into the sky. Tyr looked at Levi with a hint of surprise. What kind of flying spell is this? He had never seen it. Chapter 205 Slightly better. Bang bang bang. Countless wind blades hit Levi. Click! Click! Under the attack of Chinern Storm, cracks continued to appear in Levi's invisible armor. He ignored it and shot straight to the sky, flying higher and higher until they are out of the attack range of Chinern Storm. Tyr's eyes narrowed, and the wind elf wings behind him flapped and soared into the sky. Don't even think about escaping! Tyr chased after Levi. Everyone stood on the ground and looked up at the sky, watching the two people quickly go away. After a while, the two people were no longer visible. Everyone showed envy, envying the mage for being able to fly. Tyr kept accelerating and tried his best, but he could only watch Levi unwilling to go away. There's no way to catch up. Levi's speed is too fast. Tyr took out the magic scroll and hesitated. Even if he uses a space teleportation scroll, he may not be able to catch up with Levi. When Tyr hesitated, Levi's figure almost disappeared from sight. He sighed and put away the magic scroll. Tyr was also a little helpless. It was the first time he encountered a mage flying so fast. How can a normal mage fly like this? Tyr looked around and flew back to Falling Dragon Slope. You've come. You can't leave empty-handed. He was going to take a look inside the secret realm. When James saw Tyr coming back, he quickly saluted and said, Archmage. Tyr glanced at him and nodded. Diel walked towards the secret realm. James' expression moved slightly, and he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words back when he reached his mouth. He couldn't stop Tyr either. Tyr entered the secret realm. Not long after, he came out. His face looked a little unsightly. When James and others saw this, they looked at Tyr with their eyes, nose, ears, and heart, although they were also curious about what Tyr encountered in the secret realm. Tyr thought for a moment, then flew up to leave. The water in this secret area is too deep. He didn't dare to explore too deeply. As soon as he entered, he sensed the super magic circle spread throughout the secret realm. The more he sensed it, the more frightened he became. In the end, he simply chose to exit the secret realm and did not dare to go deeper. This secret realm is definitely not an ownerless realm. Others who were unaware of the magic circle had no respect for the secret realm. The ignorant are fearless. As soon as Tyr took off, he heard the roar of the wind. What? He raised his head and looked into the distance. A ray of light quickly approached. Call. After getting closer, he finally saw what it was. A fireball. A large fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. In an instant, Tyr felt a sense of panic in his heart. His intuition told him that if he was hit by a fireball, he would definitely die. Strike storm. Wind wall. Wind spirit protection. Bang. Boom. The super fireball exploded in midair, and its volume instantly expanded hundreds of times. The powerful shock wave directly atomized the surrounding air. Circles of white waves spread out, knocking down trees on the ground and throwing away rocks. The aftereffects of the explosion shocked everyone not far away, and the shock wave made many people unsteady and fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the huge fireball in the sky in horror. Archmage Tyr! Someone yelled in horror. Only then did everyone realize that the target of the fireball was Tyr. Everyone was very nervous. Hundreds of meters away, Tyr stood on the hillside with a section of his mage robe burnt. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. He almost died in the explosion. He tries to fend off the super fireball. Cast a spell to detonate a super fireball in advance. But he didn't expect that even if he detonated the super fireball in advance, he would not be able to withstand the terrifying explosive force. In an instant, the magic shield on his body was torn to pieces. In critical moments, trigger the teleportation pendant, a life-saving magic prop on your body. Tyr let go of his hand, and the broken teleportation pendant fell to the ground, buried in the sand. The teleportation pendant is his most precious magic item, worth 10,000 gold. Tyr looked into the distance. First level spell. Eagle Eye Technique. His eyes lit up cyan. Tyr saw Levi thousands of meters away. His fists were clenched, and the staff in his hand was shaking. Tyr also didn't expect that the armored man who had escaped would dare to come back and attack him. This cost him a lot. Levi looked at the center of the explosion and could not see Tyr. Do you died? He doesn't know either. After hesitating for a moment, he turned around and left. Real men never look back to see the explosion. Anyway, after returning to Maple Leaf City, we will know whether Tyr is dead or not. No need to risk going back. If Tyr hadn't died, wouldn't he have fallen into a trap in the past? After resisting Tyr's 1,000 Runestorm magic and escaping, Levi's invisible armor was mostly broken. Tyr has not used the 4th level spell yet. Go back and get a big move? Levi is not that stupid. Tyr looked disappointed when he saw Levi flying away. He hoped in his heart that Levi could come back. It takes time to cast a 4th level spell. If Levi had any sign of coming over, he would definitely let Levi have a 4th level spell slam. 1,000 Runestorm failed to kill Levi, and Tyr was also a little surprised. Ordinary 3rd level magic shields cannot block his 1,000 Runestorm. Tyr realized that the armored man not only possessed extremely terrifying attack power, but also had astonishing defensive power. After seeing Levi really leave without looking back, Tyr walked down the hill. Archmage, it's great that you're okay! Men shouted excitedly when he saw Tyr. Tyr's face was expressionless. He looked at James. Who is the true identity of the armored man? James felt the pressure in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't know. You are the vice president of the Mage Association of Tundra City, and you should know who is standing behind him. Tyr smiled. A smile that made James shudder. Well, I do know that. Tyr is gone. He walked towards Maple Leaf City. When he was looking for the murderer and learned that the murderer was in Maple Leaf City, Tyr already suspected the armored man. But the true identity of the armored man was never found. There was nothing he could do. Now, the armored man's true identity is unimportant. It was enough to know that he was the murderer. Tyr had no intention of going to Torresta. Torresta will not hand over his disciple. What's more, due to some special reasons, Tyr was unwilling to face Torresta directly. Only a few understand the horror of Torresta. Levi and Tyr are gone. Seeing this, everyone was ready to leave. Suddenly, someone discovered that the archer who had previously shot an arrow to attack Levi was dead. Die silently. No one knows when he died. Everyone looked at the shooter's body and felt a chill in their hearts. The armored man becomes more mysterious. I originally thought that he was just a violent fire mage. But now it seems that the armored man's abilities are much more than that. The astonishing flying speed shown by the armored man previously also impressed everyone. Alap looked at the shooter's body with some worry on his face. Do we really want to be his enemy? Min's face didn't look good either. This is no longer our decision. Chapter 206 Upgrading the Invisibility Cloak. Levi returned to the Mage Tower. Shadow Attendant comes back front and back. He also brought back the shooter's purse. Levi took one look and put it into the space ring. There was not much money. Only a dozen gold coins. Shadow attendant. Go and watch at the door of the Linster family to see if Till has come back. Yes, master. Shadow attendant walked outside. Levi counted the loot in the space ring. Giant python skin. 8 third-level magic cores. 11 second-level magic cores. 5 dragon blood grass. 3 dragon scale flowers. And 1 dragon blood tree. There are also several pieces of equipment for knights and warriors, including armor, swords and shields. All came from the battle with the dragon scale ancient tree. It should be worth 100 or 200 gold coins to get rid of the debris. It's faster to make money by setting fire and looting than by doing tasks. But these equipment are a bit hot, and I have no chance to get rid of them now. These things all belong to the Linster family. It also has the emblem of the Linster family on it. If Li Wei dares to sell it, his identity will be exposed the next day. Wait for some time before selling off the stolen goods, or take it to other places and sell it. By the way, didn't Mr. Guzet say that traveling merchants would come to Maple Leaf City? Li Wei thought about it. Maybe he could deal with the troublesome stolen goods to the traveling merchants. Travel merchants don't care if it's stolen goods. The things they sell may not come from normal sources. The most typical thing is that if you encounter robbers on the way, kill them all with your backhand, and the loot you get will become a new product in the next city. After Levi thought about how to deal with the debris, he thought about how to deal with precious items such as dragon blood grass. Rather than selling money, converting these things into combat effectiveness is naturally more important. Use it to make potions? Levi looked at his alchemy level. It's not impossible. After a little thought, he made his decision. Go to the library to look for alchemy information, and see what good things can be made from dragon blood grass and dragon scale flowers. Giant potion? Why do I need this? Powerful life restoring potion. Well, this is a good thing. It can be used to save your life. Potential stimulating potion can improve combat effectiveness, which is also a good thing. Unfortunately, Levi could not find a magic potion formula that could directly improve his strength. I guess that potion formula is too precious to be stored in a public place like a library. Levi has also thought about the purpose of Magpie. Leave the Mage Tower and come to the Professionals Association. Hello. I want to meet Master Troska. Tell him that Levi wants to see you. Okay. Just a second. After waiting for a moment in the professional hall, Willie came out and took Levi into the backyard. Levi glanced at the guard at the door and thought, it would be too troublesome to do this every time. It would be nice to have a membership badge. Even the lowest level Black Iron member. However, it is not easy to get the membership badge of the Professional Association. Either have made significant contributions to professional associations, or the reputation is so great that the Professional Association takes the initiative to send membership badges. Obviously, Li Wei did not meet both conditions. Livy's reputation as a genius was strong, but it is only limited to Maple Leaf City and the Mage Association. The Professionals Association didn't care too much about his reputation as a genius mage. Potential is potential after all. If it's armor, maybe the Professional Association might take the initiative to give out membership badges. Kai is different from Levi. The former is a talented mage who has grown up. Arrive at Troska's blacksmith shop. Levi saw Troska lying in the yard basking in the sun. Willie asked curiously, "What did you do to my father? He became more relaxed after he came back from you last time." He meant to say lazy. Troska stood up and said with a smile, "Levi, why did you come to see me?" Levi smiled and said, "I can't come to you if I have nothing to do." "Ha ha. You are not such a leisurely person." Troska laughed. Levi nodded and took out the invisibility cloak and rompi. "Can you help me strengthen this piece of equipment?" Troska picked up the skin and tried to figure it out, and said with some surprise, "What kind of monster skin is this? It's so tough." "Dragon-blooded python skin," Levi replied. "No wonder. It seems that the magic resistance of this piece of leather is not bad." Troska glanced at the invisibility cloak in his hand and motioned to Willie to take it. Levi hands the invisibility cloak to Willie. Troska said, "There is no problem in strengthening the equipment, but you have to pay for it." Li Wei didn't even think about having sex for nothing. Asking a blacksmith to help you strengthen your equipment is not a matter of money. Levi was happy when Troska was willing to help. "No problem. How much does it cost?" Levi asked. Troska said casually, "We will settle the matter together after the strengthening is completed. By the way, do you have the magic core of this monster?" Li Wei took out the magic core and asked with some confusion. Why do you need the magic core? It's too wasteful to simply use it to strengthen the defense of the invisibility cloak. If you have a magic core, you can enhance the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak. Then please leave it to the master. Come and get it tomorrow afternoon. Troska took her things and walked toward the yard. Levi was a little surprised. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Okay. Walking out of the Professionals Association, a dark shadow blended into his shadow. Tyr is back. Levi got the news from Shadow Attendant. Slightly disappointed, but not very surprised. As a great mage, Tyr will definitely have many ways to save his life. A sudden attack might not be able to kill him. At most, he would be forced to use his life-saving means. This is also a good thing. Li Wei returned to the Mage Tower and carried out daily practice. At night, he supervises Tyr in the Dreamland. Tonight, Tyr still did not enter the Dreamland. Levi was a little curious about what he was thinking. In this case, he would not be able to weaken Tyr's strength in the dream world. In the middle of the night, Levi was practicing magic. Suddenly, Tyr appeared in the dream. Levi's expression was shocked, and he was about to pull him to the third level of Dreamland, only to find that Tyr was pulled into a dream bubble first. He looked surprised. How is this going? Levi looked carefully and found that the dream bubble had disappeared. Hidden. It seems something is wrong with Tyr. Levi frowned. The next day, Levi came to the Professionals Association to pick up equipment. Troska handed him the enhanced invisibility cloak. This invisibility cloak has been strengthened to the third level of fine quality. The invisibility effect also reaches the third level invisibility level, and insight spells below the third level cannot detect it. Levi looked surprised. Thank you so much, Master. Troska laughed. Don't be too happy. The cost of strengthening is not cheap. Levi's face froze slightly. How much? When Levi walked out of the Professionals Association, he had a look of pain on his face. Strengthening the invisibility cloak costs 1,400 gold coins. There is no exemption from craftsmanship fees and cost discounts. But it is more expensive than making a Yuan-Chi necklace. In terms of value, the third level high-quality magic equipment is not less than this number. Li Wei had no money, so he used 7 third-level magic cores to pay for the money. Chapter 207 Altar. Tyr is missing? When Li Wei got the news, he was very surprised. Levi then looked a little disappointed. He didn't get much benefit from Tyr, so Tyr left without saying goodbye. It was already 3 days after I learned about Tyr's disappearance. Since he first saw Tyr being pulled into the dream bubble, Levi didn't see Tyr appear in the dream world for the next few days. Even if he enters a dream, he will probably appear directly in the dream bubble. Levi tried to find the dream bubble, but unfortunately to no avail. There are so many dream bubbles that if you don't know the coordinates, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tyr disappeared, but Levi was a little worried. It turns out that the enemy is overt, and we are in the dark. Now the situation changes. Become the enemy in the dark, and we in the light. Although Tyr didn't know that the armored man was him, and the murderer was named Levi. But as long as he is paying attention to Maple Leaf City, Levi is at risk of being exposed. It seems that going out should be avoided as much as possible for some time to come. In the next few days, Li Wei stayed in the Mage Tower to practice cultivation, until September 29th. The prototype of the altar required for the ritual of worshipping the gods has been built. Next, the mage needs to inscribe a large number of magic circles on the altar. Although Levi didn't know the magic circle, he was called to help guard the altar to prevent it from being destroyed when the magic circle was inscribed. Martin looked at everyone with serious eyes. The number of mages in the Maple Leaf City Wizard Tower is increasing. Today, including trainee mages, the number of mages has exceeded 100. This is an extremely rare event. Levi stood in the crowd, feeling many unfamiliar faces around him. Martin said, This time I was entrusted by the City Lord's Palace to help inscribe the magic circle on the altar, and the Mage Tower did its best to help. The Array Master is responsible for inscribing the magic array, and others are responsible for guarding the altar. During the period when the magic array is being inscribed, no one else is allowed to approach the altar. This is the trust placed in us by the City Lord's Palace, and it is also a test and challenge for us. Well done. The Maple Leaf City Mage Tower will become the Beishian Kingdom Mage Tower in the future. We all share weal and woe, and we all take it seriously. Maple Leaf City's Mage Tower has a chance to become a kingdom-level Mage Tower in Beishian Kingdom. This is also the reason why everyone comes to seek refuge. It is much more difficult for an ordinary mage to join the Magial Kingdom Mage Tower than to join the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower. They bet their future on Maple Leaf City. If you are lucky, you can soar into the sky. His status rose with the founding of the Baishian Kingdom. Martin assigned tasks to everyone, and Levi was assigned to be responsible for the protection of the southeast corner of the altar. Group of 10. Li Wei's group has 1 second-level mage, 3 first-level mage, and 6 trainee mage. His actual level is a second-level mage. But Martin didn't know. It just so happened that the second-level mage in Levi's group was Al. Mage Al, Levi greeted him. After all, Al was also his nominal captain. Al smiled and said, Levi, don't be too nervous. No one dares to attack the altar blatantly. We just need to prevent some villains from causing damage. That's it. Hughes was assigned to another team, responsible for the security on the north side of the altar. Rhoda became the head of the logistics team. Set off. Martin gave the order, and everyone walked out of the mage tower and walked towards the green maple slope where the altar was located. Qingfeng slope is to the east of Maple Leaf City and borders the maple forest. Levi followed the team forward, and several lines of writing appeared in his eyes. Crystal Meditation, Level 2, 9214/10,000. Fireball Technique, Second Level Perfection, 9666/10,000. Invisible Armor, Second Level Perfection, 300/10,000. Object Control, Second Level Perfection, 606/10,000. Great Sleepwalking Technique, Level 3, 1350/10,000. Transfiguration, First Level, 8699/10,000. Basic Alchemy, Level 2, 7500/10,000. Shadow Touch Surgery, First Level Mastery, 600/8,000. Ice Arrow, 0 Level Perfection, Infinity. Rock Breathing Technique Xiao Chung, 1240/4,000. Explosive Flame Technique, Level 3 Mastery, 1540/2,000. Fire Escape, Second Level Deshang, 3333/10,000. Fire Snake Technique, Second Level Minor, 540/4,000. After a period of hard work, various spells have made rapid progress. Levi majored in Fireball, Invisible Armor, and Object Control. The fire escape deduction related to the 3 spells is progressing rapidly. After practicing the 3 kinds of spells to the second level of perfection, they encountered some difficulties in deriving the 3rd level spells. At present, the Fireball Technique and the Explosive Flame Technique can be used as reference, and the deduction is progressing relatively quickly. Invisibility Armor spells and Object Control spells progress slowly. The Fireball Technique has reached the 2nd level of perfection, and Levi naturally masters most of the 2nd level fire spells. The Fireball's charge limit is also up to 5 times your own mana. The power becomes even more terrifying. However, the increase in power seems to have reached a bottleneck. If you want to continue to enhance the power of the Fireball Technique and rely on stacking to increase the upper limit of mana, the effect is not high. From 1 mana to 2 mana, the power of the Fireball spell can be increased several times. Increased from 4 times mana to 5 times mana. The power of the Fireball Technique can only be increased by about twice. Relying solely on mana accumulation has reached a critical point. Levi is seeking new breakthrough directions. The extraordinary characteristics of Long Yin allowed him to see a new breakthrough direction. Since the power cannot be increased by accumulating quantity, then the quality must be improved. The number of stacks of invisible armor has been increased from 18 to 25. Defense is further improved. Levi's goal is to be able to resist 4th level spells, even a 5th level spell. The Object Control Technique has been improved to the state of perfection, and the flying speed of fire release has been further accelerated. Enhanced stability and improved controllability. Levi's speed limit is increased from 110 meters per second to 220 meters per second. The fastest speed has also exceeded the speed of sound, reaching 670 meters per second, nearly twice the speed of sound. Under normal circumstances, no mage can catch up with Levi without using space spells. This is due to the body becoming stronger after being nourished by the dragon's blood. As his physical fitness improves, Levi's reaction speed and ability also strengthen. Ability to control greater speed and power. After eating the dragon blood fruit, Levi's body was already equivalent to a 1st level warrior. After absorbing the remaining power in the dragon blood pool, his body has become infinitely close to that of a 2nd level warrior. The only difference is the extraordinary characteristics. After using the fire elemental body, the power can even crush 2nd level warriors. Arrive! Levi raised his head and looked into the distance. I saw a huge rock altar built on the top of Qifeng High Slope. This rock altar is thousands of meters wide. Huge. Divided into 3 levels. The rock altar at the top is only 20 meters tall. But it is the most critical part. It is a place blessed by the gods. The mage will inscribe a magic circle on this huge rock altar to stabilize the rock altar. This is to ensure that the altar can withstand the power of the gods during the sacrificial ceremony. When Levi arrived, the army is driving away the orc servants who built the altar. Chapter 208 Framed. The last orc servant disappeared from everyone's eyes. The army also handed over to the mage tower, leaving the altar completely under the guard of the mage tower. They set up a defensive line on the outside. The defense line can only intercept ordinary people. If an extraordinary person sneaks in deliberately, ordinary soldiers cannot stop it. The key still depends on the guarding mage. Comas arranged for everyone to release the magic puppet from the mage tower first. Naturally, there is no need for a mage to do patrolling. The first line of defense is the magic golem. Then, a large number of surveillance eyes were released to monitor every corner of the entire altar. This is the second line of defense. The third line of defense is the mages. Levi walked on the rock altar, looked down and felt that there was something special about the rock. Al saw Levi and walked over and said, "This is the Holy Light Stone. The purity is not very high, but it is not easy to get so many Holy Light Stones. It seems that the city lord wants to pray for the blessings of the light gods." Hearing this, Li Wei nodded. Thoughtfully, he only knew that the founding of the country required a ceremony to worship the gods. I didn't know there were so many different aspects to the ritual of worshipping gods. He also thought that the gods prayed to in the god sacrifice ceremony were all random. I didn't expect there was a choice. "Is using the Holy Light Stone to build an altar sure to invite light gods?" Levi asked curiously. Al shook his head and said, "Of course it's impossible. How could the gods be invited so easily? Even using the Holy Light Stone only increases the chance. Which god is invited in the end still depends on luck. Just like some people like gems, the altar built by the Holy Light Stone is the more beautiful gem in the eyes of the light gods." Levi understood. He looked around and felt that sending so many people to guard an altar was overkill. Although the 1,000-meter wide altar is large, it can accommodate up to 12 people. Levi said, "This is a bit of a big fight. Do we need so many people?" Al smiled and said, "The real reason for calling us is not to guard the altar, but to help activate the magic circle." Levi looked surprised. Martin hadn't told him about this. Al looked at the entire altar and said, "If we just rely on the array master to inscribe such a huge range of magic array, we don't know how long it will take. We can't afford to delay. And the city lord can't even afford to delay. It's not free for him to ask our mage tower to take action. He is burning money every day. So, after the array master inscribes the magic array, it will not activate the magic array. They save the time of activating the magic arrays to inscribe new magic arrays, while we are responsible for activating the magic arrays one by one. To put it bluntly, we are here to recharge the magic circle." Levi was a little confused and asked, "Why can't you use magic stones or magic crystals? The cost is high." Al explained, "Anyway, there are so many mages who have nothing to do in the mage tower. So let's just let them come out and play some role. Save some costs." Levi was speechless. "The reason is so simple," Al said. "You don't have to worry too much. It can take up to 3 days to complete all the magic circles." "Well, thank you Master Al for clarifying my doubts." Levi saluted and thanked him. Al smiled and said, "Levi, you are so polite. Okay, take a look around for yourself first. I'm going to arrange tasks for others." Al is the team leader and is responsible for arranging tasks for team members. After a while, everyone started to work. The mage who was charging the magic circle looked unhappy when he saw Levi wandering aside. "I feel a little disadvantaged." "Why doesn't he have to work? Don't you know him?" "What? Do I need to know him? Who is he?" "The Tower Master's disciple. So far, the only disciple. He is also the #1 genius in Maple Leaf City. He became an official mage at the age of only 16. Heck! So powerful." In the corner, several mages gathered together and quietly took a look at Levi, who was wandering around. "Maple Leaf City's genius mage Levi must not be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, he will pose a huge threat to the Maciel Kingdom in the future. I didn't have a chance to deal with him before. He couldn't even get out of the mage tower and couldn't find any chance. Today is a good opportunity. But there are too many people here. If we take action, we won't be able to escape." "Ha ha. You are still mages. So you can't use your brain? You only know how to use brute force. You will come. I'll do it. I'll do it. Al looked around and saw that there was no one else. He found Levi and said, "There is a magic circle over there that needs to be activated. Go and activate it. It's very simple." Al taught Levi a few lessons. In fact, when Levi was wandering around, he already knew how to do it when he saw other people's operations. "Yeah, I understand." He walked towards where the magic circle was. Stand on the node of the magic circle and input mana into the magic circle at your feet. For Levi, who has the control of mana, this is extremely easy. He can even use it as a distraction. "Hello, are you Master Li Wei?" A man came over and asked with a silly smile on his face. Levi looked up at him. "Well, what's the matter? I have admired your name for a long time, and it is better to see it than to hear it 100 times. Master Li Wei, you are my idol." Levi was speechless. "Well, if it's okay, we'll talk about it later. I'm still working," the man quickly said. "Master Li Wei, you do your thing. I will stand by and watch. Observe Master Li Wei's operations, and learn the skills. If you don't mind, Master Li Wei, could you share some cultivation experience? How did you become an official mage so quickly?" "Talent," Levi said. The man paused, not knowing how to proceed. He smiled coquettishly and said, "Master Li Wei's talent is really amazing. Since Master Li Wei is busy, I won't interrupt." After saying that, the man turned around and left. Levi looked at his back with calm eyes. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. Otherwise, why would she suddenly strike up a conversation with him and use such a lame excuse? After the mana infusion was completed, Levi activated the magic circle. Not good. The magic circle was halfway activated, and a puff of black smoke came out. Bang! The magic circle exploded, and the holy light stone inscribed with the magic circle was shattered. Levi's face looked a little unhappy. The sound of the magic circle exploding soon attracted others. Al looked at the exploding magic circle in surprise. "Why did it explode?" Levi said. "There is something wrong with the magic circle. When I activated it, the magic suddenly exploded in chaos. Fart. There can be no problem with the magic circle I engraved on you. It's obviously your own problem." When the formation master heard what Li Wei said, he immediately retorted loudly. He pointed at the other activated magic arrays and said, "Why are their magic arrays activated normally? But yours is the only one with a problem. It's obviously your own problem. But you still want to blame it on me." Chapter 209 Surrender. "Ha ha. You are still a genius mage. With this level, you can't even activate a magic circle. How can you be a mage?" The array master mocked. Levi looked at him indifferently. Since there is no problem with the magic circle during inscription, then something went wrong when infusing mana into it. But when he poured in mana, everything was normal. Nothing unusual was found. Levi's mind moved and he turned to look at a man in the distance. "Is it his fault?" "What? You did something wrong, and you don't dare to admit it?" The array master kept chattering. Al couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stopped and said, "Stop arguing. Let's find a way to deal with the problem first. This holy light stone is definitely no longer usable. We need to replace it with another holy light stone and re-engrave the magic circle." The array master's expression was not very good, and he said, "The orc slaves responsible for building the altar are gone. Who will do it?" As he said that, his eyes had drifted to Levi. Levi looked at him and said calmly, "I will take care of it." Using the object control technique, he reached out and grabbed the broken holy light stone. Pull out the holy light stone from the altar. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Al looked surprised. "What kind of spell is this? Could the blue light be the hand of the mage? But the mage's hands don't look like this." Levi used the object control technique to modify the shape of the holy light stone so that it could perfectly fit the shape of the gap, and stuff the holy light stone back. Perfect as ever. Everyone looked shocked. The formation masters were all shocked by the scene before them. Looking at Li Wei not knowing what to say, he felt a little guilty. Just now I said that Levi was trash. Just a mage with only talent but no ability. Unexpectedly, I was slapped in the face instantly. He couldn't help but wonder, was there really something wrong with the magic circle he had drawn? With the control Levi showed, the possibility of him making a mistake and causing the magic circle to collapse was too small. The array master didn't say a word, just buried his head and began to carve the magic array. This time, he was extremely careful. Afraid of making the slightest mistake, the formation master stood up, wiped his sweat, and said, "There will definitely be no problem this time." Before he knew it, he had blamed himself for the problem. It was Levi's fault that it wasn't mentioned again. Levi said, "Please guide me." The array master showed surprise. He looked at Levi and wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. So, he nodded and said, "Okay." The two cooperated with each other, and Levi successfully activated the magic circle. Everything is normal. Levi and the formation master looked at each other and smiled at each other. The conflict was also resolved. "Hi. My name is Melvin. I'm really sorry for what happened just now. Maybe there were some flaws in the magic circle I drew. I'm really sorry." Melvin was a little embarrassed to tell Levi. Levi shook his hand and said, "It's not your problem. The magic circle is intact. When I activated the magic circle, someone tampered with it, which caused the magic circle to collapse." Melvin was stunned for a moment, showing surprise. "Who is it? How dare he do such a thing?" He was a little angry. After all, he misunderstood Levi first. He was wrong first. Now that he found out that someone was behind it, Melvin naturally directed all his anger at that person. Levi shook his head and said, "I don't know yet." Melvin said anxiously, "What should we do? If he destroys the magic circle we have engraved on him, wouldn't it be a failure?" Levi said, "Don't worry. Just do your thing and someone will handle it." Seeing this, Melvin could only nod and said, "Okay." Melvin continued to carve out the magic circle. Levi glanced at the previous man and found that he was relatively close to several people, although he knew that it was that person who had done it. But there is no evidence. The other party's methods are very secretive. Anyone would wonder if there is something wrong with themselves or with the magic circle itself. Levi had absolute confidence in his control, so he would not doubt himself. The subsequent activation of the magic circle proved this point. His control is so strong that there is no possibility of losing control. Even the magic circle itself has some slight flaws. He can use his strong control to cover up flaws and activate the magic circle normally. After that man framed Li Wei once, he didn't act again. It seems that he is afraid of being discovered. Or maybe he saw that there was no way to deal with Li Wei this way, so he thought of other ways. On the second night, most of the magic circle was completed. Tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to complete all the magic circle engravings and then connect them to complete the task. Everyone is resting in the tent. Swish, swish, swish. A tent stirred for a moment, and a figure left the tent silently. "What are you doing?" The patrolling mage saw the figure and asked loudly. "Urgent urination. Come out and pee. Pee to the side. Not here." The patrolling mage looked at the man for a while, and after seeing that he really came to urinate and showed no unusual behavior, he turned and left. The man walked around the altar, looking like he was just taking a normal walk, not doing anything else. However, he didn't know that there was already a figure in the sky overlooking everything. After walking around, the man returned to the tent. The next day, everyone continued to work. Until the afternoon, everything went well. Al smiled and said to Levi, "Luckily, no one came to cause trouble." Levi smiled and said nothing. In the afternoon, all the magic arrays were inscribed, and the final step of connecting the magic arrays began. Integrate the magic circle into a complete large magic circle. A large magic circle will cover the entire altar, providing the altar with the most powerful protection. Even a 4th level mage would have difficulty destroying the altar. Everyone was very nervous. It was last minute. Once you complete this step, it's all over. When the magic circle was connected, black smoke suddenly appeared from the altar, and the large magic circle began to show signs of collapse. Bang, bang, bang. The magic circles exploded one after another. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. I can't believe that 3 days of hard work came to nothing. While everyone looked sad, a few people had faint smiles in their eyes. Successful. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations. So this was your plan? Levi looked at several people and applauded. Hearing the sound, the man turned to look at Levi with a look of shock. After reacting, he laughed and said, "Ah, I have succeeded. So what if I am discovered by you? Where are you going to find new holy light stones? I have found out clearly in the past few days that all of your holy light stones have been used up to build this altar." Levi nodded and said, "Yes, that's not right either. I can build this altar as many times as I want. Do you want to blow it up a few more times?" He snapped his fingers. The altar destroyed in the explosion was restored to its original state. Others around him began to disappear. The man was so shocked that he staggered back. A look of horror and disbelief. "What is this?" Levi smiled. "This is a dream." Chapter 210 Traitor. The second day after setting up the altar magic circle, Basta took the initiative to find Martin and confessed that he was an undercover agent. Tell a few companions, who are also undercover mages of the Maziel Kingdom. Martin was very surprised and didn't understand why Basta jumped out. Basta also confessed. The collapse of the magic circle yesterday was due to his little trick. And at the last moment when the magic circle is about to be completed, he plans to destroy all the magic circle in one fell swoop and prevent the ritual of worshipping the gods. His companions were all astonished when they were caught. The companion looked at Basta in disbelief, with anger and confusion on his face. "I wonder why he betrayed." Martin handed Basta and others over to the city lord's palace for disposal. Oath's personal guard captain escorted several people back to Maple Leaf City for questioning. Basta sat dumbly on one carriage, while the others were placed in another carriage. Several people were wearing magic forbidden shackles, and were unable to use magic power. They all looked at Basta hatefully. Basta was indifferent, and stared blankly at the sky. Gula gula. The wheels rolled, heading in the direction of Maple Leaf City. A figure followed the team slowly. Suddenly, there was movement in the woods on the roadside. Everyone in the escort team immediately became alert. A level 3 iron-toothed tiger rushed out of the woods and attacked the team. Faced with the attack of the third-level monster, everyone was caught off guard. The captain of the personal guard is only a third-level warrior. He was slapped by the iron-toothed tiger and flew away. Ouch! Iron-toothed tiger activates the skill Tiger Roaring Wave. The terrifying power instantly destroyed the two carriages. Several people in the carriage died suddenly. The affected members of the escort lay on the ground, holding their ears and wailing. After killing several people, Iron-toothed tiger turned and left. The guard captain led his men to give chase. But after chasing for dozens of meters, they found that the iron-toothed tiger had disappeared. When he returned to the carriage, he saw a few dead people with a look of annoyance on his face. He didn't expect that someone would come to silence him. These are 5 official mages. The Maziel Kingdom is really cruel. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he simply abandoned the 5 people. Levi stopped and looked at the messy team in the distance with a look of surprise. He didn't expect anyone to take action before him. Leeway also came to silence him. Basta has seen his true face, and he doesn't want the dream to be exposed, so he must silence him. But before he took action, Basta was solved by others first. The reason why Basta surrendered voluntarily is because he has been controlled by Shadow Warrior. After Basta's death, Shadow Attendant took the opportunity to sneak away. Levi glanced at the iron-toothed tiger that escaped into the woods, hesitated for a moment, and did not catch up. Turn around and return to Chief Fongalpa. Using dreams, Levi has forced all the information out of Basta. He thought he had uncovered the spy inside the Mage Tower. But now it seems that there is an undercover agent inside the Mage Tower that even Basta doesn't know about. Otherwise, he would have revealed everything in his dream last night. Returned to Chief Fongalpa. Al found Levi and asked, "Where have you been?" Levi said, "I went out to use the toilet." "Well, hurry over and have a meeting. Master Martin is waiting for you," Al said. Levi was a little strange. "Why are you waiting for me?" Al said. "This is an internal meeting among the core members of our Mage Tower." Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. Follow Al to a house. Martin used 3rd-level earth magic to turn mud into stone to build a house. Earlier, he was very envious of this spell. "I'm still hungry now." Al led Levi into the house, where more than 10 people had gathered. Basically, they are all the old people from the Mage Tower in the past. Martin glanced at Levi, who was sitting down, raised his hand and waved. The door of the rock room was closed tightly, sealing off the inside and outside. He stood up, glanced at everyone, and said, "You are all old people in Maple Leaf City, and you are trustworthy people. This time I'm calling everyone here has to do with what happened this morning. Judging from current signs, many of the people who joined the Mage Tower during this period came with ulterior motives. Some are undercover agents of the Maziel Kingdom, and some are here for other purposes. No matter what, we must ensure that the magic circle on the altar is completed. So, I have a very important task for you." Everyone looked at him. The atmosphere was serious. They were attentive, waiting for orders. Martin said, "I want you to find the traitor hidden in the Mage Tower." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rapid knock on the door. Martin looked at everyone, waved his hand, opened the door, and asked, "What's the matter?" The team escorting the undercovers back to Maple Leaf City was attacked, and all the undercovers have been silenced. The city lord's personal guard, who rushed back as quickly as possible, said quickly. Martin's face froze and became more solemn. When everyone heard this, their faces all showed solemn expressions. Everyone knows one thing. There are still traitors in the Mage Tower that have not been eliminated. Martin's face calmed down, and he said calmly, "Well, I understand. Let's go down." "Yes." After the people left, Martin glanced at everyone. "Look, things have come to this. The magic circle will be completed tomorrow. That is their last chance. They will never miss it. This is also our last time. If we can't stop them from destroying the altar, we will not only fail in our efforts, but we will also bear the huge responsibility for the destruction of the altar. Go ahead and use your own methods to find the traitor." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. As the others left, Martin called to Levi. He looked at Levi and asked, "Where did you go just now?" Levi said, "Go to the woods to relieve yourself." Martin said, "Please pay attention to your safety. Judging from yesterday's situation, destroying the altar is one of their goals, and you are likely to become a target of those people. Every tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Always remember this truth." Levi nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you, Master Martin, for your concern." Leaving the stone house, Levi walked to the altar and glanced around. He felt like everyone around him was looking at him. When he looked over, everyone moved their eyes away or lowered their heads. Don't dare to look at him. Levi didn't know how much malice there was in these eyes. Al continues to serve as squad leader. Arrange personnel to charge the magic circle. It's just that Leeway is no longer arranged to do things. Levi also saved time and directly found a quiet corner to sit down and practice. The shadow attendant hovered under him on guard. In the afternoon, there was a noise at the altar. Levi opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. A group of array mages gathered together to discuss the method of inscribing the magic array on the second level of the altar. Someone pointed out that if the magic circle was arranged according to the original plan, it would be impossible to meet the conditions required for the altar of sacrifice to the gods. The closer to the place where the gods descend, the stronger and more stable the altar should be. He proposed a solution, but it was rejected by everyone, who thought that the original plan should be followed. You cannot modify the plan without authorization. Chapter 211 Error. Many people were attracted by the quarrel. Levi walked over and found that the person who raised the objection was Melvin. Melvin argued with everyone, but no one supported him. Each person supports the other person's opinion. The opponent is a well-known third-level formation mage. It's not something that a second-rate formation master like Melvin can mess with. "Do you know better? Or Master Roy?" Master Roy said, "There is no problem. Why do you still question it?" "That's right. If you don't know, don't say anything. Don't come out and embarrass yourself." "You?" Melvin was so angry that he couldn't speak. Obviously everyone knew there was something wrong with the plan, but they still supported Roy. Just because Roy is the most famous formation master among everyone. So it seems like everything he says is right. Martin came over and asked, "What happened?" Seeing this, Roy stood up and explained, "We had some differences regarding the layout of the second-level altar magic array, and they have now been resolved." Melvin quickly said, "No, the problem has not been solved yet." Roy glanced at Melvin displeased. She was very unhappy with him refuting her words again and again. "Are you questioning my formation level?" Roy looked at Melvin and said. Melvin's expression froze. Naturally, he was not qualified to question Roy's formation level. There is no doubt that Roy's formation level is higher than his. But in this case, Roy has a problem with his ass. He is unwilling to admit his mistakes and makes mistakes. Others were reluctant to stand up and refute Roy for fear of offending him. Only Melvin has an upright character and is brave enough to stand up and speak out when he sees a mistake. When Martin heard this, he glanced at Melvin, then looked at Roy and said, "Just follow Roy's plan." "Okay, let's start working and try to complete the task tomorrow." Roy glanced at Melvin and laughed, feeling like he was looking at a clown who knew nothing about his abilities. He turned around and walked towards the crowd and said, "Okay, let's start working." Melvin caught up with Martin, who turned to leave. Martin looked at him impatiently. "What else?" When Melvin saw this, his heart dropped. The words came to my lips, but I didn't know how to say them out. He moved his lips a few times, then lowered his head helplessly and said, "It's okay. Please excuse Master Martin. A person speaks softly, and nothing he says is of any use. Melvin was hit hard and felt depressed. Levi came over, looked at him and asked, "What's wrong with Roy's plan?" When Melvin heard this, he looked up at Levi and smiled bitterly. "Under normal circumstances, there is nothing wrong with Master Roy's plan. But I found that when the altar was being built, the third order main body was separated and not connected together. In other words, if the magic array is arranged according to the original plan, we will only end up with 3 independent large magic arrays, which will not be able to integrate the entire altar. The original layout of the magic circle must be changed in order to incorporate all the third-level altars into one magic circle." Well, a sigh full of helplessness and bitterness. Melvin knew that he would probably be ostracized by other formation masters from now on. After all, he offended Roy. As a senior level 3 formation mage, Roy has the hope of becoming a formation master. No matter who you choose, you will choose to curry favor with and support Roy instead of choosing an unknown formation master like him. Levi asked, "If the magic circle is arranged according to the original plan, do you have any way to make up for it?" Melvin said, "Yes. The problem can be solved by engraving the energy conduction magic circle at the junction of the upper and lower altars. This is obviously very simple to do." But Melvin didn't know what to say. Sometimes insisting on being different from others is a sin. Levi said, "Can you do it alone?" Melvin looked surprised. He hadn't thought of such a thing. Levi's words reminded him that even if everyone chooses the wrong option, he can rely on his own strength to correct the mistake. Melvin turned to look at the altar, thought for a long time before saying, "Okay." He was determined to do it even if he had to fight hard. This is a battle of ideas between him and Roy. He is unwilling to submit to authority. He just wants to make the right choice, no matter whether this correct choice will offend the authority. Levi said, "If I help you, how long will it take?" Melvin looked at Levi in disbelief. He waited again and said, "If 2 people can inscribe the magic circle overnight, they should be able to catch up with the progress." "Well, then go ahead and do it. Don't tell anyone else about this." Melvin was a little confused and said, "Why? You believe me. Shouldn't you find more people to help?" Levi said, "Because some people can't be trusted." Melvin was stunned for a long time. He looked at Levi with new eyes. Melvin smiled sincerely and said, "Thank you for your trust." Levi smiled and said nothing. Melvin began to work. An array master accused him. "What are you doing? What if you destroy the magic circle by doing this? Don't waste your efforts. What's in it for you? Why bother? Isn't it good to do what Master Roy said? Even if you are wrong, he will stand up for it." This is what most people think. It's not that they don't know there is a problem. It's just that they don't dare to take responsibility. Conformity and submission to authority are just for self-preservation. Melvin paid no attention to the gossips of the others. He kept his head down and did what he thought was right. Levi followed him and helped him charge and activate the magic circle. In a blink of an eye, it got dark. Everyone has gone back to rest. Melvin drank a bottle of mana recovery potion. After recovering some mana, he continued to engrave the magic circle. He has used up many bottles of mana restoration potions. Race against time to catch up. He looked back at Levi, with a hint of curiosity and surprise in his eyes. Levi's magic power never seems to run dry. Never run out. Charging and activating the magic array consumes more energy than inscribing the magic array. But he had never seen Levi drink the magic recovery potion. Levi glanced behind him and saw that he was mostly done. He looked at Melvin, who looked tired. "Okay, let's get some rest. Then we'll have the energy to continue working tomorrow." Melvin shook his head and said, "I will engrave a few more magic circles. You go and rest first." Levi was helpless. Why is this person so stubborn? Seeing this, he had no choice but to accompany Melvin. Melvin inscribed the magic circle. His mental energy was excessively exhausted. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground, passed out directly. Levi took him back to the tent. "Shadow attendant, protect him." Levi was afraid that someone would assassinate Melvin. Chapter 212 Night Attack. Late at night, Levi had not yet fallen asleep. He did not enter the dream world. His instinct told him that something would happen tonight. Levi was sitting in the tent practicing, deducing the 3rd level fireball technique. There is only one final step between the 2nd level of perfection and the 3rd level. Immersed in the magic deduction, time passed unconsciously. The color of the fireball in Levi's hand changed, from red to orange, and from orange to blue. Finally, A blue fireball appeared in his palm. Levi opened his eyes, looked at the blue fireball, and smiled. Successful. Fireball, level 3 minor, 0/10,000. Without charge. The blue fireball is the result of normal spell casting. The third order blue fireball has extremely high temperature. It's easy to melt gold into iron. Prior to this, more of the power of fireball was in the explosion. Now, fireball's power returns as fire damage. This just fits in with the change from explosive fireball to explosive flame technique. In the past, the fireball explosion range was 5 meters. It will blow up and burn objects within 5 meters. As long as it is strong enough, it can withstand fireball attacks. Now, the fireball explosion range is 5 meters. All objects within 5 meters will be melted and evaporated. No matter how solid an object is, it cannot withstand fire attacks. Levi was immersed in the joy of successful deduction. Shadow Attendant sent an alarm. Levi reacted immediately, and he released his mental power to sense his surroundings. Abnormal elemental fluctuations not far away were discovered. Elemental fluctuations spread like water waves. Although Levi's mental power range cannot reach the source of the water waves, but it can sense the elements of fluctuation. Through abnormal elemental fluctuations, you can determine whether someone is casting a spell or use magic items. The elemental fluctuations are relatively strong, and it is obvious that the attacker is not good. Levi stood up and raised his hand to leave 3 lines of invisible armor on Melvin. Then, head outside. The invisibility cloak was wrapped around him, and he disappeared into the darkness. Shadow Attendant has already gone ahead to explore the enemy's intelligence. Bang bang bang. The outermost magic puppet was defeated. It seems that there is no way to fight back. Levi discovered that the magic puppet had been manipulated. When facing the enemy, they all stayed in place like logs and would not move. Only then did the enemy easily break through the defense line. With a traitor here, these magic puppets are indeed unreliable. There are ways to deal with the magic puppets, but the monitoring magic eye is probably of no use. Levi looked up and could no longer see any trace of the monitoring eyes. This traitor is quite powerful, and his status is probably not low. He even suspected that one of the people attending that meeting was a traitor. Otherwise, how could it be possible to touch such a crucial thing? The black shadow quickly approached the altar. After getting closer, Levi could clearly see the face of the visitor. It turned out to be the iron-toothed tiger who attacked the convoy during the day and killed the mouth mage. There are more than a dozen figures behind iron-toothed tiger. All of them are level 2 or higher monsters. Levi's eyes moved slightly, understanding that there might be a team of summoners behind this group of monsters. It would be difficult for one person to control so many magical beasts. They used monsters to attack the altar and destroy it, trying to create an accident. Levi didn't have time to make a move. The ground shook. The 4-sided trapped rock formation. 4 huge rock pillars rose from the ground, surrounding the monster. A force emitted from the rock pillars, and all the monsters in the surrounding circle fell to the ground. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and his body was extremely heavy. A few monsters escaped from the encirclement before the 4-sided trapped rock formation was formed. Among them is the leader iron-toothed tiger. The iron-toothed tiger roared and rushed towards the darkness. A figure emerged. Earth wall technique. A wall of rock rose up in front of iron-toothed tiger. The iron-toothed tiger struck down with a palm, shattering the rock wall. The figure behind him has disappeared. Fossils to mud. Swamp technique. A large area of the ground beneath the iron-toothed tiger turned into a quagmire. The iron-toothed tiger kept struggling, trying to get out of the quagmire, but it got stuck deeper and deeper in the quagmire. Levi looked up and saw Martin standing on the top of a rock pillar, overlooking the many incoming monsters. Not only him. Comas, Al and others also appeared near the battlefield. There were not many people who noticed the attack of the monsters, but those who could react immediately were already at the scene. With everyone joining forces, more than a dozen monsters were soon on the verge of defeat. In the blink of an eye, only 4 or 5 of them died. At this time, violent magic fluctuations suddenly came from the distant night sky. Levi looked up, squinted his eyes, and used the moonlight to see the scene in the air clearly. A figure has wings on its back, standing in midair. A terrifying magic is brewing in front of him. Levi's eyes widened. Tyr? Why is he here? Levi was very surprised. Unexpectedly, Tyr would appear here. 4th level wind spell. Qianxiang dragon spin. Countless wind elements gathered to form a long green dragon that swept over. Before he got close, A strong wind blew between heaven and earth. Everyone was unsteady on their feet. Martin looked solemn.
It's a 4th level spell,
Comas said calmly.
Don't worry. I have already arranged a defensive barrier array in advance. Activate the defensive circle.
Buzz. The ground lit up with large magical lines. A blue barrier rose up and enveloped the entire altar. Bang! The wind elements gathered together to form the Tianxiang Dragon Spin hit barrier. The Tianxiang Dragon Spin rotates rapidly, like a huge drill bit that constantly consumes the power of the barrier. Coma's expression changed and he shouted loudly.
The barrier can't stop us.
Everyone, take action quickly.
The power of this 4th level spell was somewhat beyond his expectation. Far stronger than ordinary 4th level spells. In the distance, Tyr is still guiding the Tianxiang Dragon Spin, further strengthening the attack power of the Tianxiang Dragon Spin. It's like Levi's charged fireball technique. The connection between Tyr and Tianxiang Longxian has not been broken. He is also continuously providing mana to enhance the power of Tianxiang Dragon Spin. This is the power of his 4th level extraordinary characteristics. The Tianxiang Dragon Spin became more and more intense. Click! The defensive barrier is broken. Everyone casts spells one after another, trying to prevent the Tianxiang Dragon from spinning down. Suddenly, the Tianxiang Dragon, which was heading straight towards the altar, turned around and rushed towards the night sky. Tyr glared at the armored man who suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, he gave up attacking the altar and turned his strength to attack him. Destroying the altar is just a task. There was a bloody feud between him and Li Wei. Hoo ho ho! The strong wind roared, making it difficult for Levi to control his body in midair. The Tianxiang Dragon whirled towards him. Levi was not worried at all. He raised his hand and threw a blue fireball. The fireball flew toward Tyr. Tyr sneered.
Flying object reflexes.
He pointed his staff. The blue fireball that originally flew towards him flew backwards towards Levi. This is a spell he learned specifically for Li Wei, just to deal with his amazingly powerful fireball technique. Tyr wanted him to suffer the consequences. The blue fireball and the Tianxiang Dragon Spin hit Levi one after another. The difference is less than 1 second. Bang! Fire explodes. The sky-soaring dragons swirl past, swallowing up the fire. Levi's figure disappeared. No bones left. Chapter 213 Death of Tyr. Boom! The strong wind roared in midair. The green dragon transformed from the Tianxiang Dragon Spin swallowed up the figure of the armored man. In an instant, the armored man was torn into pieces. Everyone looked surprised. There was no hint of joy on Tyr's face, because he knew that the figure was fake, until the magic tore the figure into pieces. He just discovered this. He hated the armored man so much, so that they lost their bearings and launched an attack immediately without carefully exploring the opponent's details. It wasn't until the attack hit that he discovered that the opponent was fake. With his mental perception spreading, Tyr soon discovered strong magic fluctuations in the distance. Eagle Eye Technique. Tyr's eyes glowed green, and he saw a figure speeding towards him at great speed. It's this move again. Levi attacks Tyr with a huge blue fireball. Tyr paid full attention and was extremely vigilant. The Reflect Flying Object spell has been brewing on the staff. Levi grabbed the big fireball but didn't throw it out. The blue fireball in his hand erupted with dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, a series of small blue fireballs flew out. Hoo ho ho! Blue fire Gatling. A large number of small blue fireballs flew towards Tyr. Tyr's expression froze. He quickly changed his spells. The flying object launching technique can only deal with a single target. Facing the indiscriminate bombardment of fireballs, it cannot function as it should.
Wind Wall Technique.
Tyr waved his staff, and a wall of wind appeared in front of him. Bang bang bang. The blue fireball hits the wind wall and explodes. The wind wall shook violently. Tyr's face changed slightly, feeling a little tired. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind above the head. He looked up and saw the fireball bypassing the wind wall in front of him and falling from the sky. Bang bang bang. The fire blocked Tyr's sight. And when he saw the fireball falling, it was too late to react. The fireball hit Tyr, but was blocked by his magic shield. The power of the blue fireball is amazing. Tyr's magic shield also showed a tendency to break after enduring multiple attacks. He held up his magic shield to gain time to cast the spell. Click! There are cracks in the magic shield and it is about to break. A strong wind swept through. 3rd level wind spell.
Strike Storm Tornado.
The extremely powerful wind swept away the fireball and flew towards Levi. Levi's eyes narrowed.
Burst.
He took the initiative to detonate the fireball that was swept away by the storm tornado.
The force of the fireball explosion destroys the balance of the tornado. Bang! Finally, the storm tornado exploded and turned into a storm that swept around. Levi's figure was blown back more than 10 meters. The attack is interrupted. Tyr took the opportunity to regain control of the Tianxiang dragon spin. The Tianxiang dragon spins its dragon head and rushes towards Levi. Levi's eyes narrowed and shot straight to the sky. Hoo ho ho! Li Wei flew in front, and the green dragon transformed into a flying dragon was chasing after him. The clouds in the sky were shattered by a strong wind, until the Tianxiang dragon spins out of Tyr's control. Levi was able to escape the pursuit. The Tianxiang dragon spin exploded in the air, creating a huge storm that swept hundreds of meters around. A huge vortex with a diameter of more than a kilometer appeared in the sky. Levi looked up at the moon and then at Tyr. He quickly fell down and rushed towards Tyr. Tyr looked up and saw the moon above him turning blue. He was stunned for a moment. Immediately I realized that it was not the moon, but a huge blue fireball falling rapidly. Even when he was escaping, Levi did not let go of the blue fireball in his hand. Call. Super blue fireballs fall. Without thinking, Tyr tore open a teleportation scroll. Brush. In a flash of silver light, Tyr disappeared. His figure appeared hundreds of meters away. Tyr watched the blue fireball fall and hit the ground. Puff! The blue fireball shattered and disappeared into nothing. Tyr was stunned again. Hoo ho ho! There was a hot burning sensation on the top of my head. Tyr looked up. His vision filled with blue flames. Boom! Super blue fireball explosion. In an instant, Martin, Comas and others who were thousands of meters away felt like it was dawn. The strong light of the explosion instantly illuminated the sky, and a small sun seemed to appear in the dark night. The earth shook. The explosion was deafening. The little blue sun swallows all trees and rocks within 100 meters. Melt everything. The terrifying shock waves spread for thousands of meters, stirring up a cloud of smoke that spread for thousands of meters. People standing thousands of meters away could still feel the strong wind and heat brought by the explosion shock wave. Everyone's eyes widened with disbelief.
What kind of magic is this?
No one answered. Levi stood hundreds of meters in the air. He waited until the fire faded, and then moved closer to the center of the explosion. Tyr should be dead. He was hit head-on by the explosion. No chance of survival. A huge explosion crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. Everything in the explosion crater was burned to coke and turned into pitch black. The rocks are melted. The deepest point is nearly 7 or 8 meters from the ground. Levi was close to the explosion crater and could still feel the high temperature left by the explosion. The air above the explosion crater is distorted. The heat hasn't dissipated yet. Levi activated the invisible armor and slowly fell down. Tyr's remaining remains were found in the center of the explosion crater. All that was left was a mixture of molten metal. Tyr's body has disappeared. No bones remain. Levi released his mental power to sense his surroundings. The magic elements in the surrounding world were in chaos and extremely violent. No abnormalities were perceived. Tyr is really dead. Levi breathed a sigh of relief, but not very happy. Tyr was so dead that not even a body was left behind. However, all his belongings were destroyed in the explosion. All that remains is a metal mixture that has cooled and solidified. Levi thought for a while, then used the object control technique to take away the only remaining relic of Tyr. Sizzle! A puddle of water was poured over the hot metal mixture. Immediately the cold water is evaporated and vaporized into water vapor. Click! The sudden cooling of the metal mixture causes sudden changes in internal stress and causes it to crack. The crack revealed a deep silver light inside. Levi's eyes moved slightly. It's not like there's no gain. At least there's still some mithril metal left. Collect the cooled metal waste into the space ring. Levi glanced at the people who were rushing over and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Martin, Comas, Al and others rushed to the scene of the explosion, looking at the huge explosion crater in front of him. He was extremely shocked.
Such a terrifying power. What kind of spell is this? I don't know. I've never seen a blue fireball.
Everyone fell silent. Levi arrived in a hurry. He found Yuz in the crowd and asked in a low voice.
Teacher, what happened here? How come there is such a big hole? What just happened? It scared me.
Guze looked at him in surprise.
Didn't you see the battle just now?
Levi shook his head and said,
I just went to the toilet and hurried over when I heard the explosion.
Yuz looked helpless. I want to complain, but I don't know what to say. Chapter 214 The storm is rising. Hughes briefly told Levi what happened just now. Levi showed a look of sudden realization. He heard discussions among Martin and others. He said deliberately,
"What kind of spell is this? It's so terrifyingly powerful."
Hughes shook his head and said,
"I don't know. Neither Master Martin nor Master Comas have ever heard of this kind of magic. Either a new spell created by the armored man himself, or a mutated spell affected by extraordinary characteristics."
Levi deliberately looked curious. Everyone discussed to no avail. The surroundings were searched for clues left by the attackers and the armored men. If you don't get anything, leave here. It was already early in the morning, and everyone was already very sleepy. I will continue to work overtime tomorrow, so I have to go back and rest as soon as possible. Just going through this incident, I'm afraid many people can't sleep. Levi followed the large army back to the camp. All the monsters have been dealt with. Either die or escape. Tyr is dead. The summoner behind the monster also retreated early, and did not dare to stay any longer. Martin and Comas were alone together discussing what had just happened.
"Did you see the attacker clearly?"
Martin asked. Comas glanced at him and said,
"There is no one else here. Don't you still know who it is?"
Martin said with a solemn expression.
"Tyr is the vice president of the Tundra City Mage Association. If you say that there is nothing to do with Tundra City behind this, I won't believe it. He has begun to interfere with the god's sacrificial ceremony, so there is a high chance that Tundra City has surrendered to the Maziel Kingdom,"
Comas said calmly.
"Isn't this an expected situation? The three cities of Tundra City, Hanyu City, and Beiwang City have broken with Maple Leaf City since the last war. If the Beixian Kingdom is successfully established, then the three cities will be isolated and helpless. The sacrificial ceremony is the last moment for the Kingdom of Maziel to stop Oates, and it is also the last chance for the city owners of the three cities. Otia succeeded in founding the country, and they only had two choices: surrender or defeat," Martin said. "As far as I know, Oates seems to have completed a deal with the city lord of Hanyu City, and Hanyu City is willing to support him in establishing the Beixian Kingdom. There has been no news from Tundra City and Beiwang City. Now it seems that Tundra City is planning to fight to the end. I just don't know what the city lord of Beiwang City plans to do," Comas said. "Why do you think so much? There must be a road before the car reaches the mountain. Let Oates worry about these things."
Martin sighed, took out the sound transmission crystal, and reported tonight's events to the city lord's palace. Late at night, Oates gets urgent news. He sat in his study in his pajamas, holding a sound transmission crystal and listening to Martin's report.
"Okay, I know. Please ensure the safety of the altar."
Oates sat in the study, quietly looking at the dancing candlelight in front of him. Although there was magic fluorite in the room, he still used to light a candle. Oates picked up a letter that was in the drawer, placed it on a candle and light it, watching the letter slowly burn into ashes. This letter was originally written by him to the city lord of Tundra City. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Tyr's behavior has shown that Tundra City has officially declared war on Oates. The next day, early in the morning, Melvin woke up with a start and found that it was already morning. When he saw Levi, he quickly asked,
"What's wrong with me?"
Levi said.
"You exhausted your mental energy last night and passed out. Be careful and don't work too hard. Otherwise, if something happens to you,
who will do it?"
Hearing this, Melvin said,
"If I don't work hard, I won't be able to keep up with their progress. After all, there are more than 10 of them, and there are only 2 of us."
Levi shook his head, too lazy to continue to persuade him. Melvin stood up and said,
"I'll carve the magic circle first."
Levi took out his breakfast and handed it to him.
"Eat something first so that you have the strength to work."
Melvin took the food and ate as he walked. Levi looked at his back with emotion. He was too stubborn. After practicing in the tent for a while, Levi went to help Melvin activate the magic circle.
"What are you doing here?"
Roy came over and asked.
"Don't mess around. What if the magic circle is destroyed? Can you take responsibility?"
Levi stood up and looked at him.
"This won't bother Master Roy to worry about. Can't you see?"
Levi stared into Roy's eyes. Roy looked at him for a while and couldn't help but look away.
"What do you want to say?"
He thought deeply about it last night and found that there was indeed a problem with following the original plan. But the plan was his. He couldn't overturn his plan based on the opinions of a young boy. Right. It's about his dignity. Even if he makes a mistake, he cannot let an unknown formation master step on his superior position. Roy was still a little worried. "I was afraid that my plan would fail, so I came here to see if there were any remedies." I saw Melvin and Levi setting up a magic circle here. Faced with Levi's question, he didn't want to answer. Levi looked at him and said nothing. Roy stood for a while, snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves and turned around to leave. I was very upset. It felt like Levi was too disrespectful to him. Even if he is a disciple of Toresta, he is a genius mage in Maple Leaf City. At least you should respect him as an elder. There is no etiquette or education at all. Levi watched Roy walk away. Continue to activate the magic circle. He will respect his seniors and elders. However, that doesn't mean everyone deserves his respect. Some old guys just get out of here. Respect? It would be nice not to give him a big pussy.
What are you doing?
Let me go. Leeway looked up and saw several mages being taken away. The failure of the magic puppet and the monitoring I was discovered last night. It was true that someone had done something secretly. Some of these people were picked out. The few people who were taken away were the traitors who were found out. Levi has been following Melvin and has no time to find the traitor. Even so, he always paid attention to the people nearby. There are shadow attendants and phantoms to help him collect information. He didn't need to ask around. 3:30 in the afternoon. All magic circle inscriptions are completed. Melvin raised his sore arm and smiled.
It's finally done. This is the last one. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me.
Levi stepped forward, poured mana into it, and activated the magic circle. Martin and Comas appear at the altar. He directed everyone to stand at the core node position. Start connecting all the magic circles in series. The first level magic arrays are all connected in series. The magic array connection in the second quarter was completed, but it couldn't be connected to the first level magic array. When Roy saw this, his expression changed slightly. Looking a little ugly, Melvin stepped forward in time and worked with Levi to control the energy conduction magic circle at the junction. Successfully connected the magic circles of the first and second altars. Everyone couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Chapter 215 Third Level. The altar magic circle was connected into a whole and was a great success. During this period, some minor problems arose and were resolved. Only twice did critical and major problems arise. Thanks to the magic circle arranged by Melvin and Levi, everyone's efforts were not in vain. Martin and Comas specially commended Melvin for this.
Thanks to Master Melvin for discovering the problem in advance and taking measures to solve it this time. The mission was successfully completed. On behalf of the Mage Tower, I award 300 contributions to Mage Melvin, who has made a significant contribution, as a reward for this outstanding contribution.
Melvin quickly said,
This matter is not entirely my fault, but more the credit of Masterly Wei.
If Masterly Wei hadn't supported me in doing it, I would never have thought of doing this. Without his help, I wouldn't be able to finish this before the magic circle is inscribed.
When Martin heard this, he looked surprised. He looked at Levi and asked,
Did you ask him to do these?
Levi shook his head and said,
No, I just gave him a suggestion. Master Melvin can make these all because of his own correct judgment.
Melvin looked at Levi and wanted to say something, but couldn't. Comas smiled and said,
Well, let's give Levi 100 contributions as a reward.
Martin heard this, nodded and said,
Okay. The mission has been completed. Everyone can go back. After returning to the Mage Tower, the Magic Butler will distribute the rewards for this mission to everyone.
Everyone cheered when they heard that they could go back.
Well, it's great. We can finally go back. I really miss the big bed in the Mage Tower. I sleep on stone slabs here every day, and it makes my back hurt. It's good to be able to fall asleep. At night, there are mosquitoes everywhere. I can't sleep at all because of the mosquito bites. The buzzing is so disturbing. I have to go back and take a shower. It's tickling me to death.
Levi silently scanned the crowd, looking for possible traitors. Anyone who is unhappy now may be a traitor. But it's hard to tell who is really happy and who is doing it on purpose. Everyone embarked on the return journey. The altar was returned to the military for guarding. The magic circle has been engraved, and the altar does not need too many troops to guard it. Today, the altar is extremely strong. Even a 4th level mage cannot destroy it. Levi looked back at the huge altar and thought about one thing. Can the super fireball blow up this altar? He was thinking about it. There are others thinking the same thing. Martin and Comas stood at the edge of the altar.
Can the blue fireball last night blow up the altar?
Martin asked. Comas shook his head and said,
I don't know either. Theoretically, the altar can withstand up to 6 levels of spell attacks. But that's only in theory. Being able to block 5th level spells is considered to be of good quality. The power of that blue fireball will probably not be weaker than a 5th level spell.
Martin nodded, turned around and walked under the altar.
Forget it. Don't think so much. It's none of our business from now on.
Comas was stunned, followed in his footsteps, and asked,
Don't you still need the help of the Mage Tower for the subsequent arrangements for the God Sacrifice ceremony?
Martin said.
Wasn't the Mage Tower invaded by black cultists last time? Many people have been affected. The City Lord's palace was afraid of accidents, so it entrusted the Mage Association to help. So, there is no need for us to arrange a ceremony to worship the gods.
Comas laughed and said,
Ha ha. Can he be sure that there are no problems in the Mage Association?
Martin shook his head and said,
No one can be sure. But at least the Mage Association has not been attacked by black cultists. It seems to be much more reliable than the Mage Tower.
Comas said.
This may also fall into the conspiracy of the black cultists. Who knows?
Martin shook his head. Levi followed the team back to Maple Leaf City. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of horse hooves approaches. Li Wei heard the sound and went away. And Rena, dressed in weathered clothes, appeared in sight. She returned to Maple Leaf City with a group of elite cavalry. Seeing a large number of mages at the city gate, Rena subconsciously slowed down. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw clearly that they were all her own.
Drive!
Lena rode up to Levi. She took off her helmet and put it on the saddle, turned over and dismounted, and said with a smile,
Levi, long time no see.
Levi looked at him and smiled.
It's been a long time indeed. Where have you been during this time?
He actually knows. Rena went to Howling Wind Fortress. Levi also saw her in his dream. But Lena doesn't remember him. Rena said,
I followed my master to join the battle at the Cold Wind Fortress to block the army of the Kingdom of Maciel. Then why are you back?
Levi was a little surprised. Rena said,
The ceremony of worshipping the gods will begin in a few days. The master and the city lord asked me to bring people back to be responsible for the protection of the god sacrifice ceremony.
Levi glanced at the elite cavalry behind her.
Then you have to be careful. There are undercover agents and traitors everywhere now. When we were setting up the altar, we uncovered more than 10 undercover agents deployed by the Maciel Kingdom.
Levi reminded. Rena nodded.
Thanks for the reminder.
She looked at Levi and asked,
What is your strength now?
Levi said,
1st level intermediate. And you?
Rena smiled.
Then you have to speed up your pace. After experiencing several battles in Howling Fortress, I have touched the threshold of a 3rd level knight. Master asked me to come back to let me settle for a while, so as not to be promoted too quickly and have an unstable foundation.
Levi looked surprised.
You're upgrading too quickly,
Rena explained.
The main reason is that the war knight profession is special. The greater the scale of the war, and the more victories, the faster the war knights will advance. Okay, no more chatting. I have to go to the city lord's mansion to report on my work. See you again when you have a chance. Walk slowly. Goodbye.
Levi watched Rena mount her horse and walk towards the city lord's mansion. He slowly walked towards the mage tower. Guzé stood on the roadside waiting for him and saw a smile on his face. He laughed.
What? Did you see Rena?
Levi was a little surprised.
Teacher, how do you know? When I saw you like this, I knew what was going on. I really like this person. You can chase her. You are also a genius mage after all, with a bright future. Don't worry about not being worthy of her.
Guz encouraged Levi to pursue Rena bravely. Levi smiled and said,
I'm afraid it's not good. It's only been a while, and Rena is about to advance again. She will soon become a 3rd level knight.
Guz looked shocked.
This is too scary,
Levi said.
On the one hand, it is because of her excellent talent, and on the other hand, her profession is special. Teacher, I'm thinking about something else.
What? Guz asked. Levi said.
Rena has advanced so quickly. How strong is Orn now?
Guz looked thoughtful. He shook his head and said,
Don't think so much. Catch up with Rena first. Then why do you think about how strong his master is?
Levi smiled and said nothing. Of course, it's because she wants to chase her master. Chapter 216 3rd Level Invisible Armor. Solve tier and solve a major problem. Levi happily invited Guzé, Lotta, and Melvin to celebrate at Lifu Gourmet Restaurant.
Teacher, try it. This is Warcraft egg custard.
Guzé took a bite and said with a smile.
Not bad. It's delicious. But there doesn't seem to be a dish like monster eggs here. Right?
Lotta asked with some confusion. Levi said,
I brought this here myself. There is also some monster meat here. You can try it too. I brought it back. Melvin, you're welcome.
Levi took a bite of python meat and felt that the taste was indeed special. The flesh of dragon-blooded monsters is exceptionally firm. Very chewy. Hughes and Lotta took one bite and stopped eating. It's really hard to bite off. Melvin was a little reserved. After drinking for 3 rounds, I gradually let go. After the meal, Melvin also confided.
The city lord invited me to help arrange the ceremony of worshipping the gods. I don't know much about this either. I don't know how to politely refuse the city lord's kindness.
He sighed a little. The city lord invited him because he thought highly of him. Melvin also paid great attention to oats. However, he's not very good at it. I was afraid of not doing well and disappointing Oates. So I wanted to refuse. Levi said,
If you really don't want to go, just refuse. If it really doesn't work, let me help you. I suggest you go. It will be a good thing for you after all. I don't need you to host it anyway. It would be good to learn the arrangement process of the god ceremony. It might be useful in the future.
Guzé laughed and said,
Li Wei, do you think the founding of the country is just for fun? It is rare to encounter such a grand event once in a lifetime.
He also encouraged,
Don't worry. Everyone is familiar with the textbook and crossing the river by feeling stones. They are all equally inexperienced.
When Melvin heard this, he smiled sheepishly. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms.
Magic Butler. Rent an alchemy laboratory.
Levi came to the alchemy laboratory. Cast Fireball Alchemy. A blue elemental furnace appeared in front of him. The high temperature of the blue flame further enhances the power of the elemental furnace. Levi's alchemy has reached the 2nd level, and he is even more comfortable in tempering mithril. He threw the metal scraps Tyr had left behind into the elemental forge. Hoo ho ho! It only took half an hour for the metal waste to be completely melted. Separate impurities and refined mithril. During the refining process, Levi discovered an unexpected gain.
Is this fine gold?
2 hours later, a mithril ball of about 100 grams appeared in Levi's hand. There is also a mung bean-sized piece of pure gold. Although it is small in size, it is surprisingly heavy. A piece of fine gold the size of a mung bean weighs half a caddy. Mithril is an essential material for creating advanced magic equipment. Adamant gold is a necessary material for making high-end weapons, high-end shields, and high-end armors. Adding a small amount of adamantium can make weapons sharper and shields stronger. An unexpected bonus. Levi threw all the remaining metal scraps into the trash can. Although it can be separated, it is time-consuming and labor-intensive and not worth the money. Not all metals are as rare and expensive as mithril and adamantine.
A new staff can be crafted from mithril and adamantine.
Levi rarely used a staff, mainly because he didn't have a staff that he could use. The new staff he got a long time ago can no longer keep up with his improvement in strength. A handy staff can increase the power of a lot of spells. At night, Levi used 8 times the speed of time in his dream to deduce the 3rd level invisible armor spell. Further improved defense. The next day, Levi found Troska.
Why are you here again?
Troska looked at Levi and felt that he came too often. Who among normal professionals updates their equipment every now and then? Where can I find so much money? A piece of equipment can last at least a year or 2. Li Wei smiled and said,
Why don't you give me some money? That's not necessary. I don't need your money. Tell me, what's the matter?
Troska asked. Levi took out mithril and fine gold and said,
I want to make a strong staff. Preferably one that can be used to knock people.
Troska looked surprised.
No, you are a mage. Who are you knocking? Where can a mage hit someone with a staff?
Levi said.
It's not because I'm afraid that when someone gets close, I won't have time to cast a spell.
Troska was speechless and said,
You, a mage, are being approached. Why are you still struggling? Just give up. With your little arms and legs. Can you hold back a finger?
Levi looked at his strong arms and smiled. He stretched out a hand and said,
How about a competition?
Troska looked surprised.
You want to compete with me? Although I am not a combat professional. In terms of strength, I am not weaker than warriors of the same level. After all, forging also requires strength.
Troska stretched out his hand and shook it with Levi. He knocked Levi down with a little force. It was discovered that Levi's arm was motionless. He looked surprised.
Hey, you really have some strength.
He strengthened his strength little by little, and was gradually surprised to see that Li Wei hadn't fallen down yet.
Could it be that you used the giant power technique?
After a moment, Levi's arm was knocked down. Troska's face was full of shock.
Your strength is a bit outrageous. It's almost as good as a formal warrior.
Levi smiled. He hadn't used all his strength yet. Naturally, Troska did not use all his strength. He was afraid of hurting Levi. So his strength increased little by little. Li Wei felt that he was about the same. So he deliberately lost to him. Troska thought for a moment and said,
I have a good idea. You will definitely be satisfied.
Oh! What? Levi asked curiously. Troska blinked and said nonchalantly,
You will know when the time comes.
Levi gives the mithril and adamantium to Troska. As per the old rules, Troska will provide other materials, and Levi will settle the bill when the time comes to get the equipment. In the next few days, Li Wei stayed in the mage tower to practice and rarely went out, waiting for Troska to build a new magic wand. I don't know what kind of magic wand he wants to build. It took an extra long time to build the equipment this time. 5 days later. The Dream World. Invisible Armor, Level 3 Minor, 0/10,000. After spending countless efforts, Levi finally deduced the second order perfection level invisible armor to the third level. The third level invisible armor has changed significantly. More solid. More real. It looks like real armor. In the past, invisible armor could be seen as energy armor at a glance. Now there is no need for the disguise of transfiguration. After the invisible armor is revealed, it is no different from the real crystal armor. For convenience, Levi turned the invisible armor components into hexagonal crystal shapes. Third level invisible armor. The number of layers of armor reaches 36. Each hexagonal crystal contains energy comparable to a third order Deshang level magic shield, able to withstand third level spell attacks. Chapter 217 Exploding Staff. Levi stood in front of a full-length mirror, looking at the crystal shield on his body in the mirror. Invisible armor is no longer limited to armor form. After the 36 crystals are separated, they can form various forms of protection. Concentrate all defense forces on the crystal wall in front. A crystal ball that envelopes the entire body can also appear individually. And the most important charging posture. 28 hexagonal crystals wrap the whole body, forming a bullet-shaped shield. The remaining 8 hexagonal crystals are assembled on the back to form the jet port. Maximizes burst speed and flight speed. Tested in dreams. The maximum flight speed is increased from the original 670 meters per second, increased to 800 meters per second. As fast as thunder, Levi flew at full speed, and few spells could catch up with him. Looking at himself in the mirror, he put away the crystal armor on his body with satisfaction. 36 crystal shields. It can withstand at least 36 third-level spell attacks. Levi was deeply shocked by his current defense. The cost is equally huge. He wanted to condense 36 crystal shields, which would consume all his mana 8 times. Without the Fire Spirit Pearl necklace, it would have taken him a day or two just to condense these crystal shields. Levi lowered his head and glanced at the Fire Spirit bead necklace. Some worry that too much energy is being consumed inside. After inspection, it was found that these consumptions were still a drop in the bucket for the Fire Lingju. The Fire Spirit bead contains the energy that a volcano has dispersed over hundreds of years. Levi was worried too early. At least so far, he has not been able to consume all the power in the Fire Spirit Orb. 6 days have passed since Levi handed the materials to Troska. Levi had just received his message. Arrive at Troska's forge.
Please, let me meet the master. I really have something important to do. Sorry, my father doesn't have time to take orders recently.
Willie stopped a nobleman at the door. He saw Levi coming and said,
Here you come. My father is waiting for you inside.
Levi glanced at the noble at the door, nodded to Willie, and walked into the house. The noble looked at this scene with a look of surprise. He took a deep look at Levi. The noble looked at Willie and asked,
Who is he? Why can he go in to see the master?
Willie glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him.
Goodbye. I won't send you off.
Willie turned directly inside and closed the door. The noble looked at the closed door and his expression froze. Reluctantly, he turned around and left. But Levi's figure echoed in his mind.
Who is he?
When Levi saw Troska, he looked around and asked,
Where is my staff?
Troska lifted a red cloth and said,
Here. This is the staff I made specially for you.
Levi looked at the strange-shaped staff in front of him with hesitation.
Is this really a staff? Not a mace?
Troska smiled.
Why should I lie to you?
He picked it up and handed it to Levi.
Try it.
Levi took the staff. The staff doesn't look like a staff at all. The lower half is a long pole handle, and the upper half is a tetrahedron composition like a mace. Infusing mana. I found that the mana delivery was very smooth. The casting speed is greatly accelerated. He casts a normal fireball spell. A fireball shot out, flew into the sky, and exploded in midair.
Well, the power increase is estimated to reach 50%.
Troska said.
To be precise, it is 55%. This staff can increase the power of your spells by 55%. Because the use of mithril and some special materials can speed up the casting speed by about 20%. The specific situation still depends on the user. The staff also has a special function. You can use mana to activate the runes on the top of the staff and try it.
Levi used mana to activate the runes as Troska said. The upper half of the staff lit up and expanded. Eventually, the staff turned into a huge square star hammer over 3 meters long. The hammer body is made of energy. It doesn't feel heavy when you swing it. Levi was speechless and waved the star hammer.
Hoo ho ho.
It feels pretty good in hand. Troska smiled and said.
Satisfied.
Levi said with shame.
This is too exaggerated. People who don't know think I am a berserker.
Troska said.
Isn't that just right?
Levi took back his magic power, and the staff returned to normal.
What's the name of this staff?
Troska said.
I named it the explosive staff. When the staff turned into a hammer, it looked like the tip exploded.
Levi wiped away the non-existent sweat and smiled awkwardly.
It's pretty good. How much?
Troska said.
The explosion staff is a third-level boutique staff. There is still some mithril left during processing, and some processing fees are pledged. After all, you have to give me almost 500 gold coins.
Levi took out 500 gold coins and handed them to Troska. These gold coins were the money he got from selling the dozen second-order magic cores he got last time. Troska put away the money and said,
You are really rich. Your master is really kind to you.
Levi smiled and did not explain. Troska thought it was money Toriska gave him. Little did he know that all this money was earned by Levi himself. Put the explosive staff into the space ring. Levi said goodbye to Troska. As soon as he returned to the mage tower, Guze came to find him.
Teacher, what's the matter?
Levi asked when he saw Guse running over in a hurry. Guse said,
Basie is here. I will probably go with him soon. I'll take you to meet Base tonight.
Levi said.
Okay.
There was a slight movement in his heart. Base is here. Can he get rid of the stolen goods in his hands? The traveling merchant team from the Cornucopia Merchant Guild should be back soon. Li Wei couldn't help but look forward to waiting for the royalties for more than half a year. I just spent a lot of money, and now I'm short of money. In the evening, Guse invited Base to have dinner at the Lifu Gourmet restaurant to help him clean up his dust.
Uncle BS. Long time no see.
Guse greeted Base warmly. The two even hugged each other. Base looks a little fat. But if you look closely, you will find that he is not fat, but strong. Although the belly is big, the limbs are thick. At first glance, he doesn't look like a rich middle-aged man with a belly full of fat and a weak body. Base looked at Levi standing aside and asked,
Who is he?
Guse smiled and said,
This is my student, Levi.
Levi greeted,
Good evening, Uncle Base.
Base looked at Levi and said with a smile,
Are you the genius mage from Maple Leaf City?
Levi smiled.
It's me.
Base patted Guze on the shoulder and laughed and said,
Okay. You can still train such powerful students. It's really amazing.
Guse said quickly.
This has nothing to do with me. It's all about Li Wei's own talent. Stop being modest. Uncle Base. Sit down. You must be hungry after a long day of running around. Waiter, please serve the food quickly.
Chapter 218 The Last Gift.
You want to come with me?
BS looked at Guse, a little surprised. I thought that Guze had stayed here for more than 10 years, and would stay here forever. I didn't expect that he would want to leave Maple Leaf City with me. Guse said,
I still have a sister, and I want to go back to find her.
Base glanced at him, and shook his head helplessly.
You still haven't given up. I've been helping you get information over the years, but I haven't gained anything. It's useless even if you go back. Maybe, but if I don't go find it once, I will never forgive myself in this life.
After Guze finished speaking, he took a sip of wine.
I have become an official mage, and I have the ability to protect myself.
Hearing this, BS nodded and said,
If you want to go back, I will take you back.
Guse looked at Levi and said,
There is one more thing.
Base glanced at him and said,
Go ahead. I hope you can take him to Middle-earth so that his talent will not be buried there.
Guse said sincerely. Base shook his head and said,
It's not that I won't help. It's not my decision to go to Middle-earth. You also know that the North is a barbaric land in the eyes of those in the Middle-earth. They regard the people here as barbarians and as orcs. The only way for ordinary people to leave the North and go to Middle-earth is to become a noble.
Levi listened silently and said nothing. Base glanced at Guzay and then at Levi. He said,
he still has the status of a genius mage, so he can go to Middle-earth through the Mage Association. This should be easier than asking me to help. If he can be valued by the higher-ups of the Mage Association and get the qualification to go to the Advanced Mage Tower for further training, it will be a very simple matter for him to go to Middle-earth.
Guzay nodded somewhat dully. Base added,
besides, even if the first two methods don't work, there is still a third method. If you advance to the 4th level of profession, you can enter the world of Middle-earth.
Guz smiled bitterly. If he takes this approach, he may never have a chance in his life. Ordinary people did not have the opportunity to become nobles through meritorious service. People who can obtain noble titles from the Empire are often from noble families. Without someone to support you, you have no chance of becoming a noble even if you make meritorious deeds. Oates was promoted from Earl to Marquis due to his contribution to victory in the First World War. This is all because there are people behind him who support him and help him get through various relationships. For an ordinary person like Li Wei, if there is no one behind him, even if he makes great achievements, it will not spread to the Empire. Even if it is passed on, there is no telling who will get the credit in the end. Just like the last war, it was Aun who obviously contributed the most. But in the end, all the credit goes to Oates. For the vast majority of professionals, the easiest way to travel to Middle-earth is through the Professionals Association. But it is still difficult to reach the sky. Torresta applied for Levi to go to the Elemental Tower for further study. More than a month has passed, and there is still no result. Recently, Levi has been in the limelight several times with the Armored Man's vest. Only new news came from the Mage Association. It is said that Levi is still in the inspection period. If he can pass the inspection period, he can go to the Elemental Tower for further training. Torresta didn't tell Levi about this. He didn't want to put pressure on Levi. After eating, Guz, Base, and Li Wei walked on the street for a while. Sin buzzed back to the hotel where he stayed. Li Weikai and Guzay returned to the Mage Tower. He supported Guzay and said,
Teacher, you drank too much today, and you are even drunk.
Guzay said,
the teacher is useless and can't help you.
When Li Wei saw this, he confessed to him directly.
Teacher, you don't have to worry too much. The Master of the Tower has helped me apply to go to the Tower of Elements for further study. It is estimated that I will go to Middle-earth in a while.
Hearing this, Guz looked surprised.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Levi said.
It's not that the time has not been determined yet.
Guz smiled and said,
It's good if you can go. It's good if you can go. If you go over there, I don't have to worry about anything. Just be careful when you go there. There are a lot of geniuses like you over there. I heard that there are many people in Middle-earth who are born as extraordinary people. And there are also many rare extraordinary people like blood warlocks. You must work hard.
Li Wei supported Guz, and he kept saying that he placed his hope on Li Wei. Levi listened and said, from time to time in response to Guzay's words. Send the drunk Guz back to the room. Levi called the magic servants to take care of Guzay, then returned to the room. Li Wei understood that Guzay cared about him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said so much to myself. This made Levi feel warm in his heart. At least there is one person in this world who truly cares about him.
Teacher Guzay is leaving, and I won't be able to help him in the future.
Levi thought for a long time and wanted to give Guzay one last gift. He sneaked into the dream world and deduced the 3rd level invisible armor. The next day, Guz woke up with a splitting headache, dry mouth and tongue. He quickly poured a cup of cold tea and drank it. He couldn't remember clearly what he told Levi yesterday, but there were some words he still remembered. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Guzay opened the door.
Huh? What do you want so early?
It was Levi outside the door, and Guzay was a little surprised. Levi walked in the door and said,
I have a gift for Teacher Guz.
Guz was a little curious and asked,
What gift?
Levi stretched out his hand, and his mana condensed into a hexagonal crystal. The crystal flew towards Guzay, melted into his body, and disappeared. Guz touched the place where the crystal disappeared and asked,
What is this?
Levi said,
An improved version of the invisible armor.
Guz was very surprised.
Have you improved the invisible armor spell?
Although invisible armor is a 0-level spell, it is not easy to improve a 0-level spell. Even a formal mage needs a lot of effort and time to do it. Gus would not even know that what Li Wei cast on him was not a 0-level spell, but an authentic 3rd-level spell. 3rd-level invisible armor. Levi did not explain. He said while
putting on the armor.
For Gu Zhe,
these invisible armors can exist for a long time. They will absorb your mana, teacher, to make up for the daily dissipation consumption and extend the duration. When you are attacked, these armors will emerge to help you withstand damage. Each piece of armor is independent.
Gu Zhe said.
That's enough. I got your idea. No need to bother anymore.
Levi shook his head and said,
if you leave, I may also leave Maple Leaf City and go to the Elemental Tower to study. I don't know if we will have another chance to meet. So please keep my last gift.
Hearing this, Gu Zhe could only accept it with a smile. Chapter 219 Parting. 36 layers of invisible armor are superimposed. Levi spent one night deducing the 3rd-level invisible armor spell. This allows these crystal armor pieces to exist for a long time. And when Gu Zhe is in danger, they can emerge one by one to resist attacks. It will not all burst out at once, extending the defense time and number of defenses. Li Wei spent a whole morning helping Gus
put on the armor.
Later, Gu Zhe was silent. When it was over, Gus looked at Levi, feeling extremely shocked. It was unimaginable to continue casting spells all morning. But Levi looked very relaxed. Gus knew in his heart that Levi's strength far surpassed his own. His true strength is far beyond his imagination. Gus didn't ask. He came back to his senses and said with a smile,
okay.
Levi nodded and said,
okay.
Gu Zhe nodded and smiled.
Don't act like you'll never see me again. I'm not going to die.
Levi smiled and said nothing. Base didn't stay long in Maple Leaf City. 3 days later, he set off to leave Maple Leaf City. Gus left with the caravan. Gus originally wanted to ask Base to wait for a while before leaving so that he could participate in Maple Leaf City's god worship ceremony. As a result, Base bluntly said that he wanted to leave Maple Leaf City before the ceremony to worship the gods began. He is just a businessman and does not want to be involved in the war. Levi also sold all the goods that were inconvenient to handle to Base the night before he left. Clear out the debris in the space ring. Got 520 gold coins.
Teacher, have a nice trip. Okay, you go back.
Li Wei stood at the city gate, watching Gu Zhe's figure follow the caravan away, until Gu Zhe's back was invisible. He turned around and walked towards the mage tower, meeting Reina on the way. Reina rode her war horse, stopped, looked at Levi and said,
the ceremony of sacrificing the gods is scheduled to be held on October 1st. Will you come to participate?
Levi said.
It should be, if I were still in Maple Leaf City.
Reina was slightly stunned and asked,
where are you going?
Levi said,
go to the Elemental Tower for further training.
Reina smiled and said,
congratulations to you first. Maybe we will have a chance to meet in the future. After the god sacrifice ceremony is over, I will also go to the Advanced Knight Academy in Middle-earth to further my studies.
Levi also smiled and said,
I will go find you then. It's a deal. It's a deal.
Reina turned over and dismounted, raised her fist, and touched Levi. Both of them couldn't help but smile. Farewell to Reina. Levi returned to the Mage Tower. Toresta told Levi yesterday. New news has come from the Mage Association, and they will arrange for him to go to the Elemental Tower for further training in a while. The specific time remains to be announced. The next day, Levi went to Gus with a novel manuscript.
Master Li Wei, please come in quickly.
Jimmy saw Levi arriving and entertained him warmly. Levi said,
I want to see Director Gus and tell him something.
Jimmy nodded and said,
okay, Director Gus is inside.
Levi sat across from Gus. Gus asked curiously,
what does Master Levi want from me?
Jimmy handed Levi a cup of hot tea.
Thanks.
Levi took a sip and said,
I may leave Maple Leaf City in a while. Maybe for a long time.
Gus was surprised.
Now that you're gone, what will happen to the update of the Dragon Knight novel?
Levi said,
I have also thought of a solution to this matter.
He won't give up on the Dragon Knight series. As the novel becomes more popular, the money it can bring in every month also increases. After a year, hundreds of gold coins are not a problem. It's also a lot of money, Levi said.
From now on, I will send you new manuscripts through the magic text scroll every month.
When Gus heard this, he frowned and said,
but the manuscript often contains tens of thousands of words, and the magic text scroll may not be able to convey that many words.
There is an upper limit for the text transmission of the magic text scroll, and generally a maximum of 999 words can be transmitted. The upper limit has little impact on daily message delivery. But for a book manuscript, it is far from enough. Levi said,
Don't worry. I have asked someone to help make a magic text scroll specially used to deliver the manuscript.
He had left the matter to Willie. Willie is an enchanter and a maker of magical items. His father was a master blacksmith. And Willie's skills were naturally not bad either. It is not difficult to transform a specific magic item according to Levi's requirements. The reference is right in front of him. And there is no need for him to innovate from scratch. Gus nodded and said,
Okay.
Levi has already begun to prepare for leaving Maple Leaf City. Leaving Spark Literary Society. Walking on the street, I heard the sounds of vendors selling goods. He looked up and saw that the weather was getting cooler. It's already the end of September. In the blink of an eye, it has been a year since he came to this different world. His identity, status and situation have undergone earth-shaking changes. He has established himself in the new world. A new life journey is about to begin.
Middle-earth. Tower of Elements. I'm ready.
As October 1st approaches, control inside and outside Maple Leaf City has been tightened and a curfew has been implemented. Take precautions against any accidents. Levi also got the exact time. He will go to the Elemental Tower for further training on October 7th. He also had the opportunity to participate in rituals to worship the gods.
Teacher, will you go to the god sacrifice ceremony?
On the 6th floor of the Mage Tower. Levi looked at Toria's tower and asked. Toresta said,
No, just go and do it. Although gods are powerful, there is no need to worship them blindly. Blessings from gods are just a tool.
His remarks reached the ears of the spiritual believers, and they were afraid that even the Mage Tower would be demolished by the spiritual believers. Levi nodded and said,
I understand. I'm leaving. Go ahead.
Before leaving, Levi looked up and asked,
Teacher, what is on the 7th floor? You'll know what it's time to know.
Toresta said.
Levi
left the Mage Tower. All the way out, there were not many people visible in the Mage Tower. Most people went to attend the ceremony to worship the gods. I hope to be lucky enough to be favored by the gods and receive blessings from the gods. Even Martin and Comas are no exception. Li Wei did not attach much importance to the blessings from the gods. He just wanted to see the gods. Meet the so-called gods.
Lilia, why are you still here?
Levi saw Lilia coming out of the cafeteria. Lilia's eyes lit up when she saw Levi. And she quickly said,
Levi, help me quickly. There was a strange old man who kept pestering me and asked me to be his apprentice. He also said that if I became his apprentice, he could take me to a big place.
Levi turned around and saw a thin old man in black robe walking out of the restaurant. The old man in black robe looked at Levi and smiled.
Levi.
Li Wei looked surprised. He didn't know this person. But the other person looked like he knew him. Chapter 220 God's Sacrifice Ceremony.
Levi.
The thin old man in black robe called his name. Li Wei looked surprised.
Senior, do you know me?
The old man in black robe smiled and said,
Of course I do. I also know another you.
Li Wei was shocked and quickly saluted and greeted him.
Who is the senior?
The old man in black robe said,
Heros,
Toresta's old friend.
I've met Archmage Heros. There's no need to be so polite. Do you know her? Help me persuade her to let her become my apprentice so that I can take her to the Elemental Tower.
Levi was a little surprised and asked doubtfully,
Why are you obsessed with accepting Lilia as your apprentice?
If Lilia didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. This matter must be asked clearly. The old man in black robe said,
She is a born shadow mage.
Levi understood. He turned to look at Lilia, who was hiding behind him. Lilia quickly shook her head.
I'm not a mage. And I don't know magic.
The old man in black robe said with a smile.
It's okay. I can teach you if you don't know how.
Levi held Lilia's shoulders and said,
Don't worry. He won't harm you. This is good for you.
Heros said that he knew Toresta and knew the vest of his armored man. Toresta didn't give any hint. This shows that everything he said is true. Otherwise, Toresta would have already communicated with Levi. At least, he could believe it. Levi said,
Follow him, and you won't have to live a wandering life anymore. You can live a stable life.
When Heros heard this, he smiled and said nothing. Shadow Mage wants to live a stable life? Going to Shadow World? Lilia looked up at Levi and asked.
Really?
She was indeed tired of the wandering life. During this time, I stayed in the Mage Tower, where I had food, drink and shelter, not to mention how comfortable my life was. Lilia had never felt that life could be so comfortable and relaxing. Levi nodded and said,
Really?
Lilia was still a little hesitant. She felt that staying in the Mage Tower was fine, and there was no need to make any changes. Levi looked at Haros and asked,
Lilia is a little special. There is another personality inside her.
Haros nodded and said,
I know. That's because her power was too strong, and her original personality couldn't bear the power. So she derived a second personality.
Levi looked surprised. I didn't expect Haros to have such vicious eyes. Lilia should not have turned into Lilith during this time. But he could see it at a glance. Haros said,
I will help her balance the power in her body and solve the impact of her second personality.
Lilia didn't understand. So she asked innocently,
What is the second personality?
Levi simply explained,
Don't you often lose consciousness suddenly when you encounter danger, and then wake up and find that everything is safe? You can understand that when you are unconscious, another you is controlling your body actions, and the other you is the second personality.
Hearing this, Lilia was shocked.
Ah! Is there another person in my body?
Her face was full of confusion, and she didn't understand why there was an extra person in her body. She said weakly,
I have a child.
Levi.
Forget it. Forget it if you don't understand. You will understand naturally when the time comes.
After Levi's persuasion, Lilia relaxed her vigilance towards Haros. After Haros gave her a sparkling crystal, Lilia agreed to be his apprentice. Looking at Lilia, who was holding the crystal with stars in her eyes, Haros couldn't help but shook his head. He had a premonition that the days ahead were not good. Lilia's character made him worry about whether she was really suitable to become a shadow mage. Levi smiled and said,
Compared to Lilia, I think her other person Lilith is more suitable to become a shadow mage.
When Haros heard this, he showed a hint of expectation.
Well, thanks.
After Haros finished speaking to Levi, he turned to look at Lilia and shouted,
Let's go!
Lilia was stunned for a moment and asked,
Where to go?
Haros didn't answer. His figure melted into shadow and disappeared. Lilia also disappeared. Levi felt a vague and huge energy go away. If you use your mental power to sense carefully, you can only detect extremely weak elemental fluctuations. It's more of a gut feeling. Li Wei walked out of the city and rushed to attend the ceremony of worshipping the gods.
Lilia also went to the elemental tower. I feel like the future won't be boring.
Levi smiled.
I don't know if the Advanced Knight Academy is far from the elemental tower. I also promised Reina to find her. It would be difficult if she is too far away.
Arrive at Chifongopa. Tens of thousands of people have gathered here. If the surrounding area had not been blocked by the army, the number of people would have been even greater. Everyone wants to get to the front. It seems that as long as you go to the front, you can get blessings from the gods. After Levi showed his magic badge, he was not stopped by the soldiers, but he was blocked out by the sea of people.
Shadow Attendant, open the way.
Shadow Attendant walked in front, squeezing away.
What are you doing? Don't squeeze. Hey, someone stepped on my foot. Stop squeezing. My breasts are going to be squeezed flat.
Whoa. Passing through the crowd, the view ahead suddenly became wider. At the altar, the number of people dropped sharply. Tens of thousands of people gathered around the altar, with less than 1/10 of the number of people on the kilometer-diameter altar. Those who can go to the altar are professionals and nobles. At least there is an identity. Ordinary people are not qualified to ascend the altar. The higher the status, the higher the altar can be climbed. A group of high-ranking people in Maple Leaf City are on the second-level altar. The third-level altar only has the city lord Oates and several priests who preside over the ceremony. Martin, Comas, Troska, Lena, John Bieber Sr., Jonas Lenster and others stood on the second altar. These people are all the mainstays of Maple Leaf City, either a powerful professional or a high-ranking noble. Although the people below cannot ascend the second-level altar, but they all tried their best to get closer to the front. Levi stood in the area outside the altar. The surrounding area was empty, and there was no one around. He was too lazy to squeeze in front. As long as he could see the scene on the altar, with his current eyesight, he could almost see the scene on the third-level altar clearly from this distance. Levi looked back at the people below, separated by hundreds of meters, or even thousands of meters. These people joining in the fun could not see the scene on the altar at all. I don't know why they are still so enthusiastic. Buzz? Levi's expression perked up, and he looked towards the height of the altar. The ritual of worshipping the gods is about to begin. The sacrificial objects prepared for the gods began to glow, converging at the center of the altar to form a pillar of light that reached straight into the sky. open a descending passage to the divine world.
Long live the Black Vatican! The Holy Spirit comes to the world! We will live forever!
Bang! There was a violent explosion in the crowd. There were heavy casualties. The beam of light reaching the sky was stained with blood. Chapter 221 The Evil God's Projection. Bang! 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 Explosions continued to ring out from the crowd. Crazy black cultists blew themselves up in the crowd, injuring innocent people. The light beam on the altar was also stained with blood. Oates' face darkened. The priest said anxiously,
City Lord, please find a way to stop them quickly. Otherwise the evil god may be attracted.
I know. Oates' eyes scanned the crowd in front of him. There must be something wrong with these people. Otherwise, even if the black cultists cause massacres among the crowd, they will not be able to interfere with the ritual of worshipping the gods.
Suppression!
Oates gave an order, and a group of professionals in casual clothes rushed out of the crowd. Levi looked up and looked surprised. He saw several familiar people. The 3 members of the Grass Fox team. Lania, Diaz and Lisa. Cunin was nowhere to be seen, and it was unknown whether he was still alive. Lena also saw her friend Susan in the crowd. These people are all Special Operations Forces affiliated with the City Lord Oates. All are made up of professionals. After professional training, they are already a strong force. The black cultists hidden in the crowd are ordinary people who have been bewitched. They were quickly suppressed by the professional Special Operations team. Soldiers evacuated the crowd and treated the wounded. Oates did not look at the chaotic scene below and turned to look at the priest.
Please continue the ceremony.
Hearing this, the priest quickly came to his senses and continued to conduct the ceremony. After spending a lot of additional sacrifices to dilute and clear the blood in the light beam, the ceremony returned to normal. Levi glanced around and felt that the matter was not over yet. On the altar, a professional suddenly twitched and fell to the ground.
Hey, what's wrong with you?
The people around asked quickly.
Don't come near him!
Someone shouted a warning not far away. Bang! The body of the fallen professional exploded, splattering several people around him with blood all over them. Others were unlucky enough to be injured by the explosion. After the explosion, a pool of twisted and strange runes composed of blood appeared on the altar. Levi was shocked.
This is the method of the blood cult. Are they joining forces with the black cult?
Bang, bang, bang. Several more professionals fell in the crowd. The person who reacted quickly shouted,
Stop them quickly!
A person fell not far from Levi. His whole body twitched, and blood spurted out from his 7 orifices, forming strange runes on the ground. Without thinking, Levi raised his hand and fired a fireball. Bang! The firelight engulfed the man's figure. Sizzle! Crackling! The uncured blood runes were scorched and lost their effect. The hot flames burned the body, turning it into ashes. Bang, bang, bang. Not so lucky in other directions. Even if you kill the fallen professionals, their corpses will still explode. It seems completely out of my control. The altar became chaotic. The light beam was dyed with another layer of red. Red and black. Oates' face didn't look good. He didn't expect so many people to be bewitched by evil cultists. It is impossible to prevent everyone from participating in the ritual of worshipping the gods, because they are also part of the ritual of worshipping gods. Faith is also a sacrifice that attracts the gods. The more people there are, and the more beliefs they have, the more powerful the gods they can attract. If you are well prepared, the gods may not come. If there is no one to witness it, the gods will definitely not come. Without Oates' order, the city lord's personal guards responsible for maintaining order in the crowd had already started to suppress the abnormal people. Lena wanted to go down and help. Old John stopped her.
Don't worry. Stay here.
Raina glanced at her father and wanted to say something, but fell silent again. She stood quietly, waiting for the gods to come.
The Holy Ancestor comes to this world. I will get eternal life.
A professional suddenly went crazy and started yelling. Then, rushed to the second-level altar.
Stop him!
The professionals standing in front are not weak. Most people are in the second or third level. However, an astonishing power burst out from that man. A burst of bloody energy exploded. In an instant, the power even exceeded the 4th level. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to step forward. Someone tried to stop the man from a distance, but it was completely useless. Rena looked at the people rushing over. Raise your right hand.
Welcome the Holy Ancestor to the world,
the man roared, and the bloody energy in his body became extremely manic. Bang! Self-destruct on the spot.
Absolute defense.
A golden wall formed by fighting spirit blocked the person. A self-destruction comparable to a 4th-level professional's full blow cannot shake the absolute defense. The force of the explosion was blocked. Absolute defense can block the explosion, but it cannot block the strange blood-colored runes from falling. Bloody runes fell on the altar. In the blink of an eye, the altar was dyed red. The light beam turned blood red, and there was an ominous aura. Reyna looked up and saw that the originally clear and bright sky was now shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The blood-colored light beam reaches straight into the dark clouds. Levi looked up and vaguely saw something moving. The huge shadow overhead wasn't a dark cloud at all. That is something out of this world. The size is unimaginably large, blocking large tracts of sunlight and making the sky appear to be covered with a layer of dark clouds. Oates had no expression on his face and took out a crystal filled with holy light from the space ring. He handed the crystal to the priest.
You know what to do.
The priest silently took the crystal and nodded vigorously. The worst situation has been reached. If the evil god is attracted, the altar will be destroyed directly. Avoid evil spirits from coming to the world. But in this way, the ceremony of worshipping the gods came to an end. At least for a few years. Oates will not have the opportunity to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony again. This ritual has consumed almost all of his net worth. A faint black shadow appeared in midair. The huge shadow occupies the entire sky, and its height exceeds thousands of miles. Levi retreated silently, preparing to run away. Something doesn't look good.
What are you doing?
There were exclamations from the altar. Martin, Comas and others looked at Jonas with wide eyes. Jonas holds a black heart in his hand. It was his own heart. He crushed his heart, and it exploded into black air and entered the altar.
Why are you doing this?
Old John looked at him, very puzzled. The Beaver family and the Linster family are both top families in Maple Leaf City. There are also many conflicts between the two families. Old John and Jonas can be said to be frenemies and friends. He couldn't understand it when he saw his old friend doing such a thing. This is totally out of character for Jonas. Jonas glanced at Old John and said calmly,
It's too late. Everything is too late. Arnold is the mastermind behind this.
Oates was shocked when he heard this. Jonas tilted his head, fell to the ground, and expired. The black gas that penetrated the altar dyed it black, and the light beam gradually turned from black red to pure black. The evil god's projection that was gradually emerging in midair began to fade. A huge black claw fell from the sky, tearing apart the projection of the evil god that was thousands of miles high. A crack opened in the sky, and a huge eyeball like a star appeared in the crack. The eyes of the stars turned and looked down at everyone. Everyone shuddered. Leeway looked at it, but it felt strangely familiar. Chapter 222 is coming. Arnold walked down the deserted street. He played with the demon-forbidden shackles and looked up at the star demon eyes that appeared in the sky. Arnold smiled. He succeeded. Bang! The magic-forbidden shackles fell to the ground. Arnold walked towards the outside of the city, away from Maple Leaf City. This city is about to be destroyed. When he reached the city gate, he suddenly stopped.
Oh, I almost forgot. I think I have a daughter here.
Dallas. Arnold shook his head and continued walking out of the city.
17 years of family love. This is also my sacrifice to Master Ubis.
He smiled and strode away. The guards at the door were shocked by the scene in the sky. Along the way, no one seemed to notice Arnold. In the city lord's palace, Delise stood by the window, looking at the stars in the sky with trembling eyes. She felt as if she was being targeted. Not only her, but everyone felt that they were being watched by the evil eyes of the stars. The body is extremely stiff, and it is difficult to move. Torresta stood on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower, looking at the scene in the sky outside. A voice came from the darkness behind.
What happened outside? I feel a terrifying aura. Could you have attracted the evil god? You are going to die anyway. Let me out quickly.
Torresta looked at the star magic eye quietly, seemingly unaffected. He turned and glanced into the darkness.
Don't think about it. If Maple Leaf City is destroyed, you will be buried with it.
When the voice in the darkness heard this, not only was it not angry, but it was filled with joy.
Finally, I know where this place is. Next time, if you see that kid again, let him come to Maple Leaf City to find me. One day, I will leave this lish place.
Torresta leaves the 7th floor. Harras looked at the stars in the sky and cursed.
This bullshit god sacrifice ceremony has to cause such a big fuss?
Lilia looked up and froze on the spot. Harras waved his hand, and power enveloped Lilia. She finally came to her senses and regained her mobility.
What the hell is that?
Lilia asked in horror. Heros said casually.
The evil god from outer heaven. Don't worry. Let's get out of this damn place quickly.
A shadow emerged from Heros's body, rolled up the two of them, and fled away quickly. Levi looked up at the star magic eye and felt his neck was a little sore. After looking at it for so long, he also saw some tricks. Aren't these the stars hanging high in the sky in the dream world? When Levi saw the 108 stars in the sky of the dream world for the first time, he felt that the stars were like eyes. Now it seems that these are really hacking eyeballs.
Is this thing Ubi's?
Levi thought in his heart. But if the star magic eye is Ubi's, what about that black claw that tore apart the evil god's projection just now? Oates lowered his head and said,
Let's do it.
The priest picked up the holy light crystal and walked towards the light pillar. He threw the holy light crystal into the light pillar. In an instant, the black light beam burst into holy light. The star demon eye noticed something, and a black light shot out of its eye. As the holy light crystal is thrown into the light pillar, the power of the star demonic eye is gradually excluded from this world. Everyone regained their mobility. Levi looked up and saw a figure emerging from the falling black light. When he saw that figure clearly, his pupils narrowed suddenly.
Tyr! Why is it him?
A 6-meter-tall evil god statue emerged from the black light. It could be barely seen that the evil god statue's face was somewhat similar to Tyr's. Tyr slowly opened his eyes. Nothingness fades away, and the world returns to perception. The moment he died in the explosion, his consciousness was taken away by a force, always wandering in nothingness. Until now, he finally returns to the world. Tyr became the carrier of evil gods coming to the world. He could recall the memories before his death, but he was indifferent, as if he had lost all emotion. The only thought in my mind was to let the great Holy Spirit descend. He looked down and dived towards the priest on the altar. The black storm turned into a big sword in his hands. A sword slashed out. The 100-meter-wide black sword energy hit the ground. The priest's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of horror. Such terrifying power made him tremble. Oates stood up with a solemn expression and drew the sword from his waist. He stepped on the ground suddenly, jumped up, and faced the falling black sword energy.
Break!
A flash of green light flashed in the sky. The green sword energy broke through the black sword energy, and the two forces exploded into violent winds that swept around. All the professionals on the altar were blown away. The ordinary people around were even more stunned. Levi looked up and saw Oates' figure slowly falling. He knows how strong Oates is. 5th level great swordsman. However, Tyr has gained the power of the evil god and become the incarnation of the evil god. The 5th level great swordsman also looked extremely weak in front of him. Tyr drew a line of sword energy casually. Oates tried his best to break it.
Dark storm!
Tyr raised his left hand, and black lightning flashed in his palm. Boom! Black lightning fell in midair, and the surrounding wind elements gathered crazily to form a dark storm. Terrifying black lightning flashed in the dark storm. Hoo ho ho! A dark storm descended on the crowd, sweeping the entire place. If this blow falls, I am afraid that ordinary people present will not be spared.
Holy protection!
The cleric activates the altar's defenses. The magic circle engraved on the altar burst out with all its energy, instantly forming a huge magic barrier.
Quick! Everyone hide in!
The soldiers loudly urged ordinary people to escape into the magic barrier. They had no time to escape, and the magic barrier was the only way to survive. Bang bang bang. The dark storm collided with the magic barrier, and the magic barrier shook violently. As soon as Oates landed, he shot into the sky again.
Wings of Wind Elf!
Comus casts a spell, adding wings to Oates. Oates glanced down and rushed towards Till in midair without looking back. On the ground, everyone tried their best to stop the dark storm. Stop the evil god Tyr. The weak professionals could not intervene in this battle, and could only look up at the sky nervously and pray for victory. Tens of thousands of people poured into the altar, making it extremely crowded. Levi walked out of the altar. Seeing this, the people next to him quickly squeezed forward and occupied the space vacated by Levi. He looked at the sky with solemn eyes. Oates is no match for the evil god Tyr. While fighting Oates, the evil god Tyr can also control the dark storm to attack the altar. He was not trying to destroy the altar. He just wants to kill everyone. Sacrifice to the evil god. Speed up the arrival of the evil god. If no one helps, Oates will definitely lose. Oates loses, and everyone else also dies. Levi was the only one present who could intervene in the fight. But he only has one chance. If you fail, you will be madly pursued by the evil god Tyr.
Chapter 223 Senior Team Battle. This power? The evil god has come? In Maple Leaf City, an old man in the Professionals Association slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. He walked into the room and put on the armor that had been collecting dust for a long time. Walking towards Chief Galpa, Torresta's body was sitting on the 6th floor, motionless. On the street, a middle-aged man walked slowly out of the city. One step would take him 10 meters away. Within the Mages Association, the president of the Mage Association walked out of the room and looked at the black light pillar reaching the sky. Feeling frightened in his heart, he suddenly moved and felt something. Looking down, he saw an additional figure in the yard. Teacher! The president of the Mage Association shouted quickly. You stay here. I'll go take a look. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Not only the Professionals Association and the Mage Association, but also the Warriors Association, the Assassin Association, and the Archers Association. The power of the evil god tier alarmed all the hidden masters in Maple Leaf City. These characters no longer appear in front of the world. Just sit quietly. Now, on the battlefield again. Bang! The evil god tier knocked Otzi to the ground with one blow, making a big crater. Oates struggled to get up and vomited blood from his mouth. He has used potions to stimulate his potential, but he is still no match for the evil god tier. If you hadn't just obtained the power of the evil god, you wouldn't be very proficient in using it. He has already died at the hands of the evil god tier. Levi waited silently for the opportunity. The evil god tier raised the storm sword in his hand, and terrifying power emerged from the sword. A black sword light shot straight into the sky. A sword struck down. The sword light split the sky and the earth, trying to split the world in half. Oates faced a life and death crisis. His muscles tightened, and the fighting spirit roared in his body. There was only sword light left in his eyes. It was as if the whole world had been split open by sword light. Can't stop it! Can't stop it at all! Oates' intuition warned wildly. Guard! Solid as a rock! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Oates. Oates was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he felt that the person standing in front of him was not a person. Rather, it is a thick and stable mountain. Bang! The sword light fell to the ground, and a crack thousands of meters wide opened in the ground. Oates stood there, unharmed. Behind him was the earth split open by sword light. Ahem! Bah! The old knight coughed and spat out bloody spit. He looked up at the sky and smiled wildly. Nothing more than that. Poof! The armor on his chest cracked and blood spurted out. But he didn't care and kept laughing. Ha ha! Looks like I'm not too old to move yet. Stop being so arrogant. What are you planning to do? A middle-aged man with white hair appeared next to Oates. He raised the bow, an arrow in his hand, and aimed at the evil god tier in midair. An arrow of destruction. The moment he drew his bow and arrow, it seemed as if the light of the entire world was focused on his arrow. Stretch. The arrow of destruction flew towards the evil god tier in the air. The evil god tier wielded his sword and struck the arrow of destruction. The arrow of destruction directly penetrated the sword and hit the chest of the evil god tier. Bang! A big hole opened in the chest of the evil god tier, and half of his body collapsed. The power of the evil god tried to repair the broken body. However, he discovered that a strange force lingered in the wound, making it impossible to recover. The power of the evil god kept clearing away that strange power, and the recovery from injuries was slow. After losing half of his body, the evil god tier's strength decreased slightly. He concentrated, unable to sustain the dark storm any longer. The dark storm exploded and turned into a dark wind sweeping the world. Everyone was shrouded in the wind of darkness and could not see clearly what was happening outside. The evil god tier lifted the pure sword, and the holes in the sword were disappearing. He wanted to kill the 3 people on the ground with his sword. A dark shadow appeared behind him. Poof! The neck of the evil god tier was severed. The head falls. There was still a look of surprise in his eyes. He was completely unaware of the assassin sneaking up behind him. The headless body swung the sword and swept across the back. The assassin quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The head flew back to the neck, tightly closed, and reconnected. The evil god tier has no vital points, and is immortal in a certain sense. Meteor technique! A meteorite roared down from the sky. It streaked across the sky and turned into a meteor, falling towards the evil god tier. The power of the meteorite technique is immense. It can even destroy a city. However, there was too much movement. The evil god tier noticed the explosion in the sky and looked up to see the falling meteorite. When the meteorite got close, he split the meteorite in half with one strike of his sword. Bang! Boom! The meteorite exploded and scattered into countless rubbles falling to the ground. Everyone looked at the evil god Tyr and felt extremely troubled. The strength of the evil god Tyr has reached the peak of the 5th level. However, the power of the evil god gives him nearly infinite power and immortality. Even if a 6th level professional comes, he may not be able to kill him. Buzz! The altar shook, and the light beam turned pure white. Oates saw this and shouted, "His connection with the evil god has been severed!" After everyone heard this, they all understood what it meant. This means that Tyr no longer has endless power, meaning he can be killed. The old knight raised his shield, laughed loudly, and rushed towards the evil god Tyr. Activate the taunting skills and roar in war. The evil god Tyr was out of control and fell from midair to attack the old knight. Bang, bang, bang. The old knight continued to resist the attacks of the evil god Tyr. After the distance between the two parties is close to 20 meters, his whole body was shaken. An illusory chain extended from his body and wrapped around the evil god Tyr. War shackles! The enemy, imprisoned by the yoke of war, could not move more than 20 meters away from him. Others took the opportunity to attack. An arrow of destruction. Dagger storm. Blood rage. Earth-shattering slash. Petrification. 9 consecutive blasts of wind. Everyone took out the big move from the bottom of the box to greet the evil god Tyr. The evil god Tyr roared, and the power of the evil god exploded from his body. Attack against attack. Boom. Bang. Several forces collided with each other, erupting with extremely astonishing power. In an instant, 4 figures were blown tens of meters away and landed hard on the ground. The old knight lay on the ground, his whole body in great pain, struggling to get up. The armor on his body was completely broken, covered in blood, and half of the shield in his hand was left. The other 3 were no better. They all looked seriously injured and embarrassed. Oates' right arm was broken and hanging by his side, and he could no longer even pick up his sword. Call! A gust of wind blew across the battlefield. The dust gradually dispersed, revealing the figure inside. The evil god Tyr stood in a big pit. His body was in tatters, and there were blood holes everywhere. Half of the head was cut off. The wound no longer heals. "Keep attacking!" shouted the old knight. "Stop shouting! Lao Chiao's hand is broken." The assassin spat out a few broken teeth and said in a hoarse voice. The archer's left arm was cut off at the root, leaving only one hand, unable to draw a bow. "Old M.O.!" Maurice raised his staff with difficulty and tried to cast a spell. Severe pain distorted his face. His legs were severed. Chapter 224 The Curse of the Evil God. Both sides suffer. Both sides have lost their fighting capacity. However, the evil god Tyr seems to be in better condition. Although his injuries are no longer recovering, they do not affect his actions. The evil god Tyr walked towards the nearest person. Morris was extremely anxious, and he suddenly thought of someone. "Toresta!" Morris shouted to the sky. He saw Toresta coming too. When the others heard this, they looked hopeful. Call! In the sky, a blue fireball fell. It seemed that Toresta had answered their call. The evil god Tyr felt the violent magic fluctuations in the air and raised his head suddenly. Seeing the blue fireball, the anger in my heart was instantly aroused. At the same time, there is the fear that cannot be erased. Ah! The evil god Tyr looked up to the sky and roared. He looked around for his enemy. The super blue fireball fell and hit the evil god Tyr, whose power was greatly reduced. Boom! Bang! The expressions of several people around him suddenly changed. Hack! Oates couldn't help but curse, because they are also within the fireball explosion range. The super blue fireball expanded hundreds of meters in an instant, swallowing everything within the range and melting everything. The ultimate firepower. The shock wave of the explosion spread to the defensive barrier of the altar, and the barrier continued to vibrate. Everyone in the barrier thought that the evil god Tyr was back. All looked worried and panicked. The firelight dissipated, revealing the scene of the explosion. A large crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground. The evil god Tyr stood at the bottom of the pit. He is still alive. Only half of the body remains. Click, click, click. The charred flesh and blood shattered and fell, and the remaining body aggregated to form a new body more than 2 meters high. The evil god Tyr looked up into the distance, his eyes showing great anger. Everyone who was affected and almost turned into coke saw that the evil god Tyr was still alive. Everyone looked shocked. Ruined! Everyone was desperate. Everyone knows that planning such a horrific attack is not easy. Otherwise,
Toresta wouldn't have remained silent. He must have been accumulating energy and brewing spells. One blow failed to kill the evil god Tyr, and there was no second chance. Regardless of how much mana such a terrifying attack consumes, the time it takes to cast the spell alone is enough for the evil god Tyr to kill them all. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but despair. Levi threw the second super blue fireball in his hand. He was thankful in his heart that he had saved a hand. Before launching the attack, he was afraid that a fireball would not kill the evil god Tyr. After throwing the fireball, he immediately prepared the second super fireball. The evil god Tyr flew up and rushed towards the direction of the super blue fireball. Armored man, die! Call. Another super blue fireball appeared in the sky. Everyone looked shocked. Unbelievable. The evil god Tyr showed a clear expression. Ha ha. I was deceived by you once last time. And you want to deceive me a second time using the same trick? How could such a terrifying attack be carried out twice in a row? This fireball must be an illusion. Last time, Levi made him suffer a loss. Evil god Tyr ignored the flying super blue fireball and rushed towards Levi. Don't give him a chance to escape. Levi looked surprised. He was also afraid that he would not be able to hit the evil god Tyr. Why did this guy bring it up by himself? Bang! The fireball exploded in midair. The brilliance of the explosion even overshadowed the brilliance of the sun. Several people on the ground were shaken by the dazzling light and shed tears. Countless people in the defensive barrier covered their eyes and screamed. The wind of darkness had been blown away by the shock wave of the first fireball explosion. Now, everyone faces the brilliance of the super fireball. The evil god Tyr, who was at the center of the explosion, had only one thought in his mind. Hack! It's true. Then, his consciousness was erased and disappeared between heaven and earth. Hoo ho ho! The fire faded. The violent winds generated by the explosion's shock wave are still howling. Levi stared at the center of the explosion. Seeing that the evil god Tyr had disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, suddenly, I felt numbness on the top of my head and looked up. The evil eyes of the stars behind the cracks in the sky that were about to disappear were staring at him. This time, just stare at him. Levi was stiff and unable to move. Thoughts are frozen. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground. The gap in the sky closed, and the star magic eye disappeared. But Levi felt cold all over, and a strange force surged into his body. Bang! Levi fell to the ground, creating a crater. Fortunately, he was protected by invisible armor and was not injured. It took a long time for him to recover and regain some mobility. Shadow attendant, take me away. When Levi resumed his thinking, the first thing he did was to ask Shadow attendant to take him away. Not long after he left, Oates' figure appeared not far away. He comes looking for Toresta. Only a hole left on the ground was seen, and no one was found. After searching around and finding no trace, he went back to look for the others. Levi sat behind Shadow attendant and quickly moved away from the battlefield. His face looked a little ugly. Curse of the evil god, god level, 7 rings. He didn't know what the 7 rings were, but the evil god's curse was definitely not a good thing. Levi was very upset. The mighty evil god actually targets a little mage like him. Is it embarrassing? Cursed by the evil god, Li Wei had no intention of staying on Chi Feng Gopa and returned to the mage tower. Return to the mage tower. Climb up to the 6th floor to find Tora's tower. Teacher, something bad has happened. I have been cursed by the evil god. Toresta was also a little surprised. Let me see. Mental power swept through Levi's body, and Toresta fell silent. After a moment, he said, the curse is hidden too deep, and I can't even see it. Seeing that Toresta had no choice, Levi sighed. Well, don't worry. The evil god's curse is not uncommon. Priests have many ways to remove the curse. When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved. Is there a priest in Maple Leaf City? Toresta said. You go to Oates. He will help you. Levi remembered that there were several priests around Oates. It was the person he specially invited to preside over the ceremony. The status should not be low. Buzz. Golden light bloomed from the sky, and a huge white shadow towering over the sky emerged. Levi subconsciously turned his head to look. He was surprised. What is that? Toresta said. Projection of the gods. Sacrifice ceremony? Li Wei was a little surprised. He thought that the ritual of worshipping the gods had failed. Unexpectedly, he finally succeeded in summoning a god. The god sacrifice ceremony was still going on. And Levi had to wait for Oates and others to return to Maple Leaf City before looking for him. See if there is any way to remove the curse of the evil god from the body. Levi looked at the miracle for a while, then turned to look at Toresta.
Teacher, do you know what the curse of the 7 rings evil god is?
Chapter 225 The Unsolvable 7 Rings Curse.
Teacher, do you know what the 7 rings curse is?
Levi asked. Hearing this, Toresta pondered for a moment and said,
I have never heard of the 7 rings curse, but the 7 sins curse is quite famous.
Levi looked curious. Toresta said,
The 7 sins are the 7 original sins: pride,
wrath, greed, gluttony, lust, envy, and sloth. Usually the curse of the 7 sins only involves one of the 7 original sins. People cursed by arrogance will become extremely arrogant, and will perish in their arrogance. People who are cursed by rage become extremely manic in temperament, find it difficult to calm down, are prone to rage, and are easily angered. For those who are cursed by greed, their greed will be infinitely magnified. They are worried that if they are not enough, they will eventually die of greed. Those who are cursed by gluttony have no control over their eating habits and eat endlessly, devouring everything around them until they die. People who are cursed by astringent desires will have their astringent desires infinitely magnified. Their body and mind will be addicted to the astringent desires, and they will be unable to extricate themselves. They will die if their essence is exhausted. Those who are cursed by jealousy are jealous of everything, desire to be perfect, are selfish, jealous and self-destructive. People who are cursed by laziness are indifferent and extremely lazy. They are unmoved in the face of life and death. They die of laziness. The 7 commandments may have some connection with the 7 deadly sins.
Toresta made the decision. Since he had never heard of the 7 precepts, he didn't know what the 7 precepts curse was.
Thank you, teacher.
After leaving the 6th floor, Levi's heart was still heavy. He looked at the blue sky.
Forget it. What's the use of thinking so much? You don't even know what the curse is. The car has its own way to the mountain. As long as it's not a sudden death curse, there will be a way to solve it sooner or later.
The ritual lasts all day long, until dusk in the evening and sunset in the west. Everyone returned to Maple Leaf City one after another. Everyone is discussing what happened today. For most ordinary people, this is a spectacle that they may never see in their lifetime. There are also people who are in sorrow and pain. Their relatives and friends died on Chief Gopa and could never come back.
It's a pity that I didn't get the blessing from the gods. Who did you see blessed by the gods? There are less than 10 people in total, and I can't see clearly even from behind. I heard that there is an ordinary boy who has been blessed by the gods. The city lord's palace has recruited him into the palace. He jumped over the dragon gate and soared into the sky. It is really enviable. Toresta, why did you leave without saying a word?
Stop pretending.
If you don't take action, the evil god's incarnation may not be able to kill him. It's a pity. Why would Tyre seek refuge with the evil god? The Leinster family has also been liquidated by the city lord's palace. I'm afraid it will plummet. The talented knights of the Bieber family have been blessed by the gods again. This time, the Golden Shield family may not become the #1 family in Maple Leaf City. Ahem. I said it wrong. I'm afraid I won't become the first family in the Baishian kingdom. Oh, is there anything else?
Toresta said lightly.
It's rare to see old friends again. Why are you so anxious to drive us away?
After a little understanding, you will know that Blue Fireball is the signature spell of the Armored Man. Toresta is also the Armored Man's master. Of course he can also use Blue Fireball. Everyone believed that the person who killed the evil god Tyr was Toresta. Toresta didn't explain either. Late at night, Levi sat in his room, thinking intently. He was thinking about one thing. Can you still enter the dream world now? The 8 times speed time in the dream world is too tempting. It can reduce a lot of the time required to practice spells. But the problem is that Yubisai has already cursed himself. If we go to its territory now, wouldn't we be asking for death? Li Wei thought for a long time, and could not come to a conclusion. He was extremely confused inside.
What the L is the 7 rings?
After struggling for a long time, Levi made a decision. Let's not go to the dream world yet. If there is no danger in going to the dream world, it will not take more than 1 day. I will go to Oz tomorrow and ask the clergy to help solve the curse. The next day, early in the morning, Levi came to the city lord's mansion early to visit Oates. Due to the performance of
Toresta
yesterday,
Oates attached great importance to his only nominal disciple. Moreover, Oates was already optimistic about Levi and had invited him to join the city lord's palace many times.
"Lord, City Lord, I have something to ask of you,"
Levi said.
"Oh, just say anything. If I can help you, I will definitely help you,"
Oates said.
"I am cursed by an evil god."
As soon as Levi finished speaking, Oates's expression changed. The evil god is now a thorn in his side. After a moment, Oates came to his senses. His face softened, and he said,
"Do you want to find a priest to remove the curse? Well, please ask the city lord for help."
Oates agreed immediately and said,
"No problem. I'll take you there now."
Several priests temporarily stayed in the city lord's mansion. The temple belonging to the Baishian kingdom is under construction. When the temple is built, they will become the first batch of priests in the Baishian kingdom. This is also the reason why a few people are willing to travel thousands of miles from the distant Middle-earth continent to come to the north. Building a new temple from scratch is a huge achievement.
"Bishop Dix, I have a favor for you,"
Oates told Dix about Levi. Dix frowned and looked at Levi, staring at him intently for a moment. He shook his head and said,
"I didn't feel the breath of the evil god. Since you said he was cursed by the evil god, I will try to see if I can expel him. Please come in."
Dix invited Levi into the temporary temple. Although it is a temporary temple, it is fully equipped with everything you need. It is completely a miniature version of the temple. Levi looked at the statue and found that the statue looked very new, somewhat similar to the figure of the god who descended yesterday. Face blurred. Because the gods cannot be looked at directly, no one knows what the gods look like. Levi entered a prayer room under Dix's arrangement. Dix arranges rituals around him to dispel the curse. He asked Levi to sit in the center of the ritual formation. Then they began to sing praises to the gods and pray for a hint of divine power to come. Now, the gods are watching Oates. It was easy for Dix to summon a ray of divine power. He splashed the holy water, and the divine power fell on Levi along with the holy water. Levi felt warm and like he was basking in the sun. For a long time, Dix stopped moving. He looked at Levi and said calmly,
"You don't have the curse of the evil god on you."
Levi stood up and said in surprise,
"Impossible."
Dix stared at him for a while and said,
"Although I don't know why you are so sure that you are cursed by the evil god, I can feel that you are not lying. Maybe the curse is too powerful, and I can't sense it. You can go to the great temple in Middle-earth and ask the Red Archbishop to help expel the curse."
Levi and Dix walked out of the room. He looked at Dix.
"Thank you, Bishop Dix. You are welcome. If you have a chance, go to the Temple of Light. They are the best at dealing with curses."
Chapter 226 Harvest. After more than half a year, Levi returned to the Mage Tower.
"Teacher, Bishop Dix said that he did not sense the curse of the evil god at all. I also performed the ritual to expel the curse, but nothing happened."
He told Toresta what had happened. See what he has to say. Toresta said,
"It seems that the curse of the evil god on you is not simple. Maybe you need to go to the Temple of Light. You will go to the Elemental Tower in a few days. The Elemental Tower is not far from the Temple of Light. You can pay a visit."
Levi nodded.
"That's all."
He was a little worried.
"What if I can't find the problem in the Temple of Light?"
Toresta said.
"Then I'm afraid the real gods will take action. Don't worry too much. If the curse can't be found in the Temple of Light, maybe the curse doesn't exist at all."
Levi believes more in panels. Toresta paused for a moment and said,
"There is another possibility."
Levi raised his head, looked at him, and waited for him to speak. Toresta said,
"If you are not cursed, but blessed, the expulsion ritual will not have any effect."
Levi, he still can't tell the difference between blessing and curse? Besides, why did the evil god give him a blessing? Did he take a fancy to him and choose him to be the follower of the evil god? This is even bigger trouble, Levi said.
"Then don't disturb the teacher. I'll leave first."
Night. In the study, Levi looked at Shadow Attendant and said,
"Look at me. Wake me up in 1 minute. Use any means." "Okay, Master."
There is no way to keep hiding. The more you avoid, the more you fear. Levi plans to face his fears. He used the great sleepwalking technique and came to the safe house in the dream. He looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing unusual has happened in the safe house yet. He looked out the window, and there was still an endless river of dreams outside. A red giant star is located at the end of the long river of dreams. It was as if all the dream rivers flowed into the red giant star. Leeway looked up and saw 107 stars of different colors hanging high in the sky. Nothing seems to have changed. Suddenly, his eyes froze, and he stared at the purple-black star in the sky for a long time. The purple-black star is the star magic eye that appears on the high slope of Qifeng. Under his gaze, the purple-black stars remained unchanged.
Is that Ubas?
Levi was not sure either. It is good news that there is nothing unusual about the dream. Call. The safe house shook violently, and a feeling of withdrawal came. Levi returned to the real world. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Shadow Attendant shaking him.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Shadow Attendant stopped.
Put me down!
Shadow Attendant put the lifted Levi on the ground. Levi looked at him speechlessly.
If you wake me up, you don't have to lift me up and throw me away.
The Shadow Attendant tilted his head, with doubts in his eyes.
Didn't you say that I would call you by any means?
Levi felt the doubts in Shadow Server's eyes. He waved and sat down in his chair. Okay.
Go back.
The Shadow Attendant slipped into the shadow and disappeared. Boom. 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 Levi tapped his fingers on the table, thinking, although there is an evil god's curse on him, it seems to have no effect on him so far. Maybe in the future. It's better to get rid of this thing as soon as possible. Levi plans to only enter the dream world to practice spells in a safe house until the curse of the evil god is resolved. Standing in the safe house. Everything looks normal outside. It doesn't mean it's really normal. October 3rd. Levi was invited by Jimmy to the Spark Literary Club.
Isn't it okay if you just bring me the royalties? You still have to ask me to come over.
Jimmy smiled and opened the door and asked Levi to come in.
Masterly Wei. You will know when you go in.
Levi walked inside. Bang! Fireworks exploded. The interior of Xingho Literary Club was decorated festively. One banner read, celebrating the huge sales and huge profits of the Dragon Knight novel. It's really simple and easy to understand. Gus took the lead in applauding Levi, and others in the Spark Literary Club also smiled and applauded. Levi was a little surprised.
Why are you doing such a grand thing?
Gus smiled and said,
Of course there is great news. Jimmy, take Levi in quickly. Masterly Wei, follow me.
Several people walked towards the office of the president of Spark Literary Club. Merson and Monas are waiting here. The two of them had long heard the commotion outside, and when they saw the door open, they smiled and said,
Congratulations, Masterly Wei.
Li Wei looked at the two of them in surprise.
What's the good thing? Such an effort to mobilize the troops.
Merson and Monas looked at each other, and each grabbed a corner of the red cloth on the table. Call. The red cloth was pulled up, and the table was filled with shining gold coins. Merson smiled and said,
These are Masterly Wei's royalties.
Levi was a little surprised. He quickly reacted.
The traveling merchants from the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce are back?
Monas smiled and said,
Masterly Wei is still smart. The manuscript fee for September is 22 gold coins and 53 silver coins, and the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce's share is 586 gold coins, 47 silver coins, and 66 copper coins. There are a total of 609 gold coins here.
Li Wei was very surprised. He didn't expect that the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce would bring so much revenue. Gus also sighed.
I didn't expect to make so much money. According to the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce, revenue may be higher next year. They have already cooperated with local chambers of commerce and literary societies in some towns to stabilize sales channels. A few days ago, the Cornucopia Chamber of Commerce also discussed with the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce, and the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce agreed to take the novel to Middle-earth for sale.
Levi knew that the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce was the Chamber of Commerce in Bath. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Cornucopia Merchant Guild had such a big appetite. Not even the North could satisfy his ambition. He actually wants to get involved in the world of Middle-earth. Levi was naturally looking forward to it. He smiled and said,
Then I can't give up this cash cow.
Merson, Monas, and Gus all laughed out loud when they heard this.
Ha ha ha.
They all knew that Levi was leaving Maple Leaf City. The reason why Li Wei created such a big fight was because of this mentality. They are even more unwilling to give up Levi's cash cow. The popularity of the Dragon Knight novel has led to the development of Spark Literary Society's novels. There have been many popular novels. There is still a long way to go before the explosive Dragon Knight. But the future is promising. Spark Literary Society's revenue this year has increased tenfold compared to last year. No one wants to give up such a cash cow. Merson took the opportunity to invite Levi to lunch. After everyone gathered for lunch, Levi returned to the Mage Tower. He looked at the contribution on the magic badge and found someone to exchange it for money. Contributions are only useful in the magic tower. After leaving the magic tower and going to the elemental tower, gold coins are more practical. After exchanging all the contributions on hand, the gold coins in Levi's pocket jumped to more than 4 digits. Li Wei did a little inventory and found that the total assets reached 1,530 gold coins. This time, I was finally able to get off to a prosperous start. Chapter 227 Go to the Ring of Pride in the Elemental Tower. October 7th. The 4th floor of the Mage Tower. There were only 2 people, Levi and Toresta. Toresta is still a phantom. Levi looked at him and asked,
Teacher, which identity do I use to go to the Elemental Tower?
Toresta said,
Just use your current identity. It's okay if the top brass of the Mage Association knows about Kai's identity.
Levi nodded, indicating that he understood. Toresta said with a rare smile,
A second-level peak mage is not considered a weakling in the Elemental Tower. You have to change your character after you go there. The competition in the Elemental Tower is fierce. If you keep hiding your strength, you will lose some of the benefits you deserve. You can show some strength appropriately.
Levi nodded.
Yes, I understand.
He is better at playing the role of a normal second-level fire mage. Toresta took out a badge with the cross of light engraved on it.
Take this holy emblem of light and go to the Temple of Light. This will at least guarantee that you will see the Archbishop. Whether he is willing to help you depends on your own ability. If there is anything that cannot be resolved, you can contact me at any time. Although I have been away from the Elemental Tower for some time, there are still many acquaintances there.
Levi's heart moved slightly, thinking of Lilia.
Teacher, do you know Haros?
Toresta said.
Don't worry. Although he has a weird personality, he is a good person.
Levi nodded.
Okay, it's almost time. Let's go in.
Levi walked towards the teleportation array. Toresta stretched out his hand to activate the long-distance space teleportation array and sent Levi to the distant elemental tower.
Be careful. The first long-distance space teleportation will be a little uncomfortable.
Buzz. The mage tower shook. And in an instant, the light of the entire mage tower dimmed. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads. Martin and Koma stood outside, looking at the shaking mage tower with envy.
He's going! Yeah. Maple Leaf City can't keep such a genius.
The energy of the mage tower is concentrated into the long-distance space teleportation array. Silver light flashed, opening a space crack. A suction force instantly sucked Levi in. Levi seemed to have fallen headlong into the deep sea, surrounded by darkness and darkness, with occasional flashes of light. The terrifying space pressure squeezed his body. A thin layer of fragile silver light outside his body protected him from being crushed. Levi couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. He was afraid that the silver light would break and he would be crushed by the power of space. I don't know how much time passed before a white dot appeared in front of Levi's eyes. The white spots expanded rapidly, covering the field of vision in the blink of an eye. Bang! Levi landed on the teleportation square. He shook a few times, felt dizzy, and his stomach was churning. Fortunately, Toresta reminded him not to eat breakfast in the morning. Now he can't even vomit even if he wants to.
Vomit!
There was the sound of vomiting nearby. A young man in gorgeous noble robes knelt on the ground and vomited wildly. Levi closed his eyes, stood firm, and took a deep breath. After a dozen times, the dizziness disappeared and everything returned to normal. He just opened his eyes and looked at the scene around him. What comes into view is a huge teleportation square. From time to time, the silver light flashes, and someone appears or disappears in the square. After someone landed, they walked outside as if nothing had happened. Some people just lay on the ground, vomiting until they were half dead. Levi looked up and saw a huge floating island floating in midair, with a tall tower standing in the center of the floating island.
Is this the Elemental Tower? Brother, is this your first time here too?
After vomiting, the noble young man wiped his mouth and threw the silk scarf on the ground. His face was still a little pale. Levi nodded.
Well, how to get up there?
As an ordinary second-level mage, he should not be able to fly spells. Levi didn't think everyone relied on flying spells to fly up. After a cursory glance, most of the people around were first and second-level mages. Mastering the flying spell is highly unlikely. The young man smiled and said,
Someone should come to pick us up. My name is Carl. What's your name?
Levi glanced at his outstretched right hand and did not hold it. He said,
Levi.
Levi walked out of the teleportation square, seeing that he didn't shake hands with him. Carl was stunned for a moment. After reacting, He quickly walked outside. There was a cleaning magic circle on the teleportation square, and everyone's vomit was quickly swept away. Levi doesn't have to worry about stepping on dirty things. Outside the teleportation square, a group of people gathered together to chat. With a few people standing in the distance and looking out of place, Levi glanced at it and found that the people gathered together were all nobles. Those people are ordinary people.
Stop! Don't you see that these are all nobles? Go away! Don't be blind.
Levi was stopped by someone, and the other person's attitude was quite arrogant. He heard Hughes tell him that although the land of Middle-earth is extremely prosperous, the hierarchy is also extremely strict. Nobles and ordinary people are not the same class at all. Levi's feeling is not obvious yet in Maple Leaf City. I've just arrived at the elemental tower and haven't entered yet. Levi felt it. The nobles of Middle-earth really don't take ordinary people seriously at all. In their opinion, even Levi is a genius mage who can enter the elemental tower like them. Their status is also lower than theirs. Levi was too lazy to argue with these people, so he turned and walked aside. Several people standing nearby saw Levi approaching and wanted to say something. He glanced at the nobleman not far away and kept silent. Speaking ill of nobles at this time is definitely not good. Hoo ho ho! There was a sound of wind overhead. Levi looked up and saw a flying boat landing. He looked surprised and saw the magic flying boat for the first time.
Everyone going to the elemental tower should get on the flying boat.
The nobles boarded the flying boat one after another, and in a blink of an eye, the flying boat was filled with people. Several people walked towards the flying boat, wanting to get on. A noble on the flying boat said,
"We can't squeeze anymore. Let them wait for the next flying boat." "What level? You still want to take a flying boat with us?"
Hearing this, several people subconsciously stopped. Levi frowned. The person controlling the flying boat was not surprised, and said to the few people who had not yet boarded the flying boat,
"We can't sit down anymore. You wait for the next boat."
After saying that, he controlled the flying boat to fly towards the floating island. After the flying boat was far away, someone couldn't help but say,
"You can fit in a seat if you squeeze a little bit, but you have to make me wait for the next boat." "Damn it! These nobles are going too far. The next flying boat will have to wait until the afternoon." Alas! Another day wasted.
Levi looked up at the floating island and felt that the days ahead did not seem to be wonderful. Such are the class stereotypes among professionals. It's hard to imagine how big the gap is between ordinary people and nobles in Middle-earth. Is it too late to run now? Levi thought about this. Curse of the evil god, god level, the 7 rings of arrogance. Don't be arrogant and rely on others. Levi froze. The curse changed. What happened? He almost laughed out loud. What kind of curse? The arrogant one is obviously a noble, and has nothing to do with him. He is more arrogant than the nobles. Chapter 228 The Passive Curse. Levi was even more arrogant. He relies on his own strength and doesn't bother to compare with it. He relied on being well-informed and despised the backward feudal system.
Ring of Pride, no competition for being first.
Information about the Ring of Pride came to Levi's mind. The flow of information brought about by these evil gods' curses. As the name suggests, restricted by the Ring of Pride, Levi cannot attack others first, and can only passively counterattack.
This curse is real.
The power of a curse lingered around Levi. This force limits his power. The restriction is only lifted when he is attacked. Arrogant people are always arrogant, and they disdain sneak attacks. Levi thought the curse would cause serious harm to him. I didn't expect the curse's effect to be so abnormal. The deeper the curse of the Ring of Pride, the greater the restrictions. Now, Levi can still use his magic power to cast spells. It's just that you can't actively attack people. Under a deep curse, Levi is likely to lose his power and be directly restricted to become an ordinary person.
It is imminent to lift the curse.
He looked around and saw that the few people who had not been able to board the spaceship were looking for a place to sit down, preparing to wait until the afternoon. Levi has no time to waste here. First enter the Tower of Elements, then go to the Temple of Light to find someone to help lift the curse. Torresta said it. After arriving at the Tower of Elements, the first thing to do is to report. Only after becoming a student of the Tower of Elements can you move freely in Middle-earth. Only then did I have the opportunity to go to the Temple of Light. Levi cast the object control technique. No spells are used on others, and object control is not restricted by the Ring of Pride. The Ring of Pride's judgment is based on the willingness to attack. Levi would not be restricted if he did not have the will to attack. As long as you have the slightest intention to attack, even if you just want to deliberately hurt others with the aftermath, you will not be able to use your power. Two green phoenix wings appeared behind Levi, leading him to fly towards the floating island. Several people on the ground looked at him, all showing surprise.
The wings of the wind elf are so rich. A flying magic scroll probably costs 200 to 300 gold coins. It would be too wasteful to wait for the flying boat in the afternoon.
No one thought Levi knew how to use the sylph wings. Levi looks too young and doesn't look like a third-level mage at all. What's more, if he were a third-level mage, he wouldn't have to come here to wait for the flying boat. Fly directly from the teleportation circle to the floating island. Levi flew towards the floating island. The thing behind him is naturally not the third-level wind spell wind elf wings. This is the third level of object control. Before coming to the element tower, Levi had deduced the second-level perfect object control technique to the third level. The controllability of the third-level object control technique is further enhanced. Gradually evolve towards the direction of telekinesis. This allows Levi to do more with object control. One of them is body shaping. Before this, he could only directly use mana to wrap objects and move them, or turn the mana into the shape of a palm and restore it to the mage's hand holding an object. Now, Levi can use his object control technique to shape his magic into various shapes. For example, wings shaped like the wings of a sylph. The mana that incorporates wind elements into the shape of wings looks just like real wind elf wings. This is very useful for masking possession spells. Before, Weeks was coveting Levi's object control skills, which led to so many things that happened later. Levi didn't want to make the same mistake again. When a second-level mage learns third-level wind spells, people will be surprised and attracted attention. But it's better than casting an unprecedented flying spell. Levi flew to the floating island. The people on the flying boat were disembarking. When they saw Levi flying up, they all looked surprised.
Third-level mage? No, he is a second-level mage. He uses a magic scroll. What a waste!
Levi landed, and the wings behind him disappeared. He was wearing the second-level mage robe prepared for him by Toresta. There are 2 stars embroidered on the chest of the mage's robe. This is also the basis for some people to judge that Li Wei is a second-level mage.
Freshmen are here to report.
There is a small stall not far away with the words,
"Freshman reporting office."
Everyone walked towards that side one after another. Levi followed. Carl deliberately fell behind the crowd and went to the back.
Sorry, I couldn't help you just now.
He pointed out that the nobles were unwilling to let Li Wei and others board the flying boat. Levi said,
It's nothing. We're not familiar with each other either.
He didn't think about anyone who would help him for no reason. Carl came over to chat, just because he saw that he had a little bit of money-making ability. Seeing Levi's cold attitude, Carl did not continue to be hot-tempered. Levi walked to the registration desk. He saw the sign on the stall saying,
Reporting fee, 100 gold coins.
Pay 100 gold coins. Fortunately, he brought money. Otherwise, if he came empty-handed, wouldn't even reporting be a problem?
Do you want some tips for the entrance exam? 20 gold coins each. The test scores are related to the class you can be placed in. If you are placed in the bottom class, your future will be worrying. With my exam strategy, I can at least ensure that you get good grades above average.
Levi glanced at the pamphlet in his hand.
Thank you. No need.
Seeing this, the man shook his head and put away the pamphlet. Levi followed everyone towards the examination venue. The classes in the Tower of Elements are divided into levels according to the 7 colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The resources available to students in each class are also different. Red level is the lowest class and purple level is the highest. According to legend, this is the class level divided according to the level of the original mage. The original mages were divided into levels according to the 7 colors of the rainbow. Levels 1 to 7 correspond to the 7 colors of the rainbow. Levi arrived at the entrance examination area. The exam is arranged in a secret place, divided into 2 levels. The first level is a test of magic theory, 50 points. The second level is the actual mage battle, 50 points. A total of 100 points. Levi showed his magic badge, and the mage guarding the entrance to the secret realm took a look and said,
Go in.
Enter the secret realm of exams. Levi couldn't help but sigh at the richness of the elemental tower. He even directly created a secret realm to specifically test the students. After entering the secret realm, Levi saw that everyone was wrapped in a ball of light and could not see clearly the figures inside. A question appeared in front of Levi's eyes. After an hour, the ball of light shattered, and Levi's exam ended. Score, 10 points. This is still a problem of spell deduction that Levi is good at. Otherwise, It's just 0 eggs. Levi had never heard of the magic theories and magic terms in many of the topics. He is a purely practical person and knows nothing about theory. He is good at fighting. So let him study magic. But he doesn't understand anything.
It's hard to stand up. It's a bad start.
Li Wei walked towards the depths of the secret realm. The surrounding scene changed, and he appeared on a ring. The arena is 100 meters in diameter and circular. The figure of a second-level green steel wolf monster emerged.
Defeat the King Lang and complete the practical exam.
Levi couldn't see. In the audience seats around the ring, the elemental tower instructors were all surprised when they looked at Li Wei's theoretical results.
Such a poor theoretical score? How did he reach the second level of cultivation? It's too irresponsible for the Mage Association to select talents and send people like this who are completely dependent on resources. The information says he is only 16 years old. Huh? A 16-year-old second-level mage has this much ability? The Mage Association is so bad. Even his age is fake.
Chapter 229. Who is barking? Li Wei looked at King Lang. Didn't take the time to cast the spell. The curse of the Ring of Pride restrains him. You must be attacked before you can attack the green steel wolf. Before that, as long as he had the slightest intention to attack, the power in his body would be restricted and unable to be used. These are the shackles that trap him. The cruelest curse. The green steel wolf wandered around the ring, approaching Levi. Look for opportunities to attack. Soon, it discovered, there was no need to look for opportunities, because the humans on the other side showed no defense at all. Seeing this, the Qinggang wolf rushed directly towards Li Wei. In the audience, everyone felt worse and worse as they watched.
He doesn't even have the consciousness to fight. It seems like he really just relied on resources to get up to this level. Eliminate them. Keeping such people will only bring discredit to the elemental tower. We must severely criticize the Mage Association. How did they conduct the review? They could allow such people to come in.
Some people couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and left. The green steel wolf pounced on Levi, opened its bloody mouth, and bit his head. Everyone watched silently, and no one stopped him. This is just an illusion in the secret realm. Even if Li Weijian is bitten, he will not die. The next second, bang! A ball of flame exploded from the King Ganglang's mouth, and then he fell to the ground, dying. Everyone froze in place.
What's the situation? What just happened? Why did King Lang die?
Although the illusion is an illusion, it is also created based on the strength of the real second-level magic beast King Lang. This also means that Levi just killed a second-level monster in an instant. It is not difficult for a second-level mage to instantly kill a second-level monster. But the problem is, he didn't cast the spell at all. In other words, no one saw him cast the spell. So King Lang died inexplicably. The instructors who were just about to leave also stopped and turned to look at the ring.
Put in another monster and replace it with a second-order rock-armored turtle.
Soon, the body of King Lang disappeared. A second-order rock-armored turtle appeared in the arena. When Li Wei saw this, he just thought that the exam was still going on. He looked at the rock-armored turtle, which huddled in its SHL, and looked at him. Their eyes met, and no one attacked first. There was silence for a long time, and everyone in the audience couldn't stand it anymore.
What the HL is he doing? Why not attack the rock-armored turtle? Let the rock-armored turtle attack him.
After receiving the order, the rock-armored turtle reluctantly emerged from the SHL and attacked Levi. The carapace on the back of the rock-armored turtle has spikes as thick as a finger. Bang! There was an explosion, and countless spikes flew towards Levi. Dang! 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 A shield composed of hexagonal crystals stood in front of him, blocking all spikes. Levi felt the ring of arrogance around him weakening rapidly. He raised his hand and threw a fireball. Call! The fireball flew towards the rock-armored turtle. Everyone in the audience looked surprised.
What kind of defensive spell is this? Why didn't you see him cast a spell? Fireball?
Boom! Bang! The fireball hit the rock-armored turtle and directly blew the rock-armored turtle over with its amazing defense. The extremely strong turtle SHL on the back cracked. Everyone in the audience was extremely shocked.
What kind of fireball technique is this? Why is it so powerful? The rock-armored turtle's SHL is broken, and the power of his fireball spell is probably comparable to the third-level spell. This is too outrageous. No matter what, the fireball technique is only a first-level spell. How did he do it? Incomprehensible.
Someone suddenly clapped his hands and said, I know. Others turned to look at him. The man said,
It must be because his extraordinary characteristics are very powerful.
Everyone was speechless. He still needed to say this.
But the question is, what are his extraordinary characteristics? It doesn't say anything in the information. As mentioned here, what was initially awakened was the extraordinary characteristic of the elemental side. So it may be the extraordinary characteristic that increases the power of fire spells. It's too perverted to increase the power of a first-level spell to a third level. The specific situation is still unknown. What should we do now? If we look at the current situation, he can get a full score in actual combat. But his theoretical score is too poor. Even if he gets a full score in actual combat, he only has 60 points. 60 points can only be assigned to the red class.
Everyone looked at each other.
What should we do? Although it's a pity. According to the rules, it can only be like this.
Okay.
Let him leave the secret realm. The exam is over.
Levi heard the sound. And then a white light lit up in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, he had already appeared in the square outside the secret realm. Everyone is discussing the results. Looking forward to what class I will be assigned to. Leeway hasn't seen his actual results yet. He didn't know what to do. Not long after, everyone's names appeared on a stone tablet in the secret square. Levi found his name at the end. The total score is 60 points. Ranking 6th from the bottom. Was assigned to the red class. He is a second-level mage. So he directly becomes a second-year student in the red-level class. Equivalent to a transfer student. After being assigned to a red-level class. If you want to change classes, you have to wait for the big exam at the end of the year. If you do well in the college entrance examination, you will have the opportunity to enter a better class. No one from this batch entered the purple class. The most powerful one had a total score of 94 and was assigned to the blue class. There is only one person in the blue class.
Carl?
Levi looked at the names of those who entered the blue class with a hint of surprise. Unexpectedly, Carl, the most inconspicuous person, actually showed the best results. Carl, who entered the blue class, was surrounded by everyone and the stars were cheering him up. From a little unknown mage, he has become a hot figure in the eyes of everyone. Carl saw Levi and walked towards him with a smile. He greeted confidently.
Levi.
Levi nodded and said,
Congratulations.
Carl asked.
Which class are you assigned to?
Levi said.
Red level class.
When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter.
Ha! What are you pretending to be? What's the use of having money? You didn't get your level by relying on money. Right. You are not suitable to be a mage. So you should go back and inherit the family property honestly.
Everyone laughed at Levi. They thought Carl was looking for Levi just to laugh at him. Only a few people in the crowd did not speak, because they are also from the red class. Some people even have lower scores than Levi and have no shame to speak. When Carl heard this, his expression froze, and he felt a little embarrassed looking at Levi. I felt that I had caused him to be criticized. Levi looked indifferent.
Is the dog done barking? Get out of the way and stay out of the way.
When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. One person said angrily,
Who do you think you are? How dare you scold me? I don't know how high the sky is, but just because you, a commoner, dare to contradict a noble, you should be dragged to death. Don't stop me. See if I don't kill him.
One person rushed out and glanced at the people around him awkwardly. I thought, I'm just talking. Why don't you stop me?
What's the noise? What happened?
Members of the Elemental Tower Disciplinary Committee saw the conflict breaking out here and came over to check the situation. Chapter 230 Mentor.
What's going on? What are you doing here?
Members of the Elemental Tower Disciplinary Committee came over and questioned everyone. Someone saw the red Discipline Inspection Commission logo pinned to his arm. Immediately shouted,
He insulted the nobles.
The student from the Discipline Inspection Commission glanced at the speaker, looked at Levi, frowned and said,
Why are you scolding him?
Leeway said calmly,
Is it illegal to curse people?
The faces of the Discipline Inspection Committee students froze. I didn't expect Leeway to be so disrespectful. He glanced at Levi and smiled.
Ha ha. The new guy doesn't understand the rules? Then let me teach you the rules of life.
He waved his hand. His face darkened and said,
Take him away. I suspect you are carrying prohibited items. Please follow me to the Discipline Inspection Commission for investigation. Be honest and let him go, and you will suffer less.
With that said, several people were about to arrest Leeway. When the people around him saw this, they all looked like they were watching a good show. Many people were angry at what Levi just said. now seeing that he is about to be taken away by the disciplinary committee. Many people have proud smiles on their faces. Carl said quickly.
Wait a minute. Is there some misunderstanding?
The members of the disciplinary committee looked at him and asked,
Who are you? Carl is also a new student.
Members of the Discipline Inspection Commission showed disdain.
Just assigned to the blue class.
A smile appeared on the face of the member of the Discipline Inspection Commission.
Oh, it turns out he is the new junior student. It's okay. It's just a routine investigation. He won't be harmed. The investigation will be released soon.
When the members of the Discipline Inspection Commission heard that Carl was assigned to the blue class, their expressions and attitudes immediately changed. Explained to him in a nice voice. But there was no intention of letting him go. He only explained because Carl was a student in the blue class. Otherwise, just take it away with one sentence and
that's it.
No explanation needed. It was impossible to let Levi go. And no one could let him go. Otherwise, where would the Discipline Inspection Commission's face be? A freshman dares to contradict the law enforcers of the Commission for Discipline Inspection so arrogantly. Who will take the Commission for Discipline Inspection seriously in the future? Levi must be punished. Be upright and strict.
Take him away.
2 law enforcement officers from the Discipline Inspection Commission walked up to Levi, preparing to catch him and take him away. Call. A gust of wind blew. A figure fell from the sky. An old man with messy white beard fell in front of Levi. He looked at Levi and asked,
Are you Levi? A disciple of Toresta?
Levi was a little surprised, nodded and said,
Well, I am Levi. Who is your senior?
The old man with a white beard smiled and said,
I am a good friend of your master. He entrusted me to be your mentor during your further training in the Element Tower. My name is Zogvarun. You can just call me Mentorvarin. Hello, Teacher Warren.
Levi saluted and greeted. Warren stretched out his hand and patted Levi on the shoulder, looking a little funny. Levi was much taller than him.
Study hard. Toresta told me that you are a good boy.
Zogvarun glanced around.
What are you all doing here?
The student from the Discipline Inspection Commission said quickly.
I have seen the Archmage. We happened to patrol here and saw people gathering here. So we happened to come over and take a look.
He didn't say a word about Levi. When other people saw this, they all looked shocked. The people who were trying to catch Levi just now were also very shocked. Generally, new students will have the opportunity to choose a tutor after entering the class. Fortunately for Levi, before he even went to the red level class, a tutor had already come to him. Who can have such treatment? That is to say, students in purple level classes will only enjoy this kind of treatment of being competed by their instructors when they enroll. Even if Carl can enter the blue class, he just has more choices when choosing a mentor. Levi followed Zogvarun towards the Elemental Tower. The Elemental Tower is built on the floating island. And there is more than one tower on the entire floating island. A large city was built around the Elemental Tower. Relatives and servants of Elemental Tower students and mentors live in the city. There are also some descendants of the Elemental Tower masters. They did not leave the floating island and did not become mages. So they could only live in the city outside the Elemental Tower. The mages' relatives and servants have descendants. Therefore, there is a huge city on the floating island. Zogvarun took Levi to his manor. There is no one in his manor, and the servants are just a few magic puppets. The two of them walked and talked. Zogvarun asked,
Which magic class are you assigned to?
Levi said,
The 2nd grade of the red class.
Zogvarun stopped and looked at him in surprise.
Why were you assigned to the red class?
He was very confused. Although Toresta did not tell all the information about Levi. However, Levi was highly praised and highly regarded. Zogvarun naturally believed in the judgment of his old friend Toresta. Therefore, I was very surprised to hear that Levi was assigned to the worst red class. Levi said with some embarrassment.
My magic theory score was too poor. So I got 10 points. The total score was only 60 points. I was 6th from the bottom. So I was assigned to the red class. Is magic theory only 10?
Zogvarun shook his head. Suddenly, he froze on the spot.
Wait a minute. What's your total score?
Zogvarun asked with wide eyes.
60 points.
Levi replied. Zogvarun took a deep breath.
So your actual combat performance is perfect. Theoretical perfect scores have been seen occasionally, but practical perfect scores haven't been seen for more than 10 years. That group of people have very high requirements for actual combat, and they can find any flaws and deduct points.
The theories are all in books, and you can answer them if you are familiar with them. For students who have just entered the school, the Elemental Tower does not have many requirements. Levi thought about it and didn't know if he had any flaws. Probably not. If not attacking the enemy first can be considered a flaw, then he really has nothing to say. Mainly because Levi shocked the watching instructor too much. So much so that everyone forgot to investigate his flaws. More attention was paid to why he could instantly kill the rock armored turtle with one fireball, compared to the shock and surprise brought by Levi. It was no longer important whether he made the first move or not. Zogvarin said,
"It seems that Toresta didn't teach you much theory of elemental magic. After all, he is not good at it either. If you take the mental magic theory test instead, your results will definitely be good. So don't be discouraged."
Li Wei felt ashamed. Probably worse. Zogvarin said,
"Don't worry. Just learn the magic theory when you come to the element tower. For mages, knowledge is power. The higher the level, the more you can understand the correctness of this sentence. So, you have to lay a good foundation. Here we are. This is my manor. I usually live alone. You can live here too. After all, the students in the red level class are not assigned houses. If you go out, you have to find a place to live by yourself. Thank you, Teacher Warren,"
Levi said. Chapter 231 Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon. Levi walked into the manor. A magic puppet that looked like a butler came over to receive the two of them. Levi showed surprise when he saw the appearance of the magic puppet.
"Is this a magic butler? It's exactly the same as the Mage Tower in Maple Leaf City."
Zogvarin smiled and said,
"Of course. When Toresta built the Mage Tower, I was the one who helped."
Levi was stunned for a moment.
"Teacher, are you saying that the Wizard's Tower was built by my teacher?"
Zogvarin was a little surprised.
"Didn't your teacher tell you?"
Levi shook his head and said,
"No. I thought the Mage Tower had been there a long time ago."
Seeing this, Zogvarin didn't say much. The magic butler smiled and said,
"Master, the room has been cleaned."
Zogvarin nodded.
"Well, you take him there."
He looked at Levi and said,
"You go and look at the room first, and then come to my study. I will select some introductory books for you. You can read them and brush up on your magic knowledge." "Well, thank you, Teacher Valen. You are welcome."
The magic butler stretched out his hand and said,
"Please follow me."
Levi followed the magic butler to a guest room. And a magic puppet that looked like a maid came out of the room. The maid puppet saluted to Levi and then walked away. Levi walked into the room and found that everything was available in the room. There is a desk on one side and a large bed on the other. The bed has also been covered with soft gold goose down quilt. The room is filled with a fragrance of soothing incense. A plume of green smoke drifted from an incense burner. Levi took the salute out of the space ring and placed it in the room, which was regarded as check-in. Then, under the leadership of the magic butler, he came to Zogvarin's study. Next to the study is a spacious puppet factory that occupies half of the manor. That's Zogvarin's laboratory. Apparently, he should be a magic puppet master. The magic puppet master is one of the branches of the mage. It's like an illusionist among spiritual mages. Boom, boom, boom. Levi knocked on the ajar door of the study.
"Teacher Warren, come in. The door is open."
There was a sound coming from inside. When Li Wei heard this, he opened the door directly and went in. Zogvarin was drawing a drawing, with a large number of crumpled drafts lying next to him. Seeing this, Li Wei asked,
"I didn't disturb you, did I?"
Zogvarin shook his head and said,
"It's okay. These books are prepared for you. Take them back and read them."
He pointed to a pile of books on the floor. Levi looked surprised. Didn't he just read a few basic magic theory books? At a rough glance, there are at least 30 or 40 books here, all piled up into a hill. Levi put the books into the space ring.
"Thank you, Teacher Warren. I won't disturb you then."
Zogvarin immersed himself in the study of magical golems. Upon seeing this, Levi exited the room and closed the door for him. The magic butler said,
"Master has always been like this, so don't worry."
Levi glanced at him in surprise.
"You are more special than any magic puppet I have ever seen."
The magic butler smiled and said,
"When the master created it, he added emotions to it for me. Awesome."
Levi praised. From this incident, he almost understood how accomplished Zogvarin was with magic puppets. Being able to create magical puppets with emotions is definitely not an ordinary person. Levi returned to the room and thought about his next move.
"First of all, we need to find out where the nearest Temple of Light is."
He went directly to the magic butler.
"Where is the nearest Temple of Light?"
The magic butler replied,
"I don't know. If you need a map, You can go to the St. Villia Library in the Mage Tower.
Levi nodded.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Levi came to the St. Villia Library in the Mage Tower. To enter the library, you must have official student status in the Elemental Tower. Levi has not reported to the Red class yet. Seeing this, he could only go to the Red class first.
Hello. How can I get to the second grade Red class?
Levi asked passersby. Upon hearing this, the passerby mage pointed to the corner of the Mage Tower and said,
The Red class is in that corner, and the second grade class is on the second floor. Thanks. You're welcome.
When Levi got closer, he found stars in 7 colors painted on the wall here. Stars are objects that represent a mage's level. The 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple, represent the 7 levels of magic classes. The red level class is at the edge. The purple class is in the center of the Mage Tower.
It's really hierarchical.
Levi sighed and walked towards the red class. The further back you go, the fewer people there are.
What's going on? Isn't there anyone?
Levi walked to the door of the second grade red class and found that there were not many people inside.
Hello. I am a new student. Newcomer? What a misfortune for you. You were assigned to the red class.
Levi walked into the classroom and asked a little strangely,
Why is there no one here?
Someone replied,
Everyone who has something to do is trying to find a way to go to other classes to take classes. Of course there is no one here. Where's the teacher?
Probably still sleeping. Levi. It feels a bit different from what I imagined. In his opinion, even the worst red level class is still a group of the most talented mages. It shouldn't be much worse. After all, being able to enter the Elemental Tower means that you have entered the threshold of a genius mage. But the scene before him broke Wei's imagination. The teacher in the red grade class doesn't seem to be reliable either. It's already been a long day. Why are you still sleeping? Huh? A man walked in, still yawning and bleary-eyed. He rubbed his eyes and wiped away the gum from the corners of his eyes.
Are you a freshman?
Levi nodded.
Well, are you a teacher? That's right. I'm the substitute teacher for this year's second grade class. Study by yourself. If you don't understand anything, ask me. I'll sleep a little longer.
After saying that, the man walked directly to the recliner on the side, laid down and fell asleep. Levi was speechless. He woke up the teacher who had fallen asleep as soon as he lay down, took out his magic badge and said,
Teacher, my magic badge has not been certified yet.
The teacher heard this and remembered this.
Oh, give me the magic badge and I'll help you with it.
Levi handed him the magic badge. The teacher took the magic badge and his palm lit up with blue light. After a while, he handed the magic badge to Levi.
Okay, don't disturb my sleep if you have nothing to do.
Levi took the magic badge and showed a hint of surprise. The emblem of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower on the front of the magic badge has been replaced by the emblem of the Elemental Tower. He couldn't help but take a deep look at the teacher who was sleeping in. This person is anything but simple. There is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in the Tower of Elements. Modifying the graphics of a magic emblem is no simple matter. The magic badge is made of special materials, with extremely high magic resistance and extremely high physical resistance. The Maple Leaf City Mage Tower also requires special means to carve magic badges. This man can change the shape of the magic badge with just a touch of his hand. His power is astonishing. Chapter 232 Two Conditions. Levi sat in the red grade class all morning. Look at the theoretical basis of magic given to him by Varg. All morning, no one asked the teacher. He also slept in the classroom all morning. At noon, the man woke up on time.
Get out of class is over. There are practical classes in the afternoon. If you are willing to study by yourself, you can study here. If you want to go to class, go to the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. Goodbye.
Men finish class on time and leave on time. Levi put away the book and walked outside.
Oh, I feel worse and worse. I don't know if I will have the chance to go to the orange class this year. If there is no way, I may have to leave next year. If you stay here, you might as well go back. Stop complaining. Competent people never complain about the environment. If you really want to, wouldn't it be
okay
to go and seek refuge with those people? Forget it. It's not just that I don't want to be with them. That's why I'm still here.
When Li Wei heard this, his heart moved slightly. I sense that there seem to be some hidden secrets. Are there other reasons behind the large number of red level classes? Forming cliques? Levi shook his head. No matter so much. This has nothing to do with him. He is now thinking about how to lift the curse. During lunchtime, Levi ran to the Santa Villa library. After showing the magic badge, he successfully entered the library of Santa Villa.
Students in the red level class are allowed 1 hour of library use time every day, which cannot be accumulated.
Levi looked surprised. There are actually restrictions. He checked the rules at the door. The higher the level, the more time you can spend in the library each day. 1 hour for red level, 2 hours for orange level, and purple level magic class students have no time limit. Moreover, red level students are not allowed to borrow books from the library. Only students with a yellow level or above can take books out of the library. At the same time, as a red level student, Levi could only study on the first floor of the library.
The level is really harsh.
Fortunately, Levi found the map on the first floor of the library. Middle-earth map. Levi found the location of the elemental tower. The map stored in the St. Villa library specifically marked the location of the elemental tower and other 5 high-level mage towers. The Tower of Elements is located in the Western Desert Wasteland in the west of Middle-earth. The Western Desert Wasteland was originally a fertile land. A long time ago, this place was called Tianfu Oasis, until a super war broke out on this land, turning the entire Tianfu Oasis into a desert. So it was renamed Western Desert Wasteland. The elemental tower is still on the edge of the Western Desert Wasteland, and it is not yet the most deserted place. Walking inside, you will see the ancient battlefield left thousands of years ago. Countless ancient souls are wandering, unable to reincarnate and escape. Countless undead creatures were born. It can be described as purgatory on Earth. One of the reasons why the elemental tower is located in the Western Desert Wasteland is to guard the countless dead souls in the ancient battlefield of the Western Desert Wasteland. Prevent the countless dead souls that have gathered over the millennia from entering other areas of Middle-earth. Avoid the occurrence of undead natural disasters. The other 4 high-level mage towers also suppress restricted areas similar to ancient battlefields. The reasons for the formation of these forbidden areas have long been unexplorable. Even at the height of the human empire, these forbidden areas could not be conquered. Levi found the city closest to the elemental tower on the map. Storm City. Outside Storm City is the Great Wall that stretches thousands of miles and isolates the entire Western Desert Wasteland, also known as Storm Fortress and Storm Cliff. Storm City is 800 kilometers away from the Tower of Elements. The distance is not very far. If Levi flies at normal speed, he can arrive within an hour. The problem is, there is not a blank slate between the elemental tower and Storm City. There are a lot of dangerous monsters in this area. If you are not careful, you will become the food of a certain monster. The safest way is naturally to go to Storm City through the teleportation array in the elemental tower. The Tower of Elements is the human empire's outpost to monitor the undead on the ancient battlefield. Storm City is an important line of defense for the human empire against the undead. There is naturally a connection between the two, and the relationship is not shallow. Many mages who graduated from the elemental tower will go to Storm City to take up positions. If you hang around in Storm City for a while, you can get a lot of merit. Those who want to climb up can take the opportunity to become a noble and move to other more affluent places in Middle-earth to continue climbing the Tower of Power. Storm City is the most suitable place for those with background to mix their qualifications. After all, there is no great danger in this place, but it is a top priority. The undead on the ancient battlefield have been silent for hundreds of years. On weekdays, I just fight monsters and don't really have to face the undead natural disasters. Levi was reading information in the library to understand the rules of the elemental tower. There is indeed a teleportation array directly leading to Storm City in the elemental tower. However, he cannot use it. He is not qualified to use the teleportation array now. There are 2 conditions for using the teleportation array. The first condition is to become a 3rd-level mage. Although the elemental tower does not restrict students from going out or leaving the floating island. But unless there are special reasons, students below level 3 cannot use any teleportation array to the outside world in the floating island. You can leave if you want, but you have to figure out a way for yourself. Either fly or walk. It doesn't matter, as long as your feet grow on your own body. The elemental tower will not stop you from wherever you want to go. The second condition is to accumulate 100 credits. Credits are the currency within the Tower of Elements. There are many ways to obtain it. The most common way is to complete the academic courses in the Tower of Elements. Credits are earned after completing academic courses and passing exams. Credits can be used as currency in the Tower of Elements. In addition, credit can be earned for completing course assignments. The elemental tower does not allow students to trade credits privately. If the credits reach 100, You can spend 100 gold coins to use the teleportation array and go to Storm City. Spend more gold coins to go to more distant places. You can also use credits to pay the transfer fee, which only requires 1 credit at a time. The official price is that 1 credit is equal to 100 gold coins. Privately traded, the value is much higher than 100 gold coins. The credits are also related to whether you can graduate from the Tower of Elements. A first-level mage learns from beginning to end, successfully completes all academic courses, and receives all credits. When you become a third-level mage, you can get exactly 100 credits. The rules set by the Elemental Tower are quite clever. An hour later, Levi walked out of the library. Time has run out today. He also found the information he wanted. How to get a lot of credits quickly. It is impossible for him to learn all the academic courses from first-level mage to third-level mage from beginning to end. Even if he had 8 times the time to speed up cheating, it would still take at least several months. Then, his only option is to do practical course tasks. Practical course assignments provide opportunities to earn substantial credits. Different from theoretical course study, there is an upper limit on the number of credits that can be obtained for each theoretical course. Practical course tasks depend on the situation, and credit awards far exceed those of theoretical courses. But the danger is greater. Chapter 233 Cultivation Secret Realm. What Levi wants to do most now is to lift the curse. Of the 7 precepts, only 1 is now in effect. It already made him feel very inconvenienced. A few more curses would make things difficult. If you want to lift the curse, you must go to the Temple of Light. There is a Temple of Light in Storm City. Levi seemed to have 2 choices. But in fact, he had no choice. With his current strength, if he dared to travel across 1,600 miles to Storm City, he would be eaten halfway without leaving any bones. Even if you are extremely lucky and don't encounter a monster, the various dangerous environments along the way were enough for Levi to eat a pot. Most importantly, 1,600 miles is too far. If there is no way to guide the way, if you set off rashly and in a wrong direction, you will fly to all directions. Levi's only option is to use the teleportation array of the Elemental Tower to go to Storm City. Fortunately, he is not far away from becoming a third-level mage. If it was still more than half a year before he advanced, he couldn't wait to advance before going to Storm City. Rather take the risk. The longer it takes, the greater the threat the curse poses. Return to Zogran's estate. Levi drank a bottle of intermediate potion. Stay calm and meditate. Crystal Meditation, Level 2, 9546/10,000. At most half a month. Leeway can cultivate to the 2nd level of perfection. At that time, we can plan for awakening and break through to the 3rd level. This time is just used to earn credits. The next day, Levi came to the red grade classroom. It is rare to see Sleeping God, Teacher Sean come to the classroom early. Everyone looked surprised when they saw him coming so early. Then, someone thought of something, and the surprise on his face turned into surprise. Bruce asked,
Teacher, is it our turn to use the secret cultivation realm today?
Sean nodded.
Well, get ready and leave right away.
Leeway looked confused when he heard this. He asked curiously,
What is the secret realm of cultivation?
Bruce glanced at him and explained kindly.
Practice in the secret realm of cultivation can get twice the result with half the effort, and the cultivation speed can be increased several times. Students in our red level class can use 1 day per month to practice in the secret realm, and students in the purple level class can use half a month to practice in the secret realm.
Speaking of this, his face was full of envy. I can't compare to others in the first place, and their cultivation resources are even better. The gap between them has widened even further. After hearing the explanation, Levi had expectations. Soon, the students from the red class also gathered and headed to the secret cultivation realm under the leadership of Sean. Leeway looked around and realized that there were more than 40 people in the red class. Yesterday, he saw less than 10 people in the class. On weekdays, other people either go to other classes to take classes, or they practice and study on their own outside. Anyway, even if he comes to the class, Sean will not give lectures, and he will let the students learn on their own. If you don't understand, ask again. Over time, no one is willing to stay in the classroom to study. Everyone has his own place to go. That is to say, today is a day of cultivation, which is why so many people gathered. The secret realm of cultivation is in the secret realm square. When Levi took the entrance exam, he was also in the secret plaza. There are more than 10 space gates standing on the secret realm square, all of which lead to the secret realm controlled by the elemental tower. Each secret realm has a unique function. It can be seen from the number of secret realms that the elemental tower has a rich heritage. A temporary secret realm appeared outside Maple Leaf City, and all parties fought bloody battles. The elemental tower is home to more than a dozen permanent secret realms. Sean led everyone to the secret cultivation portal. He took out his mentor badge and activated the secret portal.
Okay, you can go in.
After saying that, he took the first step into the secret realm. He is the instructor of the red level class, so he is naturally qualified to use the secret realm for 1 day of training. The secret realm of cultivation is not only for students, but also for the instructors of the elemental tower. After Sean walked into the secret realm, Levi found that no one followed him in. Just when he was wondering, a group of people walked by. The mage robes of this group are embroidered with yellow or green stars, indicate that they are students in yellow level or green level classes. These people stopped in front of the secret realm portal and looked at everyone arrogantly. Someone in the red level class ran out, said a few words to a few people, then turned around and shouted to everyone.
The seniors in the green class are willing to spend 100 gold coins to buy today's training day. Who is willing to sell it?
I called twice, but no one answered.
Don't give me a toast or drink as a penalty. I only give you money for the sake of you being students of the elemental tower. Otherwise, I will use your days of training to give you face. Do you want to sell it or not?
The dog-legged man directly grabbed a thin mage man in the crowd and asked.
No, I won't sell it,
the man said with some fear.
Are you sure you don't want to sell?
The dog-legged man looked fierce and threatened directly. The man glanced at the aggressive senior in front of him. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the people behind him. There was a look of help in his eyes. However, no one looked into his eyes. They all lowered their heads, hoping that they were not the ones chosen. This is a common practice. Every time a red level class has a day of training, someone will take it away. Only those students who have someone covering their backs will not get into trouble. The thin man lowered his head helplessly and said,
I'll sell it. Humph. If you had said no earlier, it would have been over. You still had to force me to do it. Take it. This is a benefit given to you by Senior.
The thin man held a purse containing 100 gold coins with a bitter look on his face. What benefit is this? 100 gold coins is not a small amount. However, it is simply not comparable to the value of 1 day of practice. He doesn't want to either. But if he refuses, he will be humiliated. The thin man took the money bag and turned away in disgrace. He looked at his fellow students with a hint of resentment in their eyes. Hate them that no one stepped forward to help. How dare these people do this if everyone is united? A forced purchase and sale took place right in front of Li Wei's eyes. If you refuse to buy or sell by force, you will suffer subsequent retaliation. The people who were selected all considered themselves unlucky and left with 100 gold coins. At least, it's not like being snatched away and leaving empty-handed. Buying and selling 1 day's training quota and robbing are two different concepts. The latter violates the rules of the elemental tower and will be punished by the disciplinary committee. The former is a voluntary act by students. Even if it is done voluntarily, it is not beyond reproach in name.
There is still one spot left.
The dog-legged man glanced at the crowd, his eyes passing directly over the familiar people. He did not offend some people who had backers. When he saw Levi, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, there is a new student here. The new students who were assigned to the red level class, like Li Wei, were all first level mages, and they were in the first year red level class. Li Wei is the only new student in the second grade red class recently. Most newcomers don't have any backers when they first arrive. The newcomers who will be assigned to the red level class are probably not powerful characters. The loser didn't hesitate and pointed at Levi with his finger.
Come here. Take the money and leave. Senior, you are lucky if I can buy you a day of training. 100 gold coins is a lot. Take the money and leave.
Chapter 234. It's all the curse that makes me arrogant. Levi looked at him as if he were looking at a clown. Ignoring the idiot shouting, Levi walked directly towards the secret realm portal.
Stop! I'm talking to you. Don't you hear me?
Levi said calmly.
I can't understand a dog barking.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned on the spot. The loser Mark was so angry that his face turned red and green. Mark pointed at Levi and shouted,
If you have the guts, say it again.
Levi didn't like him at all. He walked towards the secret portal without stopping. When Mark saw that he was ignoring him, he was so angry that he lost his mind.
Damn it! Go to H.L.
The second level spell Wind Sickle. The sickle formed by the wind element swept towards Li Wei's back. Someone exclaimed,
Be careful! Mark is pissed off.
Bang! The wind sickle was blocked by a palm-sized hexagonal crystal. Everyone looked surprised when they saw this.
What is this?
Under attack. The restrictions of the Ring of Pride are lifted. Levi didn't bother to argue with Mark. He raised his hand and used the object control technique to knock him away. Bang! Levi waved his hand, and Mark flew several meters backwards through the air, crashing to the ground in a panic. Everyone's minds were shaken, and they all looked shocked.
What kind of spell is this?
Knock someone away with a wave of your hand? This made everyone unbelievable. Mark was hurt by the fall, and the pain made him wake up from his anger. He climbed up and looked at Levi with a hint of trembling in his eyes. Mark suddenly realized that Levi's strength was unfathomable. This new guy is not that easy to bully. Mark's boss, Parfit, a student in the green class, saw this and narrowed his eyes. Parfit stared at Levi for a while and saw Levi's attack method. When Mark flew out, a blue light flashed in front of him. It looks like a blue palm.
Is this the hand of a mage?
Parfit was also very surprised. I didn't expect that someone could use the mage's hand to such an extent. Parfit stared at Levi and said coldly,
It depends on the owner to beat the dog. Do you want to just walk away like this?
Levi stopped and turned to look at him.
So? You deserve a beating too?
When everyone heard this, they all took a deep breath. There was shock and admiration in his eyes. Levi shook his head secretly. Well, it's all because of the curse that made me arrogant. The impact of this curse is really great. When Parfit heard Levi's words, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. He sneered.
Huh? You are too arrogant. You really think I don't dare to do something to you?
Parfit took out his magic badge, raised it and said,
I challenge you.
Levi's magic badge vibrated, and he received a message.
Do you accept Parfit's challenge?
Accept the challenge, and Parfit can justifiably attack him. Mark attacked Levi from behind. If caught by the disciplinary committee, he would be severely punished.
This is the first time I've seen someone take the initiative to fight.
Levi said something very arrogantly, and then accepted the challenge. The magic badges of the two shot out a beam of light, which converged in the middle and rose into the sky. The light spread rapidly in midair and turned into a magic barrier with a diameter of 20 meters. Levi looked surprised. I thought the so-called challenge was just a verbal contract. I didn't expect it to be so formal. With a magic barrier. When everyone saw the formation of the magic barrier in the challenge arena, they all withdrew from the range of the magic barrier. The magic barrier only restricts spells, and will not accidentally harm people outside the barrier. People within the enchantment will not be restricted from exiting the magic enchantment. When the challenging party exits the magic barrier will be automatically lifted. The magic barrier that challenges the arena appears in the secret square, which is very conspicuous. Soon a crowd of people gathered to watch. Members of the disciplinary committee also came to watch the excitement and see if there was any chance to catch some students who violated disciplines. Parfit looked at Levi and sneered.
I hope your mouth is tough enough and you won't kneel down and beg for mercy.
Second level Earth spell. Quicksand formation. Swish. 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 After Parfit cast the spell, the ground turned into flowing yellow sand. Li Wei stood on the quicksand. His figure was gradually swallowed up by the quicksand, and he sank into the quicksand. Before his eyes, Levi had half of his body swallowed up by the quicksand. Parfit mocked.
You still have a chance to surrender to me now. Otherwise you will know the pain later.
Levi used the object control technique, and his body slowly floated up. Parfit's eyes narrowed, and the spell in his hand was released. Second level Earth spell. Suffocating quicksand. This is his special quicksand spell, coupled with his extraordinary characteristics. The power of the spell is amazing. Swish. 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 The quicksand surged and turned into a whirlpool, tugging at Levi, preventing him from rising. The quicksand in the distance gradually rose up like waves, gathering towards the center, trying to submerge Li Wei in it, suffocate him in a sea of quicksand. Levi was attacked enough, and the pride ring on his body was finally lifted. The reason why he hasn't taken action yet, it's because the ring of pride has not yet been lifted. When trapped in the quicksand formation, the restrictions of the ring of pride only weakened a little. After receiving a stronger attack, all restrictions of the ring of pride were lifted. Levi felt helpless, and the power of the ring of pride became stronger. Swish. 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 The invisible armor turned into a circle and opened up a space to keep out the quicksand. Levi had been submerged in the quicksand, and no one could see his figure clearly. Everyone looked at Levi wrapped in quicksand, extremely nervous. Some people want Levi to win. Some people want Levi to lose. More people are simply watching the fun. They don't like one-sided battles. So they want to see Levi break through the quicksand and attack. Bang! The quicksand exploded, and a ball of flame came out of it. Fire snake technique? A red fire snake broke through the quicksand and flew towards Parfit. A wall of quicksand rose in front of Parfit, trying to resist the fire snake. Bang! The fire snake crashed directly through the quicksand wall. Boom! After breaking through the quicksand's defense, the fire snake exploded in front of Parfit. The firelight drowned his figure. Everyone looked at Parfit nervously. But he found that the magic barrier of the challenge arena was disappearing. What's the situation? He lost and triggered the protective measures of the barrier. Isn't it possible? Even the second-level fire snake technique should not be able to kill Parfit in one blow. His best quicksand armor can withstand the second-level peak attack. Obviously, the power of the fire snake technique has exceeded the second-level peak. Parfit is no unknown person. He dares to buy and sell by force. On the one hand, it comes from his strong strength. On the other hand, the backing is strong enough. Even the disciplinary committee students are not willing to cause trouble for Parfit easily. The combination of the two made Parfit quite famous among the second-level mages of the Elemental Tower. Many people asked him to help them buy a day of practice. It's been smooth sailing. The Discipline Inspection Commission could not find any evidence of his violation of regulations. After all, on the surface they are all voluntary transactions, legal and compliant. Parfit is at large, until he encountered a hard rock and tripped. Chapter 235 The Ring of Greed. The battle is over. Parfit stood there blankly. The quicksand armor on his body shattered and fell to the ground. At that moment, he felt the breath of death. If it were not for challenging the magic barrier in the arena, there would be life-saving measures. He is lying down now. Levi glanced at the absent-minded Parfit, turned around and walked into the portal of the secret cultivation realm. After Levi left, Parfit recovered. His face was very ugly, and there was a trace of panic and fear in his eyes. Almost died. Anyone else would be afraid. Parfit didn't understand why Levi's spell was so powerful. Simply outrageous. Facing Levi's fire snake technique, he felt like he was facing a third-level spell. Even ordinary third-level spells are not as strong as Levi. It's not like he hasn't fought a third-level mage before. Parfit looked around and saw everyone surrounding him, and suddenly felt ashamed. He turned and left. When the buyers, who followed Parfit, saw this, they all looked shocked. They watched Parfit's back disappear. I wailed in my heart. We'll leave later. I paid. They stood at the door of the secret cultivation realm, somewhat hesitant. Do you want to go in or not? Seeing Levi defeating Parfit, the students in the red class were silent for a moment. And then, they all walked towards the portal of the secret cultivation realm. The student, who had collected the money earlier, and was about to leave, also threw the money to Mark. He strode towards the secret cultivation portal. Some people dare not do this. Swallow their anger. Take the money and leave. I only dared to look enviously in the crowd as others entered the secret realm of cultivation. They feared retaliation from Parfit later. Levi is Levi, and they are them. Levi is not afraid of Parfit. But they are. Besides, what if Levi defeats Parfit? Parfit also has a backer. Levi is just a student in the red level class. And after all, he can't compete with others. Sooner or later, you will be unlucky. Soon, the news spread that Levi had defeated Parfit. A student from the red class defeated a student from the green class. This has not happened for many years. After all, the actual combat ability has been tested when the credit class started. People with strong practical skills will not be assigned to the worst red class. But no one would have thought that someone would be extremely biased. Full marks in practice. Almost zero in theory. Li Wei entered the secret realm of cultivation. 4 roads appeared in front of him. He felt the strong breath of magical elements coming from the end of the 4 roads. The 4 roads lead to the fire element, wind element, earth element, and water element cultivation spaces respectively. Levi walked towards the fire element training space. Go to the end of the road and go through a light door. Levi appears in a world burning with fire. The rich fire element in the air is almost liquefied. The concentration of the fire element was too high, and the temperature of the entire cultivation space was also incredibly high. When ordinary people come in, they will be dehydrated and die soon. Li Xiao cultivated a body with the element of fire, so he felt more at ease in a place like this. Just standing there, he could feel countless fire elements actively entering his body. Leeway quickly found a place to practice.
Teacher Sean. Is he also a fire mage?
Levi saw Sean sleeping on a smooth rock in the deepest part of the fire element training space. The further inside, the higher the concentration of fire elements and the higher the temperature.
It's almost done here.
Levi's skin felt so hot that it was about to burn. He quickly stopped and stepped back a distance. He could move forward, but he didn't have to. Going forward, unless he uses fire elemental transformation, he won't be able to stay for long. He came here to practice. So he just found a suitable place and
that's it.
There is no need to fight your way inside. Levi glanced at Sean and felt that Sean's strength was unfathomable. With his current strength, he may not be able to reach the end of the fire element cultivation space. After all, he can only be semi-elemental at the moment. Sean was able to lie there and sleep. The strength is evident. Levi sat down to meditate and practice. As soon as he started meditating, he felt something special about the practice space. The fire element here is particularly docile. Compare practicing to drinking water. At first, Levi couldn't find water, and had to find ways to squeeze some water out of the air to drink. After increasing his mental power and drinking from the fairy fountain, he improved his qualifications. Levi found a trickle, which was much more efficient than the original. Sometimes, the trickle doesn't satisfy his needs. You need to dig extra wells, and dig out water, drink the cultivation potion. Now, Levi felt like he was being thrown into a river. No matter how much he drank, the water in the river would not decrease by half. He can drink openly. Increase the training speed to the limit. Levi could feel his magic power increasing every moment and every second. After a long time, the mental power was exhausted and the practice was over. Crystal Meditation, Level 2, 9882/10,000. Leeway saw the progress of cultivation. Very surprised, he glanced around, showing excitement.
This is such a treasure.
Looking back, I thought that the red class could only come in once a month to practice for one day. Levi couldn't help but sigh.
No wonder when we talk about the secret realm of cultivation, we all envy the students in the purple class. If it were me, I'd be envious too. Cultivation here for half a month is probably not as good as cultivating outside for several months. The purple class is so enviable. It would be great if I could get in.
Levi only knew one way to switch classes. That means performing well in the final exam at the end of the year. Classes will be reassigned based on the results of the year-end exam. There are still more than 2 months left before the year-end exam. I don't know if it's too late to make up for the magic theory from now on. It should be in time. More than 2 months in reality. More than 20 months in a dream. Almost 2 years. Levi hesitated again.
Do you want to slow down the upgrade speed? Postpone it until after the year-end exam is over, and then advance to the 3rd level mage?
If he advanced now, the magic theory he would learn would cover 3rd level magic theory. If he doesn't advance, then he just needs to learn the 1st and 2nd level magic theory and that's okay. If it's the latter, there's still a chance to finish it. A 3rd level mage has to learn more magic theories than 1st and 2nd level magic theories combined. Curse of the Evil God, God level, 7 rings. Ring of Pride. Ring of Greed. The Ring of Greed, no loss allowed. The Ring of Greed told Levi to want them all. To break through the 3rd level, you must also become a student in the purple level class to gain more training time in the secret realm. The Ring of Greed comes into play when Levi desires gain. If you don't get it, you will lose it. Levi is eager to break through the 3rd level. If he does not break through the 3rd level within a period of time, then his mana will continue to weaken and drain away. If you don't advance, you will retreat. This is the curse of the Ring of Greed. The corners of Levi's eyes twitched, and he was extremely speechless. I didn't expect that this could also trigger the curse. How outrageous. The curse of the Ring of Greed lingered around Levi, shrinking at an extremely slow speed. When the curse enters Levi's body, it means the deadline is reached. The curse of the Ring of Greed will be triggered. Judging from the current speed, the Ring of Greed gave Levi only 10 days to break through to the 3rd level. Chapter 236 2nd Level Awakening. The Ring of Greed gave Levi only 10 days to break through to the 3rd level. 10 days later, Levi had not yet broken through the 3rd level. The mana will begin to weaken. By then, unless his cultivation speed can be faster than the weakening speed of his magic power. Otherwise, he will never be able to break through the 3rd level again. And it will get weaker and weaker. Eventually the magic power dissipates, and he becomes an ordinary person. This is even more cruel than the Ring of Pride, directly digging into Levi's foundation.
I can't bear this curse from the evil god for another day.
Levi's determination to lift the evil god's curse has never been stronger. The ring of greed made him realize that the curse of the evil god would become more and more outrageous. The further back he goes, the more shackles he has on him, and the more restrictions he has. By then it may be impossible to lift the curse. Li Wei rested to regain his mental strength and seized the time to practice. One day of practice is over. Everyone left the secret cultivation realm one after another. Levi walked behind the crowd, focusing on the writing in front of him. Crystal meditation, second level awakening, 0/10,000. Very good. I have reached the second level peak of cultivation and entered the awakening stage. Next, as long as you complete the awakening, you can advance to become a third level mage. Levi came to the trading market of the element tower.
It requires a third level fire element crystal core and fire type, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures that are more than 300 years old. Hello. Are there third order fire element crystal nuclei here? No. If you want fire element crystal cores, go to the Astra Merchant Guild in front. They specialize in selling various magic materials. Thanks.
Levi came to the Astra Chamber of Commerce. The facade of Astra Chamber of Commerce is the most luxurious on this street. The door is inlaid with magic crystals of different colors and is a waste of money. But it also shows the strong financial resources of the Astra Chamber of Commerce. When Li Wei walked into the Astra Chamber of Commerce, a beautiful maid immediately came over to greet him.
Hello. What do you need? Do you have a third order fire element crystal core? Yes. Please come with me.
The maid took Levi to the VIP lounge nearby. Levi discovered that Astra Chamber of Commerce has prepared a private shopping space for each customer. This is a considerate move for a mage. After all, some mages don't like to reveal what they've purchased. This involves many aspects. The maid poured Levi a cup of warm coffee.
One third level fire element crystal core costs 350 gold coins. How many are needed?
Li Wei did not answer the question, but asked,
Are there any fire type heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are more than 300 years old? Yes. 300-year-old fire ginseng. 500 gold coins per plant. So expensive?
Levi couldn't help but frown. The maid said,
If you only need 300-year-old fire type heavenly and earthly treasures as magic materials, the Astra Chamber of Commerce has a 300-year-old core fire tree. And the price is much cheaper than that of the Fire Spirit Gathering Association. A rock core fire tree weighing 1 pound only costs 200 gold coins.
Levi shook his head. The core fire tree is not suitable as a ritual material for fire spirit rituals. Li Wei reluctantly bought a piece of fire ginseng and a third order fire element crystal core. There are also the third level fire monster blood, ritual cloth, pure crystal, and 50-year-old fireweed required for the ceremony. A total of 926 gold coins were spent. The materials required for a ceremony were worth nearly 1,000 gold coins. Levi felt very strenuous, thinking of the previous consumption when awakening the second level extraordinary characteristics. It's not surprising that awakening third level extraordinary characteristics requires so much money.
Thank you for your patronage. Welcome to come again.
The maid sent Levi away with a smile, consuming nearly 1,000 gold coins. He is not considered a big customer in the Astra Chamber of Commerce, but it is still a lot. The Astra Chamber of Commerce also gave Levi a black membership card. When you come back to spend, you can get a 9.2% discount. You can save 20 gold coins by spending 1,000. Levi could only think comfortingly.
500 gold coins. You can't take this formula without 500 gold coins. Ha ha. Look at it for yourself.
Do you think this formula is worth so much? The dragons have become extinct these days. Where can I find these materials? I just thought this was an ancient alchemy formula and wanted to buy it for my collection. At most 100 gold coins. This is just a decoration. A collection. It's a beautiful thought. I would rather throw it into the shithole than sell it to you for $100. We each take a step back. I add a little, and I pay 150 gold coins.
The stall owner shook his head and refused very firmly.
If you don't have 500 gold coins, don't even think about taking it.
Levi saw a group of people gathered on the roadside, and there were quarreling sounds inside. So he subconsciously moved closer to watch the fun. Hearing that the alchemy formula was related to the dragon, his heart moved slightly. There are still a few dragon-related materials in his hand that are of no use yet. If the alchemy formula is useful, maybe it can be obtained. Levi squeezed into the crowd and asked,
What alchemy formula can you show me?
The stall owner pointed to an ancient book in front of him and said,
Energy Secret Medicine. An ancient alchemy secret medicine formula that can restore mental power.
Seeing Li Wei's interest, the people nearby hurriedly advised.
Don't be fooled. This formula requires the use of dragon blood plants. Using other materials instead of dragon blood plants will greatly reduce the effect and is almost useless.
Levi's eyes lit up. This was not exactly what he needed. It wasn't just something he needed. The secret energy potion that can restore mental power is what all mages want. For all mages, spiritual power is far more difficult to recover than mana. Mana can be quickly restored through meditation and taking mana restoration potions. But mental strength cannot be restored quickly. There are even fewer potions that can restore mental power, and they are extremely rare. Therefore, when mental energy is exhausted, it can usually only be recovered through a long period of rest. Excessive mental overdraft will affect your state for a period of time in the future, requiring a long recovery time. At this time, there is a secret energy potion that can restore mental strength. He can be resurrected in an instant, not to mention regaining full mental strength, but only to get rid of the state of excessive mental strength and return to normal state. The recovery speed of mental power will be greatly accelerated. Li Wei thought of cultivating the secret realm. Due to the speed of mental power recovery, his actual practice time in the secret realm was not very long. Not just him, but everyone. One day spent in the secret cultivation realm may only last 3 or 4 hours of cultivation at most. Levi's mental power is relatively strong, and he also has soul crystals to strengthen his soul and nourish his mental power, so he can practice for a longer period of time. However, you can only practice for 5 hours at most. The efficiency of using it for one day's practice is less than half. The practice lasts from morning to evening, about 10 hours a day. Out of 10 hours, only 5 were spent practicing magic. The remaining 5 hours were spent slowly recovering mental strength. If you have the energy secret medicine, you can make full use of the training time in the secret realm. Cultivation efficiency is greatly improved. Li Wei threw out 500 gold coins and said, "I bought it." The stall owner looked surprised, happily put away the money, and handed the alchemy formula to Levi, afraid that he would regret it. Chapter 237 The Value of Energy Secret Medicine. Everyone looked at Li Wei with surprised expressions. I didn't expect him to be so decisive. The man next to him, who wanted to buy the formula for the secret energy medicine, looked annoyed when he saw that the formula was bought by Levi.
Why did you buy this? It's a waste of 500 gold coins. If you don't listen to good people, you will suffer the consequences.
Men are angry. After all, he just felt resentful when he saw something that should have been his own taken away by others. Originally, he could have negotiated with the stall owner and obtained the secret energy potion formula cheaply. 500 gold coins are required to obtain the formula. Even if you can find the materials to make the secret medicine, you won't be able to make it back.
The energy secret medicine requires dragon blood plants, which means that the energy secret medicine cannot be mass-produced. But no matter how rare the secret energy potion is, it is only a recovery potion. The value cap is there, unable to mass-produce. Profits are very limited. Levi glanced at the man, put away the alchemy formula, turned around and left. The man saw that Levi was ignoring him and said,
"Humph. Could it be that you have a dragon blood plant on your hand?"
After hearing this, everyone looked at Levi. They felt that what the man said might have some truth to it. If Levi didn't have the dragon's blood plant, why did he spend a lot of money to buy the formula for the secret energy medicine? Li Wei was also helpless. Lucky hit. He felt the gaze around him and left quickly. After walking away, he directly activated his invisibility cloak and disappeared into the crowd. The person who was following him found that he had lost him as he walked, and was very upset.
Damn it! I missed a big fish. To spend 500 gold coins so decisively, he must be very rich. If he really has a dragon blood plant, he will make a fortune. When a follower laments missing a big fish, Levi was lamenting that his pockets were empty. After buying the alchemy formula, he really didn't have a penny left in his pocket. Oh, I thought that more than 1,500 gold coins would last for a long time. But I didn't expect that they were all spent in just 2 days.
Levi was also a little helpless. After looking at the alchemy formula in his hand, he could only hope that he could make some money after making the energy secret medicine. Returned to Zogren's estate. Levi was looking through the alchemy formula of the energy elixir in the room. The steps for making an energy elixir are very complex. According to the potion level classification, the difficulty of making the secret energy potion belongs to the 3rd level potion. Levi's current alchemy is only at the 2nd level.
Although we have dragon blood plants, other materials are also problematic. We have no money to buy materials.
If you think about it, there is nothing on hand that can be exchanged for money. Levi was having some difficulty
looking for someone to borrow money, but the elemental tower is unfamiliar with the place. Who can I borrow money from? I don't know if Lilia comes to the element tower. Otherwise, I can borrow some money from her. If it doesn't work, then we can only trouble Teacher Wallen.
Levi didn't really want to trouble Valen. After all, there was a Toresta between them. If it were to borrow money from Toresta, Levi might not have so many worries. At least, Levi has recognized him as his teacher in his heart.
Don't ask anyone to borrow money until the end.
Levi doesn't like to owe money, let alone owe favors.
Let's see if there is any way to make money quickly.
The phrase,
golden belt for murder and arson,
flashed subconsciously in his mind. However, this is the elemental tower, and there is no need to worry about security. Then you can only find some legal means. The maid puppet brings dinner to Levi.
Lord Levi, your dinner. Thank you. Just leave it here. Oh, by the way, does the magic butler have time now? I have something to do with him.
Levi said. The maid puppet replied.
I will tell the butler.
The maid puppet paused for a moment and said,
The butler has a name. Master Valen named him Clow.
Levi glanced at the maid puppet in surprise. If he wanted to ask anything else, the maid puppet had already turned around and left. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that this maid puppet was a bit unusual. Ordinary puppets would not say such things. Thinking of the magic butler, Levi guessed that it was Valen who added emotions to each puppet. After a while, the magic butler Clow came to find Levi.
Lord Levi, what do you want from me?
Levi asked.
Do you know any way to make money quickly?
Kuro thought for a moment and said,
I don't know much about Master Levi's abilities. If you are good at magic theory, you can help answer questions in the Palace of Truth in the Tower of Elements. This is the fastest way to make money that I know. Previously, Master Valen helped solve a puppet problem, and he earned 800 gold coins in just a few words.
Levi looked surprised. Warren's words are really valuable. In Kuro's view, Valen can earn 800 gold coins with just a few words, which is undoubtedly the fastest and most convenient way to make money. But not everyone can do this. The reason why Valen's words are worth so much is because he is a master of magic puppets. The questions he answered in a few sentences may be things that others can't figure out in their entire lives. Levi plans to visit the Palace of Truth tomorrow. Kullo also recommended several more ways for Levi to make money quickly. For example, selling magic puppets. The lowest level magic puppets made by Valen can easily sell for thousands of gold coins. The carefully crafted magic puppets are worth tens of thousands of gold coins, and demand still exceeds supply. Varun is rich but poor. The magic puppets he made were valuable, but he spent more money researching the magic puppets. Varun doesn't care about making magic puppets to make money. In fact, he tried his best to avoid doing so. He treats every magical puppet he creates as his son. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a magical puppet like Kuro.
Thanks. You're welcome. It's my honor to help Lord Levi. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Good night, Mr. Levi. Crow, goodbye.
Upon hearing this, Magic Butler Clow was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile.
Master Levi, goodbye.
He was a little surprised when Levi called his name. Late at night, the magic puppets in the manor were all recharging their energy in a room. Crow looked at the maid puppet and asked,
Why did you tell him my name?
The maid puppet said,
I think I should tell him. Okay. From now on, don't do anything other than what is ordered. Okay, Master Crow.
The sound disappeared and the night was silent. Levi held a fire spirit ceremony in the room. The ceremony lasts 3 hours. Perfect ending. The fire ginseng withered. The fire element crystal core was exhausted, and the pure crystal shattered. Levi's fire elemental body has been further strengthened. The elemental parts are further increased. It can be predicted that it is only a matter of time before the whole body becomes elemental. Li Wei looked at the progress of his training and showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Crystal Meditation, 2nd level awakening, 1023/10,000. According to this progress, it will take at least 9 more fire spirit rituals to complete the awakening.
The effect of the fire spirit sacrifice is no longer
good. Chapter 238 Trouble is coming. Levi suppressed the thought that the fire spirit sacrifice was not effective. For now, He only has this advanced ritual option. If there is a better advancement ceremony, that would be great. If he didn't use the fire spirit ritual, it would probably take him several years to complete his awakening just by relying on the simple ritual he understood.
Oh, let's take one step at a time and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then think of another way. At least, there are still 9 days left.
The curse of greed forced Levi to work non-stop. Levi also wants to advance to the 3rd level as soon as possible. Then save up 100 credits and go to the Temple of Light in Storm City to purify this damn curse. At night, Levi practiced alchemy in the dream world. Early the next morning, Levi washed up, and writing appeared in the water in front of his eyes. Alchemy, Level 3, 24/10,000. After a night of hard work, the alchemy skill was improved to the 3rd level. You can refine the secret energy potion. Now, the only thing is to find a way to gather the materials needed to refine the secret energy potion. The first step is to make money. After enjoying the free breakfast in the manor, Levi came to the Hall of Truth in the Tower of Elements. The Hall of Truth is where mages discuss magical theories. As soon as Levi walked in, he saw a large number of magic words floating on the wall. The master will leave what he does not understand on the walls of the Temple of Truth. Some questions will be rewarded, and some questions will be discussed with like-minded people. Liwei's purpose is naturally to earn rewards. He directly looked for problems on the bounty list of the Hall of Truth. Many questions are simply incomprehensible. Levi has already acquired some basic magic knowledge. But for a place like the Palace of Truth, he was like a schoolboy entering college. Completely incomprehensible. It's not completely incomprehensible. When it comes to 1st and 2nd level fire spells, Levi's attainments are unrivaled. It is precisely because of this that Levi wants to go to the Palace of Truth to find problems and make money.
Well, I really have questions about magic practice. What should I do if my mouth is easily burned when practicing the 1st level fire breathing technique? I'm offering a reward of 2 gold coins to seek answers from experts.
Many people have already answered the question, but none of them satisfy the questioner. Therefore, no one can get these 2 gold coins. Levi smiled and reached out to write the answer below the question. 2 gold coins isn't much, but it's still better than nothing. Everyone talked about their skills in using spells, and taught the questioner how to avoid burning his mouth with the fire-breathing spell. Levi goes right to the root of the problem. He optimized the fire-breathing spell model circuit to directly avoid the bug of the fire-breathing spell accidentally injuring himself. After writing down your answer, Levi then looked for other questions that could be answered. His goal is to earn 50 gold coins first to collect enough money to buy a set of ingredients for refining the secret energy potion. Suddenly, the magic badge vibrated. Levi picked it up and took a look, and found that the question he just asked was accepted, and he was rewarded with 2 gold coins. Gold coins are recorded in the magic badge, and can be exchanged for real gold coins in the Wealth Hall of the Elemental Tower.
A good start. What if the 2nd level spell Fire Wall is allowed to move? Offer a reward of 10 gold coins to find a solution. The casting time of the Fire Snake spell is too long, and the duration is less than 10 seconds. How to solve it? There is a reward of 15 gold coins. How to increase the number of fireballs in the chain fireball technique? There is a reward of 6 gold coins.
Levi wrote down the answers to all the questions he could answer. Some questions get feedback quickly and get paid. Some questions have not received a response for a long time. I don't know whether the questioner did not see the answer or was not satisfied. Levi stayed in the Hall of Truth for a while, and then went to the Red class. When he arrived in the classroom, Sean hadn't arrived yet.
Levi is here.
When Levi walked into the classroom, everyone fell silent and turned to look at him. He stopped subconsciously, looked at everyone and asked,
"What are you doing?"
Everyone turned their heads and stopped looking at him. But she secretly glanced at him a few times. Levi found that there were a lot of people in the classroom today. People who would never come to class in normal times also came today. He thought there was something special going on today. For example, one day of practice. I sat down and waited for a while, but nothing happened. He took out his books and studied on his own. Half an hour later, footsteps sounded outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Levi looked up, thinking it was Sean coming. The person who walked in was not Sean, but Parfit. Levi frowned. What is this guy doing here? Parfit walked directly towards Levi. After he walked away, only then did everyone see an aristocratic young man standing outside the door, looking arrogant. Seeing this, everyone in the Red class stood up and made way for them. Parfit walked up to Levi and said,
"My boss wants to see you."
Levi put away the book and said calmly,
If you want to see me, ask your boss to come here by himself.
The noble young man outside the door heard this and walked into the classroom. He laughed.
Very good. You are very arrogant. I thought they were exaggerating. And it turns out they were. I'm Anthony from the blue class.
Anthony shook his head and said,
You are just a civilian student. Even if you are stronger, it will be difficult for you to survive in the element tower. You need to find a backer. And I will soon become a third-level mage. It is more than enough to be your backer. You think it doesn't matter now. Only when you really encounter difficulties and can't find anyone to help you will you understand how important a backer is.
Anthony smiled and said,
Just like now. Do you know why Sean hasn't come yet?
Anthony suddenly asked. Levi asked,
Is it because of you? Ha ha. You are quite smart. I found someone to hold Sean down. No one here can help you now.
Parfit suddenly shouted to those around him.
Get out. Everyone. Get out.
The students in the red class were shocked. Some timid people saw that the situation was not good and left the classroom one after another. Some people wanted to stay and watch the fun. Parfit directly drove him away. Seeing that he was serious, everyone quickly fled the classroom. Buzz! A barrier unfolded and enveloped the entire classroom. There were only 3 people left in the classroom. Levi, Anthony, Parfit. Anthony looked at Levi and said with a smile,
Now! No one outside will know what happens here. Really?
Levi smiled. Chapter 239 Bet.
Really?
Anthony saw the smile on Levi's face. And a trace of doubt flashed in his heart. Doesn't this person understand that this is a threat? After reacting, anger welled up in his heart. Anthony looked at Levi coldly.
Ha ha. I hope you can keep your mouth strong until the end.
He took 2 steps back and said,
There's no point in fighting directly. How about we make a bet on something?
Levi looked surprised.
What are you betting on?
Anthony laughed and said,
After you lose the bet, you will kneel down and count out every time you see me.
Levi chuckled.
You are so proud. Okay. If you lose, give me 500 gold coins.
When Parfit heard this, he glared at Levi angrily.
You're laughing so hard. Do you think you can win?
Anthony smiled and said,
No problem. It's only 500 gold coins. If you can fulfill the bet, even if you lose, what if I give you 500 gold coins?
He just wanted to humiliate Levi. It was just to teach Levi a lesson so that he would not take him seriously. Levi stood up.
You take out 500 gold coins first. Otherwise, what if you lose and can't pay?
Parfit sneered.
Then why don't you kneel down and count out first to show that you won't lose?
Anthony looked at Parfit with satisfaction. He said it well. Anthony took out a money bag and threw it on the teaching table. Boom! The heavy sound of the money bag hitting the ground proved that it contained a lot of money. Seeing this, Levi said,
Then I will accept it without any courtesy.
A dark shadow appeared behind Anthony, and the dark claws of shadow lay across Anthony's neck. Parfit was shocked when he saw this scene.
Watch your back.
Anthony looked at Levi calmly.
I didn't expect you to have summons. Unfortunately, these little tricks are of no use to me.
The claws of shadow scratched Anthony's neck. Puff! Anthony's figure shattered into a watery shadow and disappeared. It's just a water phantom. His true identity is hidden somewhere else. Levi was not surprised. Shadow Warrior's attack on the enemy will not be restricted by the Ring of Pride. He asked Shadow Warrior to take action in order to force Anthony to attack him. Otherwise, wait for him to slowly cast a powerful spell. Levi will also fall into a passive situation.
Second level water spell. Water floods the Golden Mountain.
Wow! A large amount of water suddenly appeared in the classroom, flooding the entire classroom and turning the classroom into a sealed water tank. Parfit quickly cast a spell.
Quicksand technique.
In an instant, the water flow became extremely turbid, making it impossible to see. Anthony and Parfit disappeared. The water waves crashed down towards Levi. Bang! Levi's figure rolled in the chaotic water. Invisible armor emerged, blocking the attacks of flowing water and quicksand. The Ring of Pride weakens and disappears. Levi's eyes narrowed, about to cast a spell. Suddenly, a rapidly rotating vortex appeared in the water, and his figure was forcibly pulled into it. Levi was like being thrown into a drum washing machine. His whole body was tossed around, and his brains were almost evenly distributed. In a hurry, he had time to throw a fireball. Bang! The explosion affected Levi himself, and the fire flashed in the water. The rapidly rotating vortex was also affected by the explosion.
becoming chaotic and less powerful. Levi barely managed to get a moment of respite in the water. He looked around and understood that the water in the classroom must be salted. Otherwise, he will be drowned in the water sooner or later. Levi was also a little helpless. If he knew how to breathe underwater, he wouldn't need to worry about suffocation. Now, all he has left is the air preserved in the invisible armor. Breathing can only last a few minutes at most. He wasn't given much time. Anthony learned from Parfit that Levi's spell was ridiculously powerful. Therefore, he had no intention of confronting Levi head-on from the beginning. The mage has the strongest ability to adapt to changing situations. Even without using attack spells, the enemy can be killed. Anthony came up with the trick of flooding the classroom to force Levi to surrender. Levi took advantage of a moment of respite to cast a spell. Second-level fire spell. Resist the Ring of Fire. The state of perfection of second-level fire spells. Even if he has never learned to resist the fire ring, Levi can deduce the spell model of resisting the fire ring by himself if he knows the effect of resisting the fire ring. Naturally, you can also cast resistance to the fire ring. Call. The ring of resistance fire quickly expanded in all directions. The tables and chairs that were thrown everywhere by the water waves were pushed away by the fire ring. Even the water waves surrounding Levi were pushed away. Levi fell to the ground. The invisible armor on his body turned red. Red Lotus armor. The Red Lotus armor emits scorching heat, evaporating the surrounding water waves into water vapor. It's a collision of water and fire. The temperature in the classroom is rising rapidly. The tank is quickly turning into hot soup. The hot soup is heated and expands. The classroom wrapped in a magic ward turns into a giant pressure cooker. The internal pressure and temperature continue to increase under Levi's flames. Anthony and Parfit felt something was wrong. Parfit's eyes narrowed, and he cast a spell. Cone of condensed sand. The yellow sand that had not been burned by the flames gathered to form spikes that stabbed Levi. Clang, clang, clang. The spikes condensed by the yellow sand collided with the invisible armor, and the spikes exploded in the violent collision. Parfit looked shocked. What the hell is this? He couldn't see the invisible armor on Levi's body. All that could be seen was a flame burning on Levi's body. A ball of flame blocked his attack. He was very surprised. Anthony crooned. Levi felt amazing magic fluctuations in the classroom. Anthony is casting a third-level spell. He uses magic materials and chants to cast spells across levels. Third-level water spell. High-pressure water cannon. Bang! The remaining water waves in the classroom gathered into high-temperature and high-pressure water cannons and shot towards Levi. With a bang, Levi was knocked out. The high-pressure water cannon pushed him against the magic barrier, and the huge force kept impacting the invisible armor. Click! Withstanding continuous powerful attacks, the invisible armor was shattered by one layer. Anthony smiled as he heard the sound of the magic shield breaking. The next second, his smile disappeared. The magic shield on Levi's body was shattered. There are still 35 floors left. Levi has not yet used all his strength. He tried his best to act like a second-level mage. There is no need to use all your strength to deal with Anthony. Level 2 spell. A series of fireballs. Hoo ho ho! The high-pressure water cannon attack ended, and Levi immediately launched a counterattack. Fireballs flew towards Anthony and Parfit. Bang bang bang. The fireball hit the yellow sand barrier and exploded. A fireball exploded the yellow sand barrier. 2 fireballs blasted holes in the yellow sand barrier. 3 fireballs shattered the yellow sand barrier. Parfit looked surprised. Water curtain! Anthony cast a defensive spell. A curtain of water stood in front of the two of them, blocking the chain of fireballs. But the number of fireballs in the chain fireball spell was far beyond their knowledge. The normal chain of fireballs is 5 consecutive fireballs and 7 consecutive fireballs. A powerful mage can fire 10 shots in a row. In Levi's hands, the chain of fireballs seemed endless. Chapter 240 The Secret Medicine of Energy. Hoo ho ho! Bang bang bang. Under the constant bombardment of a series of fireballs, Anthony and Parfit were in a very difficult situation. Parfit tried to fight back, but the attack was completely unable to break through Levi's series of fireball bombardments. Snap! The magic barrier is broken, and the battle is over. Levi stood in the middle of the classroom. His clothes had been dried by the flames. Anthony and Parfit stood in the corner in embarrassment, looking disgraced. The two of them couldn't believe that they would lose to Levi like this. Anthony glanced at Levi, slammed the door and left. Parfit couldn't say anything he wanted to say. Quickly follow Anthony's footsteps. Levi yelled. Wait a minute. Anthony stopped and looked back at Levi.
He looked ugly and said,
"Is it possible that you still want to humiliate me?"
Levi pointed to the messy classroom.
"This place has been damaged like this. You have to compensate." "Right."
Anthony's expression changed several times. His face turned red, as if he was even more angry than when he heard Levi humiliate him. "This is a complete lack of regard for oneself," he said bitterly.
"I will compensate. Walk."
He couldn't stay here any longer. Leeway took out his money bag, counted it, and found that there were no more than 500 gold coins. Smiling happily, when the battle began, he got the money bag. Avoid gold coins being destroyed in battle. Gold coins are not magic badges and can withstand strong magic bombardment. Even Levi's flames can melt gold coins. Gold coins are not pure gold, and melted gold coins are worthless.
A good man. He knew I had no money, so he came to give me money on purpose.
Levi glanced at the messy classroom and left quickly. He didn't want to stay and lose money. Anyway, Anthony said he would compensate. After Leeway ran away, some students from the red class came back to check the situation and found that the classroom was unsightly. Report Anthony, Parfit, and Levi. Leeway had just returned to the manor after buying materials from the Astor Chamber of Commerce. The law enforcers from the Discipline Inspection Commission are at the door. Kuro found Levi and said,
"Sir Levi, there are law enforcers outside the door looking for you."
Levi knew it. He nodded and said,
"Yes, I understand."
Levi meets the enforcer. The law enforcer said,
"Someone reported you for destroying the public property of the Element Tower. Please follow us to the disciplinary committee for investigation."
Leeway did not resist and followed several people to the disciplinary committee. The disciplinary committee has an independent hall in the Elemental Tower. Belongs to an independent department, responsible for managing the security of the Elemental Tower and floating city. Punish mages who break the rules. When Levi came to the disciplinary committee, Anthony and Parfit were already there. The judge stood on the high platform, looked down at the three people, and asked,
"Why are you fighting in the classroom? Don't you know this is a violation? I was the victim. I was assaulted by both of them,"
Levi said. Anthony glanced at Levi and said calmly,
"I will compensate for the damaged classroom."
The Inquisitor stared at Anthony with an unkind look on his face.
"You are blatantly violating the laws of the Elemental Tower."
As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked in and whispered a few words in the judge's ear. The Inquisitor glanced at Anthony and struck the hammer.
"Since you are all first-time offenders, you will not be punished this time, but you must repair the damaged classroom."
Upon hearing this, Anthony turned around and left. The law enforcer next to him saw this and wanted to take action. Seeing the Inquisitor's lack of reaction, they took back the steps they had just taken. Obviously, Anthony has someone behind him. The judge didn't dare do anything to him. Seeing this, Leeway asked,
"Can I go back?"
The judge glanced at him and said,
"Go back."
Levi is the victim. Even if he had resentment in his heart, he would not take it out on Leeway. The judge is still very clear about this. Otherwise, he would not be able to sit on the position of judge. Walk out of the law enforcement hall. Levi was thoughtful.
Anthony must have the support of a big shot in the Elemental Tower.
Otherwise this matter would not be suppressed so easily.
Classroom disruption can be big or small. In a small way, if it is damage to public property,
compensation is okay.
To put it more broadly, the students who openly attacked the Elemental Tower were considered terrorist attacks. The plot was serious and destroyed the unity within the Elemental Tower. Severe punishment. No upper limit. Anthony has people backing him up, and even the disciplinary committee dare not touch him. It made Leeway deeply aware that the powerful gangs in the Elemental Tower were deeply rooted. Fortunately, at least the judge was fair. Although Anthony was not punished. He was not punished. Otherwise, at least someone has to stand up and take the blame. Now it's time to reduce big things to small things and reduce small things to small things. After Levi returned to the manor, Sogvran came to him immediately and asked if he was okay.
"Warren, are you okay? What did the Discipline Inspection Commission ask you to do?"
"Levi,
it's okay. I just had some conflicts with others and alerted the disciplinary committee. It's resolved now."
"Valiant.
That's good. If you really have something to tell me, you are a disciple of Toresta. I definitely can't just sit idly by."
"Levi."
"Thank you. I will definitely tell you if necessary."
The two chatted for a while, and then Wallen returned to the studio and continued research. Levi returned to the room.
"This matter should be considered over. Anthony loses to me. he will definitely find ways to break through the third level. After he breaks through the third level, he may come to trouble me. But, at least this period of time should be safe and sound. The next step is to find a way to refine the secret energy medicine.
With the 500 gold coins sent by Anthony, Li Wei had a lot of money. He purchased 5 auxiliary materials needed to refine the secret energy elixir. It cost a total of 250 gold coins. Spend another 200 gold coins to buy a set of second-hand alchemy equipment used by junior alchemists. A complete set of brand new alchemy equipment costs 600 to 700 gold coins. Li Wei couldn't afford it, so he had to buy some second-hand alchemy equipment. At least it's enough to refine the secret energy potion. Later, Levi tried to refine the secret energy medicine in his dream. After more than a dozen failures, he successfully refined the secret energy medicine. Then keep practicing to improve your success rate until 100% success. Alchemy, Level 3, 1452/10,000. With constant practice, alchemy improves rapidly. The next day, Levi began to refine the secret energy medicine.
The first step is to use the dissociation potion to extract the essence.
Levi accurately controlled the alchemy equipment and used the most appropriate dosage of dissociation medicine to perfectly extract the essence of the auxiliary materials. After processing the auxiliary materials, start processing the main materials. A dragon's blood plant. Use the elemental smelting furnace to carefully extract the essence of dragon blood grass. This is more complicated and difficult to operate than refining mithril. When refining mithril, Levi just burned it fiercely and
that's it.
Burn away the impurities, and what remains is mithril. When extracting the essence of dragon blood grass, if you are not careful, you will directly burn the dragon blood grass to ashes. Among the first dozen or so failures, most of them were caused by the dragon's blood grass being burned to ashes. After extracting the dragon blood grass essence, use a blending potion to combine the essences of several materials. Use specific techniques to shake the alchemy bottle and heat the alchemy bottle at different temperatures to encourage substances to react with each other. Finally, I got a bottle of lavender energy secret potion.